Miss Chen, your words are not correct, right? Lu Jinyao continued, if it's your family's shares, why is it in Mr. Zhao's hands? The fact is, you didn't protect your company's shares. Well, and they ended up in the hands of others. And Mr. Z defeated the enemy and obtained the spoils of war, which was not taken from your hands, the Chen families. How dare you say this belongs to the Chen family? Lu Jinyao's tone was filled with deep sarcasm. She knew that Zitia didn't like to argue with people, so she had to do the talking. If this matter wasn't explained clearly, they might actually think that Zitia had used devious means to snatch their shares. Chen Raku and the others fell silent once again. Despite their dissatisfaction, they had to admit that Zitia was able to obtain the agreement document not from the Chen family, but because the Chen family had lost the shares in the first place and Zitia managed to reclaim them. Now, Zitia was about to gain majority ownership and control of the Chen group. Zitia, please, spare the Chen family a way out. We know we were wrong and we don't want Grandpa's efforts to go to waste. Yes, brother-in-law, we were once a family. Breaking bones still connect the sinews. Can you really bear to make the Chen group completely disappear? The Chen family members panicked as they saw Zitia about to take over the Chen group. They pleaded one after another. However, Zitia ignored them and simply found a chair to sit down. 5 minutes, gather all the employees for a meeting. Zitian's response was just this simple sentence. As for the requests for mercy from the Chen family, Zitia didn't even acknowledge them. He had said what needed to be said many times, and given them many chances. However, they not only did not cherish them but also persisted in their foolish ways, walking further down the wrong path. If Zitia hadn't prepared in advance, they would have completely ruined the Chen group this time. So, for Zitia, if he truly wanted to preserve Grandpa Chen's legacy, it was better to keep the company in his hands to feel more at ease. Zitia, please give us another chance. From now on, we will truly run and develop the company well. With no other thoughts, we will seriously develop the company and not disappoint Grandpa. The Chen family members begged again. However, Zitia remained unmoved, closing his eyes and relaxing on the spot. Zitia, we were wrong. We truly know we were wrong. We should never have looked down on you in the beginning, and we shouldn't have driven you out of the Chen family. All the faults were ours. Please forgive us. We truly know we were wrong. Chen Liren walked up to Zitia, bowed deeply, lowering himself to the utmost. It wasn't until now that Zitia slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Zitia open his eyes, the Chen family members thought they had touched Zitia, so they quickly bowed to show their sincerity. We are wrong. We truly know we are wrong. But as they heard the apologies, a hint of a cold smile flashed in Zichion's eyes. No, you don't truly know you are wrong. You only know that you have nowhere else to go. With Zichion's words, Chen Liren and others were instantly stunned. Lu Jinya chimed in. You are not truly apologizing. You are just trying to save yourselves in this way. In the end, you are only looking out for yourselves. Lu Jinya's summary left the Chen family speechless. No need for more talk. I will be at the meeting location in 5 minutes. If the preparations are not done well, I will send people over to take over all the work. As for you, I will expel all of you. With this, the Chen family members dared not say anything more and quickly turned to follow Zichion's instructions. Though they didn't know what the next steps would be, at least they were still in the company. If they upset Zichia, they might not even have a place to stand here. As the crowd dispersed, only Chen Raku remained standing in place. Do you really have to do this? Can I ask for your forgiveness one last time with 2 years of affection? Chen Raku looked at Zichia with sincere regret in her eyes. Zichia also believed that Chen Raku's regret at this moment was not pretense but genuine from the heart. But what did that matter now? The fault is not mine. The current result is not caused by me. Go do your tasks. Zichia calmly added a touch of indifference in his tone. All right. Chen Raku took a deep breath, then turned around and left slowly. Lu Jinya glanced at Zichia and then followed in the footsteps of Chen Raku. Outside, Lu Jinya stopped Chen Raku. What I want to tell you is, Mr. Z has never been heartless or ungrateful. Lu Jinya carefully chose her words and then slowly continued. Isn't he being merciless enough? Chen Raku's eyes reddened as she shook her head weakly. With his achievements now, he doesn't care about the Chen group's assets at all. But he's doing this just to retaliate against us. Our whole family. We almost knelt down and begged him. But he is unwilling to return the shares to us. Isn't he heartless? Upon hearing these words from Chen Raku, Lu Jinyao sighed lightly. I never expected that even now, you are still stubborn. Have you ever thought, if he is heartless and ungrateful, why are so many people willing to be friends with him? If he is truly heartless and ungrateful, why does he show so much respect for Mr. Chen? Hearing this, Chen Raku fell silent. On the contrary, he is not heartless and ungrateful, but rather has deep feelings and loyalty. Have you ever thought that his feelings towards the Chen family may have originated from the kindness of Mr. Chen? His gratitude, care, and responsibility towards the Chen family, including various forms of assistance, are all because of Mr. Chen's favor, which you have gradually exhausted. Even so, he still wants to give you a chance. But how did you respond? You sidelined Mr. Chen, prevented him from intervening in company matters, and left him with no choice but to retire lonely in the countryside. Even Mr. Chen's last efforts were almost ruined by you. His feelings towards the Chen family stem from Mr. Chen, but how can he have feelings for you and the Chen family when you treat Mr. Chen in such a way? This was Lu Jinyao's first time opening up to talk with Chen Raku. Her tone was not stern, and could even be described as gentle, but each word, to Chen Raku's ears, sounded like thunder, waking her up in that moment. Love for one's family and guests alike. Zichia has deep feelings and loyalty, so his feelings towards the Chen family come from Mr. Chen's kindness in saving his life and recognizing his talent. If the Chen family respects Mr. Chen, perhaps Zichia would have treated them differently based on their filial piety. But they did not do so, especially Chen Liren, who began to feel powerful and only wanted to push Mr. Chen away. Even the birthday banquet they recently held for Mr. Chen was just a way for Chen Liren to raise the family's social status. And since they could abandon someone whom Zichia holds in the highest regard, how could Zichia had any feelings towards them or the Chen family? Lu Jinyao's words truly made Chen Raku fully awake, but she realized it a bit too late. He has done a lot and said a lot, but you, all of you in the Chen family, have never truly understood him. While others may not understand him, as his former wife, shouldn't you understand him? Chen Raku fell even more silent, feeling increasingly suffocated in her heart and finding it difficult to breathe. She was treating Lu Jinya as her enemy and did not want to show her weakness. But at this moment, she could no longer hold it in. I am not speaking up for Mr. Z. Think about it. Are the things I have said right or wrong? In other words, when you say he does certain things to retaliate against you, I want to ask, based on the various injuries you inflicted on him in the past, wouldn't it be natural for him to retaliate against you? Or do you think your actions towards him in the past were right? Can you be magnanimous and truly repay kindness for resentment? When Lu Jinya reached this point, Chen Raku could no longer control her tears, and they flowed down her cheeks. Think about it. Perhaps you should consider whether his actions today have a deeper meaning. Lu Jinya stopped speaking, then turned and left the room to the reception hall. If Chen Raku could come to terms with these thoughts, maybe she could truly grow. As for the things she said to Chen Raku, it was partly to defend Mr. Z and not let him be unjustly hated, but also out of pity for Chen Raku, not wanting her to live the rest of her life in resentment towards Mr. Z. Chen Raku stood in place for a long time, then slowly walked a few steps, looking through the window at Zichia inside. After a few seconds, Chen Raku suddenly smiled, a smile mixed with relief. It was as if in that moment, she understood many things and truly let go of many things. She wiped her tears, then walked outside. Inside the room, Lu Jinya was also paying attention to Chen Raku. Mr. Z, she's gone, Lu Jinya said softly. What did you say to her? I just hope she can truly understand Mr. Z. Lu Jinya paused, then summed up with that sentence. Time is up, let's go. Zichia checked the time, then walked out. Meanwhile, inside the largest conference room of the Chen group, after the announcement was made, all company employees came here one after another. From Chairman Chen Liren to the security guards outside the company gates, all employees were present. The conference room did not have enough seating, so many people had to stand in the back. Is everyone here? Chen Liren asked sternly. The people below exchanged glances, but no one spoke up. Chen Liren didn't bother to say much more. He adjusted the microphone and said, I have an announcement. His words were cut off as the door of the conference room was pushed open. Surrounded by Lu Jinya and others, Zichia stepped in. Zichia, Why are you here at our company? How did he come? We are having a company-wide meeting. What does he have to do with it? Upon seeing Zitia, aside from the Chen family members who were in the reception hall earlier, many others in the company frowned slightly. In the Chen group, everyone was familiar with Zitia. After being the unwanted son-in-law at the Chen family for 2 years, everyone knew about it. Even when Zitia used to bring food and clothes to Chen Raku, he was often mocked and taunted. Even the security guards at the gate dared to mock him, so Zitia had long been a well-known figure in the Chen group. Furthermore, as the national medical competition began and Zitia emerged as the dark horse, winning the championship and surpassing all elite medical practitioners in the country, he became even more renowned. Despite knowing him, influenced by Chen Liren, many in the Chen group still looked down on Zitia. In fact, many people knew that Chen Liren was not fond of Zitia, so in order to show off in front of Chen Liren, some people even stood up to scold Zitia. Chen Liren was about to stop them, but was halted by a look from Zitia. Thinking that Chen Liren didn't stop them, more and more people began to stand up, with some even angrily yelling at Zitia to leave. Zitia, get out quickly, you are not welcome here. As people insulted him, they secretly hoped that their actions would gain Chen Liren's appreciation. In the end, more than 20 people stood up, including several department managers and some female employees who enjoyed gossiping. Anyone else? Ziqian's question left everyone stunned. If not, Zitia turned to Lu Jinyao. Have you recorded all their names? Yes, I don't know their names, but I have recorded everything. Lu Jinyao nodded, shaking her phone. Good. These people who just spoke out are immediately fired, and inform all partner companies to permanently blacklist them for recruitment. With Ziqian's words, Chen Liren and the others were shocked. It said that new authorities sweep clean. Unexpectedly, even before taking office, Zitia brought down the hammer, firing more than 20 employees. What did you say? Countless people's expressions changed, especially those who had just spoken disrespectfully to Zitia. They were even more confused and puzzled. Zitia actually said he wanted to dismiss them. It was understandable when he was the son-in-law of the Chen family before, but he had long been driven out by the Chen family. On what grounds could he dismiss employees of the Chen group? However, Zitia was too lazy to explain to them. He took the first step and walked over to Chen Liren. Is this also a seat you can sit in? Zitia glanced at the chairman's nameplate on the seat. Sorry, I'm used to it. Please sit. Please sit. Chen Liren stammered, nodding his head and bowing. Seeing this scene, the audience below became even more puzzled. Could it be that Zitia was now the chairman of their Chen group? How could this be possible? In the gaze of everyone, Zitia walked slowly to where Chen Liren had just been, then placed both hands on the table and looked down at the whole room. From today on, here, I call the shots. There was no long announcement or declaration, just this simple and rough sentence. Chairman Chen, what's going on? Chairman Chen, why is Zitia? Countless people below turned to look at Chen Liren. In the Chen group, Zitia holds a 51% stake. Starting today, he's the company's largest shareholder and the new chairman. Chen Liren took a deep breath and announced this. Everyone below was collectively stunned. No wonder Zitia was so calm and composed. No wonder Zitia dared to say he would dismiss all 20+ people earlier. It turns out that he had taken over the Chen group, holding the majority of the company's shares. The one son-in-law of the Chen family, the one everyone looked down upon, even the company's security guards would mock him, had now transformed into the largest shareholder and chairman of the Chen group. Absurd. Truly absurd. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. But regardless of how absurd they felt, they all knew that Chen Liren would not joke about this. It was real. And no matter how Zitia acquired the shares, whether he acquired the Chen group or forcibly took the shares, it didn't matter. What mattered was that now Zitia held more than half of the shares, giving him absolute power within the Chen group. From shareholders to security guards, all were under his jurisdiction. He had the power to make life and death decisions for everyone in the Chen group. Chairman Z, I'm sorry, we didn't know earlier. Those who had insulted Zitia earlier quickly apologized when they realized the situation was not in their favor. Get them out, Zitia said, as the company's security guards moved forward. Zitia, you are going too far. On what grounds do you have to dismiss us? Don't bother talking to him. If we're fired, then so be it. Do you really think we cherish staying here? There are plenty of jobs in Tianhai City. Where can't we find work? Seeing that Zichia wasn't giving them a chance, they all simply gave up. Wait. Linia stepped forward slowly, smiling calmly. I don't think you understood Mr. Zhao's words earlier. His intention is not just to dismiss you, but also to inform all our affiliated businesses to blacklist you for recruitment. Hearing this, frowns appeared on everyone's faces. Oh, maybe you don't know, but our business partners include the Lu, Wong, Zhou families, as well as the Jingshu Group. All are our affiliated businesses. Linia explained calmly, and those who were arrogant a moment ago were now dumbfounded. They didn't realize the power behind Ziqian's words. And now, after Linia's explanation, they were completely puzzled. The enterprises under these three major families were spread across various sectors of Tianhai City, and even those companies that had no cooperation with these families would not dare to risk offending them by hiring these people. In other words, Ziqian's words were equivalent to issuing a ban on them, leaving them with no place in Tianhai City. Chairman Z, we were wrong. Please give us another chance. We know we were wrong. Suddenly, more than 20 people bowed and apologized, but Ziqia just waved his hand, and they were all escorted out. As these people were being driven out, the meeting room fell silent, and all eyes were now on Ziqia. At this moment, no one dared to look down on or underestimate Ziqia. Everyone was on edge, and nobody dared to speak out. After all, the current Ziqia was no longer the same as before. If they angered him, not only would they lose their jobs at the Chen Group, but there would be no one in the entire Tianhai City who would dare to give them a job. Is there anyone else who hasn't arrived? Ziqia said calmly. If they haven't, tell them not to bother coming in the future. As Ziqia finished speaking, everyone in the room nodded in agreement. Z. Chairman Z. At this moment, the HR manager raised her hand slowly. Speak. Ziqia looked at the woman. Just now, President Chen found me and voluntarily resigned from the company. And she voluntarily handed over all company resources, as well as unconditionally transferred her personal shares to you. The HR manager slowly spoke these words. Hearing this, Ziqia furrowed his brows slightly, and the others present were also stunned. For Chen Raku to do this, it was equivalent to leaving the Chen Group with nothing. But wasn't she the one who considered the Chen Group very important, placing its development above all else and even above her own life? This matter was well known throughout the Chen Group, including Chen Liren and the rest of the Chen family. It was precisely because Chen Liren knew that Chen Raku could not let go of the Chen Group that he dared to treat her in such a manner before. But now, she had given up the Chen Group in this way, without taking anything with her. The Chen family members didn't understand, and Ziqia was also puzzled. However, after just 3 seconds, Ziqia nodded slightly. He understood that after experiencing this incident, Chen Raku should have truly let go. It was for the best, as one could not live solely in obsession. Having an obsession was a good thing as it provided a goal, but if the obsession became too intense, the path would inevitably veer off course. Chairman Z, she didn't intentionally not come. It's just that Chen Liren was very afraid of Ziqian's anger now, so he wanted to explain, but he couldn't find the right words. Well, let her rest. Besides, you all need rest too. With these words, Chen Liren and the others widened their eyes. Mr. Z, what do you mean by this? Chen Liren asked nervously. Starting today, all of you will go home and rest. Ziqian's gaze swept over the faces of the Chen family members. Finally, at this moment, everyone realized that Ziqia was asking them to leave the company. Just a moment ago, they were wondering why Chen Raku was so foolish to voluntarily choose to leave the company. But now they finally understood that Chen Raku was not foolish at all. She was smart in using this method to retain a last bit of dignity for herself. As for people like Chen Liren, now Ziqia was going to dismiss them in front of all the employees. How humiliating. I disagree. Chen Liren gritted his teeth. I think you've misunderstood something, Ziqia said, indifferently. I am informing you, not consulting with you. So whether you agree or not is none of my concern. His calm voice carried unmistakable dominance and assertiveness. Whether it was Chen Liren's misconception or not, he noticed that Ziqian's attitude towards their Chen family became even more blunt and ruthless after knowing that Chen Raku had left. Mr. Z, let's talk this out, Chen Liren tried to reason. We will comply with any demotions or other decisions you make, but we don't want to leave the company. Chen Liren fell silent for a few seconds, starting to speak softly. The others from the Chen family beside him also began pleading. Nobody knew how complex their emotions were at this moment. They once thought that after Ziqia was driven out of the Chen family, he would not be able to survive Vientiane High City, let alone endure hunger on the streets. But now, what they expected did not happen. Ziqia not only didn't starve but also became the largest shareholder of the Chen Group, holding the power to decide whether the Chen family members stayed or left. The sharp contrast in these changes left them with mixed feelings. But now, they didn't have time to lament. After all, they were facing a situation similar to what Ziqia faced back then. When they expelled Ziqia from the Chen family, now Ziqia wanted to expel them from the Chen Group. The difference now was that the roles had been reversed, and Ziqia, unlike the Chen family, did not beg for mercy when he was driven out. It was just like the old saying, what goes around comes around. Ziqia, we really don't want to leave. We hope you remember our past relationship. Before Chen Liren could finish, Ziqia interrupted. What relationship do I have with you? Ziqian's tone turned cold. If Chen Liren didn't mention the past, he wouldn't be this angry. Bringing up the past made him recall those faces of the people who scorned him, and the triumphant smiles after driving him out. Those faces had been etched in Ziqian's mind, until now. To say that he lacked magnanimity would be unfair. He was merely replying in kind to how others had treated him before. An eye for an eye is the right principle, but Chen Liren wanted to say more but didn't know what to say. Originally, I wanted to leave some shares for you, Ziqia continued, but your mention of the past just reminded me of many things. From today, all members of the Chen family must hand over all their shares for free and leave the company. Whoever refuses, I will destroy them. Initially, Chen Liren and the others were resentful after hearing Ziqian's initial statements. They felt Ziqia had no right to ask them to hand over their shares for free. However, with Ziqian's final threat, they all fell silent. With the power Ziqia now held, not only could he destroy them but even elite families would be no match for him. In this situation, they had no courage to confront Ziqia head-on. But all the company's operations are managed by us. By doing this, you will ruin the company, Chen Liren protested, but Ziqia was blunt. What does that have to do with you? His reply made them realize that Ziqian's decision was final. Chen Liren had schemed, thinking himself clever, making decisions he thought were correct. But in the end, he had brought this upon himself. Enough. Chen Liren breathed out and fell silent. The others from the Chen family, although extremely dissatisfied within, remained quiet. They were now focused on completing the necessary procedures, severing all ties with the Chen Group. Ziqia then made further announcements regarding the company's future changes. 10 minutes later, he finished his speech and instructed Lu Jingyao to handle the upcoming matters before leaving the meeting room. Lu Jingyao, coming from a family of business people and holding a degree in business management, was more proficient in these matters than Ziqia. She would manage things appropriately. Mr. Z, Lu Jingyao called out a few steps, stopping Ziqia. What is it? Ziqia asked as he turned. Lu Jingyao hesitated a bit. She felt Ziqia had been somewhat distracted earlier. She didn't know if it was related to Chen Raku. From her perspective, she didn't want Ziqia to have too much contact with Chen Raku. She was worried that Ziqia might seek her out. Please focus on this side for now. When I'm done with my tasks, we can regroup. Ziqia didn't offer further explanations and left the meeting room. Lu Jingyao adjusted her emotions, turned back, and continued the meeting. After exiting the meeting room, Ziqia took the elevator to the ground floor and headed towards the company's main entrance. The entire staff was in the meeting room, so the surroundings were quiet as he walked. Just like when he left the Chen family, he was alone. However, the actual situation and Ziqian's state of mind were vastly different. Ziqia looked towards the Chen Group's building quietly. After a while, he turned away and got into his car, leaving the Chen Group. The issues with the Chen Group were now conclusively resolved. Next, there were matters to deal with regarding the Lin family, but before that, Ziqia had something more important to attend to, at least for him. The car is speeding on the road. It is heading towards the outskirts of the city. Ziqia, at this moment, is going in the direction of the rural area where Old Man Chen is located. The important reason in Ziqian's mind for this journey is actually to meet Old Man Chen. Despite any grievances or hatred towards Chen Raku and the rest of the Chen family, Zitia does not hold any resentment towards Old Man Chen. From the moment he woke up 2 years ago in the hospital in Tianhai City, he has only felt love and care from the elder towards him. Old Man Chen is not only his savior but also someone who provided him with shelter, even a home. Despite how others may view Zitia in the past 2 years, Old Man Chen has always treated him with affection as his junior. Zitia had some grievances towards Old Man Chen in the past, feeling that Chen Liren and the others, as Old Man Chen's descendants, mistreated him and Old Man Chen failed to intervene. However, later on, even Old Man Chen himself was sidelined by Chen Liren, leading to his return to the countryside in sadness and despair. Zitia finally understood that Old Man Chen did not neglect his duty, but that his descendants had grown too unruly for him to control. Therefore, Zitia only holds respect and admiration towards Old Man Chen. Looking across the entire Tianhai City, Zitia has many friends, some even older than Old Man Chen. However, in Zitian's heart, he only recognizes Old Man Chen as his elder. As for the Chen group, which was Old Man Chen's life's work and has now experienced such a significant change related to Zitia, the saying goes, as a filial child, one worries about being unfilial, not about having nothing to worry about. Although Zitia is not a descendant of the Chen family, he has long regarded Old Man Chen as his grandfather. With the recent changes in the Chen group, as a junior, he naturally needs to provide an explanation and do so face to face. Regardless of whether his actions regarding the Chen group were right or wrong, from the perspective of filial piety alone, he should make this trip. The car continues to speed without stopping, getting closer and closer to the destination roughly about an hour. Zitia has arrived at the Chen family village. When he arrived at Old Man Chen's residence, Zitia noticed that Chen Raku's car was already parked there. Zitia furrowed his brow slightly and calculated the time since Chen Raku left the company, which would have been less than half an hour at most. During the journey, Zitia drove very fast, significantly shortening the time it would have taken to reach the destination. It was not surprising to Zitia that Chen Raku had come to see Old Man Chen. In fact, in some ways, Chen Raku and Zitia were quite similar. Both were lonely individuals. Zitia was lonely and alone here, while although Chen Raku was in the Chen family, a large family, there was no genuine connection or understanding among its members. When emotionally and physically drained, the only person Chen Raku could confide in was Old Man Chen. Zitia sat in the car for a moment and hesitated to get out, initially avoiding facing Chen Raku. However, he then thought there was no need to avoid her, as he had done nothing wrong to her from the beginning to the end. With this in mind, Zitia got out of the car, closed the door, and walked into the courtyard. "Grandpa, are you home?" Zitia called as he walked. "You're here? I was wondering why I heard a car outside." Old Man Chen's voice rang out as he sat in the courtyard drinking tea. Zitia walked into the courtyard and saw only Old Man Chen present. Perhaps seeing Zitian's confusion, Old Man Chen smiled and said, "Raku was here earlier and has gone to see her second grandfather. Should I call her back?" "No need. I'm here to see you." Zitia shook his head slightly, his gaze moving away from the 2 teacups on the table to sit on a small chair. Feeling the warmth from the chair, Zitia nodded subtly and then glanced discreetly at the nearby window of the house. "Why did you suddenly come to see me?" Old Man Chen moved the half-empty cup of tea in front of Zitia to the side and replaced it with a new cup. "The matter concerning the Chen group is resolved," Zitia said. At this statement, Old Man Chen's hand trembled. Just now, when Chen Raku had come over, they had only chatted, without mentioning this matter. How was it resolved? Old Man Chen set down the teapot. "The company hasn't disappeared or gone bankrupt. But now, it's under the name of Zitia told Old Man Chen truthfully. "I see, I understand." Old Man Chen nodded gently. "I didn't go to snatch the shares of the Chen group. It was when they were collaborating with the Liang group before." Zitia paused, intending to explain everything to Old Man Chen clearly, but before he could finish, Old Man Chen waved his hand to stop him. "No need to explain. I believe in you, and in your judgment and handling of things." Old Man Chen raised his head slowly, his tone and gaze both extremely serious. In fact, Zitia felt a wave of warmth in his heart from Old Man Chen's words. Everyone desires to be understood, and Zitia was no exception. Although he didn't care about the opinions of Chen Liren and the others, if even old man Chen, whom he respected, didn't understand him, it would have been extremely distressing. Fortunately, old man Chen was not a clueless person and saw things very clearly. Of course, regardless of whether you acknowledge it or not, I will always consider you my junior, old man Chen continued. In my eyes, you and Liren and the others are all equal. So, having the Chen group in your hands is only natural. Old man Chen lightly shook his head, his words sincere from the bottom of his heart. As for whether I would be angry, of course, I am not angry. You simply took over the company, but did not harm them out of respect for me. I am grateful to you, so why would I be angry? Hearing this, Zitia exhaled gently, then nodded slightly. He had prepared himself mentally for today's meeting. He had originally thought that no matter what, Chen Liren and the others were descendants of old man Chen, and old man Chen would speak up for them. Even, he might have asked Zitia to return the shares. Zitia had been thinking on his way that if old man Chen did so, he would likely agree. However, after this, he would sever all ties and relationships with the Chen family, including old man Chen. However, old master Chen did not do so. Not only did he not ask Zitia for shares, he even said these words. This made Zitia couldn't help but sigh. This old man in front of him actually understood everything and was very wise. It was just that the descendants of the Chen family, like Chen Liren, didn't understand the good intentions of old master Chen. They thought old master Chen was too conservative and even too biased towards Zitia. But what they didn't know was that old master Chen had done his best to protect them. Grandfather, Zitia wanted to say something, but in the end, he hesitated. Tianer, you don't need to say anything. I know everything, old master Chen said. In fact, today's situation, I have a great responsibility. It was my excessive expectation towards them, my own lack of self-awareness. I knew it was impossible, but I still wanted to fight for it. In the end, the mistake was mine. Old master Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying that knowing the child was better than knowing the father. As the father of Chen Liren and others, how could he not know their abilities? He knew they were mediocre, but he hoped they could grow quickly and stand on their own. The saying the leopard cannot change its spots was proven to be true. Nobody could force a change. Grandfather, these things are not your fault. The love of parents towards their children is profound. You're not wrong. Zitia shook his head slightly. Regardless of whether Chen Liren and the others were talented or mediocre, they were still descendants of old master Chen. Just like many people who committed crimes and went to prison, being labeled as reformed through labor, but in the hearts of their parents, they were still their children. The bond of blood was stronger than water, and it could never be completely cut off. For the future, well said. Old master Chen's eyes welled up slightly, then he nodded heavily. At present, old master Chen had already let go of many things. If they were mediocre, then so be it. He hoped that through this matter with the Chen group, they could awaken thoroughly and have a good self-awareness. In this way, even though they might not become rich, at least they could live in peace. Old master Chen wiped the corner of his eye. The conversation with Zitia made him feel much more comfortable. Afterwards, the two continued to chat. By the time they finished a pot of tea, nearly an hour had passed. In fact, Zitia was waiting for something. He was waiting for old master Chen to speak up for Chen Raku. Based on Zitian's understanding of old master Chen, he wouldn't speak up for the Chen family or for Chen Liren and his associates. However, based on old master Chen's previous actions, he would likely bring up Chen Raku. But after an hour had passed, old master Chen had not mentioned a word about Chen Raku. Since old master Chen didn't bring it up, Zitia naturally wouldn't say much either. There wasn't much left to say between him and Chen Raku now, so there was no need to waste any more time. Grandfather, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Zitia checked the time and prepared to leave. All right, old master Chen stood up as well. Grandfather, I obtained a 51% stake in the Liang group from them. I want to hand over the remaining 49% to you. Before leaving, Zitia brought up this matter. He had always been like this. He could give it to you on his own, but you couldn't actively ask for it from him. Just like the matter of the Chen group's shares, if old master Chen had asked for it, Zitia would have given it, but he would have felt uncomfortable. But now, he truly wanted to give it. I'll say this again, the company is in your hands, I trust you. I'm also happy, Zitia said. So, there's no need to give it to me. Old Master Chen's attitude was resolute. After Zichia finished speaking, Old Master Chen did not refuse anymore, indicating his agreement with a nod. Tianer, are you going to the Yi family in the capital? When Zichia was about to get into the car, Old Master Chen suddenly stopped him and brought up this matter. Yes, the Yi family has something I need, so I have to go there. Zichia nodded in reply. Okay. Old Master Chen paused for a moment, looking like he had something to say but hesitated. Grandfather, do you have anything to tell me? Zichia felt like Old Master Chen had something he wanted to say. Not at the moment. However, if you have time before you go to the Yi family, you can come to my place, Old Master Chen said, then waved his hand and didn't say much more. Okay. Zichia didn't think much more and just replied before getting into the car and leaving. As the car buzzed away towards the village, Old Master Chen watched Zichian's car disappear into the distance, then turned back towards the courtyard. Come out. Tianer has left, Old Master Chen said, and Chen Raku came out of the room beside him. Seeing her slightly red eyes, it was clear that she had just been crying. Why did he suddenly come to see you? Almost caught by him, Chen Raku pretended to grumble lightly. Silly girl. Do you think Tianer is a fool? Old Master Chen shook his head and sighed. He felt somewhat helpless about the feelings between Zichia and Chen Raku. Hey, how did he find out when I didn't make a sound? Chen Raku was surprised, then picked up a teacup and took a sip, only to suddenly realize that it was the cup Zichia had used. But after hesitating for 2 seconds, she didn't put it down, nor did she spit out the tea. Why didn't you let me mention you in front of him? I feel like Tianer is waiting for me to speak up for you. Old Master Chen asked this question, and Chen Raku shook her head gently. Grandfather, it's meaningless to say anything now. Instead of making it difficult for you and him, it's better for everyone to get along peacefully. Chen Raku put down the teacup and softly expressed her thoughts. So, about the shares. Tianer said he wanted to give me 49% of the shares. I think his intention is to leave these shares to both of us. Old Master Chen paused and brought up the matter of shares again. I don't want them. Chen Raku refused decisively. I have already voluntarily left the company and will not take a single cent from the company. Chen Raku took a deep breath and continued. I am a failure, and if I fail, I am willing to admit defeat. At the same time, I want to preserve my last bit of dignity. You. Many words in old Mr. Chen's heart ultimately turned into a sigh. He knew that setting aside the matters of the Chen group, just looking at the personal relationship between Zichia and Chen Raku indeed had an undeniable responsibility. Saying she was wrong. She was indeed wrong. But another point was, old Mr. Chen understood that Zichia, this young man, had a level of maturity and mindset far beyond his peers. So Zichia could see many things that his peers couldn't see, and he could understand many things that his peers couldn't comprehend. It was for this reason that the gap between Chen Raku and Zichia continued to widen. Just like an elementary school student, no matter how smart and sensible he is, in the eyes of an adult, he is still an inexperienced child, and it's impossible for them to play together. And those peers in their 20s, to Zichia, indeed resembled the difference between children and adults. Therefore, young people similar in age to Zichia found it difficult to gain his approval, let alone enter his heart. The former Chen Raku had the opportunity to enter Zichian's heart when he was at his loneliest and most difficult moment. However, the actions of Chen Raku later on were like using a steel knife to dig herself out of Zichian's heart. Once out, there was no chance of going back. So, old Mr. Chen didn't know what to say. And he didn't know how to advise because he understood that no matter how much was said, it would be meaningless in the current situation. At this moment, arguing about who was right or wrong was meaningless. It could only be said that Zichia and Chen Raku were destined but not meant to be together, so they ultimately couldn't be together. Grandpa, I must be a terrible person. I want to do everything right, but in the end, I didn't do anything right. Whether it's the company or personal relationships, I've messed everything up. Even many times, I thought sacrificing everything personally would make the company better, but in the end, I realized that what I did was wrong, meaningless, and too self-righteous. Even my so-called sacrifices were just self-indulgence. After a moment of silence, Chen Raku's mouth slowly turned bitter, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Looking back at the path she had taken, she realized that what she thought was right and the things she considered as sacrifices and dedication were all just self-righteousness and a big joke. I have failed. Everyone around me, my uncles, including my parents, they all don't like me. Liang Chao, Li Yue, including Lin Yang and those people who got close to me. They all had ulterior motives. Except for you. Only Zichia quietly treated me well, but I pushed him away with my own hands. I am truly a failure, and I am really terrible. At this moment, Chen Raku's emotions were so painful and unbearable. Silly girl, how can you be so terrible? You just took a wrong turn, but I believe my granddaughter is definitely not a person with bad character. To recognize one's mistakes is the greatest improvement. We all make mistakes. It's okay to make mistakes or take the wrong path. The key is what lessons we can learn from these mistakes and what kind of growth we can achieve. Old Mr. Chen reached out and patted Chen Raku's head, speaking kindly without a hint of blame. In this world, anyone could think that Chen Raku was terrible or call her a brainless fool. That as Chen Raku's grandfather, old Mr. Chen only saw Chen Raku as a naive little girl who was still learning about the ways of the world. Stepping back, even if Chen Raku truly was a brainless fool, it didn't change the fact that she was his granddaughter. Just like how Zichia was considered a failure in everyone's eyes at the beginning, old Mr. Chen still cherished and loved him. Grandpa, Chen Raku couldn't hold back her tears anymore, and in an instant, tears were streaming down her face. What if? Old Mr. Chen paused. I explain everything from back then to Tian. No. Chen Raku suddenly looked up and hurriedly wiped away her tears. Let's not bring up the past. Things are fine as they are now. Chen Raku looked at old Mr. Chen, her tone and expression serious. After a few seconds of eye contact between old Mr. Chen and Chen Raku, he ultimately nodded without saying more. On the other side, Zichia was on his way back to Tianhai City. Before seeing old Mr. Chen, he had been carrying a heavy burden in his heart. In short, he could have 1,000 reasons to go against the Chen group and the Chen family. However, for a person loyal and filial like him, filial piety was a hurdle he couldn't easily overcome. Just this one hurdle could outweigh 1,000 reasons in front of him. After all, everyone had their weaknesses, be it for money or friendships. In the Chen family, old Mr. Chen was Zichian's weakness. Fortunately, old Mr. Chen was reasonable and could distinguish right from wrong. So after a conversation with old Mr. Chen, Zichia was able to let go of the burden in his heart. As for the other members of the Chen family, let's not talk about Chen Liren and those people. Zichia harbored nothing but resentments towards them from beginning to end. So, initially, Zichia had thought that if they were sincere in admitting their mistakes and apologized genuinely, he would give each of them some shares for their living, out of respect for old Mr. Chen. But after the interaction today, Zichia reaffirmed his previous thoughts. Chen Liren and the others were beyond redemption, so it was better to let them face the consequences of their actions. Chen Raku was different from Chen Liren and the others. Whether in personal emotions or from old Mr. Chen's perspective, Zichia couldn't treat Chen Raku the same way as he did with Chen Liren and the others. However, now that Chen Raku had voluntarily resigned and deliberately avoided him when he was with old Mr. Chen earlier, Zichia understood Chen Raku's stance now. In this situation, it was best for both sides not to disturb each other. In conclusion, the matters concerning the Chen group and the entire Chen family had been completely resolved. Next, Zichian's goal was to settle the score with the Lin family and then quickly head to the Ya family's medicinal herb warehouse in Beijing. Once he obtained the required herbs, he could further restore his health. Before that, however, he needed to focus on resolving the issues with the Lin family. The Lin family was different from the Chen group. Zichia harbored genuine hatred towards the Lin family. Moreover, the Lin family had deep roots, extensive connections, and if given the chance to breathe, they would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely against Zichia. Therefore, Zichia had to completely defeat them before they could pose a threat. Just then, a message notification rang on his phone. This information comes from John Dingnan, and this information contains only one word: ending. Seeing this word, Zichia slowly withdraws his gaze, while a smile creeps up at the corner of his mouth. The Tianhai Lin family has been entrenched in Tianhai City for decades, with connections, funds, and social status all very intricate. Dealing with such a terrifying presence, a local company in Tianhai City, won't be easy to bring down in one fell swoop. Previously, when Zhang Dingnan called Zitia, it was like handing Zitia a sharp sword. With this sword, Zitia now has the weapon to take down the Lin family. But before this, the sword was not yet unsheathed, and the edge was not sharp enough. Now, the word ending in this information is like sharpening that sword. With a sharpened sword, it will be unstoppable, cutting through the Lin family like slicing tofu. In other words, at this moment, Zitia is truly well prepared. It remains to be seen whether the Lin family can hold their ground. Zitia drives with one hand on the steering wheel, dialing Lu Jinya's number with his other hand. Mr. Z, I just finished handling the Chen Group's affairs and was about to call you. Lu Jinya has made adjustments and corresponding changes to the Chen Group. No need to report. Zitia shakes his head slightly. Having dealt with Lu Jinya for so long, he naturally knows her capabilities. Okay, I'll prepare a document for you to review when you have time. Lu Jinya nods lightly, but she insists on reporting the details to Zitia. Although it might be fine for other companies, there is an unbreakable connection between the Chen Group and Ziqian's family. Therefore, the changes in the Chen Group must be fully reported to Zitia. Okay, but next, you have more important things to do, Zitia says quietly. Mr. Z, are you going to make a full move? Lu Jinya immediately understands what he means. Let's do it. Don't give them a chance. Be ruthless. Strike hard. First, strike until they dare not retaliate, until they can never turn things around. Ziqian's tone is exceptionally cold when he says these words. Yes. Lu Jinya nods solemnly. Ziqia may have a bit of leniency towards the Chen family, but towards the Lin family, his attitude can be described with one word. Ruthless. After hanging up the phone, Ziqia sends out the pre-edited messages. Once done, he puts down the phone and heads back to the city center. At this moment, at the Lin family mansion, Father, you can't just stand by and watch us like this. Lin Wan kneels with Lin Yang, pleading to Lin Lei. Taking away the shares of the Lin family is Lin Wan's last resort, but they never expected that Zitia would thwart their plan. Now, Lin Wan is at a loss, his heart in turmoil. You were so confident before, weren't you? Lin Lei leisurely plays with two walnut carvings in his left hand, holding a purple clay teapot in his right hand, appearing very relaxed. I thought about every detail, but I overlooked the matter of the Liang Group. That's the blow that struck me. Lin Wan clenches his fists, gritting his teeth. He never expected that the shares taken by the Liang Group from the Chen family ended up in Ziqian's hands. What did this signify? It meant that the Liang Group was most likely under Ziqian's influence. If that was the case, then it would imply that Ziqia was the one who had brought down the Liang Group. During this time, Lin Wan dared not underestimate Zitia, but he still underestimated Ziqian's abilities and methods. It seems that old Chen did not deceive you. Zitia is indeed the big figure behind the Chen family. Upon hearing these words from Lin Lei, both Lin Wan and Lin Yang blushed instantly. They didn't believe a single word old Chen said originally. After returning and relaying the information to Lin Lei, he reminded them of how they should respond if old Chen was telling the truth. But at that time, what was Lin Wan's attitude? He felt that there was no need to consider what old Chen said might be true. Ziqia couldn't possibly have such capabilities. Now faced with the reality, Lin Wan regrets deeply. I can't understand. How does he have such power? Could there be someone backing him? Lin Wan scratches his head, unable to believe that Ziqia could possess such power. Considering the recent events, especially how Ziqia could kill Liang Chao and still be acquitted, it must be the work of top-tier figures in the political circle. But what kind of political background does Ziqia have? Whether he is someone backing him is no longer important. What matters is that he is indeed connected to all of this. If someone is willing to help him, that signifies his own strength. And whoever can help him destroy the Liang family can do the same to the Lin family. Hearing these words from Lin Lei, Lin Wan and Lin Yang feel their scalps tingling, hearts pounding, because they know Lin Lei's words do not exaggerate the situation. So, faced with this situation, what can their Lin family do? Father, I know I was wrong. My anger clouded my judgment, leading to one mistake after another. But no matter what, I am considering the Lin family, our family. You can't just watch the Lin family collapse like this, can you? Lin Wan remains kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face in despair. Setting aside whether he is acting, Lin Laoyi is still Lin Wan's father. If he sees his younger generation in such distress and has a means to help, he will not keep it to himself. Grandfather, you must come up with a solution. After Zitia deals with the Chen group, he will surely turn his sights on us next. Lin Yang pauses briefly and adds, also, Zhang Dingnan has a close relationship with Zitia, and he might intervene in this matter too. Lin Wan nods repeatedly. The incident with the Sanmu group being destroyed left Lin Wan with many unanswered questions, but now, thinking back, that incident must have some connection to Zitia and Zhang Dingnan. If Zitia could bring down the Sanmu group, what could their Lin family possibly do? After a long contemplation, Lin Laoyi, realizing the critical situation they are in, says, enough. Slowly rising, Lin Laoyi continues, wait here. It takes about 3 minutes before Lin Laoyi reemerges. This time, he holds 2 items in his hands. Grandpa, what are you holding? Lin Yang curiously asked, while Lin Wan felt a sense of disappointment in his heart. He had thought that Grandpa Lin had come up with a solution, but now he saw that Grandpa Lin was holding a small box and a piece of paper in his hand. Could these 2 items really help the Lin family survive? Originally, I wanted to wait until the Lin family encountered a great disaster before bringing it out, but now, it seems that the Lin family is indeed facing life and death. I knew that this item would be needed sooner or later. I just didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Grandpa Lin sighed deeply and placed the items on the table. Lin Wan and Lin Yang were both puzzled by all this. Father, what is this exactly? Lin Wan furrowed his brow and asked, don't ask so many questions. Grandpa Lin shook his head and said, I don't know if it can save us, but this token represents a big favor. At this point, Grandpa Lin stopped talking and turned to Lin Yang, saying, Yang, I need you to handle this matter personally. Saying this, Grandpa Lin handed the 2 items to Lin Yang. Lin Yang became even more confused. The fact that he was being tasked with handling it showed the importance of the matter, but he didn't know exactly what he was supposed to do. The paper has an address and contact information. When you arrive, call this phone number and bring this item to meet him. Just say that the Lin family is in trouble, and nothing more. Grandpa Lin looked at Lin Yang, instructing him with great seriousness. Okay. Lin Yang nodded and looked at the address, frowning immediately. Grandpa, this is so far away. It's in the provincial capital. Can you find someone who can suppress Zhang Dingnan in Tianhai City? Grandpa Lin asked, and both Lin Wan and Lin Yang instantly understood. Zhang Dingnan, as the mayor of Tianhai City, was someone no one in the city could restrain. If he was determined to help Zitia deal with the Lin family, no one could stop him. However, if they could find someone who could suppress even Lin Wan, then Zhang Dingnan would lose his threat instantly. Not only that, Zhang Dingnan would have to do his best to protect the Lin family, unless he wanted to offend his superiors. After understanding all this, Lin Wan became extremely excited. You must handle the task Grandpa instructed you with great care. The fate of the Lin family this time depends on you. Lin Wan turned to Lin Yang, giving him the same serious instructions. I understand. Lin Yang nodded. When should I go? The sooner, the better, Grandpa Lin replied. I'll go now. Lin Yang stood up and headed outside. Father, can it really work? After Lin Yang left, Lin Wan also stood up slowly, with him taking action. No one in Tianhai City dares to speak out. Grandpa Lin squinted slightly and said, if Zitia has someone backing him, does he think that our Lin family doesn't? Hearing this, Lin Wan felt relieved, and the heavy burden on his mind was finally lifted. Tianhai City Business District. After last night's turmoil, this morning, an unusual quietness prevailed. Many thought that Zitia wouldn't dare to act against the headquarters of the Lin group, so the matter would end here. But only a small group of people knew that this calm period was because Zitia had withdrawn to deal with the Chen group's issues. And once the Chen group's matters were settled, Zitia would once again stir up a storm in the business district. As it turned out, the speculation of these people was entirely correct. Upon leaving Mr. Chen and receiving a message from Zhang Dingnan, Zitia immediately directed Linia and others to launch a fierce attack against the Lin group. The actions taken last night were just a warning, telling others not to meddle in this matter. At the same time, it was a practice to test the coordination among the members of the Lu, Wong, and Zhou families. And now, with the overall situation set, all of Zitian's forces were aimed at the Lin group's headquarters, ready to launch a relentless attack. Business warfare is a battlefield without gunpowder. It's all about networking resources and financial strength. Although the Lin family was strong, with the Lu, Wong, and Zhou families at the forefront on Ziqian's side, along with the Liang group and more than 60 subsidiaries secretly controlled by Ziqia, ready to strike wherever needed, Ziqia outmatched the Lin family in terms of financial strength and networking resources. Therefore, the Lin family currently had no chance of winning. Their only option was to resist as best they could, and indeed, when Ziqia gave the order for all his forces to attack the Lin family had no opportunity to fight back. They could only defend themselves, forced to take the blows. In the vast Tianhai city, Ziqia and the Lin family had become the main characters. Apart from the people on both sides, everyone else in Tianhai city, whether from powerful families, prominent figures in the business district, or other forces, remained quiet, halting all projects and staying out of it, with some even temporarily closing their businesses, not daring to get involved in the slightest. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. The battle between the Lin family and Ziqia was indeed a fight between immortals. Apart from those directly involved, no one dared to interfere, and even discussions were conducted discreetly within their families. Everyone in Tianhai City understood that this battle of the immortals would rearrange the family powers and business landscape of Tianhai City. It would also determine which family would truly be the #1 family in Tianhai City. However, who would survive this battle and who would become its casualties remained uncertain. Countless people wished for this battle to end quickly and for Tianhai City to return to tranquility. Meanwhile, in the midst of the intense business warfare outside, both sides were deploying all their tactics. The faction led by the Lu family tried every means to destroy everything related to the Lin family. On the other hand, the Lin family was brainstorming strategies and putting up a difficult resistance. The instigator of this business war, Ziqia, was currently relaxing and drinking tea while fishing on Diayutai Island off the shores of Chendao Lake. Zhou Yuqing and Lu Jinya, two girls, were accompanying him. Lu Jinya occasionally checked her phone and reported the latest developments to Ziqia. Ziqia listened silently throughout, occasionally pointing out issues for Lu Jianlin and others outside to adjust promptly. As for Zhou Yuqing, she didn't like getting involved in these matters. She simply sat next to Ziqia, quietly pouring tea and water. Ziqia, have some fruit. Zhou Yuqing handed a peeled grape to Ziqian's mouth. The gentle breeze blew, lifting Zhou Yuqing's hair strands and causing them to fall on Ziqian's face, creating a tickling sensation. Ziqia turned his face to avoid it, and Zhou Yuqing smiled gently, tucking the loose strands behind her ear. Can the two of you pay a bit more attention? There's still someone here. Lu Jinya felt quite unhappy, her face showing displeasure as she said, Mr. Z, there's new information. What's the situation? Ziqia continued to look at the fishing float. Hey, turn your head over here. Lu Jinya reached out and turned Ziqian's face around. During this period of time, Lu Jinya was becoming bolder in her interactions with Ziqia. However, if it weren't for Zhou Yuqing being here, Lu Jinya wouldn't dare to do so, no matter how bold she was. There is a saying that goes, it is difficult to deal with women and villains. Most men are more competitive than women, but when women get jealous, it can be extremely frustrating. Fortunately, Zhou Yuqing has a calm and peaceful personality, and her view on love is that she likes Ziqia and allows others to like him too, because no matter what, it will not affect her liking for Ziqia. So, she won't argue with Lu Jinya or get jealous and compete with each other. So the current situation is that a slap from Lu Jinya doesn't make a sound, and the three of them are getting along quite well. If Zhou Yuqing didn't have this kind of personality, it would probably give Ziqia a massive headache if the two girls fought. In fact, Ziqia is not sure if he has any romantic feelings towards Lu Jinya and Zhou Yuqing. He has asked himself this question before, but deep down, he mostly sees these two girls as sisters. Mr. Z, what are you thinking? I haven't updated you on the situation yet. Lu Jinya saw Ziqia turning his head back and immediately pouted. Go ahead. Ziqia nodded lightly. The Lin family has chosen to cut off their arm to save their life. They have been withdrawing funds and shrinking their own businesses. In just these few hours, their assets have significantly decreased. All of this is exactly as you predicted. Lu Jinya couldn't help but sigh as she spoke. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would find it hard to believe in someone like Ziqia, a business genius. Although Zichia claims that he doesn't understand business, only understands human nature, from Lu Jinya's acquaintance with Zichia until now, almost all of Zichian's business decisions have been correct. Even though there were some instances where Lu Jinya thought Zichia might have made a wrong judgment during the process, the final results proved that Zichia was right. Not only is Zichian's decision-making impressive, but even after this incident, he anticipates all possible responses from the other parties with remarkable foresight. This ability truly terrifies Lu Jinya. She can't help but wonder if Zichia were an enemy of their Lu family, would they be able to withstand it? The answer is they wouldn't. No family in Tian High City could. The only way to avoid this is to never, ever become enemies with Zichia. Lu Jinya glanced at her phone again and said, however, the Lin family is indeed tough to deal with, very difficult. If it were our Lu family in this situation, we definitely couldn't hold on for so long. Hearing Lu Jinya's words, Zichia smiled and shook his head lightly. It was within his expectations that the Lin family would be difficult to deal with. Although Zichia has various family alliances on his side, they are all fighting for their interests. But what about the Lin family? They are fighting for their own wealth and lands. One side is fighting for money, while the other is fighting for survival, so the efforts put forth by both sides are completely different. It's like when a dog chases a rabbit. If it can't catch up, it will give up, at most missing a meal. But if the rabbit doesn't run, it risks its life, so it won't stop until its strength is exhausted. The Lin family is the same now. If they give up, there will be no more Lin family in Tian High City. In this situation, they will fight until the very end. Although we are well prepared. But dealing with the Lin family will take at least 2 days, Zichia said, putting down the fishing bait and sharing his judgment. 2 days then, that's acceptable. Lu Jinya nodded lightly. Taking 2 days to defeat the long-standing large family in Tian High City is indeed very powerful. What I meant was, under normal circumstances, Zichian's words caused Lu Jinya's heart to skip a beat, and she quickly asked, Mr. Z, do you mean that the Lin family still has some trump cards? What do you think? Zichia smiled without answering. The Lin family could not have stood for so many years in Tian High City without some hidden depths. Zichia might show contempt for his opponents in words, but if they really engaged, he wouldn't be arrogant. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinya furrowed her brows in concern for a few seconds, but soon relaxed them. Mr. Z, since you have thought of this in advance, I guess you must have some trump card too, right? Lu Jinya smiled playfully. After working together with Zichia for so long, she now has 200% trust in him. Zichia did not respond. Suddenly, he lifted the rod, and with the striking sound of the fishing rod rubbing against the air, the front part of the rod bent to its limit, followed by a 5-pound big fish jumping out of water. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed silently. During these 2 days, the battle in the commercial district of Tian High City never stopped. Zichian's people worked sincerely and cooperatively, more in sync than ever, targeting to completely dismantle the Lin family and not giving them a moment to breathe. On the other hand, the Lin family also revealed all their trump cards, not giving up easily but showing an attitude of fighting Zichia to the end. In the process of clashes between the two sides, many companies fell every day. Among these fallen companies, not only those owned by the Lin family were affected. The Lin family is now like a trapped beast, fighting desperately, dragging others into the inferno with them. Therefore, before their companies or assets collapsed, they would use all means to pull down Zichian's people. Some companies that initially remained neutral also suffered, but could do nothing about it. The entire commercial district of Tian High City was in chaos, with people filled with anxiety. The business sector needs to operate and circulate in a virtuous cycle to develop the economy and increase local tax revenue. But now, everyone was not focused on business development, but on destroying each other, leading to stagnation in economic development. Not only did the economic development stall, but the intense battle between the two sides, coupled with numerous company closures, also meant losses for the entire Tian High City. It's not an exaggeration to say that the battle in these 2 short days could set back the commercial district of Tian High City by more than 10 years. In the past, under such circumstances, the higher-ups would intervene and negotiate between the warring parties. After all, when two giant entities fight, not only do they suffer losses, but the cities in their area, including the ordinary people in that area, will also be affected. Such adverse effects are not conducive to development and go against the principles of the country's harmony and stability. Therefore, whenever such situations arise, the higher-ups would intervene. However, this time, after 2 days of fighting, there was no movement from John Dingnan and his group. The business district is in chaos. The upper levels of Tian High City remain silent and passive. This has left countless people puzzled, as it is unlike the usual style of the upper echelons. In truth, it's not that these upper-level individuals don't want to intervene, but the situation has been forcefully suppressed by John Dingnan. The TU character that John Dingnan sent to ZTA earlier represented that the upper-level circle's affairs had been properly arranged. Thus, this battle has been ongoing for 2 days, with not a single word reported by any media outlet in Tian High City. Only those within the circle have a full understanding of the situation. As for John Dingnan and his group, they are very clear about the circumstances. After 2 days of endurance, many people couldn't hold back and requested a meeting with John Dingnan. Mr. John, it can't go on like this. If we let them continue, countless companies will go bankrupt, and numerous people will lose their livelihoods. Not only that, it will result in significant losses for our local revenue and the overall economic situation. They might be feeling comfortable with the fighting, but what about us? What about the people of Tian High City? The group presented various suggestions, all aiming to intervene in the ongoing battle. John Dingnan stood by the window, shaking his head gently. "We can no longer stop it," he replied. "It must stop," someone added. "Yes, we can only try to minimize the losses now. If we turn a blind eye, the subsequent losses will be immeasurable." Tian High City has been developing well in recent years. However, if this matter isn't handled properly, all of our achievements will be in vain. Our reputation will be ruined. The group frowned, sticking to their respective beliefs. 2 days ago, when John Dingnan presented his plan, they all opposed it. However, John Dingnan withstood their pressure and gave ZTA an opportunity. But now, after 2 days with the situation deteriorating, and the battle having no end in sight, these individuals were restless. After all, if a city faced problems as their supervisors, they would be held accountable for failing to manage the situation properly. John Dingnan remained silent, questioning the rightness of his decision. By supporting ZTA at the risk of Tian High City's economic future, was it worth it? While he could afford to lose, this matter involved many others and even the future of Tian High City. If he failed, would he not become a scapegoat for the city? John Dingnan clenched his teeth, facing a difficult decision. Should he give ZTA more time or intervene now to halt the chaos? He gazed at the blue sky for a moment, then looked down at the wall across the street from the window. On that wall was written a slogan: prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony. 20 characters in total, representing the core values of the country in recent years. John Dingnan stared at those words for a long time. Initially uncertain, his eyes gradually grew firm. Several seconds later, he turned to the group of middle-aged men and women waiting for his decision. "I ask you all," he began. "Lynn family has engaged in numerous illegal operations, monopolizing various industries through unfair competition, all to achieve dominance. Is this not true?" John Dingnan's question raised some eyebrows, but nobody refuted it. The truth was indisputable. Before this battle, their actions had already caused harm and oppression to the people of Tian High City. Is this not also true? John Dingnan continued, with the group becoming increasingly silent. If it is indeed true, if they are guilty, why should we not hold them accountable? John Dingnan took a deep breath. With the pain we're enduring in this short period, can we not exchange it for a better business environment and bet on the future of Tian High City? Upon hearing this, the previously silent group began to speak. There are many ways to solve problems. We don't necessarily have to make them fight. ZTA isn't a law enforcer. We have various means to deal with the Lin family, but it would take time. We understand your decision, but are you blind to the losses and impacts incurred during this process? So much loss. Are you not affected by it? A man stepped forward, filled with questions. I damn well am affected, John Dingnan suddenly roared. But whether it's a city or a nation striving for improvement, bloodshed and sacrifice are inevitable, accompanied by the efforts of countless individuals. If you ask me about being affected, let me ask you this. When the Washington invaders invaded our country in the past, Tens of thousands of warriors built iron walls with their blood and flesh. Were their families not affected when foreign powers attacked our country? Tens of thousands of young heroes fought with blood and sweat. Even children as young as 10 took up arms. Were their families not affected? They were affected. They suffered immensely. How do I know? Because my father brought back my grandfather's ashes when I was 3. With each passionate outburst from John Dingnan, the room fell into silence. Those losses, those tens of thousands of lives lost, do they not trigger any emotions? But if you ask those fallen heroes if they regret their actions, they won't. They used their blood and flesh to protect their families and our country's land, ensuring peace and stability for nearly a century. If given another chance, they would do it all over again, knowing they would perish in the process. It's because of those losses, because of their sacrifices, that our country prospered and those 20 characters were established. John Dingnan pointed to the 20 characters on the wall opposite them. All heads turned instinctively to read them. With a white background and bright red letters, they were glaring, intense, and piercing. After a few moments, the man who once questioned John Dingnan said, "Mr. Zhang, I believe these two matters should not be conflated." Why can't they be? The Lin family's wrongdoings are evident to all of us, but we have yet to produce an effective solution. Unorthodox times call for unorthodox measures. John Dingnan replied calmly, "I'm not saying your approach is wrong, but perhaps your expectations for Zichia are too high." After this middle-aged man's remarks, others in the room nodded in agreement. Having worked with John Dingnan for many years, they knew he was dedicated to the development of Tianhai City. While John Dingnan's ideas seemed flawless, the key was whether Zichia could live up to those expectations. Lian Group, Sanmu Group, and also cutting off external forces of the Lin family a few days ago. I didn't assist him in any way with these 3 matters, but how did he handle them? Has it caused any adverse effects on the economy of Tianhai City? Hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent, and the others lowered their heads and remained silent. I am not blind, and I will not gamble with the fate of Tianhai City based on his abilities. But, with these 3 matters, has he proven his capabilities to me? Shouldn't I trust him this time? The crowd fell even quieter at these words. After all, what John Dingnan said was all true. It was because he saw Zichion's determination and the capabilities he demonstrated that John Dingnan decided to take action this time. I will trust him this time, but I still haven't done anything to help him. The battles between them are limited to financial power and resources, using commercial means, not violence. I hope you all understand this. After John Dingnan finished speaking, the crowd nodded silently. If the struggle between Zichia and the Lin family was the kind of gang fight in the underground world, it would definitely not be okay. But the current situation involved each side mobilizing funds, resources, and even evidence for legal accusations, which was a different story. Of course, I admit there is an element of gambling involved, and since I've gambled, I am prepared for all possible outcomes. If winning is best, but if I lose, I will resign and take full responsibility for everything. The judgment of my actions, right or wrong, will be left for future generations to decide. With that, John Dingnan turned and left the meeting room. The people inside watched him leave in silence for a long time. Let's give it some more time, the middle-aged man said, and others nodded. John Dingnan had already said enough, leaving little room for further discussion. One day passed, and it was soon evening. After several days of fighting, both sides were exhausted. So, around 5 p.m., they all independently chose to temporarily halt the struggle. Continuing like this would be unsustainable. Additionally, both sides had exhausted most of their resources and tactics in the conflict thus far. Therefore, they needed time to plan their next moves. At 8 p.m., the current leaders of the 3 families, Wu Jianlin, Wang Tanhai, and Zhou Jinpeng, representing their respective groups, gathered at the lakeside villa to discuss the next steps with Zichia. It was evident that all 3 of them looked tired. To be honest, these past few days of fighting have been quite exhilarating. It reminds me of my youth. Quite exciting indeed, they said, looking at each other's exhausted faces and laughing heartily. The underground world thrives on such fierce combat for territory and power, a source of excitement for those involved. In the business world, their battles were fought on a different front. Utilizing connections, resources, and power, they engaged in intellectual and strategic battles, equally exhilarating. You've all worked hard these days, Zichia said, pouring them tea. Ha ha. not really hard. We are a bit weary, but from what I know, Lynn hasn't slept for 2 nights now, completely worn out. They laughed again, finding satisfaction in their collective efforts against a common enemy. There were some losses on their side, but the losses suffered by the Lynn family were immeasurable. Mr. Z, the situation now is that the Lynn family has nearly exhausted all their resources and strategies. Even their hidden assets have been revealed in this process. As soon as Mr. John intervenes, there will be no Lynn family left in Tian High City. After Lu Jianlin finished speaking, the other two also nodded in agreement. This outcome was long anticipated by them. After all, Zitia had rallied half of the business community against the Lin family, with covert support from John Dingnan, sealing the fate of the Lin family. Let's not underestimate the situation, Zitia said with a slight shake of his head, surprised that the Lin family had resisted for so long. The fact that the Lin family was still fiercely resisting indicated either a determination to fight to the end or a waiting game for something. In neither scenario, they were prepared for what was to come. Yes, we won't take this lightly. However, the outcome is nearly certain now. Once the relevant departments intervene, and the Lin family is completely sealed off, this battle will come to a decisive end. Lu Jianlin and the others nodded seriously, showing caution and respect for the gravity of the situation. All right, I'll contact Mr. John, Zitia said, and the three immediately nodded in agreement before taking their leave. Despite being the current family heads, they understood their limits in the upper echelons and knew that Zitia was best suited to deal with such matters. After briefing Zitia, they left to prepare for their next moves, knowing that the night might bring the final confrontation. After a night passed, it was another intense battle. The situation of the Lin group had reached a dead end. Under Ziqian's command, Lu Jianlin and his associates had ceased all actions, as the situation no longer concerned them. Unlike the Sanmu group, which was a foreign enterprise and could potentially be absorbed by Ziqian's group, the Lin family, being a local business with a different development model, could not be wholly taken over. Such different opponents required different tactics and would yield different outcomes. The goal from the start was to topple the Lin family to allow the rise of the Lu family. With Ziqian's tasks accomplished, he had given John Dingnan a satisfactory answer. At 8 a.m. the next morning, in John Dingnan's office, he reviewed the evidence gathered by Zitia during his confrontation with the Lin family. This thick dossier contained all the evidence of the Lin family's illegal activities. Hence, John Dingnan had only been involved in following legal procedures and ensuring the Lin family's accountability. Handle it according to the law. Arrest those who need to be arrested, and sentence as needed. John Dingnan slowly closed the file and looked at the responsible heads of various departments in the room. No problem. Everyone nodded in agreement. If John Dingnan had asked them to twist black and white, and forcefully investigate other companies, they definitely wouldn't have agreed. They might even report John Dingnan for corruption and violation of laws and regulations. But the current situation was different. John Dingnan had concrete evidence in hand, allowing them to handle the case according to the law. Naturally, they had nothing to say, as this was indeed their responsibility. The documents are here. Take what you need and proceed with handling them. John Dingnan spread out the documents, each category neatly organized. Financial records, taxes, all relevant aspects of company operations, even some criminal matters were all clearly classified. Each department had its role, and they were to enforce the law based on the evidence they held. This was the proper procedure. Everyone came forward to take the necessary documents. Mr. John, we're leaving. We'll report back once everything is taken care of. People bid farewell and prepared to leave. Just then, John Dingnan's phone vibrated. Wait a minute. Seeing the incoming call, John Dingnan immediately signaled for everyone to stop. At the same time, a sense of unease crept into John Dingnan's heart. He remained silent for a few seconds before answering the call. Leader. As John Dingnan uttered those words, everyone present felt a chill. In Tian High City, no one referred to John Dingnan as leader. Therefore, the caller was likely a high-ranking figure in Tian High City. Realizing this, everyone fell silent. Why? Whatever was said on the other end of the line made John Dingnan furrow his brows. I understand what you are saying, but the situation right now is... John Dingnan paused, then walked towards a small rest area in the office. The others in the office exchanged glances. Although they had some guesses in mind, nobody dared to speak out, choosing to remain silent and await further instructions. 5 minutes later, John Dingnan emerged from the room with a grim expression. It was evident to everyone present that he was struggling to contain his anger. Despite his efforts, the fluctuation in his chest revealed the fury within him. Witnessing this, everyone grew even quieter, hardly daring to breathe audibly. The Lynn family, you dare to act recklessly. So, it seems they really have a sense of impunity. Finally breaking the silence, John Dingnan's voice trembled slightly. The others confirmed their suspicions upon hearing his words. It appeared that influential forces were intervening to halt the proceedings. Given this interference, it seemed unlikely that the case could proceed. What are you all waiting for? John Dingnan gazed at the others. What should we do now? The current situation left them with few options. I'm telling you, don't look at me like that. What I, John Dingnan, have done is right, and I will persist. No one can stop me. The Lynn family has committed numerous wrongdoings, and I will eliminate them. Now, go and handle the case according to the law immediately. John Dingnan pointed at the others, leaving them shocked. Could it be that John Dingnan was willing to defy orders from above to take down the Lynn family? Mr. John, please calm down. If there are other directives from higher up, there must be a reason. If we resist, what about? After a brief silence, they began advising one another. Look, examine the evidence carefully. If Shaoshan hadn't gathered this evidence, we wouldn't have known about the Lin family's numerous misdeeds over the years. What are we waiting for? The evidence is right in front of us. If we don't eliminate the Lin family, I, John Dingnan, would be failing my responsibilities. John Dingnan slammed the table, and the group exchanged glances before departing. But once outside, they held a brief meeting, knowing that even their combined efforts couldn't challenge the orders given. Their consensus was to delay taking action against the Lin family for as long as possible. Indulging in this thought, John Dingnan, having smoked his cigarettes, got up, started gathering his personal belongings, and then remembered something. He made a call. Mr. John, Shaoshan answered the call. You don't need to wait. Use any means at your disposal, as long as it's within the law. John Dingnan's tone was direct, a stark contrast to his previous ambiguous interactions. Someone intervened. In an instant, Shaoshan understood the situation. This has nothing to do with you. Progress on my end may not go smoothly, so you'll have to rely on yourself. John Dingnan paused, then continued. After you've dismantled the Lin family, I believe Tianhai City will become better, but I won't be able to see it. You will see it, if the pressure becomes too much. Let's end it here. If you stop, I'll stop too. Shaoshan's words left John Dingnan momentarily stunned. Are you crazy? Why would you do this? John Dingnan's eyes widened as he retorted vehemently. Because Tianhai City can't function without you. John Dingnan. Shaoshan spoke calmly. Ha ha. John Dingnan shook his head and chuckled. You're wrong. The world can still turn without me. Can you guarantee that the future mayor will truly work for the people like you do? Shaoshan's words silenced John Dingnan instantly. By taking down the Lin family, Tianhai City will lose a conscientious official. Then I, Shaoshan, will become Tianhai City's criminal. Therefore, I'll give up. A prolonged silence followed. John Dingnan thought he had steeled his heart during his years in this game, preparing himself for any challenge. Yet, Shaoshan's words warmed something within him, a feeling he couldn't suppress. Sometimes, even if only one person understands, it's enough. However, the Lin family must be eliminated. John Dingnan took a deep breath. After reviewing the evidence collected by Shaoshan, he had finally seen the true face of the Lin family, their charitable facade concealing various illicit activities and gray enterprises. This malignant influence was something John Dingnan was determined to eradicate. What is the other party's attitude? Zichia pondered for 2 seconds before getting straight to the point. Let's resolve this peacefully as soon as possible. At least, I cannot act. John Dingnan did not hide anything. Understood. You stay put for now. I will handle the remaining matters. After Zichia finished speaking, John Dingnan furrowed his brows. Do you have a wait? John Dingnan quickly asked. I do. We should also hold a press conference. LS Zhenya said, as she took out her phone to make a call. Wait a minute. LS Jianlin furrowed his brow in obstruction. Did Jiotin allow you to do this? LS Jianlin's question made LS Zhenya fall silent instantly. Since Jiotin is in charge of this matter, then all of us must follow his orders. Otherwise, if you have your own thoughts and he has his own thoughts, how can we proceed? LS Jianlin continued. causing LS Zhenyao to calm down immediately. We can offer suggestions, but ultimately, the decision-maker can only be him. LS Zhenyao was not unreasonable. She was just a little upset earlier. But with LS Jianlin's reminder, she quickly regained her composure. So you mean, should I go ask Mr. Zhou for his opinion? LS Zhenyao furrowed her brow. There's no need for that. LS Jianlin waved his hand. If Xiao Tin needs you to do so, he will tell you himself. If he doesn't mention it, then it's not necessary. What we can do is to temporarily hold off. Are you saying we should just let Lynn spread rumors and distort the truth, madly tarnishing our reputation? LS Zhenyao clenched her fists, feeling impatient once again. She understood Xiao Tin, and she knew he was not one to take a blow without fighting back. Now that Lin was maliciously attacking them, Xiao Tin would not sit idly by. You have to understand, the Lin family has stirred up public opinion on their side. Countless people are being led by them, LS Jianlin explained. Trying to explain ourselves forcefully at this time will only make things worse. And the most crucial point is, you need to think about what you'll say at the press conference, whether you had evidence to counter the Lin family effectively. Faced with LS Jianlin's questions, LS Zhenyao was left speechless. If they couldn't provide evidence and just engaged in a war of words, it would indeed be pointless. You can call Xiao Tin and report this matter to him. After LS Jianlin's advice, LS Zhenyao nodded and immediately called Xiao Tin to report everything. In fact, given the seriousness of the situation, even if LS Zhenyao hadn't spoken, Xiao Tin would have been aware. So LS Jianlin had LS Zhenyao make the call to understand Xiao Tian's thoughts. I understand, Xiao Tin said, after listening, nodding slightly. And with that, he gave no further instructions or commands. So, what should we do now? LS Zhenyao asked after a pause of 2 seconds. Wait for my notification, Xiao Tin replied, and hung up the phone. What do we do now? LS Zhenyao looked worried as she put down her phone. She wasn't sure if Xiao Tin had a plan already or if he was also at a loss. Let's make some preparations, LS Jianlin suggested. For other matters, we'll wait for Mr. Zhou's arrangements. As a veteran in the business world, LS Jianlin had already guessed the situation and understood that they would have to rely on Xiao Tin to handle it. After the Lin family held their press conference, the direction of public opinion in Tianhai City began to shift. Coupled with the Lin family's efforts to manipulate the media and fabricate false information, public opinion was completely swayed. Initially, many people were waiting for a response from Xiao Tian's side. However, as the morning passed by, there was still no action from Xiao Tin. This left many people puzzled and contributed to the perception that the Lin family's accusations might be true, with Xiao Tin remaining silent out of guilt. In this atmosphere, the pressure quickly mounted on Xiao Tin and his associates. While many were anxious, they maintained their trust in Xiao Tian's leadership, hence the decision to remain silent. Time passed quickly, with no response from Xiao Tian's side. Meanwhile, the Lin family regained momentum, appearing more vigorous than before. This prompted many to question Xiao Tian's strategy and readiness to handle the situation. Seeing the current state of affairs, many began to doubt Xiao Tian's ability to contend with the Lin family. The situation illustrated the power dynamics in Tianhai City, where victory is such battles determine one's standing in the business community. With doubts arising, some companies who previously had opportunities to collaborate with the LS family were now contemplating allegiance to the Lin family. In the Lin Group chairman's office, Lin burst into laughter. The current situation was highly favorable to them, instilling a sense of confidence in Lin. However, Lin Yan, concerned that they shouldn't become too arrogant, reminded his father of their need to proceed cautiously, remembering their grandfather's instructions. The situation required the Lin family to avoid creating major controversies to ensure their protection. Father, rest assured, I have handled most of the negative news. Whatever remains without evidence is trivial and won't cause a stir. Lin Yang expressed his confidence, assuring that they shouldn't create chaos. This assurance was crucial for the Lin family to maintain their position in the unfolding events. Just as Lin was about to make a call, he received one with urgent news. Mr. Lin, we have a situation. Someone is planning to expose us, armed with solid evidence. The caller's tone indicated a sense of panic. Report? Upon hearing this, Lin first glanced at Lin Yang. Then, he calmly put his phone on speaker. Yes, someone has contacted the largest media outlet in Tianhai City, wanting to report and expose us. I have a friend who works there and heard about this. Upon hearing this, Lin Wong, including Lin Yang, didn't pay much attention at all. They immediately guessed that this was definitely Zichuan's way of retaliating against them. As a seasoned old fox in the business world, Lin Wong naturally had anticipated that something like this might happen, so he was not worried at all. Let them report. Lin Yang next to him sneered disdainfully. They had already handled many negative incidents related to the Lin group before today's press conference. Even if someone did report them now, it wouldn't attract much attention. Moreover, if the other party didn't provide sufficient evidence, the Lin family could countersue them for defamation. For these reasons, Lin Yang didn't take it seriously at all. However, Lin Wong didn't take it lightly. He didn't want to capsize in the critical moment. Who is the informant? What is the content of the report? And where are we at now? After pondering for 2 seconds, Lin Wong asked these 3 questions. I am not sure, but my friend said it's a woman who is currently meeting with the head of the media in their office. The report seems to be related to the Chinese medicine competition, but I am not entirely sure yet. The other party shook his head. As soon as he heard this news, he called Lin Wong. What? The Chinese medicine competition? Lin Wong frowned, and Lin Yang's eyes of disdain vanished in an instant. On the surface, the Heavenly Medicine Cup Chinese medicine competition appeared to be just an event hosted by the Ya family in the capital city for exchange between Chinese medicine scholars. But in reality, there were powerful figures from the upper levels of the Long Kingdom backing the event. After all, such a grand event could not be held without approval from higher-ups. Moreover, this event not only concerned the Chinese medicine community, but also various industries related to Chinese medicine, affecting many commercial circles and the people's healthcare. Therefore, the level of attention the competition received was immeasurable. During the time of the competition, almost half of the Long Kingdom's population was focused on it. Anything related to the competition became instant breaking news and attracted widespread attention. Hearing that the report might be related to the competition, both Lin Wong and his son Lin Yang were shocked. Who could it be? You need to find out immediately the person's identity and the content of the report. After frowning, Lin Wong instructed, and the other person nodded continuously, then hung up the phone. Dad, what's going on? Lin Yang hurriedly asked. Did you handle everything cleanly at the Chinese medicine competition? Lin Wong asked in a serious tone. 100% clean. There shouldn't be any issues. Lin Yang was very confident about this. Although he had a proud personality, he wasn't foolish. He knew how important the Chinese medicine competition was, so he handled everything with caution and care. I'm still not at ease. Contact those people and see if there is anything unusual. I will contact the person at the media outlet now and stop this from escalating. After contemplating for 2 seconds, Lin Wong made arrangements immediately. Dad, you don't need to be too nervous. I'm sure Zitia is just trying to smear us intentionally, but without evidence, no one will believe him just based on his word alone. Lin Yang advised Lin Wong while taking out his phone. Although he was a bit nervous a moment ago, he thought about how clean they had been in handling things, leaving no room for any potential flaws. Do as I say, understood? Lin Wong scowled, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. Okay. Lin Yang nodded helplessly and started making a phone call. On the other hand, Lin Wong began contacting the media outlet as mentioned by the messenger. However, after making several calls, no one picked up. At that moment, Lin Yang started to feel a bit anxious. Let's go. You're coming with me. Lin Wong made a decisive decision to go there in person. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed, and it was close to evening. After a day of public opinion fermenting and Lin's family intentionally using a lot of paid internet users to steer the conversation, the tide had turned completely in their favor. In the eyes of many, Zichuan's group were seen as troublemakers, and the Lin family were portrayed as victims. This not only greatly affected Zichuan's personal reputation, but also implicated those around him, including his family and company. People gathered at the lakeside villa and sought counsel with Zichuan on how to deal with the situation. Mr. Z, what kind of backing did the Lin family find? If you face any pressure, just let us know. We won't hesitate to help if we can. People spoke one after another, showing their commitment to follow Zichuan's lead, where their team's honor and interests were closely linked. Don't worry, it's just a last-ditch effort. Zichia remained calm, as if he had already thought of a plan. However, Everyone looked at each other, still unsure. Mr. Z. This afternoon, Lynn went to the largest media outlet in Tianhai City, but was refused a meeting by the person in charge. A young man responsible for gathering information reported quietly. I see. Ziqian nodded gently, sipping his tea composedly. Everyone was puzzled. They couldn't figure out where Ziqian's composure and confidence were coming from. Mr. Z, I have a suggestion. If someone is backing the Lin family, the best we can do now is make them voluntarily back off. Why don't we also focus on public opinion? By tarnishing the Lin family's reputation, the people behind them will likely make the wise choice to withdraw to avoid further trouble. Wan Tonghai, the head of the Wong family, proposed the idea. However, while it was a good idea, they didn't know how to execute it effectively. Some others had also thought about this but found no feasible way. Mr. Z, heads of the families, we have breaking news. Suddenly, the young man stood up abruptly, holding his phone up. What news? Everyone turned to look at him. The largest media outlet in Tianhai City is broadcasting news. Someone has submitted a report against the Lin family, accusing them of manipulating the Chinese medicine competition through various underhanded tactics, giving unfair treatment to other participants, and they have tangible evidence. As the young man delivered this news, Wan Tonghai and others widened their eyes in surprise. What did you say? Let me see it. Let me take a look first. In an instant, many people gathered around. Some took out their phones and began checking the news. Social media is extremely powerful nowadays, with various chat messages and a large user base on short video platforms. News that just happened a minute ago can quickly become a hot topic within seconds, without any barriers to information dissemination from all corners of the world. At this moment, the news spoken by the young person quickly spread. The Tianhai Lin family, as one of the hosts of the Tianhai Regional Medical Skills Competition, used unauthorized means such as manipulating the competition results in secret. Shocking. The TAE Cup Medical Skills Competition has pending verification. Startling news. The TAE Cup Medical Skills Competition is not fair and just. It must be said that the largest media outlet in Tianhai City understands very well what type of news can garner more attention and heat. As soon as their news was released, it immediately received countless shares. Looking at the hot news list of Tianhai City, the topic of the Lin family's secret manipulation surged in popularity and quickly entered the top 5, even trended towards the top position. In the blink of an eye, there was an uproar both online and offline. The TAE Cup Medical Skills Competition is an extremely important event in the entire Long Kingdom. Whether it's practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine or ordinary people, as well as those from medical clans and related industries, they all pay close attention to this matter. Over the years, the TAE Cup Medical Skills Competition has always represented fairness and justice, with regulatory oversight from higher authorities. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the most important event in the field of traditional Chinese medicine in the Long Kingdom, and the competition results represent the level of medical skills in the nation. And now, to have it exposed that there were secret manipulations and so forth, what a shocking revelation. It feels like if the fair and just college entrance exam scores, which can determine the fate of countless students, were revealed to have shady dealings behind the scenes, what consequences would that bring? It instantly stirs the anger of the entire nation because this matter is directly related to everyone. This medical skills competition is of the same nature. Over the years of hosting this event, it has already established a grand image of being fair and just in people's minds. Now, this grand image is gradually crumbling, losing credibility. For a moment, countless people are angrily denouncing it, filled with righteous indignation. Especially those Western medical groups who are not friendly towards traditional Chinese medicine, seeing such a golden opportunity, naturally join in to further escalate the situation, pushing the heat to a new height. Whose methods are these? It is not just targeting the Lin family, but also eyeing the Yi family in the capital. In this situation, the Yi family must step forward, right? Well done. It's using one's enemy to harm another. I wonder what stance the Yi family will take. In the Via's living room, Lu Jianlin and others clapped their thighs in surprise. But a few seconds later, they all turned their heads to Zitia, synchronously. At this moment, Zitia was still calmly sipping tea, as if even this matter was within his expectations. Mr. Z, did you do this? Wan Tonghai widened his eyes slightly. They did not know about this matter, so it must be related to Zta. Moreover, Zta remained exceptionally calm throughout, which made it hard not to suspect him. I don't know. Perhaps it was revealed by a person of justice voluntarily. Zta replied casually as he put down his teacup, but the others remained half doubtful. However, seeing that Zta did not wish to elaborate, they tactfully fell silent. Now people are not only criticizing the Lin family, but also associating the Yi family with the TAE Cup medical skills competition. I estimate that the Yi family will step forward soon. Lu Jianlin stroked his chin, indicating that they were waiting for the Yi family's move. On the media side of Tianhai City, the intensity of the matter had already been raised. If the Yi family also makes a statement, it will undoubtedly push the heat of this issue to its peak. Of course, they are unsure of how the Yi family will handle the situation. The Yi family's stance will determine the outcome of this battle between the two sides. Oh right, about the Lin family. We must closely monitor any moves from the Lin family. In this situation, they may resort to some retaliatory measures. Suddenly, Zhou Jinpeng thought of this, and the rest also reacted. They couldn't just focus on matters that favored them, but also needed to watch out for any potential countermeasures from the Lin family. I will make arrangements for this. The young man responsible for investigating the news picked up his phone and headed out. Meanwhile, at the office of the chairman of the Lin group, at this moment, everyone in the room had unsightly expressions, especially Lin Wan, whose face was particularly grim, and no longer carried the aura of confidence he had during the news conference earlier. He knew that anything related to the medical skills competition was no small matter, so he immediately went to the media of the other party in the afternoon. However, the person in charge of the media on the other side refused their request for a meeting, even though Lin Wan offered generous terms, but they remained unreceptive. Lin Wan sensed that something was amiss at that moment. The other party's refusal to engage clearly indicated a reluctance to talk with him. There are only two possibilities for such a situation. One possibility is that the news they want to release is extremely explosive, worth far more than what Lin Wan has offered. The other possibility is that someone else has offered them more benefits than Lin Wan. Regardless of which possibility it is, it shows that what they are about to do is highly detrimental to the Lin family. And now, when the news was released, it proved Lin Wan's suspicions correct. This is not just unfavorable to the Lin family, it practically crucifies them. The TAE Cup medical skills competition is, to put it mildly, a competition among traditional Chinese medical scholars, but on a larger scale, it decides the future of Chinese medicine in the Long Kingdom. The doctrines of traditional Chinese medicine they advocate are closely intertwined with every individual in the Long Kingdom. It is imaginable that after this news, the image of the Lin family will undoubtedly plummet. They say that we have been targeting Zta in secret, which is why he retaliated against us. They also say that our previous press conferences were intentionally playing the victim to gain sympathy. A company shareholder gritted his teeth as he spoke. All of this was within Lin Wan's expectations. Have you found out who reported this? Lin Wan turned to Lin Yang and asked in a low voice. It's likely Chen Raku. Lin Yang squinted as he mentioned Chen Raku's name. What? Upon hearing Chen Raku's name, Lin Wan was stunned. That foolish woman, could she really orchestrate such a scheme? Lin Wan found it hard to believe that Chen Raku, with her limited intellect, could stir up such a commotion. It is highly probable, but I can't be completely certain at this moment. Lin Yang answered truthfully. Lin Don, there is more news. Just as Lin Wan was about to speak, the secretary hurriedly entered. What news? Lin Wan quickly inquired. The Yi family in the capital has issued a stern statement. The mention of a stern statement sent shivers down everyone's spines. The crowd looked at each other. Some of them even dared not listen to the content of the announcement. But, at this point, whether they listened or not, the announcement had already been made. What did they say? Lin Wan took a deep breath and asked in a trembling voice. The secretary first picked up the phone and read aloud. The Yi family solemnly declares that the TAE Cup Medical Skills Grand Conference, adhering to the principles of fairness, justice, and openness, aims to select more outstanding traditional Chinese medicine scholars, dedicated to safeguarding the health of the people of Longguo. However, we have noticed that during the regional competitions in various regions, some organizers have conducted irregular activities. At the same time, we received a report letter yesterday, reporting on the dark activities of the Tianhai Lin family, and the Yi family took the report seriously and immediately launched an investigation. After a thorough investigation, it was found that the Tianhai Lin family had conducted multiple irregular activities from the regional competitions, causing great trouble for the contestant Xiaoshan and greatly affecting the fairness of the competition, including during the championship match, when Xiaoshan's silver needle was secretly replaced with a toothpick. We have already reviewed the surveillance footage and found that the Lin family had made a deal with a habitual thief to disguise as a staff member of the conference and secretly switched Xiaoshan's competition tools. In the Yi family's announcement, these events were clearly detailed. Below that, the Yi family expressed their attitude towards the matter. For such a situation, for such despicable behavior, the Yi family will not tolerate it and will pursue it to the end. The behavior of the Tianhai Lin family tarnishing the Tianyi Cut Medical Skills Grand Conference should be condemned by everyone, and the Yi family will strictly and severely hold the Lin family accountable for their legal responsibilities. At the same time, we, the Yi family, will reflect on ourselves, increase supervision, and ensure that such incidents will not happen again. Lin Wan's secretary read out the complete statement from the Yi family. In fact, earlier, when the Lin family was mentioned, Lin Wan and the others had already turned pale. As for the rest of the statement, they didn't listen to a single word, and it was unnecessary to do so, because with the release of this statement from the Yi family, the fate of their Lin family had already been sealed. Ruined and disgraced thoroughly, the current Lin family had truly aroused public anger, with countless people criticizing them. At this moment, Lin Wan's phone suddenly rang. He quickly picked it up and saw that it was a call from the old master Lin, so he hurriedly answered. He must now ensure that the patron who had been protecting the Lin family was willing to continue to support them. Idiot, did you switch Xiaoshan's toothpick? The call connected, and the old master Lin's angry voice filled Lin Wan's ears. Yes. Lin Wan had admitted through gritted teeth. At this point, they had no choice but to admit it. The Yi family had already reviewed the surveillance footage, and with their capabilities, they would definitely have found the person who stole Xiaoshan's silver needle. There was no way to argue about this matter. Fool, I've told you before, you can compete with Xiaoshan, but you can't mess with the Medical Skills Grand Conference. And now, even if Xiaoshan doesn't do anything, for the sake of reputation, the Yi family will kill you. Fool, who can save you now? The old master Lin was full of frustration, sighing to the sky. Father, the situation has already come to this. We have to resolve it. You have to contact that person and tell him we will handle it, Lin Wan said, his teeth clenched. It's too late, the old master said. He just called me. Hearing this from the old master Lin, Lin Wan's last glimmer of hope also disappeared completely. Obviously, faced with the Lin family, who were now completely ruined and disgraced, and even offended the Yi family, the influential figure did not want to get involved. Some things go wrong step by step. Accept your fate. With these words, the old master Lin hung up the phone. Lin Wan gripped his phone tightly, sitting slumped in his chair, filled with despair. In the morning, Lin Wan still believed that the Lin family was in a winning position and could easily defeat Xiaoshan and his group. But unexpectedly, in just a day, the situation had changed drastically. It's Chen Raku. She was the one who reported to the media and wrote the report letter to the Yi family. When I met with Xiaoshan before, she helped me find Xiaoshan, and she knew about this. Suddenly, Lin Yan spoke and mentioned Chen Raku's name. When the Tianhai city media released the news earlier, Lin Yan had only speculated that after the Yi family's announcement, he was now 100% sure that it was Chen Raku who had done this. Bastard, I'm going to kill her. Lin Yan clenched his fists tightly, filled with anger. The problem of the Lin family was being resolved, but who would have thought that Chen Raku's report letter would be the final straw that broke the camel's back? What made Lin Yan even more furious was that in his mind, Chen Raku was just a fool he toyed with at will. But what he never expected was that this seemingly harmless fool would deliver a fatal blow to the Lin family at a critical moment. Lin Yan could not accept this. He could not accept that their Lin family had been brought down by someone like Chen Raku. At this moment, Lin Yan felt like a falcon who had played all day, only to be blinded by its prey. This made him feel both angry and frustrated. Dad, I'm going to kill her now. This bitch, I could see from the beginning that she was still obsessed with Xiaoshan, and now she's stabbed me in the back. The more Lin Yan thought about it, the angrier he became. Getting up to leave. Stop right there. Lin Wan grabbed the ashtray and smashed it towards him. You stay where you are and don't go anywhere. Others, prepare to activate the final contingency plan, Lin once said as he led the way to the conference room. At this moment, the outside world was already in turmoil. The news from the Tianhai city media had pushed the matter to the top of the trending lists. After the announcement from the Yi family in the capital, it became the #1 trending topic nationwide. In this situation, the matter had completely spiraled out of control, and even if the Lin family used all their assets to suppress the news, it was futile. The Lin family was now in ruins, their fate sealed. As a result, public opinion turned overwhelmingly against the Lin family, with everyone criticizing and condemning them. And this was naturally the outcome that everyone on Xiaoshen's side was pleased to see. However, they remained cautious and waited for Xiaoshen's orders. And Xiaoshen himself was also waiting. 10 minutes later, Xiaoshen's phone rang, and the caller display showed it was Zhang Dingnan. "Kid, good move. The higher-ups have loosened their stance." After connecting the call, Zhang Dingnan first praised him before explaining the situation. "Good," Xiaoshen replied and then hung up. Then, Xiaoshen turned to the eagerly waiting crowd. "Take down the Lin family." With these simple words, everyone immediately sprang into action. "Yes, sir." The response was resounding. "Mr. Z, wait for our good news. Before the sun rises tomorrow morning, the Lin family will no longer be among the families in Tianhai City. Let's go." Everyone made assurances to Zitia, then turned and left with passions stirred. As for what they would do next, there was no need to ask Zitia. Everyone chosen by Zitia was no fool. How to engage in business warfare, how to deliver a more painful blow to the opponent. They might be more professional than Zitia, so they were all waiting for Zitian's instructions. Once the instructions were given, it would be their time to perform. Soon, everyone dispersed. Zitia stood on the second floor, looking down the mountain. By now, the sky had darkened, and darkness gradually enveloped the whole Tianhai city. The vehicles of Lu Jianlin and others below, with their headlights on, looked very conspicuous. The several dozen cars with lights on looked like scattered stars gathered together. As they dispersed in different directions, they looked like scattered meteors spreading towards the west. However, no matter how they scattered, ultimately, it would gather together again for one purpose. Coming together is like a blazing fire. Dispersing is like stars in the sky. It remains to be seen whether the Lin family can withstand this spreading wildfire. Zitia took a deep breath and gazed up at the night sky. In fact, according to Zichan's inner thoughts, he didn't want his people to act in such haste. He could guess that after the Yi family's statement was released, some big shots in the upper circles would quickly follow suit. By then, the Yi family would truly become the object of public criticism. Acting at that time would be more effective. However, Zitia didn't want to wait, fearing more troubles during the long night. "Let's hope everything goes smoothly this time." Zitia withdrew his gaze. The reason he was so eager to take down the Lin family was not just his enmity with them. Another reason was that he had been feeling uneasy lately. Especially after gaining fame at the medical conference, worries and anxieties frequently crept into his mind. Combined with his previous concerns, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger as he feared something bad might happen. But he still hadn't fully regained his memory and often acted blindly. The only thing he could do now was to quickly strengthen his power before any misfortune occurred, eliminating his current enemies and opponents to avoid being caught off guard later. Therefore, there was no possibility of survival for the Lin family in Tianhai. "I need to intensify the pressure on them." Zitia picked up his phone and walked toward the room. As Zitia had expected, many people became restless after the Yi family's statement in the capital. Half an hour later, the headquarters of the Dragon Nation's Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, in conjunction with relevant departments, issued a press release. Traditional Chinese medicine, as a treasure handed down for millennia in the Dragon Nation, cannot tolerate any suppression and defamation. The TAE Cup Medical Conference has made a significant contribution to the development of traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Nation, and we will not allow anyone to sabotage it. Due to the clandestine actions of the Lin family of Tianhai, we will establish a special investigation team to thoroughly investigate this matter. This statement by the upper circles, jointly issued with the Dragon Nation's Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, fully confirmed the illegal activities of the Lin family's covert operations. For the Lin family, this was the moment when their world collapsed. Facing such a situation, no one could protect them. and no one dared to speak up for them. What did the special investigation team signify? Anyone within the system knew the immense power these 5 words held. They wielded the power to act independently and possessed the authority to wield the sword without reporting to the throne. Anyone associated with the Lin family at this juncture would face certain demise. Thus, the Lin family had reached a dead end. They were facing the wrath not only from the authorities, but also from the public. In the morning, the Lin family had used money to influence internet public opinion against Ziqia and others. But now, their actions had met with backlash, and numerous people emerged, denouncing the Lin family. In the process, more dark secrets of the Lin family were unearthed by netizens. I report that the Lin family paid for internet water armies to smear Ziqia. The actions of the Lin family are traitorous, destroying the environment of traditional Chinese medicine in our Dragon Nation. I have evidence that the Lin family engaged in usury years ago, causing my parents' deaths. The 2 casinos in the city and the red light district are all tools for the Lin family to extort money. Let's go together to the Lin family's villa and eradicate this tumor in Tian High City. In a flash, the Lin family had become a widely condemned traitor in the eyes of many. An hour after the incident, perhaps incited by someone, countless people spontaneously organized and gathered at the Lin family's mansion, loudly condemning them. The entrance of the Lin family's mansion was already surrounded by numerous people, and the Lin family's security guards were now in a standoff with them. However, the security guards of the Lin family were also very frightened at this moment. Faced with hundreds of people, they were truly terrified. In the crowd, a young man in black quickly took 2 steps and approached a man in his 30s. This man was also dressed in black with a mask covering half of his face. "Kai Jie, what should we do?" asked the young man in black. The man pulled down his mask to reveal his face, and he was none other than Zhang Kai, the boss of the Caesar Palace. Ever since he had eliminated Fengjin Hai's Black Tiger Club, Zhang Kai had become the underground emperor of Tian High City. At his current status, there was hardly anything that would require him to lead personally, except for one person who could command him. This was why he appeared here. "Everyone, the Lin family has committed many wrongdoings, oppressing the common people and profiting widely," Zhang Kai said. "Their luxurious villa was constructed with the blood of our common people. Today, let's demolish their villa, eradicate the Lin family tumor, and restore peace in our Tian High City." Zhang Kai adjusted his mask and shouted these highly provocative words, and the crowd surged forward. "Rise up, those who refuse to be slaves. Don't cause casualties, just smash their villa. Let justice prevail. Let's do it. Smash the hell out of them." In an instant, hundreds of people rushed forward like a swarm of bees. The Lin family's security guards realized the danger and immediately dropped their batons, turning to run away. For a while, inside the Lin family villa, the sounds of smashing and crashing continued, accompanied by waves of curses, creating a scene of complete chaos. Zhang Kai and his hundreds or even thousands of people, like locusts passing through, rushed in through the main gate of the Lin family villa and started smashing everything they saw. The gates, the main road railings, the fake mountains and flowing water, the flowers, trees, and grass, everything was decimated. Wherever the crowd passed, it was left in shambles. The Lin family security was nowhere to be found, and the Lin family members were seething with anger, but dared not intervene. Because during this whole process, everyone only targeted the buildings, without laying a hand on the people of the Lin family. But if anyone dared to come forward to physically attack, then Zhang Kai and his group would have to resort to legitimate defense. Bastard! Bastard! This must be Xia Tianqin's doing. It must be Xia Tianqin's. Inside the study, Lin Yang locked the door and looked out from the window, cursing loudly. Lin Wan's expression darkened to the extreme, his eyes shifting without revealing his thoughts. At this moment, the chaotic scene before them was unbearable for the Lin family. "I only destroyed his gate and walls at the beginning. Now he wants to demolish our entire family. Bastard! Bastard!" At this moment, Lin Yang finally understood the meaning of Xia Qian's words about tenfold and hundredfold retaliation. He had thought that by repairing Xia Qian's villa, the matter would have been resolved. However, only now did he realize how vengeful Xia Tia truly was. But what could he do even if he knew? Besides cursing and venting their anger like a coward, unable to do anything else. Such ruthless means. Xia Tia, such ruthless means. Lin Wan clenched his fists, his teeth nearly grinding to powder. After the statement issued by the Yi family and related departments, Lin Wan already knew that the Lin family was finished, so he prepared to face the upcoming investigation. What he thought was the worst possible scenario was now made even worse by Ziyetian. If the media of Tianhai City, the Yi family from the capital, and the announcement by the relevant departments had only exposed the hypocrisy of the Lin family, the behavior of the people outside now completely shattered the Lin family's reputation and dignity, trampling it into the dirt. Once a giant in Tianhai City, the Lin family now had their mansion in ruins, battered by the anger of the masses. Just this incident alone made it impossible for the Lin family to ever turn their fortunes around. Therefore, those people outside weren't just smashing the mansion, they were smashing the faces and dignity of the Lin family. Dad, the group led by Lu Jianlin has also taken action. Lin Yang glanced at his phone and quickly turned to look at Lin Wan. However, Lin Wan, upon hearing this news, remained indifferent. He had already smashed his phone to pieces and had no interest in knowing any external news. Faced with the chaos inside the Lin family mansion, Lin Wan also had no intention of dealing with the company's affairs. Throughout that night, for many people in Tianhai City, it was a sleepless night. Lu Jianlin, Wang Tanhai, and others showed no mercy and launched a full-scale attack on the Lin group. The high-level executives of the Lin group tried to resist, but with no contact with Lin Wan, the Lin group was leaderless and could only be slowly defeated and consumed. As for the situation at the Lin family villa, after the personnel from the Supervisory Commission arrived upon receiving a call, they immediately drove people away and took another group to investigate. However, just as the Supervisory Commission personnel left, a new group of people appeared and once again started smashing the Lin family mansion. So, the personnel from the Supervisory Commission had to return and take away another group. This pattern repeated throughout the night, with the group making it clear that if they broke the law, they would comply with being taken away, but they were determined to thoroughly smash the Lin family mansion. As the night passed by, not only did the Lin group completely collapse, but the Lin family mansion was left in tatters. After the night, as darkness faded and the light reappeared on the earth, the chaos of the night slowly settled. With the sun rising, its light cast upon the wrecked Lin family mansion. The once majestic and grand Lin family mansion was now reduced to ruins, as if it had been bombarded. Whether it was Mr. Lin or Lin Wan and the others, they all stared at the scene in bewilderment. No one knew what emotions they were feeling at that moment. Perhaps they regretted provoking Ziyetian, the vengeful madman. Perhaps they couldn't help but think that if they had chosen to befriend Ziyetian from the beginning, like the Lu family, the situation might have been different now. However, in this world, there are no ifs, no maybes, and certainly no regrets that can turn back time. They made their choices, they walked their paths, and they would have to bear the consequences of those choices. The battle between Ziyetian and the Lin family had now come to a complete end, drawing the curtain. The subsequent matters, such as the liquidation of the Lin family's assets and the investigation of responsible parties, had nothing to do with Ziyetian. His only concern was to fulfill his promises to Zhang Dingnan. For example, after the collapse of the Lin family, the Tianhai City business district could not be greatly impacted, maintaining harmony and stability in the commercial area, etc. These matters did not require Ziyetian's involvement. Lu Jianlin, Wang Tanhai, and other cunning old foxes in the business district would naturally handle them cleanly. In fact, after various scandals of the Lin family were exposed, everyone realized how despicable the family was beneath their hypocritical facade. Moreover, many of the deeds the Lin family did in the past, deceitful and harmful, were closely related to the personal interests of ordinary people. It was because of these deeds that the Lin family faced such public outcry. And now, after the downfall of the Lin family, people only applauded, feeling relieved to have rid themselves of such a malignant tumor. In such circumstances, Zhang Dingnan need not worry excessively about causing a negative impact. There were no major issues in public opinion. The only thing left to do was for Lu Jianlin and others to handle the follow-up matters in the business district. In conclusion, the situation had progressed to a point where the Lin family had no chance of turning things around. Especially for Lin Wan, the head of the Lin group, and Lin Yan, who used treacherous means at the medical conference. They were not only facing bankruptcy and closure of the company, but also legal sanctions. The Lin family was completely finished, unable to rise from this defeat. And in any battle, there are losers, and therefore, there will naturally be winners. Undoubtedly, when the storm subsided after the turbulent waves, Zietian, who still stood firmly amidst the chaos, was the ultimate victor. Zietian is the ultimate victor. Those who chose to stand with him naturally also became victors. They fought alongside Zietian in this battle, so the victory now belongs to each one of them. In the Tianhai commercial circle today, some are cheering with Zhou, some are deeply regretful, and some are filled with great remorse. Those who stood with Zietian and all those who had good relationships with Zietian or the group with people around him are naturally happy and delighted. However, those who did not stand with Zietian, who did not cooperate with the Liu family and others, are feeling extremely regretful and remorseful. They can't help but think, if only they had made the right choice back then, they would now be standing by Zietian's side enjoying the fruits of victory. But as they say, there are no ifs in this world, and time does not turn back. Their previous choices determine the results they now receive, and since they made their choices themselves, they can only accept the outcomes, whatever they may be. The battle has ended, but the Tianhai commercial circle has not completely returned to tranquility even after a whole day. After a fight ends, there is still a need for cleaning up, inventory of losses and gains, and even restructuring of the commercial environment, which takes time. Fortunately, after a whole day, things have been mostly resolved. The Tianhai Lin family building has completely collapsed. Falling trees scatter the monkeys. Some of the people who used to dine at the Lin family have fallen from millionaires to bankrupt businessmen, while some have been taken away for questioning by relevant authorities due to violations of laws and regulations. Lin Wan, the chairman of the Lin Group, and Lin Yang, the vice chairman, have also been taken away for investigation. Following the Lian Group and the Sanmu Group, the Lin family has also completely collapsed. This outcome has left many people sighing with regret. Looking back on the whole process, the common point in the downfall of these three families is that they all had conflicts with Zietian. And indeed, whether it's a powerful foreign company like the Sanmu Group, or a deeply rooted local enterprise like the Lin family in Tianhai City, none of them proved to be a match for Zietian in the end. Instead, those who steadfastly followed Zietian from the beginning not only received more development opportunities, but also gained many tangible benefits. Like the collapse of the Lin family this time, although there will be investigations and confiscations of some of the Lin family's properties by authorities, what remains of the pie is enough to satisfy many people. More importantly, with the absence of the strong competitor that was the Lin family, many fields will open up, providing opportunities for others. Of course, these others are limited to those on Zietian's side. Today, the Tianhai commercial circle is firmly under the control of Zietian's people. If they don't nod their heads, no one dares to reach out recklessly. It's a matter of life and death. Therefore, throughout the day, those people could only watch as Liu Jianlin and others shared the fruits of victory, witnessing Liu Jianlin and others strategize in various industries while they dare not make a move. The current situation of Zietian's group being all-powerful in Tianhai City has become a fact that no one can change. For the others who managed to survive in the midst of this battle, it's already extremely difficult. So what else can they say? The day quickly passes by. Most things have been properly resolved. During this process, Liu Jianlin and others occasionally call Zietian to seek guidance or report on the situation. Actually, Zietian understands that these old foxes in the business circle, like Liu Jianlin, know very well how to handle things. Seeking opinions from Zietian is a form of respect. Even if Zietian doesn't say anything, they know how to handle the situation. So, when Zietian gets tired of this, he simply sets his phone aside and ignores all calls. And those people, not receiving instructions from Zietian, had to handle the situation themselves, which they did quite well. The seconds and minutes go by, and night falls once again. With endless darkness enveloping everything, all matters come to a complete close. Liu Jianlin and others finally have a moment of peace, then sum up the day's events and report them to Zietian. As Zietian is looking at the data, his phone suddenly rings, and it's a call from Liu Jinya. Zietian, are you busy? The cheerful voice of Liu Jinya greets him. What's up? Zietian raises an eyebrow slightly, wondering if there's another unexpected development. Our celebration banquet is set at the Shuyunshan Resort. When Liu Jinya says this, Zietian relaxes a little. So, it's about this matter. And Zietian is not unfamiliar with the Shuyunshan Resort. He had been there before with Zhou Yuking, and it's also where Fang was brought back from. As for the celebration banquet, with the collapse of the Tianhai Lin family, the reshuffling of power in Tianhai City, and Lu Jianlin and his group emerging as the final victors, a celebration banquet is indeed appropriate. I won't go. Zichia still prefers a quiet atmosphere. He is not enthusiastic about such lively occasions. Zichia, as the overall commander of this business battle, we are all under your leadership. Lu Jinyao continues, it is under your guidance and arrangement that we won this battle. You are the biggest hero. Now, at this celebration banquet, if you don't come, can you explain if that's appropriate? Lu Jinyao shakes his head slightly, questioning Ziqian's decision. Well, consider it a favor from me. Ziqia relents. Tonight, let's close the chapter on the Lin family's matter. After Lu Jinyao finished speaking, without waiting for Ziqian's reply, he adds, you wait at home. We'll come to pick you up, and we'll go together. Yuding will also be there. With these words, Lu Jinyao hangs up before Ziqia can respond. Ziqia helplessly shakes his head, then tidies up a bit and starts walking downhill. He has hardly been out these days, so a leisurely walk wouldn't be bad. It's late at night now, but there are many lights around the lakeside villa, so visibility is not an issue. Just as Ziqia reaches the foot of the mountain, preparing to walk by the lakeside, a car speeds up and stops abruptly in front of him with a screech. The car door opens, and Chen Raku's mother, Wong Fang, steps out, pulling Chen Liu, Chen Raku's father, along with her, who initially didn't want to get out of the car. Ah, Ziqia. Chen Liu greets him in a slightly embarrassed manner. Uncle, Ziqia nods in greeting. He holds no grudge against Chen Liu, who is relatively timid, especially and under the oppressive influence of Wong Fang. Over the years, Chen Liu has not exchanged any hostile words with Ziqia. However, under Wong Fang's control, he dare not get too close to Ziqia, so there is neither resentment nor any strong feelings between Ziqia and Chen Liu. But as for Wong Fang, a sycophantic materialistic woman, Ziqia truly holds no goodwill. Ziqia, why are you so ruthless? Wong Fang charged over, pointing at Ziqian's nose with her hand. In front of Ziqia, she always acted arrogantly and unreasonably, never showing a good expression. But she forgot one thing, she was still the same Wong Fang as before, while Ziqia was no longer the Ziqia he used to be. What are you doing? Behave yourself. Before Ziqia could speak, the security guards nearby surrounded him. More than 10 fierce-looking men cast intimidating glances towards Wong Fang, causing a shiver in her heart. However, she quickly put her hands on her hips and sneered. What? You dare not hit me? Let me tell you, if you touch me, I'll expose all of you. You. The group frowned and moved to subdue Wong Fang. Don't be hasty. Let's all calm down and talk it out. Chen Liu quickly stepped forward, standing between Wong Fang and the group. Ziqia remained silent for 2 seconds, and eventually gave Chen Liu some face, signaling for the others to step back. The group of men, seeing Ziqian's intervention, had no choice but to retreat, but they stayed behind Ziqia without leaving. I advise you not to act recklessly here. Are you trying to scare me? I'm telling you, you are an ungrateful person. Your ruthless actions, aren't you afraid of retribution? Hearing Wong Fang's words, a hint of a cold smile flickered in Ziqian's eyes. Leaving aside the events before Tianhai City, in Ziqian's memory, everything he had done since coming to Tianhai City was done with a clear conscience. Whether towards Chen Raku, the Chen group, or the entire Chen family, he had acted with benevolence and righteousness. However, he would not explain or argue with Wong Fang. He had seen through people like her a long time ago and did not want to waste his breath on her. Therefore, Ziqia simply ignored her, standing silently in place, waiting for Lu Jinyao to come pick him up. Why don't you speak? Feeling guilty? I really want to rip open your belly, to see if you have a heart or just flesh. How ruthless were you towards Chen Liren and the others? How did you treat Raku? Married couples need to be grateful to each other every day. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Wong Fang continued to unleash a torrent of verbal abuse towards Ziqia, who remained silent with a shake of his head. At times, you had to admit that the atmosphere and environment of the original family had a significant impact on a child's growth. Perhaps it was Wong Fang's domineering attitude and harsh insults towards Chen Liu that planted a seed of resentment in Chen Raku from an early age. Ziqia, let me tell you, just because you have grown wings, doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. I have one piece of advice for you. Be a person with a conscience. Wang Fang once again pointed at Ziqia and shouted, "Stop pointing at me. Let me give you a piece of advice. Listen carefully. Whether towards Ruoxu or the Chen family, I, Ziqia, have always acted with a clear conscience. The Chen family has been kind to me, but my actions have repaid their kindness. I have treated everyone in the Chen family benevolently, so don't try to morally blackmail me." Ziqia looked at Wang Fang, delivering these words with emphasis. "You're talking nonsense. Do you think repaying is enough for everything? Anyone with a bit of conscience wouldn't say such ruthless words." Wang Fang was not a reasonable person, and seeing the situation turning against her, she began to stir up trouble. However, Ziqia, who understood Wang Fang's character, was not swayed by her antics. "I've said my piece. Whether you listen is up to you. But if you continue to disrespect me, don't blame me for not being polite to you." Ziqian's words were laced with a hint of threat and coldness. "Ziqia, who are you trying to scare?" Wang Fang put her hands on her hips and shouted again, "You can try." Ziqian's icy gaze locked onto Wang Fang. "You." Wang Fang gritted her teeth but ultimately didn't continue her tirade. During this time, although she hadn't interacted much with Ziqia, she had heard many stories about him. If she truly angered Ziqia, she might indeed get slapped a few times. "Ziqia, we just want to talk to you properly. Fang is just too worried about Ruoxu's condition these days, so her emotions are running high. Let's talk properly and give uncle some face, alright?" Chen Liu sighed, walking over and speaking softly. "Okay." Ziqia nodded, once again giving the overly kind Chen Liu some face. However, he couldn't think of anything worthwhile to discuss with Wang Fang. "I won't mention other things. I have no complaints about you driving away Chen Liren and the others, but you shouldn't have driven away Ruoxu. Moreover, even if I did drive her away, it was justified, especially since, when you drove me away, it was much harsher than what I'm doing now." Ziqian's mouth lifted into a cold smile. When he had driven away the Chen family members, he had at least refrained from using offensive words. But when they had expelled him, the disdainful and mocking words they used at the time were still fresh in his memory. "Hey, sharp-tongued indeed. I can see that some people just feel they have grown wings, so they dared to act this way." Regarding Wang Fang's words, Ziqia shook his head without commenting. He was indeed no longer the destitute Ziqia of the past, so it was reasonable to say his wings had strengthened. But let me tell you, leaning on the Lu family won't make you soar. There are far more powerful families in this world than the Lu family. Wang Fang's words caused Ziqia to look at her playfully, while the men behind him couldn't help but want to laugh. If Wang Fang had a little understanding of the business circles, she wouldn't have spoken those words. Her stupidity and short-sightedness were beyond comparison. "I suggest you understand the current situation before coming to see Mr. Z. But it doesn't matter, because for someone of your standing, meeting Mr. Z in the future will be very difficult." One of the men behind Ziqia shook his head and spoke. "Huh. Heh. For someone of my standing." Wang Fang sneered. "Then I'd like to ask, what is Ziqian's current standing?" The man was about to respond, but suddenly closed his mouth, turning to look into the distance. On the wide road ahead, hundreds of meters away from the villa at the corner, a car light lit up. As more cars turned in, the headlights shone one after another in their direction. "What is this?" Wang Fang was a bit confused. Chen Liu was also puzzled. As more and more vehicles approached, the dazzling car lights shone on Wang Fang's face, making it difficult for her to open her eyes. With Wang Fang's personality, she instinctively wanted to curse out loud, but as the words reached her lips, she swallowed them back very honestly. It was because the number of cars in this convo was too many, not only in quantity, but also each one was an expensive luxury car. From Bentleys to Range Rovers to Rolls-Royces, it was like a luxury car exhibition. Moreover, the license plates hanging on the cars were mostly unforgettable beautiful numbers. Luxury cars with beautiful numbers were enough to show the status of the car owners. Faced with such a group of people, even with a fiery temper, Wang Fang dared not speak rashly. Wang Fang did not notice that when she saw this long convoy approaching, the security guard who had spoken with her earlier slowly revealed a cold smile. "Didn't you just ask what Mr. Zhao's current status is? I think you'll have an answer soon." These words from the man made Wang Fang even more confused. Could it be that all these cars were here for Mr. Z? Wang Fang furrowed her brows, wanting to say something but ultimately remained silent, deciding to observe first. Soon, the convoy arrived in front of everyone. Nearly 50 luxury cars slowly came to a stop, and upon closer inspection, it made people tremble with awe. The car doors opened one after another, and men and women stepped out. Although Wong Fang and Chen Liu were not very interested in business matters, they recognized the people getting off the cars at this moment. Not only did they know them, but it could be said that most people in Tianhai City were very familiar with these individuals, from the business giants like Lu Jianlin, Wan Tonghai, Zhou Jinping, and Li Wanchen, who had close cooperation with the Chen Group, to the vice president of the Tianhai Business Association. How could Wong Fang not know these influential figures in Tianhai City's business circle? In addition to these business giants like Lu Jianlin, there were also the current president of the Tianhai Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, Liu Wenzheng, some members of the association, and the highly skilled traditional Chinese medical practitioner, Qingmei Yishengqin. Hemming. This group of people represented the top figures in Tianhai City's traditional Chinese medicine field. Apart from them, there were also many young people like Lu Jingya and Zhou Yuking. In short, regardless of age or gender, all of these people were at the top of Tianhai City's society. Looking from front to back, when this group of people gathered together, they truly represented half of Tianhai City's power. No, they represented a significant portion of Tianhai City's power. After getting off the cars, people of Lu Jianlin's age offered mutual respect to each other, but ultimately Lu Jianlin walked to the front and center, followed by others, and walked towards Ziqie. Gudong. Chen Liu swallowed involuntarily, subconsciously spit out some saliva, then hurriedly pulled Wong Fang to the side to make way for the row. Just a minute ago, Wong Fang was ready to speak up defiantly, but now, she was more restrained, obediently following Chen Litu's lead without any resistance. Mr. Z, the celebration banquet is set in the West Cloud Sky, in the West District. We invite Mr. Z to attend. Lu Jianlin bowed respectfully 3 meters in front of Ziqie. We invite Mr. Z to attend. Immediately, the people behind them like Wan Tonghai, Lu Jinyao, and the younger generation also bowed and invited respectfully. Hiss. At that moment, Chen Liu gasped. Wong Fang, on the other hand, widened her eyes in disbelief. She knew these people, understood their status and power in Tianhai City. She also knew that Ziqie had a close relationship with these individuals, but she had never expected that Lu Jianlin and the group would treat Ziqie with such respect in front of everyone. It was clearly the kind of respect and politeness subordinates showed to a leader. Wong Fang, including Chen Liu, was at a loss. They knew that Ziqie had connections and a close relationship with these people, as shown at Chen Sr.'s birthday banquet. However, at that time, Wong Fang had only thought that Ziqie had a good relationship with the Lu family, and the others were just saving face for the Lu family by attending. Wong Fang remembered clearly that at the banquet, Ziqie and these people were equals, friends who treated each other with respect. But now, it seemed that it was not an equal relationship at all. Ziqian's position was clearly above that of Lu Jianlin and his group. Was this Ziqian's current status and position in Tianhai City? But how had he achieved this level of power and influence? In Wong Fang's puzzled and incomprehensible eyes, Ziqie slowly turned to look at her. She thought Ziqie would say something to her, but unexpectedly, Ziqie just glanced at her for a few seconds, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes, then withdrew his gaze. It was as if even saying a word to her would be superfluous. Didn't you want to know Mr. Zhao's current status? Now, have you seen it? Do you think this status is enough? Do you think with your status, you have the right to be arrogant in front of Mr. Z? Do you even have the qualification to stand in front of Mr. Z? The security guard from before looked at Wong Fang with a cold smile. These piercing questions left Wong Fang unable to answer any of them. Ziqie indeed had no apparent status, but if he had people like Lu Jianlin and the other top figures in Tianhai City unconditionally supporting him, what terrifying height could Ziqian's status reach? Wong Fang dared not think further, because among the group of people before her, any one of them was significantly more powerful than the Chen family. Yet, all these influential figures treated Ziqie as their superior. With Wong Fang's perspective and insight, she could not fathom just how terrifying Ziqian's current status and position in Tianhai City were. So, she remained silent, and in reality, among the many people present, especially Lu Jianlin and the others, Wong Fang was not even taken seriously, not even worth a second thought. Mr. Z, please get in the car. Lin made a gesture of invitation to Ziqie. Ziqie nodded lightly, then walked towards the front. Wong Fang and Chen Liu gazed at Ziqie with complicated expressions. They had expected Ziqie to speak mockingly in such a situation, but as Ziqie passed by them, he did not stop or glance in their direction. It was as if he found even looking at them unnecessary. Wong Fang's face turned red. She felt the greatest contempt in her life. Even if Ziqie had mocked her, it would have been tolerable, but his indifference hurt her more deeply. However, at this moment, Wong Fang, although she felt stifled in her heart, she didn't dare to speak freely like before, and she especially didn't dare to insult Ziqie, even with half a word. Otherwise, there would be no need for Ziqie to take action. Probably people like Lin would have torn her apart. The Wong Fang only didn't dare to insult Ziqie again. Yet if she didn't say a word at all, it would be hard for her to accept. Ziqie, stop right there. You can't just leave like this. Wong Fang gritted her teeth and shouted at Ziqie, who was about to get into the car. Upon hearing this, Lin and others frowned and looked towards Wong Fang. Although they didn't speak, from their gaze, it was evident that if Wong Fang dared to say even one disrespectful word to Ziqie, they would definitely take action. Under the scrutiny of so many people, Wong Fang felt immense pressure. But considering the situation they were currently in, even under pressure, she had to speak. After all, as the security guard said, in the future, it would probably be very difficult for her, Wong Fang, to see Ziqie again. So Wong Fang had to seize this opportunity. Ziqie, you should have a good talk with Ruozu. There are many misunderstandings between you. Even if you are going to part ways, make things clear. Wong Fang took a deep breath and tried to keep her tone calm. However, upon hearing Wong Fang's words, Ziqie immediately lost all interest, got into the car, and closed the door. Mr. Z has already clarified everything between himself and Ruozu. If Ruozu still has any doubts, she can find Ziqie herself. Linia stepped forward, his tone cold. Wong Fang's hands were trembling with anger, but she ultimately didn't dare to say anything more. The convoy started, whizzing past Wong Fang standing there, staring blankly as the convoy disappeared into the distance, feeling a mix of complex emotions. Her mind was buzzing incessantly at this moment, and all that had just happened felt like a dream. But she knew clearly that it wasn't a dream. Ziqie had truly grown to a point that Wong Fang could no longer reach. To Ziqie, who used to be bossed around by her, even doing menial chores like cleaning the toilets. The Ziqie, who was insulted by numerous people and looked down upon by the Chen family, had now transformed and risen to the top of the pyramid in Tianhai City. Whether Wong Fang was willing to admit it or not, she had to acknowledge it. She had to acknowledge that compared to Ziqie, her entire Chen family was nothing but ants at his feet. Not to mention being crushed by him, they wouldn't even be able to catch his attention. How did it come to this? He was clearly inferior to Liang Chao in the beginning. Wong Fang clenched her teeth tightly. Initially, in her mind, Liang Chao could have outperformed Ziqie by a mile. However, the rapid growth of Ziqian's abilities had truly shocked her. Not to mention Liang Chao, even Tianhai Lin family's eldest son Lin Yan couldn't hold a candle to Ziqie. Although he had no background within the second-generation circles of Tianhai City, Ziqie surpassed all the well-connected kids. While he had no connections in Tianhai City, he had managed to climb to where he was today, making numerous bigwigs in Tianhai City bow to him. This was enough to prove that Ziqie was not the waste as portrayed by the Chen family, but a smart and capable young man with powerful abilities. Can a person undergo such a drastic transformation in such a short time? The answer was no. Absolutely not. This only indicated that Ziqie was originally a very capable individual. It was just that people like Wong Fang lacked discernment. Alas, Chen Liu sighed deeply. At this moment, the saying "a fine steed knows its own master" rang true in his mind. It had been proven that Ziqie was indeed a true talent, but during his time with the Chen family, nobody recognized his potential, and even due to their own stupidity, they had handed over this fine steed to someone else. Now, the Liu family had gained rapid development through Ziqie, and he had even overturned the Lin family, becoming the new leader of the next generation's three powerhouses. Chen Liu couldn't help but think, If only they had the foresight and vision of the Liu family, then everything the Liu family currently possessed could have belonged to the Chen family. Yet, this was merely wishful thinking. After all, once things were missed, it was impossible to reclaim them. The old man was right from the beginning. The moment Ziqiao left the Chen family, it marked the beginning of the Chen family's decline. The reality shows that the old man saw through everything clearly long ago. Chen Liu sighed again, then gradually turned and got into the car. If he had seen it all early on, why didn't he warn us? Wang Fang suddenly turned around, gnashing her teeth as she questioned. Did we listen? With so many words said, and attempts made to stop it, which one of the people in the Chen family listened? Isn't that just how people are? They won't listen to 1,000 words until something happens, like the students in school who don't value learning when they can, only to feel their lack of education once they enter society. Chen Liu said these words, leaving Wang Fang speechless and unable to rebut. But with Wang Fang's personality, whether she was right or not, she would still argue for the sake of it. Don't lecture me with those grand principles. It's all because the old man didn't handle things properly. It's not our fault. It was him who brought Ziqia into the Chen family, and now Ziqia has chased us, the Chen family, out of the company. Driving out Chen Liren and them is one thing, but chasing away Ruozu too, isn't that starving our whole family? Wang Fang muttered to herself as she walked towards the car. Can you stop talking? Chen Liu suddenly turned and shouted at Wang Fang. How dare you yell at me, you Chen surname? Wang Fang was momentarily stunned, but then began shouting at Chen Liu as usual. I'm damn crazy. How can you say such things? You say Ziqia drove the big boss away, shouldn't have driven Ruozu away. How did you treat her and Ruozu? Did you have any conscience? Sometimes I really hate talking to you. No matter what, you are her mother-in-law, even if it's half. Even if you don't help him, it's fine. But you also sided with the big boss to insult Ziqia. Is that right? You insult Ziqia in front of others, and behind the scenes, you're always instigating trouble between Ruozu and Ziqia. Do you think I don't know about it? I tell you, today's outcome with Ruozu, and even the Chen family's current situation, is all due to your instigation. There's definitely an inextricable connection between you and Wang Fang. Chen Liu at this moment was truly like a madman, pointing at Wang Fang's nose and scolding loudly. I. Facing the two-faced Chen Liu, Wang Fang looked bewildered. Perhaps because she couldn't refute the facts before her, she couldn't even complete a sentence now. What about me? I've been tolerating you too much. What did I do wrong? Yes, I know you didn't like Ziqia, but by the time he married Ruoxu, the ship had sailed. Why did you say so much? You brainwash Ruoxu every day, sowing discord between them. Are you too afraid to admit it now? Chen Lihu's voice grew louder and louder, until he was yelling at Wang Fang like an angry beast. Wang Fang was filled with anger, but facing this unfamiliar side of Chen Liu, she didn't know how to respond. In all the years of marriage with Chen Liu, she had been the one in charge at home and outside, and Chen Liu had never challenged her. Today, Chen Lihu's abnormal behavior caught her completely off guard. It can only be said that a straightforward person, when pushed to the limit, can become uncontrollable. Even rabbits bite when provoked, let alone a live person like Chen Liu. I don't care to argue with you. From the beginning until now, you've always thought you were right and made decisions on your own. I don't care anymore. But in the future, do whatever you want. Don't involve me. After Chen Liu finished speaking, he opened the car door and turned away. Chen Liu, are you trying to provoke me? If you keep talking to me like this, do you believe I single quotes LL ... Wang Fang was interrupted as she saw Chen Liu turn abruptly, his eyes burning with anger fixed on her. Today, Chen Liu is not only going to provoke you, I'm going to slap you in the face. Chen Liu stared wide-eyed, raising his arm high. Try touching me. Chen surname. Wang Fang cursed angrily, but before she could finish, a handbag was thrown out from the car window. What are you going to do when I touch you? Accompanied by Chen Lihu's cursing, his arm came down hard. Smack. A solid slap hit Wang Fang's face, leaving her dazed and seeing stars. This slap truly stunned Wang Fang, to the point where she momentarily couldn't speak. She knew that what happened tonight had been quite stimulating, but she never expected Chen Liu to be provoked to this extent. It was as if he had taken the wrong medicine, and for the first time, he had laid hands on her. Did you really think a man wouldn't hit a woman? I didn't want to lay hands on you. You're the one who pushed me to it. Chen Liu pushed Wang Fang away and got into the driver's seat. Chen's surname. I want a divorce from you. Realizing what was happening, Wang Fang pointed at Chen Liu and cursed again. Fine. Whoever doesn't divorce is a bastard. Along with Chen Liu's curses, Wang Fang's bag was thrown out of the car window. Chen Liu, I'll give you one last chance. Now, pick up the bag for me right away. Wang Fang put her hand on her hip, shouting loudly at Chen Liu as usual. Sure. You just wait for me to pick it up for you. Chen Liu smirked and then stepped on the gas and drove away. Chen Liu, you son of a b*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** then shouted at the car. But Chen Liu didn't even brake, speeding up and soon disappearing. "Bastard, you good for nothing." Wong Fang chased a few steps before sitting on the ground and cursing loudly. At this moment, she looked just like a street shrew. Nearby security personnel saw the scene and shook their heads with a slight smile. They had no sympathy for Wong Fang, a foolish and self-righteous older woman. "What are you laughing at? You bunch of good-for-nothings." Fuming, Wong Fang turned her gaze towards the security guards. The guards exchanged glances and then walked towards Wong Fang. "Old lady, Mr. Z might spoil you, but we won't let you off that easy. Why is your mouth so trashy? Get her." A dozen or so guards surrounded Wong Fang. On the other side, in the western district of Tian High City, at the Shuyun Sky Resort, this property had a large stake owned by Zhou Yuking's family, so naturally, they called the shots. Thus, the resort wasn't open to the public today. It was exclusive for their celebration. Originally, they had considered holding the celebration at the most luxurious hotel in Tian High City, but due to the large number of people attending, they changed the venue. Most importantly, the Shuyun Sky Resort was indeed a great place, with a variety of entertainment facilities and amenities for both business and leisure activities. At that moment, the resort was brightly lit, and all areas were as visible as during the day. Ziqiao looked at the resort with some emotion. This resort in the western district wasn't too far from the location of the medical competition that had changed his destiny. And the first time he came to this place with Zhou Yuking, he also met Lin Yang for the first time. At that time, Liang Chao was still alive, and Chen Raku was closely cooperating with the Liang family. At that time, Lin Yang was aloof and represented one of the top figures in the second-generation circle of Tian High City. When Ziqia came to this place for the second time, everything had changed drastically. The Liang family, the Lin family, had all been completely wiped out. As for the Chen family, it had been rebranded entirely. The events that had taken place during that time had indeed led to a massive reshuffling of power in Tian High City. Ziqia, Zhou Yuking walked over slowly, giving Ziqia a sweet smile. The two locked eyes for 2 seconds, both remembering the things that had happened the first time they came here. "Mr. Z, Yuking, come and help." Lan Qingyao called out loudly, and Ziqia and the others followed suit. Tonight's celebration was a bit different from the one when Ziqia won the championship. Back then, the Lan family invited all the influential people in Tian High City to assert their power and status. Now, the Lan family didn't need to assert its position, so tonight's celebration was solely for everyone who had worked together to confront the Lin family. The Lan, Zhou, and Wong families, along with the head of the Chinese Medicine Association, Liu Wensheng, and others, including Ziqian's friends, were all present. People of Lan Jianlin's and Wang Tonghai's age were free to drink tea and alcohol as they pleased, while Lan Jinya and Zhou Yuking were busy grilling, starting a bonfire. The whole scene was truly lively, everyone's mood incredibly relaxed. In fact, the joy and relaxation of these people were genuinely from the heart. After all, following today, the families of Liu, Zhou, and Wong would naturally become the new top 3 in Tian High City. Besides them, everyone participating in the Burn Gold plan this time would all receive great benefits. Originally, many of them did not know each other, but because of Ziqia, they were brought together. After fighting side by side this time, they could be considered comrades on the same boat, surely able to share some of the big cake that is Tian High City in the future. In this situation, of course, everyone was extremely happy. The banquet scene had bonfires, barbecues, fine mai, ethnic dances, and was incredibly lively. At this moment, everyone present seemed a little tipsy. Once a person is a little drunk, even if they were originally strangers, they would lean on each other and had endless topics to chat about. So the atmosphere now was even more lively. Young people like Lu Jinya and Zhou Yuqing, who used to keep their distance from Lu Jianlin and the others and mind their own business, were now gathered together chatting and enjoying themselves. Lu Jinya and Zhou Yuqing even impulsively walked into the crowd and sang a sweet song together, earning applause from the crowd. "Where is Mr. Z? Let's have Mr. Z say a few words to us." "Yes. Yes, Mr. Z, please plan the future development for us," someone suggested, and everyone enthusiastically joined in the call. It was then that everyone suddenly realized that Zitia had left the scene at some point. "Where is Zitia?" Zhou Yuqing was also puzzled. He was just sitting here when they were on stage singing a song, but within a few minutes, he had disappeared. "Mr. Z? Where's Mr. Z?" Everyone got up one by one and started looking for Ziqian's figure. "Wait, over there. Is that him?" Suddenly, a young man in his 20s pointed to a distant building. Everyone followed his finger and looked up to the top floor of a building. The building was not tall, probably only about 10 stories high, with the rooftop terrace about 30 meters above the ground. At this moment, a figure stood quietly at the railing, gazing into the distance with an unknown expression. Even though they were far away, everyone could tell at a glance that it was Zitia. At that moment, countless people in the crowd looked up, but nobody made a sound or disturbed him. Everyone just watched quietly, sensing a tinge of loneliness and melancholy from Ziqian's figure, as if all the hustle and bustle below had nothing to do with him. Yet he was undeniably the ultimate victor of this battle. Now that the table had turned in Tianhai City, the Lu family's rise to power was inevitable, and everyone in the room knew they had to show respect and courtesy to Zitia. It was not an exaggeration to say that Zitia was now standing at the pinnacle of the Tianhai City pyramid. But why did his solitary stance at this moment give off an overwhelming sense of loneliness? "I feel Mr. Z is so lonely." Lu Jingya bit her red lips, perhaps driven by the alcohol to be a bit emotional, her eyes becoming slightly teary. "I don't think Zitia is lonely." Zhou Yuqing pursed her lips and continued, "I think he is on a higher level than us. Perhaps he just doesn't want to associate with us." Upon hearing Zhou Yuqing's words, Lu Jinyao slowly turned her head, her eyes filled with deep astonishment. In her mind, she had always considered Zhou Yuqing as a naive girl with limited social experience. But now it seemed that Zhou Yuqing understood more than she let on. In that moment, Lu Jinya suddenly felt that Zhou Yuqing's level might be higher than her own, because Zhou Yuqing's words had truly awakened Lu Jinya. Sometimes, what others perceive as loneliness is not really loneliness. It might just be that when a person's level surpasses the norm, it becomes difficult to connect with others, unless that person is willing to compromise. But even though Zitia was willing to compromise with them, he might not be willing to compromise with the crowd. Realizing this, Lu Jinya came to understand a lot. "Let's not disturb Mr. Z." "Yes. Let's not disturb Mr. Z, he has a lot on his plate." Everyone unanimously agreed, and no one went to disturb Zitia. At that moment, Zitia stood quietly holding a glass of red wine, gazing into the distance. The music and laughter of the crowd below echoed in his ears. He was amidst the liveliness yet distanced from it. Zitia always felt that this festivity did not belong to him. After all, he was still an amnesiac, unaware of his past. He could see everyone around him clearly but could not see himself, unable to know who he really was. This feeling would be perplexing for anyone, regardless of who they were. Despite the confusion, Zitia understood that some things could not be rushed. Now that everything in Tianhai City had been resolved, he only needed to wait for the notification from the Yi family in the capital to obtain the herbs he needed. Thinking of this, Zitia felt much lighter in his heart. The night passed. The next day, the chaos in Tianhai City during that period finally calmed down. Many previous issues had been properly handled, and with Lu Jianlin and the others taking care of the follow-up matters, everything was smooth sailing. Zitia, on the other hand, was completely free. During this time, the only thing Zitia personally handled was the transformation of the Chen Group. Now, the Chen Group had become a subsidiary of Brilliance Corporation with Zitia holding 100% of the personal shares, giving him absolute control over the company. In other words, at any time and place, this renamed Chen Group, in Ziqian's hands, could be handed over to anyone with just a word from him. So, he had fulfilled his promise to Mr. Chen. The Chen Group had only changed its name, but it had not disappeared like other companies. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Wu Jinyao arrived at the lakeside villa. Mr. Z, you must have guessed by now, right? The report to the media in Tian High City and the denunciation letter from the Yi family in the capital were written by Chen Raku. Not only did she write the denunciation letter, but she also provided concrete evidence such as the recorded conversation with Lynn. Lu Jinyao paused slightly at this point, as she had not expected Chen Raku, who seemed airheaded, to do such a clever thing. Okay. Ziqian nodded lightly, not making any comments on the matter. Seeing Ziqian's calm demeanor, Lu Jinyao was somewhat surprised. She had thought that Ziqian's emotions would fluctuate, but now, Ziqian's calmness felt abnormal. However, Lu Jinyao was not a fool. Judging from Ziqian's expression, he probably had anticipated this matter ahead of time. Actually, Chen Raku is not a bad person, she is just too naive. Lu Jinyao sighed softly. She judges others based on her first impression of them, which leads her to trust anyone but you. Lu Jinyao paused, sometimes feeling conflicted. She didn't want Ziqian to have too much contact with Chen Raku, but at times, she couldn't help but say a few more words. Seeing that Ziqian didn't want to bring up Chen Raku too much, she decided to change the subject. By the way, Mr. Z, there is one more thing I need to tell you. The Yi family has issued a notice. Within 2 days, they will invite the top 10 contestants to the capital city. Hearing this, Ziqian immediately became interested. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. I wonder if they will focus on Tian High City. Lu Jinyao shook her head with a touch of amusement. Just as things are wrapping up on our side, they have already sent out their notification. It doesn't matter. Ziqian shook his head. Is the date confirmed? If everything goes smoothly, it will be tomorrow, at the latest the day after. Lu Jinyao replied truthfully. Okay. Ziqian squeezed his palm, feeling eager. Is Mr. Z happy? Lu Jinyao spoke softly, sensing that Ziqian was genuinely happy at the moment. At the same time, she was well aware that Ziqian's happiness stemmed from the Yi family having medicinal herbs that could help him recover physically and even restore his memories. It's okay. Ziqian nodded. He was indeed looking forward to getting the medicinal herbs as soon as possible. Then, I'll congratulate you in advance, Mr. Z. Lu Jinyao nodded with a somewhat forced smile. What's wrong? Ziqian keenly noticed this. He wasn't sure if Lu Jinyao was aware of his memory loss, but even if she wasn't, wouldn't it be a good thing for him to regain his memory with the help of the needed herbs? Mr. Z, I just suddenly feel. Lu Jinyao hesitated for 2 seconds, gathering her courage. I feel like I don't deserve you. Hearing this, Ziqian was slightly taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Last night, Lu Jinyao pursed her lips. During the celebration banquet last night, Ziqian stood alone on the rooftop. Zhou Yuking's words made Lu Jinyao restless and unable to sleep. Zhou Yuking said that Ziqian was not lonely but rather in a realm far beyond them. It wasn't about being haughty. It was about his different experiences and state of mind that made him disdain mingling with others. You're overthinking it. Ziqian shook his head slightly after hearing Lu Jinyao's words. Mr. Z, I'm not overthinking it. My grandfather said you were originally a very outstanding person. Lu Jinyao paused. Maybe you were even more outstanding before than you are now, so I. Lu Jinyao hesitated for a few seconds, but she didn't continue with the rest of her words. What she wanted to express was that now, Ziqian was already very outstanding. When he fully recovered, the gap between her and Ziqian would only widen, making her feel even more unworthy. So, it wasn't that she didn't want Ziqian to fully recover, but the thought of that time made her extremely uncomfortable. Lu Jinyao didn't voice the rest of her thoughts, but Ziqian could surmise some of it. Faced with Lu Jinyao's mindset, Ziqian wasn't sure how to respond. After all, he was determined to make a full recovery, and regarding this matter, no one could change his mind. When he fully regained his memory and recalled his past actions, he wasn't certain about his state of mind at that time. So, whatever he said now ultimately didn't hold much significance. It's okay. I was just lost in thoughts for a moment. Mr. Z, it's fine. Seeing Ziqian's silence, Lu Jinyao shook her head with a smile, trying to comfort him proactively. We will always be good friends. Ziqian remained silent for a while and finally replied, just limited to friends. Lu Jinyao raised her head slowly to meet Ziqian's eyes. They locked gazes for a moment, then Ziqian stood up slowly. I have something to attend to. If there is any news from the Yi family, tell me promptly. After saying this, Zijia picked up his car keys and left. Mr. Z, there's something else I haven't finished telling you, about the cooperation between our Lu family and the Wong family. Lu Jingya followed him out, calling after Zijia. We can discuss that later. Zijia waved his hand and got into the car, driving off. Faced with Lu Jingya's situation, he didn't know how to handle it, so his only choice was to evade it. The matter of cooperation between the Lu family and the Wong family was not trivial and couldn't be explained in a few words. Zijia believed that it required a meeting involving all three parties to discuss and come up with a comprehensive plan. However, he had something more important to attend to now. Previously, when he visited Elder Chen, before leaving, Elder Chen had asked him to come see him if he had time before going to the Yi family. Zijia knew that Elder Chen wouldn't call if it wasn't important, so there must be something he wanted to discuss face-to-face. Since Lu Jingya had informed him that they were going to the capital city in 2 days, he needed to see Elder Chen now. This man is really hard to figure out. Watching Ziqian's car drive away, Lu Jingya shook her head helplessly. But she was a smart person, knowing well that with a man like Zijia, she couldn't push to heart, otherwise, it would only alienate him. Chen Family Village. Elder Chen's residence. Chia, I rarely drink this tea on ordinary days. I save it for special occasions like today. It seemed as if Elder Chen knew in advance that Zijia would come. He had already taken out his long-preserved tea and began to brew it after Zijia arrived. Is today a special day? Zijia asked curiously. Of course, you've reached the pinnacle of Tian High City with your own abilities, Elder Chen praised. And you've achieved such success, yet you haven't forgotten this old man. Coming here in person is indeed special to me. Zijia shook his head helplessly. Grandpa, you don't have to be so polite when talking to me. Ha ha. That's true. In your current position, everyone around you is just saying flattering things. If I were to speak such words again, it might annoy you, Chen Yezi jokingly said, but it was also a kind of reminder. After all, Zijia now held a high and influential position, and there would surely be many opportunistic sycophants around him. If Zijia were to be misled by them, he could easily go down the wrong path. Grandfather, I understand, Zijia nodded lightly. Here, try this tea. Today, I am basking in your glory. Chen Yezi handed the brewed tea to Zijia. Zijia took a sip. The tea was aromatic and truly top-rate tea leaves. The Yi family, being such a big clan, must have many good tea leaves. If I have the chance this time, I will ask them to bring some back for you, Zijia said, after setting down the teacup, surprising Chen Yezi. Going there? Yes. In the next 2 days, Zijia answered truthfully. Good. Chen Yezi nodded and continued to busy himself with brewing tea. Zijia thought Chen Yezi had something to say, but he showed no sign of speaking, leaving Zijia puzzled. Nevertheless, he did not rush to ask, anyway, grandfather, I want to congratulate you. Although you don't have a family backing you up like those privileged second-generation individuals, you have still come this far today. Grandfather, I sincerely wish you well. Chen Yezi watched Zijia, speaking these words with utmost seriousness. After a few seconds of silence, Zijia softly said, Su also helped a lot with this matter. Oh, what could she possibly help with? Chen Yezi chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, she helped me at a crucial moment, Zijia softly said. She reported to the media in Tian High City, including the Yi family's report and evidence, all provided by her, keeping it from me in person. Did you put a lot of effort into this? Chen Yezi shook his head with a smile, saying words that made Zijia fall into silence. She thinks too simply, just thinking that this way can help you. But she doesn't know that without you backing her up, Tian High City's media would definitely contact the Lin family first to please them at the first time. Let alone releasing the news, she probably wouldn't even be able to leave the doors of that media company safely. Chen Yezi shook his head gently. There were things Chen Raku couldn't see through, but he could. Like what Chen Raku did this time, if Zijia had not put in his effort behind the scenes, things would not have escalated, and the Lin family would have definitely made Chen Raku pay the price. However, Zijia did some things behind the scenes that prevented such a situation from happening and helped Chen Raku avoid many dangers. I didn't do much. After a few seconds, Zijia shook his head lightly. All right, she's not here, so you don't have to be cautious in what you say. You know she wants to use this method to make up for some guilt and debt towards you, so you didn't expose her, allowing her to feel better. In this matter, grandfather wants to thank you. Chen Raku sighed. He truly felt that Zitia, whether towards the Chen family or Chen Raku, had gone above and beyond. This time, even if Chen Raku had not acted, Zitia would have found a solution for sure, maybe using the same method as Chen Raku. But since Chen Raku took the first step, Zitia silently went along with it. This way, Chen Raku felt that she had done something for Zitia, which indeed helped alleviate her sense of guilt. Grandfather, as long as the matter is resolved, it's fine. Zitia shook his head. The manner in which it was resolved is not that important. You're right, as long as the outcome is good, it's already enough. If Raku can grow from these experiences, I will be very pleased. Chen Raku nodded softly, and Zitia felt that Chen Raku always wanted to steer the conversation towards Chen Raku. What does she have planned now? Zitia asked casually. Oh yes, she came yesterday evening. She said she wants to go out for a trip to relax and clear her mind. She's leaving today. Hearing this, Zitia furrowed his brow slightly, feeling slightly uncomfortable. When he first heard that Chen Raku had resigned from Chen Group and left Tian High City, he didn't feel much. But now, hearing from Chen Raku that Raku had already left Tian High City and went on a trip, it did bring a slight sense of loss to him. Let her go and relax. Over these years, for the company's sake, she has pressured herself too much, even wearing herself out, not like a girl of her age should be. Chen Raku shook his head, feeling both anger and heartache for all that Chen Raku had done. Yes, that would be good. Zitia nodded lightly, wanting to say something but hesitating. By the way, she asked me to pass you a letter. Chen Raku reached into his pocket and took out an envelope, handing it to Zitia. Zitia looked at the envelope for a moment, then reached out to take it. Zitia broke the seal. The handwriting on the envelope was clearly Chen Raku's, but these few words seemed a bit blurry, as if there were water droplets on them. If she had something to say, why didn't she say it in person? Zitia asked as he gently rubbed the envelope and looked up at Chen Raku. I don't know. Chen Raku shook his head slightly, picking up his teacup and silently sipping his tea. Zitia stared at the envelope for a few seconds, feeling a myriad of complex emotions at this moment, with many feelings flooding his heart. What time is she leaving? Zitia asked again. She has a flight at 7:50 in the morning. Before boarding the plane, she informed me. Chen Raku shook his head slightly. By this time, Chen Raku had probably arrived in another city. Real departures always happen silently. It seemed like she had decisively left without saying goodbye to anyone, leaving no chance for anyone to persuade her to stay. Perhaps she never expected anyone in Tian High City to try and keep her there. Zitia grew even more silent. Seeing Zitian's mood, Chen Raku reached out and patted Zitian's shoulder. She wants to go out for some peace of mind. This has nothing to do with you. It's okay for her to be alone for a while, don't you think? After finishing his words, Zitia also nodded lightly. Then, Zitia picked up the envelope, examined it for a few seconds, and put it in his pocket. Just as Chen Raku previously said, some words might not be suitable to say face to face, so Zitia felt it might be more appropriate to read the letter alone. Just make sure she stays safe, Zitia said, shaking his head. I've already instructed her. Mr. Chen nodded. Although you've been protecting her well these past 2 years, she is ultimately an adult and can take care of herself. Zitia nodded without saying more. The two of them chatted for a while before the conversation shifted to the Yi family. Grandpa, you mentioned earlier that before I go to the Yi family, I should come see you first. Zitia took the initiative to bring up the matter. Do you have something you want to tell me? Zitia asked. There's nothing specific to tell you, Mr. Chen replied. However, as the national champion, the Yi family will definitely extend an olive branch to you, so you need to think about your next steps in advance. Mr. Chen continued, serving Zitia some hot tea. For now, I don't plan on joining the Yi family. Zitia shook his head slightly. While it was true that the Yi family had abundant medical resources and many traditional Chinese medicine scholars in Lungwo wanted to join them for further studies, Zitia couldn't shake the feeling that the Yi family was not as simple as they appeared. Therefore, he didn't have any immediate plans to join them. That's up to you, Mr. Chen said, but I must remind you that even if you refuse the Yi family, you mustn't speak too lightly or bluntly. From what I know, the head of the Yi family has a temper and a very strong personality. We must not offend them. Mr. Chen spoke seriously and solemnly. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Ziqian nodded. He understood that Mr. Chen was giving him well-intentioned advice. Despite his achievements in Tianhai City, he knew that compared to the Yi family in the capital city, his accomplishments were relatively insignificant. If he were to offend the Yi family, they could easily deal with him. I won't provoke or intentionally offend them, Ziqia added. But if they push too aggressively, I won't stay silent. Hearing Ziqian's words, Mr. Chen smiled but did not respond. Personalities are something that no amount of advice could change. Everyone had their own character and way of doing things. Mr. Chen had faith that Ziqia would handle everything properly. Over in our past, and the conversation between Ziqia and Mr. Chen was coming to an end. Ziqia checked the time and prepared to take his leave. Grandpa, why don't you go back and stay in the city center? You're getting older, and health problems could arise easily, Ziqia suggested. But I just walked here, and the nearest town hospital is about 10 kilometers away, which is inconvenient. Ziqia looked at Mr. Chen and said softly, you can choose any place suitable for retirement in Tianhai City, and I can help you arrange it. If that doesn't work out, you can stay in a lakeside villa. Ha, there's no need for that. Mr. Chen shook his head. People say that fallen leaves return to their roots. At my age, living here is where I want to be, no matter how lavish the accommodations elsewhere may be. Mr. Chen smiled and shook his head. He had grown up in this place and being able to retire in his hometown at this age was a source of great happiness for him. Grandpa, are you mad at me? Ziqia asked after a moment of silence. Why would I be? Mr. Chen was surprised by the question. In my eyes, you've done nothing wrong, so why would I blame you? Mr. Chen paused for a moment, then picked up a teapot. The water inside was lukewarm. Water can be heated again when it cools, but if the heart turns cold, how can it be warmed? In the past, I couldn't stop them from doing things that made you feel cold. Now, I don't have the right to stop you from doing anything or have the right to interfere. Mr. Chen patted Ziqian's shoulder. Don't overthink it. The current situation is not your fault. Ziqia felt a surge of warmth at Mr. Chen's words. He remained silent for a while before simply saying, thank you. Grandpa, I'll take my leave now. Ziqia got into his car and rolled down the window. Drive safely and remember, matters in the capital city are different from Tianhai City. Don't act impulsively. At that moment, Ziqia felt like a child going off to work in a distant place, and Mr. Chen seemed to worrying that he might have missed saying something important, continually repeating his advice. I'll remember that, Ziqian nodded in response before driving off. Mr. Chen watched as Ziqian's car drove away until he could no longer see the taillights. He then slowly withdrew his gaze. His eyes shifted to the vast blue sky, and in that moment, a myriad of complex emotions seemed to flicker in his eyes. Evening. Lakeside Villa. Ziqia sat on the balcony, gazing into the distance. On the small table in front of him, there was a cup of tea and a letter. After a while, Ziqia slowly took his eyes off the view and casually picked up the letter. A 2-year marriage had come down to this single letter, evoking a sense of regret. On his way back from Mr. Chen's place, Ziqia had been speculating about what might be in the letter from Chen Raku. He couldn't fathom what she might have to say given the current circumstances. Perhaps it was simply a few words of apology. Shaking his head, Ziqia opened the envelope. At that moment, he noticed 2 cars speeding towards the villa. The security at the foot of the mountain let them pass without questioning Ziqia, indicating that they were likely from the Lu family. Ziqia checked his phone and saw several missed calls from Lu Jingyao, but he had it on silent and didn't hear them. Mr. Z, I apologize for the late visit. Please forgive the intrusion. Soon, the cars arrived at the villa gate. Lu Ji and Lynn, Wong Tanhai, and Lu Jingyao got out of the cars. This time, they had driven themselves instead of having a chauffeur, and the fact that they came alone and in circumstances that avoid unnecessary people suggested that they were here to discuss the cooperation that Ziqia had previously promised. Please come in, Ziqia said, coming down from the balcony to the living room. Mr. Z, the 3 of them greeted as they took their seats. Mr. Z, I called you but you didn't answer, Lu Jingyao explained as they seated themselves. I asked the security down the mountain where you were, and when they said you were at the villa, we decided to come over ourselves. I just muted it. Ziqia paused and then added, if there's something urgent, just come straight to me. There's no need for formality between us. Ziqian's last sentence was directed at the 3 of them, and Lynn and Wong Tonghai quickly nodded in agreement. Immediately after, Wong Tonghai and Lynn gave Zitia a report on the situation before asking about the next steps. Mr. Z, the preparatory work is nearly done. Do you have any other instructions on your end? Wong Tonghai looked at Zitia with a very respectful tone. This time, the task they were about to undertake could be considered of great significance. Leaving aside other aspects, for the city of Tianhai, it was definitely a historic undertaking. This endeavor would not only bring countless fame and fortune to the Lua and Wong families, it would also be a great boon for numerous patients, almost like a gospel for them. Therefore, both the Lua and Wong families took this matter seriously, and Zitia was no exception. As Zitia previously mentioned, he alone couldn't cure all the patients in the world, but he could, in his own way, bring health to more patients. I don't have any specific instructions, but once this matter is accomplished, I have two requests. First, we must not tolerate incompetence. Those quacks who are not skilled should not be allowed to harm people. If I discover any relative or friend connections allowing incompetent doctors to enter the hospital through back channels, that hospital's admission rights will be revoked. After Zitia stated the first point, everyone nodded in agreement. The duty of a doctor is to heal the sick, but those quacks who only care about making money or cause harm for personal gain are despicable and detestable to any normal person. Secondly, the treatment costs must be lowered to the minimum so that all patients can afford treatment. Furthermore, both of your families should establish special subsidy funds to provide targeted assistance to ordinary and impoverished families, granting exemptions when possible. When Zitia said this, Lynn and Wong Tonghai were momentarily stunned. They were ultimately businessmen who couldn't fully comprehend the sense of responsibility that Zitia, as a doctor, held. For businessmen, profit was paramount, as every decision was driven by profit. After all, without sufficient profit in the business world, many things couldn't function properly. If they followed Zitian's plan, wouldn't they end up losing out? Moreover, Zitia also wanted them to establish special subsidy funds to help ordinary and impoverished families, making exemptions which seemed no different from charity work. Their vested interest in this matter was indeed driven by the pursuit of fame and wealth. If that were the case, they would lose their motivation instantly. Mr. Z, I am not being stingy. Our medical staff need to be paid, and hospital operations require funds. If we don't make a profit, then the hospital won't be able to operate, leaving patients with no place to seek treatment. Wong Tonghai boldly raised a counterpoint, while Lynn and Lynn remained silent, acknowledging his perspective. They understood that while doctors had the noble mission of saving lives, survival in society ultimately revolves around basic needs like food, shelter, and clothing, which in turn require money. I'm referring to ordinary and impoverished families. For those wealthy individuals who can afford it, you can charge them the standard fees, Zitia continued. Exactly. There's no rule stating that each patient must pay the same fee. Lynn added with a laugh. Different fee standards just mean our staff will have slightly more work, which isn't a difficult task. Robin Hood style. Since those affluent individuals won't be lacking in funds, as long as their health can be restored, they would be willing to pay a fortune. Earning their money and using it to support ordinary and impoverished families was indeed a good idea. If that's the case, then it's settled. After a few moments of silence, Lynn and Wong Tonghai nodded. However, it was evident that they felt somewhat uncomfortable about the arrangement. I understand your concerns, but don't worry. Once the plan is executed, I'll make new arrangements. Moreover, I'm currently developing new medications. If all goes well, the medical field will no longer have the word cancer in it, Zitia added, causing the trio to widen their eyes in surprise. Lynn even stood up from his chair, unable to contain his excitement. Mr. Z, is this for real? Wong Tonghai couldn't contain his excitement either. Though diseases such as ALS were serious, they weren't as prevalent and representative. However, cancer was different. The number of cancer patients and the age at which they're diagnosed had been steadily increasing each year. If Zichuan's medication could solve this issue, it would be a monumental achievement in the medical field, something that could change the course of future medicine and impact the fate of humanity. Everyone involved in this endeavor, including themselves, would be celebrated in history. Wouldn't they then receive both fame and wealth? Thinking about it, they couldn't contain their excitement and almost found it surreal. However, Considering Zitia had previously solved a worldwide medical challenge like ALS, they felt somewhat reassured. Whether it's true or not, we'll see once the medication is developed. Pursuing fame and wealth is normal for businessmen, and I don't object to your thoughts and actions, Zitia assured. But since we're working together, there's something I must remind you of. After sharing his words of wisdom, the three quickly nodded. Mr. Z, please go ahead. We are all ears. Luji and Lynn nodded in agreement. Good deeds lead to wealth, and virtue leads to longevity, Zitia stated, causing the trio to ponder deeply. Mr. Z, we've learned from your wisdom. After a while, Luji and Lynn and Wong Tonghai felt a sense of respect and admiration towards Zitia. On the other hand, Lu Jinyao gazed intensively, Zitia, her eyes revealing a hint of complexity. Previously, she hadn't paid much attention, but after her conversation with Zhou Yuqing last night, her attitude had changed significantly. And now, upon hearing Zitian's words, she had to admit the vast gap between themselves and Zitia in terms of moral standards. After discussing for a while, several people were ready to leave. Mr. Z, we will go back now to arrange the plan. In a week at most, we will have all the things integrated. The two of them, Luji and Lin, stood up slowly, as they were a bit impatient. No rush. Let's talk about these matters after I return from the capital. Ziqian's interruption made the two men a bit puzzled, but they were smart enough not to ask more questions and nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Lu Jinya was very happy. She originally thought that after Ziqiao went to the capital, he would stay at the Yi family. Now hearing Ziqian's intention to come back, it naturally brought great joy to Lu Jinya. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zitia thought about discussing the Yi family with the people, but after a few seconds of contemplation, he decided against it. After discussing matters, everyone left the lakeside villa one by one. Zitia watched as the cars drove away before returning to the villa and making a phone call. Mr. Z. The call connected, and Chen Hemming's voice came through. I have something to ask you. I want to hear the truth. Ziqian's words were brief and blunt, causing Chen Hemming to be taken aback. Mr. Z, I really know very little about your past. Please, don't push me. Chen Hemming sighed helplessly. I am not asking about my own matters. Ziqian's words made Chen Hemming relax, and he responded, Mr. Z, as far as I know, I will definitely not hide anything from you. Why didn't you participate in the medical skills conference? Ziqia got straight to the point. Chen Hemming didn't expect Ziqia to ask this question and hesitated before replying. I don't like seeking fame and fortune. You're talking nonsense. If you don't like it, does your disciple not like it either? Why don't you participate yourself and forbid your disciple from participating? Ziqia snorted, knowing that Chen Hemming was lying to him. Mr. Z, I believe that, as a doctor, one should consider it their duty to heal the sick. Why compete at the medical skills conference when all that matters is how many people you can treat, not who is better than who? This is my personal view, and since you are my disciple, you should naturally follow my views and thoughts. Listening to Chen Hemming's explanation, Ziqia fell silent for a moment, not sure how to respond. Most people in this world like to seek fame and fortune, but not everyone should be judged the same way. Just like how you participate in the medical skills conference, you're not doing it to gain fame, right? Chen Hemming's words left Ziqia speechless. He truly wasn't seeking fame or fortune by participating in the conference. He simply wanted to obtain what he needed. Despite the logic in Chen Hemming's words, Ziqia still felt that Chen Hemming must know some secrets and known to others. So, should I join the Yi family? Ziqia raised this question, squinting slightly. Chen Hemming fell silent instantly. Ziqia didn't rush him, waiting for Chen Hemming's response. Mr. Z, this is ultimately up to your own choice. After a moment of silence, Chen Hemming gave an ambiguous answer. Just a lot of nonsense. Ziqia frowned and shook his head. He had hoped to deduce something from Chen Hemming's answer, but it seemed like he was thinking too much. Ziqia felt disappointed. Mr. Z, don't be angry. I truly dare not make random suggestions on such matters. Mr. Z is brilliant and far-sighted, and you will definitely make the most correct judgment and decision in different circumstances. With these words, Ziqia could only nod helplessly, but after a pause, he asked, do you have any suggestions for me this time? Mr. Z, I feel that in life, As long as we follow our hearts, we will hardly go wrong. Making choices based on our inner selves, free from external influences, we won't regret in the future. After pondering for a moment, Chen Hemming finally expressed his thoughts. While his answer seemed vague, it actually provided a response. Okay, I understand. Zichia nodded. They chatted a bit more before ending the call. After hanging up, Zichia contemplated for a while, checked some information on his phone, and then went back to his room to rest. Next day, the city of Tianhai has now returned to calm. Since the downfall of the Lin family, no one in Tianhai dared to challenge Zichia, nor did anyone dare to confront him. So, when Lu Jianlin and others dealt with the aftermath, many people cooperated, making the process smooth and easy. Zichia had also fulfilled his promise to Zhang Dingnan. After the fall of the Lin family in Tianhai, he had been unaffected, and his development had become even more stable. In this world, some people are unreliable while others are true to their word. Zichia was a person of his word. He wasn't quick to make promises, but once he did, he would follow through, no matter what. Currently, he had kept his promises to everyone around him, including the Lu family, Zhou family, Wong family, the Chinese Medicine Association, Zhang Dingnan, and others in the business circle like Li Wanchen. He had fulfilled all the promises he had made, even exceeding expectations. Zichia was at peace with himself regarding everyone around him. Now, it was time for him to focus on his own affairs. Near dusk, Lu Jinya called. As expected by Zichia, there was news from the Yi family. The next morning, the Yi family would provide a private plane to invite Zichia and the other top 10 contestants to visit and exchange ideas on traditional Chinese medicine. Okay, Zichia agreed, looking forward to it. Of course, he was anticipating not the trip itself, but the possibility of finding the medicinal herbs he needed at the Yi family. That was the main point. Mr. Z, I checked, and you can bring a friend along. Lu Jingya paused for 2 seconds, fearing Zichia might not understand, and quickly added, so, why not bring me along? To Lu Jingya's surprise, Zichia decisively refused. She had thought that their relationship was excellent, and Zichia wouldn't reject her if she insisted on going. But now, Zichia refused outright. Let's talk about it later. But not this time. Zichia shook his head again, refusing. The reason was that his trip to the capital this time was for business, not leisure. Moreover, Zichia wasn't sure if he could successfully complete the task at hand or what the attitude of the Yi family would be. In this situation, he was completely clueless about the circumstances regarding the capital and the Yi family. Therefore, Zichia felt it was not suitable to have others by his side at this moment. Okay. Lu Jingya nodded helplessly. She understood Zichian's character well. Once he had made up his mind, no amount of persuasion would change it, and he wouldn't make any adjustments. So, since Zichia wasn't planning to take her along, she could only accept it silently. Mr. Z, please tidy up. I will inform you after they arrive tomorrow, Lu Jingya said. And Zichia responded with a sound before hanging up the phone and returning to his room. This trip to the capital was not for a competition or any other specific reason, so there wasn't much to bring. However, for a doctor, there were some necessities that should always be carried with them. Zichia would surely pack those items. I hope everything goes smoothly, Zichia murmured softly. The next morning, Yi family's private jet arrived in Tianhai City. After Zichia boarded the plane, he found that the other 9 players from the country's top 10 were already seated. When they saw Zichia coming in, they stood up to greet him with great respect and admiration in their eyes. Although they were all top players, especially the runners-up and 3rd place, who were only 1 ranking below Zichia, they were well aware of the gap between them and Zichia was significant. Just the fact that Zichia could manipulate his Che into a needle made them marvel, let alone that he had cured the world-class medical issue of progressive freezing on the spot. Even though they were all top players, they did not dare to speak to Zichia as equals, only holding admiration and respect for him. Mr. Z, we don't want to delay your time, so we first picked up the other players, and then came here, so once we have you, we can leave first. An older man in charge of the team explained to Zichia with a smile. Thank you. Zichia nodded lightly and then greeted the other players before finding a seat by the window to sit down. It must be said that the environment of this private jet was excellent, with ample space. The other players had hoped they could discuss traditional Chinese medicine with Zichia, even if he just gave them some guidance. it would have been very beneficial for them. However, seeing that Zichia did not seem interested in talking, they gave up. If they went forward and disturbed him, it would have been impolite. Zichia adjusted his seat, reclined with his eyes closed, and the private jet headed towards the capital. 2 hours later, the plane arrived in the capital. Mr. Z, fellow players, there is still a distance from the airport to your accommodation, so, for the next part of the journey, we will need to travel by car. The man leading the team approached, and everyone got off the plane. As Zichia walked out of the cabin and looked around at the airport surroundings, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Zichia paused. He had never been to the capital before, so why did this airport feel so familiar? Just as the thought flashed through his mind, Zichia couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. The capital was not off limits. Any citizen could visit some tourist spots. It was perfectly normal for him to have visited the capital before losing his memory. Soon, Zichia and the others boarded the waiting cars. The family had used luxury cars to pick up the players. Each player had a car with several burly bodyguards in black. These guards, with their aura, were undoubtedly former elite soldiers who had served in the military. The family's actions were quite normal. Being one of the top 10 players indicated their exceptional knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. These players were treasures in the traditional medicine community, and their safety was crucial. Even without Yi family's protection, there would be other security measures in place. Mr. Z, we will first go to Yangtze. Mr. Yi and some key figures from the family are there. They would like to meet the players. The middle-aged man leading the team sat in the same car as Zichia. Understood. Zichia nodded lightly. Since he was in someone else's territory, he had to accept their arrangements. As the convoy set off, the middle-aged man shared information about the surrounding buildings and tourist attractions with Zichia. They were headed to the Yangtze Villa area in the capital. The Yangtze Villa area, one of the 9 major villa areas in the city, was located in the Fengtai district of the capital's 6th district. It boasted both convenient urban transportation and living facilities, as well as high-quality natural resources. Residents of the Yangtze area had significant financial resources. As the top medical family in the country, Yi family's wealth was beyond estimation. The Yangtze Villa area was just one property among their numerous assets that many envied. Mr. Z, to the north of the Yangtze Villa area, is the Qinling Mountain, famous for its cultural significance. To the south, there is the more than 6,000 acres Qinlong Lake and 10 golf courses. To the east, there is the Nangong Hot Spring, renowned for its natural heat. To the west, there is the 1,000-year-old royal practice spot, Tans, and the millennium-old monastery, Jitai. The middle-aged guide was full of enthusiasm, providing a detailed account of the sights in the area as they traveled. Zichia listened quietly, occasionally nodding. The middle-aged man assumed Zichia was just introverted and decided to keep the conversation light. Little did he know, Zichia wasn't avoiding conversation deliberately. He found the views outside the window strikingly familiar. While it was normal for him to have visited the capital before his memory loss, the striking familiarity of the surroundings made him uneasy. Zichia furrowed his brows. As the more he looked, the more familiar it all seemed, causing a persistent headache. In that moment, he felt like something hidden in his mind was about to surface. Zichia took a sharp breath of cold air, reaching out to press his temple. The pain from just a moment ago made him feel like his head was going to explode. Mr. Z, what's wrong with you? The middle-aged man turned to him quickly, asking with concern. It's nothing. Zichia waved his hand. But anyone could see that Zichia's face was pale and extremely abnormal at this moment. However, after being interrupted by the middle-aged man, Zichia's complexion slowly began to recover. Mr. Z, are you feeling unwell? Or are you feeling dizzy? The middle-aged man asked again, showing great care for someone like Zichia. Just an old ailment, Zichia replied casually. Mr. Z, a top-notch physician like yourself, how? The middle-aged man paused halfway and quickly changed his tone. But it's normal. While a doctor can't treat himself, the Yi family has many senior physicians who can help take a look. All right, Zichia said no more. Soon, the car entered the Yangtze Villa area. On both sides of the road, at intervals, there were standalone villas. In this area of the capital, prices are extremely high, and real estate prices set the ceiling for the entire kingdom. Even the relatively more affordable high-rise residential buildings cost tens of millions. As for standalone villas in areas like this, Their value is unimaginable to ordinary people. It is not an exaggeration to say that these villas are like golden business cards. With such a card in hand, no one in the top elite circles would dare to underestimate you. In fact, individuals like Zitia, who are among the top 10, come from prominent family corporations in their respective cities and have seen countless luxurious villas and high-end residences. But looking across the country, is there any residence that can match the value of these residences in the capital city? After all, under the emperor's feet, every inch of land is gold. The standalone villas on both sides of the road are luxurious enough, but when everyone arrived at the Yi family's residence, they understood what it meant to see the real deal. Most of the Yanqi villa area consists of standalone villas, but the Yi family's residence, it couldn't be called a villa. It was more like a grand estate. The grand main gate, connected to the surrounding walls, stretched so long that the end was not visible. This grand construction with high walls and large courtyards, while not reaching the level of an imperial palace in ancient times, was at least of the same status as a palace for imperial relatives. After entering, a wide main road that could accommodate 6 cars side by side extended, with various valuable flowers and trees planted on both sides. A gust of wind brought a waft of medicinal fragrance. Zitia turned to see that the trees and flowers were meticulously categorized and planted with countless valuable medicinal herbs. The Yi family indeed lived up to its reputation as a family of medical expertise, planting various Chinese medicinal herbs everywhere, some of which were even more beautiful than the flowers. Looking from Zitian's perspective, the main road had sections of ascending stairs that continued increasing in height as the residential area extended backward. Standing in this main road gave a feeling similar to nobles paying homage to the emperor in ancient times. Yes, this ascending architectural design indeed resembled a palace hall in ancient times. Mr. Z, the architectural design and overall layout of this place are strictly based on a grand hall on the other side of the museum. The middle-aged man's introduction confirmed Zitian's suspicion. However, after confirming this fact, Zitia found it somewhat amusing. Could it be that the Yi family sees themselves as emperors? Of course, in this era, there are no emperors, so Zitia just smiled and dismissed the thought. Right, Mr. Z, let me arrange accommodations for you first. Once the master of the house is done with his business, I'll take you to meet and discuss matters. The middle-aged man glanced at his phone and chuckled as he explained to Zitia. All right, Zitia nodded lightly, but in reality, he had some different thoughts. He had originally expected that as the top 10 contenders in the country, the Yi family would at least send important figures to welcome them or at least make an effort. Yet now, not only did the main figures of the Yi family not personally greet them, they couldn't even meet any regular person. And from what the middle-aged men indicated, they might not even see anyone from the Yi family now and were instead being arranged for accommodation first. Simply put, weren't they being left hanging here? While Zitia didn't care much for pomp and circumstance, he also felt that the way the Yi family was treating their guests was somewhat unsuitable. But then again, a prestigious and noble family like the Yi family should know the proper etiquette for receiving guests, right? They understood etiquette, but did not follow through with it, which was quite interesting. With these thoughts in mind, Zitia soon arrived at a row of houses beside the estate. Everyone, you've worked hard all the way. Please choose your rooms for a rest and wait for further instructions, the middle-aged man explained to the contestants after getting off the car. Obviously, the middle-aged man's attitude towards Zitia was still polite, but when facing the other contestants, there was no politeness or respect, and it almost felt like a superior giving orders to employees. The 9 contestants got off the car one after another, and Zitia also stepped down. It was only at this point that they saw several Yi family servants standing there. 5 or 6 servants, male and female, showed no reaction upon seeing the top 10 contestants. They just wore professional fake smiles. The accommodations arranged for Zitia and the others were not luxurious or top tier. Compared to the standalone villas on the main road, they were not even worth mentioning. What do you mean by this? Is this how the Yi family treats its guests? One contestant, impatient by nature, grumbled with a displeased expression. Encouraged by this contestant, the others also nodded in agreement. These individuals, as the top 10 contenders of the medical congress, were all extremely talented Chinese medicine professionals. In their own cities, they were top-tier figures in the medical field and were treated like esteemed guests wherever they went. Yet upon arriving at the Yi family, They expected a warm welcoming ceremony, but were instead given such accommodations and left hanging here. Wasn't this a form of disrespect? Oh, I have no intention of arguing with you contestants, but there's something I must remind you about. You are not guests of the Yi family. You are merely the Yi family's contestants, at most, the more outstanding ones among the contestants. I hope you can understand this. The middle-aged man shook his head with a smile, his words making some contestants turn red in anger. Despite being upset, they couldn't make any retort. Zichia remained silent throughout. No wonder before his visit, Master Chen had reminded him to keep a low profile, as the Yi family's master had a strong personality. But now it seemed that the Yi family's disposition wasn't just in the hands of their master. Everyone there displayed an extremely dominant demeanor. However, the Yi family did indeed have the capital and confidence to be dominant. Of course, I know that all of you are indeed very outstanding, but what I want to tell you is that the Yi family is not lacking in excellent talent. While the Yi family may consider recruiting players, they will never allow any player to enter with arrogance to further their studies at the Yi family. The middle-aged man with his back to Zichia, his gaze swept over the faces of the remaining 9 people one by one. Faced with the words of the middle-aged man, the others could not refute it. After all, this was the reality. They were indeed among the top 10 players nationwide, and they were geniuses in traditional Chinese medicine, no doubt. But anyone who could enter the Yi family, who could come here, was not just a master of Chinese medicine, but a top-tier genius. Just like the student in school, who was one of the top talents in their class or even the whole school. But if they were promoted to a top-tier class in middle or high school, every student in that class would be a genius in their own schools. You may think you are a genius, but everyone around you is also a genius, even more outstanding than you. In this situation, what right do you have to be arrogant? The words of the middle-aged man leading the team were harsh and unpleasant, but they were undeniable facts. After all, as the #1 medical family in the Dragon Kingdom, the Yi family had countless outstanding medical practitioners. After understanding this point, everyone became increasingly silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. I apologize for speaking harshly. Please forgive me, players. You are indeed very talented young medical practitioners, otherwise you would not have been personally invited by the Yi family. Now, please take a break, the middle-aged man leading the team said. After saying this, he turned to Zichia with a smile, then led his group away. In fact, the meaning behind his final words was to tell everyone that they should feel honored to be invited by the Yi family to be here. Going too far. They invited us here, and now they treat us like this. Everyone speak up. What should we do now? After the middle-aged man leading the team and others left, all 10 players were filled with indignation. Although they knew that what the middle-aged man said was true, as the cream of the crop from various cities, top-tier talents, how could they bear being treated with such arrogance? I am leaving now, said the runner-up, Zhou Yan, gritting his teeth slightly, preparing to make a phone call. Don't be impulsive. If we leave without saying goodbye, it would be like completely offending the Yi family. Who dares to offend the Yi family in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom? Li Shun's words made Zhou Yan regain some composure. The Yi family, as the leading family in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom, had the authority to intervene in any matter within the field of traditional Chinese medicine. If anyone dared to offend them, what would be the consequences? Probably not only would the player be blacklisted, but also the family behind the player would be expelled from the circle of traditional Chinese medicine. That kind of consequence, no one could bear. We can't beat them. Forget it. Let's not be angry. What he said is indeed true. In this area of the Yi family, you can easily find a great practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. The group persuaded each other, and some even muttered quietly, but Zhou Yan was still frustrated inwardly. Mr. Z, you are the champion of this year's medical art conference, and also a respected medical master in our eyes. Now, say a few words. Zhou Yan looked at Zichia, as if indicating that Zichia should take the lead. Li Shun and the others also fell silent, and turned to look at Zichia. However, Zichia just exchanged a glance with them and then turned straight around, choosing a room and entering it. His purpose in coming to the Yi family was just to obtain the herbs he needed, not to indulge in leisure activities, let alone form alliances. Therefore, it didn't matter where he stayed or how warmly he was treated by the Yi family. Zhou Yan's attempt to push Zichia to the forefront to confront the Yi family was bound to fail. HMPH. Seeing Zichia's attitude, Zhou Yan snorted coldly but didn't say anything more, turning around to choose a room. Each of the 10 players chose a room, and the servants provided them with essential items. When facing Zhou Yan and others, these servants maintained a calm demeanor, at most wearing a professional smile. However, when they arrived at Zichuan's room, the smiles and respect on their faces were genuine. "Mr. Z, my name is Lynn FEI, in charge of the accommodation area for the players. If you have any questions or needs, you can contact me at any time." A woman in her 30s introduced herself with a smile and explained, "Actually, Mr. Z shouldn't have stayed here, but the Yi family considered the feelings of other players, so they had to temporarily inconvenience Mr. Z. Yes, to avoid any complaints from other players, we have to be as fair as possible, and we ask for Mr. Zhao's understanding." The people behind Lin Fei nodded in agreement. They had seen many outstanding traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and even the top 10 players in the Heavenly Medicine Cup Medical Art Conference were not considered extraordinary in their eyes. After all, the Heavenly Medicine Cup Medical Art Conference took place every 3 years, and each time they selected 10 outstanding individuals. Compared to the top talents in the Yi family, these so-called top 10 players were nothing special. Therefore, whether it was the middle-aged man leading the team or the servants, they did not pay too much attention to the players. However, Zichia was different. As a top 10 player and the national champion, Ziqian's achievements in traditional Chinese medicine far exceeded these titles, resolving the 1,000 gross withering poison on the spot, manipulating Qigong to needle acupoints, and immediately healing a patient with progressive freezing syndrome. Each of these feats was more astonishing and powerful than the last. Ziqia and the others were unaware, but the servants of the Yi family remembered clearly how Ziqian's performance in the championship match had stirred the entire Yi family. The patriarch of the Yi family had personally instructed that Ziqia must be recruited into the family at all costs. Moreover, it could be foreseen that after joining the Yi family, Ziqian's status would be extremely revered. Therefore, the respect and courtesy shown to Ziqia by these servants came from the heart. "It's okay, I'll just adapt to the local customs." With these words, Ziqia received praise from everyone. "Mr. Z, you are truly broad-minded, with great magnanimity. Let's just put up with it for now. Mr. Z, if you have any needs, you can contact me." Lin Fei left her contact details on a business card for Ziqia. "We will not disturb Mr. Z any longer. Please take a rest for a while. If there is any notice from the Yi family, I will come to inform you promptly." After bidding farewell, Lin Fei and her companions left. Once they were gone, Ziqia put his belongings down, then looked around the room. Though it seemed like he was familiarizing himself with the environment, in reality, his gaze swept over every corner and inconspicuous place in the room. A thorough search, Ziqia did not discover any anomalies. After all, some things can only be detected with the help of professional instruments, making it difficult to identify with the naked eye. Ziqian's search did not uncover any abnormalities, but that doesn't mean the room is safe. Therefore, he needed to be extra cautious in his words and actions. Ziqia came to the window, brewed a pot of tea, seemingly casually drinking it, but his eyes looking outside. Before coming to the capital city, he already sensed that the Yi family was not as simple as they appeared on the surface. Now that he was in the Yi family and felt the atmosphere, Ziqia felt even more convinced that his initial thoughts were correct. Since the Yi family was not what it seemed to the public, Ziqia had to be extra careful in interacting with them. Ziqia slowly withdrew his gaze, initially intending to go for a walk. However, he thought again. The attitude of the Yi family was not treating them as guests, indicating they were not qualified to roam around the Yi family estate. I wonder what the Yi family is really up to. Do they truly not care, or is this intentional? Ziqia furrowed his brows, many thoughts swirling in his mind. If the Yi family's actions were intentional, then there must be someone keeping an eye on Ziqia and the others. Just then, Ziqia heard some commotion outside. The house they were in was a row of interconnected homes, all on the first floor. This layout made it convenient for neighbors to chat. While Ziqia was lost in thought, he heard the sound of doors opening and closing outside, along with hushed whispers from Zhou Yan and others. Soon enough, Ziqian's door was knocked on. "Mr. Z, we would like to have a chat with you about medical skills. Do you have time?" After the knocking, the voices of Zhou Yan and Li Shun rang out. They were both contenders in the top 10, so they had interacted with Ziqia more frequently. However, Ziqia pretended not to hear them, completely ignoring their intentions. After a few inquiries from Zhou Yan went an answer, it had to give up and leave. Ziqiao listened to the fading sounds from outside before taking out a medical book he carried with him to read. Meanwhile, in a side room of the Yi family estate, a middle-aged man with a square face was slightly hunched over, writing with a brush. Standing beside him was the middle-aged man who led the team earlier. "How does it feel?" The middle-aged man writing with a square face asked casually while continuing to write. "Everyone else is fine, except Ziqia. I couldn't read anything from him." The team leader shook his head. "Oh, you couldn't read him?" The middle-aged man with a square face was surprised. He knew that his subordinate was an expert in psychology and could analyze a lot through simple communication, including micro-expressions. However, this time, after spending hours interacting with Zitia, even choosing to ride in the same car, they couldn't discern anything. "Indeed, I couldn't." The team leader shook his head with a sigh. Although he was a psychology expert and could analyze through communication, Zitia barely spoke to him during their interaction. It was mostly the team leader speaking while Zitia remained composed and rarely engaged in conversation. At times, when he tried to start a conversation, Zitia didn't respond, leaving him feeling incapable. He even had a sense that Zitia saw through him, rather than the other way around. "Interesting. What about when we get there? How did they respond to our arrangements?" The middle-aged man with a square face slowly stood up, asking his subordinate. "Except for Zitia, the other 9 are quite dissatisfied. Sun even asked me if this is how the Yi family treats guests." The team leader shook his head slightly, clearly disappointed in Zhou Yan and the group's performance. A bunch of self-righteous fools who lack even basic cunning. Indeed, for most people, early success is not necessarily a good thing. But you say Ziqie remained silent. At this point, the middle-aged man with a square face furrowed his brow slightly. "Yes, he remained silent throughout. After I left, the other 9 started chatting among themselves, but Ziqie didn't engage with them. Even when they knocked on Ziqian's door, he didn't respond." The team leader reported the situation truthfully. "Hey." Indeed lacking in guile, the middle-aged man with a square face smiled faintly, almost indifferent to Zhou Yan and the others' behavior. "However, this young Zitia is intriguing. I wonder if he possesses a maturity beyond his years, or is he deliberately acting mature and composed?" The middle-aged man with a square face said lightly, "I need to see this for myself." "Understood." The team leader nodded and said nothing more. Time passed quickly. Before they knew it, evening was approaching. Ziqia and the others had spent several hours in their respective rooms. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Lynn Fei came to invite Ziqia and the others to have dinner in the dining hall. These individuals were all considered prodigies in their respective cities. However, within the Yi family estate in the capital city, they felt more like new students following orders everywhere they went. Zhou Yan and the others had to admit that being in the Yi family had widened their perspective significantly. Whether it was the intricate rules, dining etiquette, or the variety of dishes, they truly experienced what it meant to be part of an esteemed family. For Zhou Yan and Li Shun, it was more of curiosity and novelty. But for Zitia, who disliked constraints, these experiences made him extremely uncomfortable, almost feeling like he was imprisoned. Mr. Zian contestants, the current head of the Yi family, Mr. Yi Wenchen, wishes to meet you. After resting for about half an hour after dinner, a man in his 50s walked over. After spending half a day at the Yi family, they had encountered several managers. However, what truly mattered was that the current head of the Yi family, Yi Wenchen, wanted to meet them, which was undoubtedly an honor for them. "Mr. Yi Wenchen, it's an honor to meet you. I heard that Mr. Yi is not only skilled in medicine and pharmacology, but also a business genius. Indeed, it is said that half of the Yi family's current commercial success is attributed to him." Zhou Yan and the others whispered to each other. At first, if they were asked to meet Yi Wenchen when they first arrived, they might not have been as excited. But after being ignored in the afternoon and the arrogance subdued, they were now visibly more respectful. Ziqia could sense it all. Perhaps this is the effect the Yi family wanted. Ziqia thought to himself as he silently followed the others to meet Yi Wenchen. "Mr. Z, what do you think Mr. Yi wants from us?" Zhou Yan purposely slowed down his steps, trying to strike up a conversation with Ziqia. However, Zhou Yan's attempt was met with indifference. Ziqia didn't even look at him, let alone acknowledge him. Zhou Yan furrowed his brow slightly, then quickly covered it up with a smile. softly asking, "Mr. Z, is there a misunderstanding between us?" Sensing Ziqian's coldness and even a hint of hostility, Zhou Yan hesitated. "I'll say this once. I advise you not to have any evil intentions towards me. Otherwise, I will kill you." Ziqia turned his head slowly, squinting at Zhou Yan. "Oh, Mr. Z, how can ... Zhou Yan instinctively wanted to explain, but meeting Ziqian's gaze, he swallowed his words. "Mr. Z, I'm sorry." Zhou Yan then apologized and Ziqia finally averted his gaze, walking ahead. Zhou Yan stood in place for a few seconds before taking a deep breath and catching up with everyone's pace. At that moment, he realized that his back was covered in cold sweat. He refused to admit that Ziqia had intimidated him, but the look in Ziqian's eyes had indeed sparked a sense of fear in him. Zhou Yan found it hard to believe that such a gaze could come from a healer. He couldn't shake the feeling that Ziqia was not just a healer who saved lives. However, after Ziqian's pressure subsided, Zhou Yan couldn't help but shiver. He had been determined to achieve championship and was now overtaken by Ziqia, fueling his resentment. Now, being treated with such disdain by Ziqia only intensified his hatred towards him. "Let's wait and see." Zhou Yan stared at Ziqian's back, a coldness flashing in his eyes. 5 minutes later, they were led to a study room. The old steward knocked on the door, received permission, and opened it for Ziqia and the others to enter. The high-endly decorated study room showcased luxurious furniture, made of precious wood, indicating the owner's wealth. In terms of size, the study room alone could match a typical 3-bedroom apartment. The tea area, resting area, bookshelf area, and office area were meticulously planned. As they approached the desk, they saw a man in a white shirt. This man had a square face with handsome features, exuding a touch of elegance. He was Yi Wenchen, the current head of the Yi family in the capital. Besides excelling in medicine, he possessed remarkable business acumen. Under his leadership, the Yi family had transformed from a medical family to a major player in the business world. While it might be exaggerated to credit him with all the family's success, the wealth amassed over the years was certainly his achievement. Outside, no matter how wealthy a tycoon was, Zhou Yan and others wouldn't pay much attention. However, Yi Wenchen was different. "Mr. Yi," everyone greeted him, with Ziqia nodding in acknowledgement. "Please have a seat." As fellow healers, there is no need to be formal. Yi Wenchen responded with a friendly demeanor, making everyone comfortable. "Today has been exceptionally busy, and I apologize for meeting you all this late." Yi Wenchen continued without waiting for a response. "I heard there were some unpleasant incidents when you first arrived. Do you have any thoughts or suggestions?" Perhaps Yi Wenchen's approach appeared too welcoming, or because of the group's youthfulness. Immediately, someone voiced their displeasure. In summary, their complaints conveyed one message: they shouldn't have been left waiting by the Yi family for so long. Despite some discontent, most of them spoke up. Except for Ziqia and Zhou Yan, everyone had something to say, with even Li Shun adding a few comments. Throughout the process, Yi Wenchen maintained a polite smile, nodding occasionally. "I understand. This matter was rushed, leading to many inadequacies in the arrangements. Therefore, let's rest today, and I will personally host you all for a gathering tomorrow. After you've settled in, we can discuss the main agenda." With these words, the group felt valued, expressing gratitude to Yi Wenchen. However, Ziqia, who remained silent, subtly furrowed his brows. They expected to address the main agenda upon meeting Yi Wenchen, that being selecting medicinal herbs from the family's inventory. Yet, Yi Wenchen redirected the conversation, delaying the visit to the herb repository. Ziqia felt helpless, wondering if these people were foolish or if Yi Wenchen intentionally wanted to stall their entry. Having reached this point, Ziqia chose not to say more. "Do any of you have other questions? Feel free to raise them, and I will address your concerns." Yi Wenchen looked at them smilingly, but was essentially issuing a veiled dismissal. However, Zhou Yan and his group, being ambitious youths, failed to grasp this. They genuinely believed Yi Wenchen was inquiring about their needs. "Mr. Yi, I think accommodation. Also, I'm curious about the herb varieties in the estate's medicinal gardens. I hope Mr. Yi can arrange for us to visit." Several people chimed in with their requests, and Yi Wenchen accommodated all of them with a smile. Subsequently, Yi Wenchen made a few phone calls to make arrangements in front of them. Seeing this, everyone was delighted and thanked Yi Wenchen. However, beneath his polite facade, Yi Wenchen harbored a hint of disdain. He acknowledged their medical prowess, hence their invitation, considered them lacking in emotional intelligence and social skills. Especially in the eyes of someone as astute as Yu Wenchen, Zhou Yin and his group were merely talented newbies. Such individuals were easy to handle for Yu Wenchen. It was Ziqian's silent demeanor that left Yu Wenchen at a loss. Mr. Yi, we don't have any further requests. Suddenly, Zhou Yin spoke slowly. However, as the national champion in medicine, Mr. Zhao's medical skills are extraordinary. Therefore, the Yi family should show Mr. Z some preferential treatment. It will put him at ease, and we find it appropriate. Zhou Yan's cryptic statement was met with an unchanged smile from Yu Wenchen, who turned to look at Ziqia. Ziqia narrowed his eyes, a deep chill setting in. Having already warned Zhou Yan earlier, he didn't expect this fool to incite further trouble. Did Zhou Yan think Ziqia had no temper? The coldness in Ziqian's eyes intensified. However, Zhou Yan fundamentally didn't dare to meet Ziqian's gaze. By saying these words, Zhou Yan was clearly trying to make Ziqia take the lead. Maybe Yu Wenchen would mistakenly think that Ziqia had said something to Zhou Yan and others, which is why Zhou Yan was helping Ziqia. And this was the effect Zhou Yan wanted. Zhou Yan, right? What you said makes some sense. Yu Wenchen nodded with a smile, actually acknowledging Zhou Yan's words. Ziqia, seeing Yu Wenchen had spoken, after a brief pause, withdrew his gaze. After all, this was the Yi family's territory. Ziqia, with a low-key mindset, didn't want to directly confront Zhou Yan. After all, he hadn't achieved his goal in the Yi family yet, so he couldn't be too casual in his words and actions. However, he had taken note of what happened. Ziqia could endure temporarily, but he wouldn't just endure it silently. He was not the kind of person who would just swallow his grievances. Zhou Yan, with his head lowered, chuckled silently. He knew Ziqia was quite capable in Tian High City, but this wasn't Tian High City. Therefore, he didn't care at all about Ziqian's threats outside. He didn't believe Ziqia could still deal with him in the Yi family's territory. Zhou Yan, are you implying that none of you have any objections to the Yi family's arrangements? At this moment, the old steward beside them suddenly said, "Oh, yes, that's right, we have no objections." Zhou Yan was momentarily stunned, then nodded repeatedly, feeling more pleased. "All right then, since no one has any objections, let's proceed with the original plan. As for Ziqia here, leave him for now, I will make arrangements for him separately." With Yu Wenchen's words, Zhou Yan felt confused, and the other participants were extremely dissatisfied. They had bravely voiced their demands, but Zhou Yan had to intervene, and now, their hard-fought gains were destroyed with just a few words. Ziqia remained silent throughout, but received special attention, which was infuriating for others. "Please, everyone." Before they could speak, the old steward slowly opened the door. Zhou Yan's scheme failed, and he even unintentionally provided Ziqia with a chance to talk to Yu Wenchen alone, leaving him feeling extremely frustrated. Others felt the same, but since Yu Wenchen had made it clear they were no longer welcome, they could only leave indignantly. Soon, the room was left with only Ziqia and Yu Wenchen. "Ziqia, you don't need to be nervous. I don't believe what he said. However, he did give me a reason," Yu Wenchen calmly said, pouring hot tea for Ziqia. "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Yi." Ziqia nodded lightly, but inside, he was sure that his performers were constantly being monitored. Therefore, he didn't believe Zhou Yan's deliberate provocations. However, Yu Wenchen didn't expose the plot. Instead, he used Zhou Yan's words as an opportunity to arrange some preferential treatment for Ziqia, which was indeed a smart move. When facing a difficult situation, some people tend to be anxious and complain about fate's unfairness. Others consider the hidden meanings of the situation, looking at it from different angles to see if they can achieve their goals. Clearly, Yu Wenchen belonged to the latter category. "Ziqia, what do you think of the Yi family?" Yu Wenchen loosened his collar, his movements casual, his tone lazy, as if catching up with an old friend. Most people, influenced by him, would gradually relax and open up, but Ziqia remained composed, not showing any relaxation. The Yi family is the foremost medical family in Longguo. With abundant medical resources, they consistently promote a positive image of traditional Chinese medicine in Longguo, bearing the heavy responsibility of developing traditional Chinese medicine in the country. This, indeed, is a noble cause, Ziqia complimented, as anyone would. "Your words are too kind. The Yi family dare not accept such praise, but thanks to the support from the Chinese medicine community, Being in this position, I do not want to disappoint anyone's trust. Yu Wenchen began humbly, then shifted the topic. However, for the flourishing development of Chinese medicine, fresh blood is necessary, and talents like you are indispensable. Therefore, over the years, the Yi family has made countless efforts, including hosting medical conferences, to select true medical elites with both medical skills and ethics. After all, relying solely on the Yi family to support the banner of Longguo's traditional Chinese medicine is quite challenging, so we need your strong support. Upon hearing this, Zitian nodded calmly, but inwardly, he was cursing silently. Indeed, having a conversation with Yu Wenchen, a cunning old fox like him, was like walking through a minefield. One misstep, and you could fall into a trap, then be led by the nose. Just as now, Zitia had only complimented the Yi family, but Yu Wenchen had steered the conversation to this point. It was likely that Yu Wenchen would soon extend an invitation to Zitia. In fact, without waiting for Zitian's response, Yu Wenchen continued, "Therefore, if Mr. Z can join the Yi family and help the development of traditional Chinese medicine in Longguo, it will be the fortune of Chinese medicine, Longguo, and the common people." That kind of grandiose statement would make it impossible for anyone to refuse on the spot. Although Zitian's temperament was reserved, and he had not yet obtained the medicinal ingredients he needed, he couldn't reject outright. "I understand your intentions, Mr. Yi. It will be an honor for every scholar of Chinese medicine to be able to study with the Yi family. However, before that, I would like to have a better understanding of the Yi family." Zitia didn't refuse on the spot, but he didn't agree either. Instead, he stated his position more tactfully. "Haha, that's correct. Before making any major decisions, studying the matter thoroughly is necessary, but I hope you will consider this matter carefully." Yu Wenchen nodded with a smile, not showing any displeasure at Ziqian's nuanced response. "Mr. Yi, I will consider this carefully." Ziqian nodded gently, but he couldn't help feeling that the Yi family was determined to have him on board. This situation was becoming difficult to navigate. After all, Zitia had never contemplated joining the Yi family, and if he refused, how would the Yi family react? Thinking about this, Zitia felt a headache coming on. "Zitia, let me say something off the record. Although you and they are all top 10 contestants, in the eyes of the Yi family, your status is not the same as theirs. From my personal perspective, you are smarter than them, more strategic, thoughtful, and that's the kind of person the Yi family needs. So, it doesn't matter if they join the Yi family or not, but for you, Mr. Z, we won't easily let go." With Yu Wenchen's words, Zitia nodded on the surface but felt speechless inside. According to Yu Wenchen, if Zitia had acted brainlessly like Julian and the others, the Yi family might not have been so eager to invite him to join. Zitia was quite helpless in his heart. He originally intended to keep a low profile all the way, not to have too much contact with Julian and the others, and to finish his own business as quickly as possible and return to Tianhai City. However, he did not expect that his approach, in Yu Wenchen's eyes, turned out to be an advantage. If he had known this earlier, Zitia should have acted like Julian and deliberately shown ignorance and lack of cunning. Perhaps Yu Wenchen wouldn't have this current attitude. "So, I hope you can give me an answer as soon as possible." Yu Wenchen's last sentence put some pressure on Zitia. "Okay, I understand," Zitia nodded. And now his mind was full of thoughts on how to quickly get what he wanted and to find a reason to refuse the Yi family without offending them. "If there's nothing else, shall we take a walk together?" Yu Wenchen stood up slowly and extended an invitation to Zitia. If it was Julian and the others, they would definitely be excited, but Zitia just wanted to refuse. "Yu Wenchen, I'm a little tired today." Facing Zitian's rejection, Yu Wenchen remained unfazed and extended the invitation again. Being smart people, Yu Wenchen could definitely see Zitian's thoughts, and by inviting again, Zitia indeed found it difficult to refuse. So, Zitia walked together with Yu Wenchen, strolling and chatting in the Yi family estate, listening to Yu Wenchen talk about some things in the estate. Half an hour later, the head butler came over. "Mr. Yi, Zitian's accommodations have been arranged properly," the head butler reported respectfully. "Good. Then let's stop here for today and send Mr. Z to rest." Yu Wenchen nodded with a smile, then turned to Zitia. "All right." Zitia also agreed. In fact, he was still thinking that when he returned to his lodgings, he would settle things with Zhou Yan. However, with the Yi family making other arrangements now, he could only temporarily set this matter aside. Watching Ziqia and the butler walk away, Yu Wenchen reached up to touch his chin. What do you think? When Ziqian's figure completely disappeared, a middle-aged man who had been leading the team during the day came out from the darkness. No wonder you couldn't see it. His intelligence and cunning are indeed more matured than his peers. But that's about it. Yu Wenchen shook his head lightly, not underestimating Ziqia. Over the years, he had encountered many outstanding geniuses and talents, so he acknowledged that Ziqia was indeed good, but only to the extent of slight admiration. He felt that Ziqia did not yet have the qualifications for his respect. Tomorrow, I will have him give me a clear answer, Yu Wenchen said, then turned around and left with his hands behind his back. On the other side, under the guidance of the head butler, Ziqia arrived at his new lodgings. The entire Yi family estate was laid out in a stepped, continuously elevated, staircase-style design. Each staircase led to a large platform at the top, flanked by grand and majestic buildings on both sides. In fact, this entire Yi family estate was a vast estate assembled from these detached villas, a total of 9 platforms, each successively higher. Ziqian's new residence was on the 5th level platform. According to the head butler, the different height zones within the estate were also strictly divided. The level where Ziqia was currently located could only be inhabited by Yi family's top-tier guests. In the eyes of the Yi family, or at least Yu Wenchen, Ziqia was considered a top-tier guest. The top-tier guests of the Yi family in the capital were not a treatment that everyone could enjoy. If Jillian and the others could receive this treatment, they would certainly boast about it for years. However, Ziqia felt a headache about this so-called top-tier guest treatment. His original intention was to keep a low profile, quietly obtain what he needed, and then quickly return to Tian High City to focus all his thoughts on his recovery. However, even though he tried to be as quiet and unassuming as possible, the Yi family was not going to let him off easily. He could sense the Yi family's attitude from Yu Wenchen's words. If Ziqia did not give a satisfactory explanation to the Yi family regarding whether he would join them, the Yi family would probably not let the matter rest. If Ziqia was willing to join the Yi family, then there would be no need for him to agonize over it, and it would be a win-win situation. However, Ziqia did not have any intention to join the Yi family. He couldn't quite articulate why, but the more he interacted with the Yi family, the more resistant he became towards them. I clearly have no grudges with the Yi family, and my interactions with them have only been in the context of the medical congress. From the beginning until now, the Yi family has not shown any hostile actions towards me. Why do I feel resistant towards them? Did I have any previous dealings with the Yi family before losing my memory? Ziqian's mind just brought up this thought, but he shook it off because it was simply impossible. If he was acquainted with the Yi family before losing his memory, then even if he did not recognize them now, the Yi family would recognize him, possibly even at the initial broadcast of the competition. The Yi family would have recognized him. However, the Yi family's reactions did not seem like they had known Ziqia before. So, he found his thoughts somewhat laughable. Ziqia slowly looked up at the starry night sky. He felt that the entire airspace of the Yi family estate was shrouded in a deep, heavy black cloud, making everything unclear. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive and uncomfortable, not just a figment of his imagination. Ziqia didn't believe it was his imagination because all the people he had interacted with since arriving at the Yi family estate had made him feel uncomfortable, including Yu Wenchen, who appeared amiable. Ziqia sensed a strong sense of insincerity from him. Well, I can only take things one step at a time in this situation. After freshening up, Ziqia lay on the bed thinking about his next strategy, then drifted off to sleep. On the following afternoon, Yu Wenchen indeed kept his word and set up a lavish banquet in a luxuriously decorated private room, warmly entertaining Ziqia and the others. The guests present today, besides Yu Wenchen, included over a dozen Yi family members, both young and old. The fact that so many Yi family members accompanied Yu Wenchen was a sign of great respect. However, Ziqia keenly observed that these Yi family members present were very polite when speaking to Yu Wenchen. It was the kind of politeness subordinates showed to their superiors, indicating that these accompanying individuals were not core members of the Yi family. At most, they were from peripheral or secondary branches. Nonetheless, for Jillian and the others, it was a clear demonstration of being highly valued. After all, compared to yesterday's neglect, this treatment was several levels higher. This is how people are. Without comparison, differences cannot be appreciated. Just like in the dead of winter, A person who has been staying in an air-conditioned room may not realize how important warmth is. But if they are thrown outside to freeze for a couple of hours and then brought back into the warm room, they will feel incredibly happy. Similarly, if everyone received high-quality treatment upon arrival yesterday, no one would cherish it, instead feeling entitled and making Joyen and others more arrogant. However, after being neglected and then given slightly better treatment, they will feel quite good. Looking at the happy expressions on Li Shun and others' faces at this moment, you can feel that their mood is quite good. Everyone, please sit wherever you like. Don't be restrained. Yuanchen smiled and invited everyone to take a seat. Since today, it's a welcoming banquet for us. Then Mr. Z, as the overall champion and a leading figure among the younger generation in the Chinese medicine circle, should sit in the main seat, right? At this moment, a discordant voice sounded, raising eyebrows of everyone in the room. At first listen, it sounded like defending Ziqie, but in reality, wasn't it blatantly putting Ziqie in a difficult position? Those accompanying members from the Yi family sitting nearby were frowning at Ziqie. They felt that if Ziqie did not intentionally arrange this, Joyen would definitely not say such things in public. Hehe. After Joyen finished speaking, he smirked coldly and found a seat for himself. He wanted to discuss Ziqie in this way, to embarrass him in public. He was confident that in Yi family's territory, Ziqie would not dare to make a scene there. Am I giving you face? Just as Joyen's but touched the chair, he heard Ziqian's voice behind him. It was only then that Joyen realized that Ziqie had walked up to him without him noticing. Mr. Z, what do you mean by that? As the leader of our group, naturally everything should revolve around you. We dare not say otherwise. Joyen pretended to be respectful, appearing as if he was being coerced by Ziqie. Ziqie narrowed his eyes, indicating that Joyen hadn't taken his warning seriously from the previous day. Mr. Z, please don't be angry, Joyen said as he slowly approached Ziqian's face, lowering his voice. This is the Yi family's territory. Are you really daring to touch me? After whispering in Ziqian's ear, Joyen smirked and was about to stand up straight. At that moment, Ziqie suddenly reached out and grabbed Joyen's hair. Ah! Joyen yelled out in pain as Ziqian's grip on his head was firm. Mr. Yi, help me. Someone is causing trouble at the Yi family. Joyen cried out, holding his head with both hands. The security personnel around moved forward, ready to act, but Yuanchen silently gestured for them to back off. Ziqian's gaze remained calm as he continued to grip Joyen's hair tightly, causing Joyen to feel as though his scalp was about to be torn off. You shameless idiot, Ziqie scolded, his right hand landing a hard slap. Smack! The slap landed on Joyen's mouth, silencing his screams. Without waiting for him to speak, Ziqie continued to rain down blows on Joyen's face with successive slaps. You have a foul mouth. With each slap, Joyen's nose and mouth started bleeding profusely, resembling someone who had bitten into 2 dragon fruits. Your mouth may be filthy, but when you cross a line with me, you deserve to be punished. Ziqie continued to hold Joyen's hair while slapping him mercilessly. After several brutal slaps, Joyen was seeing stars. His eyes went dark, and his face was covered in blood. The security, Yi family did not intervene, and even the people present, including Li Shun and the other athletes, did not dare to stop him. As for Joyen, he did not fight back at all. Initially, he didn't expect Ziqie to actually lay a hand on him here. But after Ziqie did so, he had a new plan. By not retaliating, he could position himself as the victim. If Ziqie caused trouble at the Yi family's place and beat him so severely, the consequence will undoubtedly be Ziqie being expelled. So, at that moment, Joyen had no intention of fighting back. He just stood there and took the beating, thinking it would be worth it if it meant Ziqie being kicked out of the Yi family and losing his future prospects. Yesterday I warned you, but you still acted shamelessly. Ziqie landed another slap, and Joyen fell to the ground. Mr. Yi. Colleagues, you must bear witness for me. Joyen sat on the ground, his mouth lacking teeth, speaking with a slight lisp. It was just because I made Ziqie unhappy with my words that he turned violent towards me. I am a guest of the Yi family. Ziqie, by hitting me in front of Mr. Yi in the Yi family's territory, he is disrespecting the Yi family. Joyen continued to spit out blood, continuing to sow discord. In the face of Joyen's words, Ziqie made no rebuttal or argument, calmly standing there. Everyone in the room now looked towards Yuanchen, waiting for his response. I think Ziqie did the right thing. Yu Wenchun's statement surprised many, and the security and accompanying members of the Yi family nodded in agreement. Since Yu Wenchun felt Ziqian's actions were acceptable, everyone else would follow suit. Li Shun and the other athletes wrinkled their brows, feeling the bias towards Ziqia. However, they didn't dare to voice their thoughts, and no one stepped forward to help Zhou Yan. Ziqia, facing away from Yu Wenchun, let out a sigh upon hearing Yu Wenchun's words. This outcome was not what he wanted, and Yu Wenchun's attitude was not what he desired either. Mr. Yi, am I mistaken? Another person spoke up. Hitting someone in the Yi family's territory in front of you is like slapping the face of the Yi family. For such a person, the Yi family should eject him and completely cut ties with him. He shouldn't even think about entering the Yi family's medicinal warehouse. After a moment of shock, Zhou Yan raised his voice in anger towards Yu Wenchun. Ziqia remained quiet, continuing to not engage. In fact, Ziqia actually agreed with Zhou Yan's words. He truly wanted to be sent away by the Yi family, as all his worries would be resolved. Ziqian's actions towards Zhou Yan were meant to evoke resentment from the Yi family and subsequently be expelled. After much contemplation the night before, Ziqia was indeed very resistant towards the Yi family. So, even if he had to give up those medicinal ingredients, he just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Mr. Yi, I think Zhou Yan is right. That's right, Ziqia has gone too far. He doesn't respect us, let alone the Yi family. 2 or 3 other athletes stood up in support of Zhou Yan. Now that the fact of Ziqia hitting someone in public was established, and Zhou Yan had supporters, it all depended on how Yu Wenchun would decide. The house gradually quieted down. All eyes once again turned to Yu Wenchun. They knew that Ziqian's medical skills were strong and highly regarded by the Yi family. But some of those present thought to themselves that they were also respectable figures in the traditional Chinese medicine community. Pressuring Yu Wenchun together at this moment, could he really protect Ziqia in public? However, their thoughts only revealed their lack of understanding of Yu Wenchun's character and the Yi family's way of doing things. Mr. Yi, please say something, Zhou Yan asked coldly. What do you want me to say? Yu Wenchun retorted. Shall I say, well done? As soon as Yu Wenchun said this, several members of the Yi family couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Yan and the others did not understand Yu Wenchun, but could the Yi family members not understand them? What do you mean by that, Mr. Yi? Zhou Yan gritted his teeth. Enough. Stop the nose. You all can leave now. I will have someone take you to the airport, and the tickets will be reimbursed by the Yi family. Yu Wenchun's gaze swept over Zhou Yan and the others. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan and the others became even more confused. According to their thoughts, it should have been Ziqia who was being driven away, but now it seemed like they were the ones being kicked out. Wasn't this a case of stealing chickens only to lose the rice? Mr. Yi, we do not concede. Zhou Yan stood up, his eyes full of resentment. Do I have to make it very clear? Yu Wenchun frowned. From yesterday until now, I have seen your repeated provocations towards Ziqia. You intentionally provoked, and after Ziqia took action, you wanted to use him as a scapegoat and let my Yi family stand up for you. Are you taking me, Yu Wenchun, for a fool? With Yu Wenchun's words, Zhou Yan's face changed drastically, unable to say a word. Save yourself some face, Yu Wenchun said. Zhou Yan and the others lowered their heads and left, looking dejected. They had to consider what the consequences would be if they had truly offended Yu Wenchun and the forces behind him. Watching Zhou Yan and the others leave, the remaining Li Shun and others couldn't help but be amazed. Zhou Yan had been very proud since he was one of the top 3 contestants at the medical conference, and since he arrived at the Yi family, he had carried that arrogance. However, Yu Wenchun did not hesitate to drive him out with a single word. Regardless of Zhou Yan's character, his medical skills were undeniably excellent, highly valued by numerous companies and family powers. Yet, even with his excellence, Yu Wenchun made it clear that he was ready to dismiss Zhou Yan without any hesitation. This showed just how dominant the Yi family was. Not only were they dominant, but they also had countless outstanding medical practitioners among them, making them pay no mind to Zhou Yan. Apart from this, there was an even more crucial reason, which was the significant difference in stature between Ziqia and Zhou Yan. With Ziqian's status being many times higher, Yu Wenchun's actions indicated the Yi family's attitude and how much they valued Ziqia. Realizing this, Li Shun and the others took a deep breath, accepting the reality that, as strong as they were among the top 10 contenders, they were not in the same league as Ziqia in the eyes of the Yi family. If they angered Ziqia, the Yi family would undoubtedly expel them without hesitation. Li Shun and the others dared not harbor any thoughts against Ziqiao or even jealousy. Little did they know, Ziqiao was feeling very helpless at that moment, because this was not the outcome he wanted. Yesterday, Ziqiao had thought it over and ultimately believed that he should keep his distance from the Yi family. He would even prefer to give up the chance to enter the Yi family's medicinal materials repository and just leave the Yi family as soon as possible. So when he publicly confronted Zhou Yan, it not only stemmed from Zhou Yan's despicable behavior, but also because Ziqiao had deliberately caused trouble in the Yi family, giving the Yi family a reason to drive him away. However, he had not expected Yu Wenchen to take such a stance and openly support him. Ziqiao had intended to get himself kicked out, but his plan had backfired. Ziqiao, are you satisfied with how this was handled? If not, I can make a call and have the family behind them come to apologize to you personally. Yu Wenchen smiled as he said these words, paying no mind to Li Shun and the others nearby. There's no need for that. Ziqiao turned around slowly, feeling extremely helpless internally, but maintaining a neutral expression externally. That's good. Let's get started, Yu Wenchen continued. After the meal, I will take you to visit our Yi family's medicinal materials repository. Upon hearing this, Ziqiao became instantly energized. His purpose for coming to the capital this time revolved around this matter. If not for the chance to access the repository, Ziqiao would never have come to the Yi family. Now that he finally had the opportunity to enter the medicinal materials repository, Ziqiao was full of anticipation. During the following meal, the atmosphere was relatively quiet, with Yu Wenchen occasionally engaging Ziqiao in conversation, to which Ziqiao politely responded without going into further depth. After the meal, Yu Wenchen led the contestants to rest and have tea. Half an hour later, the elderly butler stepped in. Mr. Yi, everything over there is ready, the butler said, prompting Yu Wenchen to rise slowly. Let's go, Yu Wenchen said, heading towards the door. The butler then briefed Ziqiao and the others on the precautions for entering the Yi family's medicinal materials repository. Everyone listened attentively, fully aware that describing the repository as priceless was an understatement. If they made a mistake that caused a problem in the repository, they might pay with their lives, which wouldn't be enough to make amends. As the butler laid out the precautions, he led the group to follow Yu Wenchen's steps. They walked a considerable distance before reaching the 7th floor platform within the estate, where the Yi family's medicinal materials repository was located. Only when Ziqiao and the others arrived did they understand the meaning of a grand gesture. Before seeing it, some had thought the repository might be in the basement, while others believed it would occupy several rooms. None of them had expected the Yi family's repository to be an entire building. A 9-story building, which could be seen from the outside dividing into numerous rooms. The layout of this building was meticulously designed to provide optimal ventilation. The surrounding area of this building was also carefully arranged to create the most suitable external environment for storing medicinal materials. As Ziqiao and the others entered the building within 100 meters, a faint medicinal fragrance permeated the air, refreshing the senses. As they got closer, the fragrance became even more intense. Ziqiao looked at the building before him, his anticipation growing even more. If he could obtain the necessary medicinal materials, his body would be able to fully recover. At that point, perhaps he would finally remember who he truly was. Mr. Yi, I will explain the rules to them in detail again. The voice of the head steward brought Xiaoshan back to reality. Subsequently, Xiaoshan stood with Li Shun and the other 4 people, listening to the head steward speak. Originally, they were the top 10 contestants, but after the departure of the person from the Western Zhou clan, only 6 of them remained. I have already discussed the precautions to be taken after entering the medicinal materials repository. Now I will go over them again. The head steward meticulously reiterated various precautions. After discussing these precautions, the head steward mentioned the maximum quantity each person could select. After all, the medicinal materials stored in the Yi family's repository were all valuable. If there were no limits, everyone would want to empty the repository. The original rule was that each of the top 10 contestants could only pick 2 kinds of medicinal materials. However, the selection rights of those who just left have been revoked, said the head steward. Upon hearing this, Li Shun and the others were shocked, once again experiencing the strong attitude of the Yi family. At the same time, they felt very fortunate. Luckily, they did not provoke Xiaoshan with Zhou Yan. Otherwise, they would have also missed out on such a valuable opportunity like Joyan and the others. So, the empty quotas can be evenly distributed among you, meaning each person can choose 3 items, the head steward said, making everyone happy. They did not consider this quantity to be too little, as each item in the Yi family's repository was valuable, even if it was expensive outside. Many items were priceless and could not be bought elsewhere, making them extremely pleased to obtain even 1 item extra. Even Xiaoshen was very happy at this moment. If he had to stick to the original quantity limit, he wouldn't have been able to collect all 3 medicinal herbs he needed. Now, he could get all the medicinal materials he required. It seemed that confronting Joyan was not in vain. As for whether the Yi family's repository had the medicinal materials he needed, Xiaoshen was not worried at all because, as the foremost family of traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Empire, if the Yi family could not provide certain medicinal materials, Xiaoshen would not be able to find them anywhere else in the Dragon Empire. In short, what was not available outside would be inside the Yi family's repository, and what was available outside would not only be in the Yi family's repository, but also in abundance with complete and mature products. So Xiaoshen was 99% sure that he would find the 3 types of medicinal materials he needed in the Yi family's repository. After entering, you will be led by the staff. I hope you will follow their instructions, the head steward instructed, and everyone nodded again. If you already have specific medicinal materials in mind, you can communicate with the staff, who will assist you in finding them. This will make it easier. Also, pay attention to the time. The medicinal materials repository will not be open for too long. The head steward reiterated various issues repeatedly. After all, the medicinal materials repository was the foundation of the Yi family and could not afford any mistakes. Even if instructions were repeated 100 times, it wouldn't be excessive. Please go in. After the head steward finished speaking and saw that Mr. Yuanchen did not say anything, he gestured for everyone to enter. Xiaoshen and the other 5 lined up and entered through the main entrance. The head steward and Mr. Yuanchen did not follow them in. Wow. After entering, a contestant couldn't help but exclaim. The dense medicinal fragrance inside was overwhelming. Not only that, the environment was also well crafted. More importantly, being in there made the skin touching the air feel extremely comfortable. No doubt, the temperature and air humidity inside the building were strictly maintained according to the optimal standards for storing medicinal materials. For wealthy people, even wine cellars would be equipped with humidifiers and temperature-controlled cabinets to maintain the best temperature, air humidity, and ventilation conditions for wine storage. Let alone for these incredibly valuable and precious medicinal materials. Probably, the Yi family had spent an enormous amount of money just to build this medicinal materials repository. To be honest, the living environment of these medicinal materials is better than mine. A contestant couldn't help but marvel, causing several others to shake their heads and smile. In their smiles, there was also a hint of self-mockery. Before coming to the capital, as elite practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine in their respective cities, they were representatives of the younger generation in the field and believed they were superior. However, after arriving in the capital and visiting the Yi family, what they saw, heard, and experienced made them realize how insignificant they were. This was the capital. This was the Yi family, where even the air carried the scent of money. Perhaps for scholars of traditional Chinese medicine, money might not seem so important, considering the mission of healers was to treat and save people. However, without money, the medicinal materials needed to treat patients could not be conjured out of thin air. If the Yi family did not have enough money, how could they spend a fortune to build the largest medicinal materials repository in the entire Dragon Empire? Don't waste time. Hurry up and find what you need, Li Shun reminded, causing everyone to nod and quickly walk forward. Mr. Xiaoshen, do you need anything specific? One of the staff members asked, opening a nearby electronic screen displaying various medicinal materials. Okay. Ziqian nodded and stood in front of the screen. On the screen, all the recorded medicinal materials were classified. Some were arranged in alphabetical order by name, while others were categorized and stored based on their medicinal effects and properties. Detailed labeling was provided for each medicinal material storage room, including shelf numbers and more. With this system in place, A lot of effort could be saved. Otherwise, it would take days to explore each room one by one without being able to finish exploring here. Will all the medicinal materials be clearly labeled here? Zichia asked softly, while flipping through the screen. Not all, the staff replied. For some extremely rare medicinal materials, that even we cannot accurately identify by name, they are all grouped together and listed as special medicinal materials. The staff here were humble and patiently provided detailed explanations in response to Ziqian's inquiries. Can we search for the names of medicinal materials to find their locations? Ziqia asked softly. Yes, but the records are not complete, the staff responded. Mr. Z, what medicinal material are you looking for? Let me try to search for it, one of the staff members immediately offered. Kixing flower, Ziqia promptly mentioned a name. However, it was not the 3 types of medicinal materials he needed. This was intentional on Ziqian's part. As a prominent family in traditional Chinese medicine, the Yi family had thorough knowledge of the properties of each medicinal material. If they knew what medicinal materials Zitian needed, they could deduce many things. Ziqia did not want the Yi family to understand too much about him, so he deliberately mentioned another medicinal material's name. Wait a moment, the staff quickly operated on the screen. Found it. Kixing flower medicinal material is in room B6, available from 10 to 50 years ago. Ziqia nodded lightly at the news and carefully examined the screen. Indeed, the Kixing flower was arranged alphabetically stored in the room, with all the listed medicinal materials starting with the letter Q. At a glance, he saw the 7-leaf evergreen ivy he needed. The 30-year-old 7-leaf evergreen ivy was just right for Zitia. Suppressing his inner excitement, Zitia pretended to be calm and casually clicked on the screen. During this process, he searched for over a dozen types of medicinal materials, and the other 2 medicinal materials he needed were also on the search list. However, the staff did not pay too much attention to them. After the search, Ziqia felt a bit disappointed. He did not find any of the other 2 medicinal materials, the purple heart dragon flower and the double-flowered snow lotus. He even searched their names, but the results were empty. Could it be that even in the Yi family's medicinal materials storage, they did not have these 2 medicinal materials? This should not be the case at all. Although these 3 types of medicinal materials were very rare and precious, the Yi family's medicinal materials storage shouldn't have such rare and precious medicinal materials. Before coming to the Yi family's medicinal materials storage, Zitia had found these 3 types of medicinal materials outside, although the years were insufficient. If outsiders could collect them, why couldn't the Yi family? Mr. Z, what are you looking for? Let us see if we can help you, the staff members asked when they saw Zitia searching randomly. Just browsing, Zitia did not answer and continued scrolling on the screen. Mr. Z, not all the medicinal materials stored here are complete, and some have not been recorded yet. How about we take you for a tour? One of the staff suggested. Okay, Zitia nodded softly. Since he did not find what he was looking for here, he could only see for himself. Following the 2 staff members, Zitia entered the medicinal materials storage area. The presence of the 2 staff members was also for mutual supervision, similar to how in law enforcement, 2 or more people were needed for certain tasks. Mr. Z, this room stores. The 2 staff members led Zitia to the first room, with classification cards affixed to the door indicating key contents. Okay, Zitia nodded and walked in. The medicinal materials in this room are classified by their therapeutic properties, targeting the lung meridian. The staff explained as they led Zitia through each room. Zitia needed 3 types of medicinal materials, and the number of items he could take from the storage was also 3. This meant that Zitia could leave the quota for the 3 types of medicinal materials he needed, and other items, no matter how good, could not be touched. Nevertheless, he could still look around. For a practitioner, a treasury of precious medicinal materials like this could not be valued with money. Perhaps only the Yi family in the entire Dragon Kingdom had such a vast collection. After a thorough examination, even Ziqian was amazed. The variety and completeness of medicinal materials in this storage were truly eye-opening. Compared to the medicinal material storage at the Wenyuan Tea House, the Yi family's storage was like comparing a child's play. If this medicinal material storage were mine, the patients of the Dragon Kingdom would truly be blessed, Ziqia sighed inwardly. Although he was proficient in various acupuncture techniques, not all diseases could be completely cured with acupuncture alone, requiring the assistance of medicinal materials. Just as the saying goes, a skilled housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. The same principle applied here. Even the most skilled doctor would struggle to cure diseases without the appropriate medicinal materials. Zichia had many ways to treat common ailments, but finding the right medicinal materials was not easy. If he had access to this medicinal materials storage, he could conduct medical research experiments and tackle many medical challenges. However, this was wishful thinking. Calling this medicinal materials storage the lifeblood of the Yi family was not an exaggeration. Even Zichia, let alone top-tier figures, could not take anything from them unless the Yi family went bankrupt like the Lin family. But with the current status of the Yi family, few dared to challenge them head-on. Zichia shook his head gently, realizing it was too early to consider such thoughts. He could not afford to be preoccupied with others at the moment. He could only focus on obtaining what he needed, fully recover, and then address other matters. Mr. Z, the medicinal materials in this room. The three entered another room, and the two staff members began their introduction. However, Zichia had no time to listen to them. His eyes were fixed on a specific location. Overwhelmed with excitement, his heart rate accelerated, and he involuntarily swallowed hard twice. After we get out, I'll ask Mr. Yi, Zichia said, and the two staff members also nodded. Mr. Z, you still have one spot left now. Do you have anything you'd like to take with you? The staff members looked at their records and then asked Zichia. Not for now. Zichia shook his head slightly, as he wanted to leave this last spot for the purple dragonwort. Mr. Z, have you made up your mind? All participants only have one chance to enter the herbal storehouse. If you don't take enough, it means giving up the last spots, right? The staff members reminded Zichia kindly. I understand. But don't be greedy. I will only take what I truly need. Zichia responded with a smile, which left the two staff members momentarily surprised before they silently nodded. By the way, Mr. Z, there are some finished medicines upstairs, all developed by the Yi family. You can go up and take a look, or choose to take some. The staff members spoke again, even though according to the Yi family's promise, they only offered the participants the opportunity to choose herbs. However, the staff members knew that the Yi family valued Zichia greatly, so they treated him with some special consideration. That won't be necessary. Zichia waved his hand to decline. He wasn't interested in finished medicines at all, because as long as he had the herbs he needed, he could produce very high-quality finished medicines. Therefore, in his eyes, the value of herbs far exceeded that of finished medicines. All right, it's also time to go now. The two staff members did not insist and walked out together. When Zichia stepped outside, Li Shun and the others had been out for a while. The Yi family's herbal storehouse is truly priceless. I've opened my eyes today. I didn't even finish looking around, and they already brought me out. Me too. Time really flies. I didn't even see half of it. The group praised the richness of the herbs in the storehouse while complaining about not having enough time. Hearing these comments, Zichia was somewhat surprised. Those two staff members just now didn't rush him out, and even asked him if he wanted to see the finished medicines. It must have been instructed by Yi Wenchen, so they were offering special treatment to Zichia. As expected, Li Shun and the others were envious and somewhat jealous when they saw Zichia coming out so late. Although their allotments were all for 3 portions, staying a bit longer inside could broaden their horizons, and opportunities like this might only come once in a lifetime. However, envy aside, they could only accept the arrangements made by the Yi family. After all, Zichia was the national champion, and receiving special treatment was only natural. Mr. Z, despite feeling uncomfortable inside, Li Shun and the others still respectfully greeted him. Zichia just nodded slightly and then walked outside. By this time, Yi Wenchen had already left, leaving only the old steward waiting there. Have you all chosen the items you desired? The steward smiled then asked the group, who all nodded in response. Everything in the Yi family's herbal storehouse was like a treasure, and they were guaranteed to obtain good things even with their eyes closed. The fact that it cost them nothing made them genuinely satisfied. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Zichia still didn't speak. He felt he needed to discuss the matter of the purple dragonwort with Yi Wenchen first. Mr. Yi has something to deal with. If you have any needs or questions, you can tell me. The steward seemed to have sensed Zichia's thoughts, so he took the initiative to address them. However, no one spoke up. All right, everyone can go back and rest for now. Our staff will deliver the items you've chosen to your residences later. The steward waved his hand and added, Tonight, Mr. Yi invites you all for dinner. Soon, the group dispersed, each guided back to their abodes by the staff. Zichia felt a bit helpless. In this place, he had to abide by others' arrangements at every turn. It seemed that he would have to wait until the evening banquet to find an opportunity to inquire about the purple dragon word with Yi Wenchen. Afternoon tea. After resting for a while, Zichia resumed studying medicinal texts. Shortly after 10 minutes passed, the staff knocked on his door and presented him with the 2 types of herbs he had selected. At this moment, the heavy burden in Zichia's heart finally lifted. Initially, Zichia was worried because the Yi family had explicitly expressed their desire to invite him to join their family. However, Zichia had not given them a clear answer, so Zichia was pondering whether the Yi family would use this matter to coerce him into joining. Now, it seemed that Zichia had been overthinking. The Yi family's ambition was not so petty. He could only say that the Yi family was truly a prominent and prestigious family in the capital, with a broader vision and perspective than those families in Tianhai City, such as the Lynn family. This was undoubtedly advantageous for Zichia, as he could at least obtain the herbs he needed in full. Not bad. Zichia was very satisfied as he looked at the 2 herbs in front of him. Both herbs were well preserved, without a single sign of damage. More importantly, these herbs, grown naturally in the wilderness, absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth for decades, making their medicinal effects extraordinary. The reason why modern traditional Chinese medicine seemed less miraculous in treating illnesses was that many herbs nowadays were artificially cultivated and harvested in less than a year in a greenhouse before being processed into medicine. While these herbs may have some effect, it was limited. On the other hand, in the Yi family's herbal storehouse, each herb naturally grew and was aged for at least 10 years. The potency of these herbs was truly immense. As Zichia leaned in to smell the 2 herbs, the faint medicinal fragrance entering his nostrils gave him a clear-headed feeling. The quality of these 2 herbs was indeed top-notch. If he could obtain the purple dragon herb with the same quality as these 2 herbs, Zichia was confident that he could completely heal the hidden ailments within him. Zichia believed that finding the purple dragon word would not be difficult for the Yi family. Hence, he was waiting to bring up this matter with Yi Wenchen after seeing him in the evening. Time passed quickly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yi Wenchen once again invited Zichia and the others to dinner. The banquet was attended not only by Yi Wenchen, but also by several core members of the Yi family. Seated around a large round table, Yi Wenchen introduced each of them individually. It was evident that Yi Wenchen's intention was to gradually deepen Zichia and others' understanding of the Yi family, with the ultimate goal of recruiting them. However, Zichia was not interested in neither the people present or joining the Yi family, so he didn't pay much attention to what was said. After the dinner, when everyone dispersed, Zichia found Yi Wenchen alone. Purple Heart Dragon herb. After hearing Zichia's words, Yi Wenchen also felt a bit puzzled. As a physician himself and with the background of being a descendant of the Yi family, his knowledge of various herbs was quite extensive. Even with his rich knowledge of herbs, he felt very unfamiliar upon hearing this name. Mr. Yi. Perhaps it's known by a different name. Here is a photo. Take a look first. Zichia didn't beat around the bush and took out a photo of the Purple Heart Dragon herb. Is this the Purple Heart Dragon herb? It looks somewhat familiar. I'm sure I've seen it before, but it shouldn't be called that. Yi Wenchen carefully examined it for a few seconds, then he was certain that he had seen this herb before. Zichia. Don't laugh at me. Ever since I took over the family business, I've focused on developing the commercial side. In these years, my knowledge in medical skills has weakened a lot. After a few seconds, Yi Wenchen shook his head slightly in embarrassment. Traditional Chinese medicine is about healing people, and the Yi family's development of many medical industries is also about healing people. As Zichia said this, Yi Wenchen was pleased and immediately smiled. The type of herb you're looking for is probably not a rare commodity. Either that, or its effectiveness is limited, or it's almost ineffective. Otherwise, it would definitely be included in the Yi family's herb repository. Yi Wenchen brought up this matter again, and Zichia nodded. Although there is a saying that rare things are valuable, it's not absolute because some things are indeed rare, but rarity doesn't necessarily mean they're valuable. For example, in Chinese herbal medicine, some herbs cannot be artificially cultivated, so many have completely disappeared from the pharmacopoeia. In the end, it's because the scope of effectiveness of these herbs is limited, and they can easily be replaced by other herbs, hence they disappear. If herb has miraculous effects and cannot be replaced by other medicines, people in the traditional Chinese medicine community would do everything to preserve its seeds. Mr. Yi is absolutely right. The effectiveness of this herb is actually not very clear. Ziqia followed up on Yi Wenchun's words. May I ask, why do you want this herb? Yi Wenchun nodded slightly, and he was indeed curious. Ziqia had plenty of precious and rare herbs to choose from, so why did he insist on such an obscure herb? Even picking any random herb from the Yi family's herb repository in the medicine hall in his compound would be at least 10 times better than this purple heart dragon herb, right? It's not something I need. It's just a friend from the Tianhai City Chinese Medicine Association who wants this herb. He helped me before, so I want to return the favor. Ziqia shook his head slightly, offering a casual explanation. I see, indeed, your strong sense of gratitude and loyalty is truly admirable. Yi Wenchun smiled, then praised Ziqia. And in response to Yi Wenchun's praise, Ziqia just maintained a smile and didn't say anything. He felt that before coming to the capital, the Yi family probably had thoroughly investigated his experiences in Tianhai City over the past 2 years. So when facing Yi Wenchun, Ziqia always kept in mind the principle that too many words might lead to mistakes. Don't worry, I'll help you find this herb. If the dragon country indeed has this herb, then there's absolutely no problem. Yi Wenchun smiled, agreeing to take on this task. Ziqia didn't doubt Yi Wenchun's words at all. Quite frankly, as long as it was herb the Yi family wanted, and if it existed in the dragon country region, it would eventually end up in the Yi family's hands. This wasn't arrogance, but rather a testament to the Yi family's power, which had truly become formidable. Given their position in the dragon country's Chinese medicine community, no one would dare to compete for the medical resources they sought. Therefore, as long as Yi Wenchun promised, Ziqia could rest assured about the matter of the purple heart dragon herb. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Ziqia lightly thanked him with a bow. It's just a trivial matter, no need to be courteous. Yi Wenchun waved his hand and said, actually, for our Yi family's physicians, we will provide any resources they need. In response to Yi Wenchun's words, Ziqia didn't respond further. Ziqia, have you considered my offer? I truly hope that you can join the Yi family so we can develop traditional Chinese medicine in the dragon country together. With your expertise in the field of Chinese medicine, staying in small Tianhai City is somewhat limiting. Seeing Ziqia's silence, Yi Wenchun again actively extended an invitation to Ziqia. While his previous invitations were more subtle, this time he was very direct. Ziqia remained silent. Deep down, he wanted to reject Yi Wenchun. However, just moments ago, he had asked Yi Wenchun for help in finding the herb, and since he hadn't yet obtained it, it wouldn't be appropriate to reject him outright. Mr. Yi, I still have many matters to attend to in Tianhai City. After a few seconds of silence, Ziqia still did not agree on the spot. Those matters are trivial. If you don't mind, the Yi family can help you with everything, including dealing with your enemies. Yi Wenchun was quite straightforward in offering assistance. Ziqia stayed silent. In Tianhai City, no one could force him to do anything or make him feel so conflicted, but in the Yi family, where Ziqia still had a request pending, he couldn't just reject outright. All he could do was remain silent. Ha, Ziqia, I was just teasing you. Your personal matters naturally need to be handled by yourself. It's fine. Go ahead and handle them, and if you need help, just ask the Yi family. The doors of the Yi family are always open to you. Ultimately, Yi Wenchun smiled, then diffused the awkward atmosphere in the room. Thank you for understanding, Mr. Yi. Ziqia nodded lightly, feeling a temporary sense of relief. No problem. Yi Wenchun waved his hand slightly. Following this, Yi Wenchun didn't let Ziqia leave but continued to chat with him about many topics. Regardless of which topic they discussed, it would eventually circle back to the Yi family and Ziqia. Yi Wenchun was exceptionally smart and skilled in conversation, always leading the other party to follow his thoughts without realizing it. He approached various topics, including personal development prospects, the future of traditional Chinese medicine in the dragon country, and the treatment of patient groups. In essence, he had only one message to convey. Ziqia could only have a better future by joining the Yi family. Only by joining the Yi family could he help grow traditional Chinese medicine in the dragon country and benefit numerous patients, whether personal interests or the greater good. Yi Wenchun's words left Ziqia somewhat speechless. Although he didn't explicitly invite Ziqia again, after their conversation, Zitia felt that if he didn't join the Yi family, he seemed to have become a sinner in the entire realm of traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Country, and even in all of Dragon Country. Zitia didn't want to continue and found an excuse to take his leave. "All right, take care. Remember to let me know if you need anything." Yu Wenchen smiled, then watched Zitia leave. As Zitia disappeared into the corridor, Yu Wenchen's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a grim expression. "Coming," Yu Wenchen said, and the head bubbler immediately followed into the room. Purple Heart Dragon Aloe. Yu Wenchen was also a bit confused after hearing Zitian's words. Being a doctor himself, and coming from the Yi family lineage, his knowledge of various medicinal herbs was very extensive. But even with his wealth of knowledge about medicinal herbs, he felt very unfamiliar upon hearing this name. "Mr. Yi, perhaps it is called by a different name. Here is a photo. Take a look." Zitia didn't beat around the bush and immediately took out a photo of the Purple Heart Dragon Aloe. "Is this the Purple Heart Dragon Aloe? It looks a bit familiar. I'm sure I've seen it before, but it probably wasn't called by this name." Yu Wenchen carefully examined it for a few seconds and then confidently stated that he had seen this type of herb before. "Zitia, I'm embarrassed to admit that ever since I took over the Yi family business, my focus has been on commercial development. In these years, my knowledge of medical skills has become quite weak." After a few seconds, Yu Wenchen shook his head slightly in self-disappointment. Traditional Chinese medicine is about healing and saving people, and the development of medical industries in the Yi family is also about healing and saving people. With these words from Zitia, Yu Wenchen was very pleased and immediately chuckled. "The type of herb you're looking for is probably not a rare item. Either that, or its efficacy range is not significant, or it may have little to no effect. Otherwise, it would have definitely been included in the Yi family's herb inventory." Yu Wenchen brought up this matter again, and Zitia nodded. "While they say that rarity makes things precious, this isn't absolute because some things are indeed scarce, but scarcity doesn't necessarily mean they're valuable. For instance, in Chinese medicinal herbs, some cannot be artificially cultivated, so many have completely disappeared from the pharmacopoeia catalog. Ultimately, it is because the efficacy of these herbs is limited, and they can easily be replaced by other herbs, leading to their disappearance. If a herb has extraordinary effects and cannot be substituted by other medicines, people in the traditional Chinese medicine circle will do everything possible to preserve the seeds of that herb." Mr. Yi is absolutely right. The efficacy of this herb is actually not very clear. Zitia followed Yu Wenchen's words and continued. "May I ask why you want this herb?" Yu Wenchen nodded slightly, actually quite curious. Zitia had so many precious and rare herbs at his disposal, but insisted on this obscure herb. Yi family's herb repository contains treasures, and even picking one randomly with your eyes closed is likely better than this Purple Heart Dragon Aloe, right? "It's not for myself. It's just that there's a friend in the Tian High City Chinese Medicine Association who wants this herb. He helped me out before, so I want to return the favor." Zitia shook his head slightly, providing a casual explanation. "I see. It truly reflects your loyalty and integrity, which is truly admirable." Yu Wenchen smiled, then praised Zitia. In response to Yu Wenchen's praise, Zitia just smiled and didn't respond verbally. He felt that before coming to the capital, the Yi family probably had thoroughly investigated his experiences in Tian High City over the past 2 years. So in facing Yu Wenchen, Zitia always remembered the principle of being cautious with his words. "Rest assured, I'll help you find this herb. As long as the Dragon Kingdom indeed has this herb, then there shouldn't be any problem." Yu Wenchen smiled, assuring that he would handle this matter. Zitia had no doubts about Yu Wenchen's words. It's not an exaggeration to say that if the Yi family wants a herb and it exists in the Dragon Kingdom region, it will definitely end up in the Yi family's hands. This isn't arrogance, it's the actual power of the Yi family, which has grown to this level. With their position in the Dragon Kingdom's Chinese medicine community, no one dares to snatch the Chinese medicine resources they seek. Hence, as Yu Wenchen verbally promised, regarding the Purple Heart Dragon Aloe, Zitia could rest assured. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Zitia thanked him earnestly with a slight bow of courtesy. "It's nothing to be polite about." Yu Wenchen waved his hand with a smile and added, "In our Yi family, we provide any resources needed by our medical practitioners." Zitia didn't continue the conversation after Yu Wenchen's words. "Zitia, have you considered my proposal? I truly hope that you can join the Yi family, and we work together to develop traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom. With your expertise in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, staying in the small Tianhai city seems to limit your potential." Seeing Ziqian's silence, Yuwenchen once again actively extended an invitation. While the previous 2 times Yuwenchen had shared more tactful invitations, this time was quite direct. Ziqia remained silent. Naturally, in his heart, he wanted to refuse Yuwenchen. However, having just sought help from Yuwenchen in finding the herb, and not having obtained it yet, it would be highly inappropriate to refuse outright at that moment. "Mr. Yi, I still have a lot of matters to attend to in Tianhai City." After a few seconds of silence, Ziqia still didn't agree on the spot. "Those matters are minor. If you don't mind, the Yi family can handle all your affairs, including dealing with your enemies if needed." Yuwenchen's words were really straightforward by this point. Again, Ziqia fell into silence. In Tianhai City, no one could force him to do anything, nor could they make him feel as conflicted as he did now. However, this was the Yi family, and Ziqia still needed their help at the moment, so he couldn't bring himself to refuse outright. All he could do was stay silent. "Ha, Ziqia, I was just teasing you. Your personal matters, of course, need to be handled by you. It's okay, you go handle them, and if you need help from the Yi family, just ask. The doors of the Yi family are always open to you." In the end, Yuwenchen's smile broke the awkward atmosphere in the room. "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Yi." Ziqia nodded lightly, feeling a temporary sense of relief. "No need for thanks." Yuwenchen waved his hand lightly. Following this, Yuwenchen didn't let Ziqia leave but instead engaged in a long conversation. However, no matter what topic they discussed, it always circled back to the Yi family and Ziqia. Overall, Yuwenchen was incredibly clever and had excellent conversational skills, always leading the other person to follow his rhythm without noticing. From various angles, he discussed topics such as personal development prospects, the future of traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom, and the treatment of patient groups. The only message he conveyed was that Ziqia could only have a better future by joining the Yi family. He painted a picture that without joining the Yi family, Ziqia seemed to be considered a criminal in the entire traditional Chinese medicine community in the Dragon Kingdom and even in the country. Ziqia felt an overwhelming increase in pressure. Finally, Ziqia decided he didn't want to continue and found a random excuse to bid farewell and leave. "Goodbye. Remember to let me know if you have any needs." Yuwenchen smiled, then watched Ziqia leave. As soon as Ziqian's figure turned the corner into the corridor, the smile on Yuwenchen's face instantly vanished, replaced by a stern expression. "You, come in," Yuwenchen said, and the old housekeeper immediately stepped into the room. "Mr. Yi, did you refuse again?" As soon as the old butler entered the room, he proactively inquired. To become the butler of the Yi family, the ability to discern words and expressions was the most basic. So when he saw Mr. Yi's expression, he had already guessed the outcome. Mr. Yi nodded. "Bit of a lack of appreciation, isn't it?" The old butler furrowed his brow slightly, with a hint of displeasure in his tone. The Yi family in the capital's traditional Chinese medicine circle was highly esteemed, almost to the point of being effortless. It was not an exaggeration to say that countless people were eager to join the Yi family's team of physicians, including many participants in the medical skill competition, all aiming for this goal. As members of the traditional Chinese medicine community in the Dragon Empire, being able to join the Yi family's team of physicians was an honor. But just because they wanted to join didn't mean that the Yi family would accept them. And now, the Yi family actively invited Ziqia. Even the current head of the family, Yuwenchen, personally extended the invitation and invited him 2 or 3 times, but each time it resulted in Ziqian's repeated rejections. If news of this were to spread, it is likely that everyone in the traditional Chinese medicine circle in the Dragon Empire would say that Ziqia didn't know how to appreciate the opportunity. People with abilities often have quirky temperaments, so that's normal. Yuwenchen waved his hand, looking magnanimous. The old butler glanced at Yuwenchen, but did not respond. While others might not understand, he was well aware that Yuwenchen wasn't as gentle and easygoing as he appeared on the surface. Many so-called important figures were like this, having a broad vision and tolerance, an image of being open-minded, but these were all personas shown to the public. As for the truth, those close to them understood best. However, when evaluating an issue, one cannot just look at the result. One must also see through to the essence. Sure enough, Yuanchen changed the subject and said, "Everything has a reason. If Zitia is unwilling to join the Yi family, there must be a reason. What do you think it could be?" The old slave does not know. The old butler shook his head slightly. "I am not satisfied with that answer," Yuanchen said, prompting the old butler to lower his head and quickly think. Joining the Yi family's team of physicians was almost every traditional Chinese medicine scholar's dream, because by entering the Yi family, it meant gaining the recognition of the most authoritative institution in the Dragon Empire's traditional Chinese medicine circle, elevating their status. Moreover, the medical resources and other benefits they would gain were rich. In this situation, why was Zitia still unwilling to join? Could it be that he is dissatisfied with the Yi family? After a few seconds, the old butler voiced his guess. Makes sense. Yuanchen nodded lightly. In fact, he had this thought yesterday. Though joining the Yi family was a good thing, Zitian's rejection must have a special reason, and the most likely reason was that he did not have the same admiration and reverence for the Yi family as other medical practitioners did. Furthermore, Yuanchen felt that Zitia seemed to have some resentment and resistance toward the Yi family. Although he didn't know where Zitian's resistance toward the Yi family originated, we had very little contact with him before. The only contact was through the medical skill competition, which was indirect, and there was no opportunity for conflict. Later, when Wei Fu and the others contacted Zitia, it was done with courtesy. Why would he be resentful towards the Yi family? The old butler furrowed his brow, saying, "Could he suspect that Cha Halin's actions towards him are related to us? That's highly unlikely. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't think that the actions of the Lin family are related to us. Moreover, we are clear that we don't allow any underhanded behaviors in the medical skill competition. After all, you also know the true purpose of the competition we host." Upon hearing this, the old butler nodded promptly. The Yi family hosted the Tiayi Cup medical skill competition, which, in the eyes of outsiders, was to promote and select outstanding traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the Dragon Empire. However, only a few people knew the true purpose, and it was not something they would casually reveal to others. Could it be that he has figured out our true motives? After a moment of silence, the old butler asked. That's even less likely. Yuanchen waved his hand. He was confident about this matter. Not because they hid it well, but after wearing a mask for so long, everyone would think that it was their true face. Everything the Yi family had done over the years was for the future of traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Empire, and no one would doubt that. If it's not that reason, then I really can't understand why he's behaving this way. The old butler nodded lightly, sighing with a hint of helplessness. Regardless of the reason, Yuanchen lifted his teacup, saying calmly, "The master's order is that Ziqian must join the Yi family." The emphasis Yuanchen put on the word must was strong, conveying a sense of unquestionable dominance and authority. The word must held many implications, indicating that they would go to any lengths. "Shall we make it clear to him?" the old butler proposed softly. "Not for now." Yuanchen pondered for a few seconds before waving his hand. "It's not time yet. After all, the Yi family has always won people over with virtue." "Yes." The old butler lowered his head, his eyes holding a deep meaning. "That's settled then." The old butler lowered his voice, expressing his thoughts. "I refuse to believe that in such a setting, Ziqia would dare to openly refuse the Yi family." The old butler's words exuded great confidence. "We can try it." Yuanchen nodded gently in agreement. He had absolute confidence in the Yi family. Therefore, he believed that Ziqia would not dare to publicly reject the Yi family in their current circumstances. In the meantime, at Ziqian's residence, returning to his room, Ziqia finally felt relieved. The past few days at the Yi family's estate had been stressful for him, especially facing Yuanchen. Initially, Yuanchen was more subtle, but later, he openly extended invitations to Ziqia. Ziqia had no intention of joining the Yi family. Faced with Yuanchen's cordial invitations, the pressure on him was increasing. "I'll leave tomorrow," Ziqia murmured to himself. The grand estate of the Yi family made him uncomfortable all over. He just wanted to leave the Yi family as soon as possible and return to Tianhai City, where he could find peace. As for the Purple Heart Dragon Lily, if the Yi family was willing to help, that would be great, but if not, Ziqia didn't hold any expectations. A quiet night passed. The next day, Ziqia got up early, washed up, and the servants of the Yi family promptly brought breakfast to his room. After eating a bit, Zijia tittied up and prepared to bid farewell to Yuenshen. No. Ziqian's palm had just grasped the door handle, but then he slowly pulled it back. If he were to go find Yuenshen like this, indicating his intention to leave, what attitude would Yuenshen have? He would definitely try his best to persuade Zijia to stay. So, after some contemplation, Zijia decided to leave quietly. At most, he would inform the staff at the Yi family. After all, without someone leading the way, Zijia was afraid he wouldn't be able to leave the Yi family estate. With a firm decision in his heart, Zijia prepared to open the door to leave. Just then, the door was knocked from the outside. "Mr. Z, are you busy?" Outside the door, Lin Fei's voice could be heard. These past 2 days, Lin Fei had personally taken care of Ziqian's daily needs. Zijia hesitated for a moment before opening the door. "Mr. Z, hello. Mr. Yi invites you to a meeting." Lin Fei's words made Zijia furrow his brow slightly. The reason he was in a hurry to leave was because he felt that if he stayed here, Yuenshen might cause trouble. Unexpectedly, he was a step too late. Now that Yuenshen had sent someone to invite him, if Zijia were to mention leaving at that moment, it would clearly be a slap on Yuenshen's face. And now, aside from agreeing, Zijia had no other choice. "Okay. Wait for me." Zijia nodded gently and then closed the door. As he turned around, Ziqian's brows furrowed instantly. This meeting might turn out to be a trap, but at this point, Zijia had no choice but to face it head-on. Ultimately, it was because of the power of the Yi family in the capital city. Even Zijia dared not underestimate them. It has been said that one does not realize how insignificant they are until they enter the capital city, and that refers to these prestigious and powerful families, each of whom is not easy to provoke. If it were in Tian High City, no matter what gathering or banquet it was, Zijia could refuse without giving face to anyone. However, the Yi family was not comparable to those families in Tian High City. Zijia dared to challenge the Lin family, but when faced with the Yi family in the capital city, unless absolutely necessary, Zijia did not want to completely break ties with them. So, after a little preparation, Zijia walked towards the meeting place with Lin Fei. 9 o'clock. The 8th floor platform of the Yi family estate, a large building constructed according to standard meeting room layout. When Zijia arrived, many people had already taken their seats in the meeting hall. Yuenshen naturally occupied the seat of honor. In addition to Yuenshen, there were several unfamiliar faces, some middle-aged men and women, as well as elderly individuals. Aside from them, Li Shun and a few other participants were also present. Seeing this scene, Zijia felt somewhat relieved. He was somewhat averse to having a private conversation with Yuenshen at the moment, as a one-on-one conversation would mean facing all the pressure alone. However, in a crowded setting like this, there were many things that could not be said freely, so Zijia did not have to worry too much. "Mr. Z, this is your seat." Lin Fei escorted Zijia to his seat and then left. Even though Lin Fei had been working for the Yi family for many years, she did not have the qualifications to attend a meeting of this level. "Zijia is here?" Yuenshen greeted with a smile, and Zijia nodded in return. At this moment, the people around Yuenshen turned to assess Zijia. Then, they whispered among themselves. Judging by Yuenshen's attitude towards them, it seemed that these people's status was not lower than Yuenshen's. Zijia paid no more attention and sat with Li Shun and others. "Mr. Z, that elderly gentleman, is the president of the Capital City Medical Association. The others are also prominent figures in the capital city's medical circle." Li Shun leaned over and quietly explained to Zijia. "Thank you." Zijia nodded in gratitude. If Li Shun had not said anything, he wouldn't have known these people. After all, Ziqian's memory prior to this was blank, and his current memories were only of his experiences in Tian High City. During his 2 years in Tian High City, he had limited contact with the medical circle, so his lack of understanding was normal. "Mr. Z, please don't be polite. If there is anything you want to know, feel free to ask me." Li Shun was pleasantly surprised and waved his hands in response to Ziqian's thanks. "Do you know what the main topic of today's meeting is?" Zijia asked, causing Li Shun's smile to freeze. He hoped to explain everything to Zijia, perhaps to improve their relationship. However, he was completely unaware of the main content of the meeting. "Mr. Z, I'm not sure about that, but I guess it should be related to us." Li Shun scratched his head and explained in a low voice. "Perhaps." Zijia nodded slightly, thinking the same. Typically, Yi family's important meetings had nothing to do with the participants like them. and they were not usually invited. After all, they were just outsiders. So, if they were invited to this meeting, the main topic was likely related to them. Mr. Z, after you join the Yi family, your status will definitely be much higher than ours. If you have the time, please take care of me then. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shun joked in hopes of improving their relationship. Who told you that I'm joining the Yi family? Ziqie raised an eyebrow and asked in response. Huh. Li Shun was stunned, realizing he had misspoken, and quickly apologized to Ziqie. You don't need to be nervous. Ziqie waved his hand slightly and asked again. I'm asking you, who said I was joining the Yi family? No one. I just thought. Wouldn't Mr. Z want to join the Yi family? Li Shun asked in surprise. In his mind, this was a given, as Ziqie would certainly not refuse such a good opportunity, right? Not just Li Shun, but everyone outside was actually waiting for the announcement of Ziqie joining the Yi family. After all, with Ziqian's superb medical skills and the Yi family's status as the top medical family in the Dragon Kingdom, Ziqie could only achieve better development by joining the Yi family. Therefore, in the minds of many, this was a logical decision, including Li Shun. However, Li Shun was surprised when he observed Ziqian's reaction, as it seemed not as straightforward as he had assumed. Focus on yourself, Ziqie stated, causing Li Shun to nod in agreement and not dwell further on the topic. Shortly after, there was a commotion at the entrance of the meeting hall. 5 or 6 black-clad bodyguards walked in, stood on either side, and blocked the people nearby with their palms. This grand entrance immediately caught the attention of everyone in the room. Immediately after that, a young man dressed in black casual attire appeared in front of everyone. This young man, a couple of years older than Ziqie, had a dignified appearance with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. Though his clothing was simple and he wore no expensive accessories, he exuded a powerful presence that was unmistakable. Some types of presence are developed from childhood and cannot be feigned by anyone. The aura surrounding this young man was the noble heir of a wealthy family's descendant. Ziqie speculated that this young man must be a descendant of the Yi family. Sure enough, after seeing this young man, the Yi family servants around greeted him one after another. Ziqie, he is Mr. Yi Wenquan's legitimate son, named Yi Xiaozhe. This is a true noble, unlike us who strive hard for achievements but are mere servants in front of them. Li Shun's tone carried a sense of emotion, and he quickly realized the inappropriateness of his words, apologizing to Ziqie. Ziqie simply shook his head in response. He knew Li Shun's words were just flattery. In reality, their group of people, compared to noble and wealthy heirs like Yi Xiaozhe, were worlds apart. Not to mention Ziqie, even Li Shun and his colleagues were highly talented in the field of medicine and renowned in their respective cities' traditional Chinese medicine circles. However, no matter how talented they were, they could never surpass the towering Yi family. They pushed themselves or achieved outstanding placements, all hoping for the opportunity to join the Yi family's team of physicians. Yet, Yi Xiaozhe was born as the destination of countless individuals. It truly resonated with the saying that some people strive to reach Rome, while others are born there. Regardless of people's willingness to admit it, noble families like the Yi family are born with a golden ticket, destined to live a worrying-free life. Even outstanding individuals like Li Shun couldn't help but feel inferior in front of Yi Xiaozhe. But the thoughts of Li Shun and others did not represent Ziqian's mindset. When facing the Yi family members, Ziqie would remain humble and respectful, but he never felt inferior. As Yi Xiaozhe exchanged greetings with everyone and settled beside Yi Wenquan, even Ziqie had to acknowledge that Yi Xiaozhe was markedly different from the second-generation individuals he had encountered before, like Liang Chao and Lin Yang. The second-generation individuals like Liang Chao and Lin Yang often exhibited a superiority complex and arrogance, acting as if they were above everyone else. Yet, Yi Xiaozhe displayed a refined and courteous demeanor, radiating qualities of good upbringing and manners. He was best described as gentle and polite, fitting perfectly with this description. Yi Xiaozhe truly lives up to being a member of the Yi family. He is indeed different from other second-generation individuals. The Yi family has strict rules, and their descendants are all well-mannered. Li Shun and his companions murmured softly. Ziqie withdrew his gaze, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, lost in his thoughts. After a while, Yi Wenquan rose slowly. Is everyone here? Then let us begin. Yi Wenquan introduced each person present, and indeed, Those surrounding Yi Wenchen were influential figures in Beijing's traditional Chinese medicine circle, especially the elderly gentleman, who had crossed the age of 60, was the chairman of the Beijing Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, renowned not only in Beijing but throughout the country in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Yi Wenchen then proceeded to introduce Ziqie and his group. In reality, individuals like Li Shun who made it to the top 10 nationwide were exceptionally talented, but under Ziqian's brilliance, they appeared somewhat inferior. Most of the attention from those around Yi Wenchen was focused on Ziqie. Today, there is nothing particularly significant in calling everyone here. It's just that the competitors are about to inject new vitality into Beijing's traditional Chinese medicine circle. So, I have invited influential members from Beijing's traditional Chinese medicine circle to join us for a discussion. This way, we can collaborate in our work in the future and further develop traditional Chinese medicine in our country. As Yi Wenchen spoke, whether it was Yi Xiaozhe beside him or Li Shun and others, they applauded and smiled. However, Ziqie furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed something hidden beneath Yi Wenchen's words, as if he and his group had already joined the Yi family, possibly even entering Beijing's traditional Chinese medicine circle. Though Ziqie was unsure of Li Shun's thoughts, he had no intention of becoming part of Beijing's traditional Chinese medicine circle. Despite his reservations, Ziqie did not want to refute Yi Wenchen at that moment. Thus, he remained silent and listened to the conversations. Throughout the discussions, those around Yi Wenchen would occasionally ask Ziqie questions. Ziqie responded concisely, leaving it to them to understand. The exchange lasted nearly an hour. From Li Shun and his companions to the prominent figures in Beijing's traditional Chinese medicine circle near Yi Wenchen, everyone engaged in fruitful discussions, finding the experience enriching. Yet, among all those present, it was mostly Ziqie and Yi Xiaozhe who remained silent most of the time. Their expressions unchanged, they listened intently without any hints of impatience, maintaining a quiet presence. As the event reached its end, Yi Wenchen glanced at his watch. Well, that's it for today's discussion. We'll have plenty of time to work together in the future. After Yi Wenchen's closing remarks, everyone nodded and smiled. Mr. Yi, it's a good opportunity with everyone present. Let's get started with the preparations. The reminder from the old steward by the side prompted Yi Wenchen. Right, I almost forgot about that. This will take up a bit of everyone's time. I would like to take this opportunity to invite you all to join the Yi family and create a brighter future for traditional Chinese medicine. All you need to do is sign this agreement, and henceforth, you will be part of the Yi family's team of physicians, officially join Beijing's traditional Chinese medicine circle. Yi Wenchen clapped his hands, and the staff promptly brought forth the prepared agreement. At this point, Ziqian's brow furrowed even tighter. Was Yi Wenchen aiming for a cut first, check later approach? What other objections do you all have? Yi Wenchen's gaze swept past Ziqie and the others. His gaze didn't linger too long on Ziqie. This made Ziqie even more puzzled. What exactly did the Yi family mean? Could it be that Yi Wenchen privately talked to Li Shun and the others, and they were willing to join the Yi family? So this meeting was arranged accordingly, and including Ziqie was just an incidental matter. At this point, Ziqie still didn't suspect Yi Wenchen's motives because he believed that the Yi family wouldn't do such things. After contemplating for a few seconds, Ziqie chose to remain silent. He thought that if Yi Wenchen arranged this meeting just to recruit Li Shun and the others into the Yi family, speaking out would be like challenging Yi Wenchen, which wouldn't be appropriate. So he kept silent for the time being, speculating that perhaps Yi Wenchen would exclude him. After all, Ziqie had clearly informed Yi Wenchen that he had no intention of joining the Yi family for the time being, so Yi Wenchen wouldn't force him to join in this way. Although Ziqie had some resistance towards the Yi family, he didn't think they would stoop so low. Seeing the contract in front of him, Ziqie furrowed his brows even more. He had assumed that due to his previous refusal, Yi Wenchen would skip over him when distributing the contracts. Yet, the contract laid in front of him now raised questions in his mind. Ziqie slowly raised his head and glanced at Yi Wenchen. But at that moment, Yi Wenchen was engaged in conversation with someone nearby and didn't even look in Ziqian's direction. Ziqie withdrew his gaze, wondering if he was overthinking things. Meanwhile, Li Shun and the others were excited, eagerly examining the contracts in front of them. For them, this was not just a contract, but a decree that would change their destinies. By signing their names and sealing it with a thumbprint, they would become disciples of the Yi family. In the world of traditional Chinese medicine in Longguo, the Yi family, as the foremost medical family, was considered the emperor of the field. Joining the Yi family equated to being recruited by an emperor in ancient times, transforming from an ordinary person to a high-ranking official in the palace. It was a great honor that no one would refuse. Therefore, Li Shun and the others were extremely excited, eager to sign their names immediately. Everyone, please calm down. The recruitment of new members to the Yi family's medical team is a significant event. Grateful for everyone's support within the industry, as the head of the Yi family in traditional Chinese medicine, it is necessary to make an announcement for such an important event. Therefore, we have invited media personnel from the Beijing Daily to record today's signing ceremony and will publish it as quickly as possible. After the steward spoke, several media workers who had been waiting eagerly picked up their cameras and aimed at Ziqie and the others. Finally, we thank all the candidates for giving face to the Yi family. The Yi family will not disappoint your expectations and will work together with you to develop traditional Chinese medicine in Longguo. As the steward finished speaking, Li Shun and the others applauded, but Ziqie remained unmoved, his brows furrowed even more. Although the words sounded harmless at first listen, upon closer inspection, it seemed like a subtle reminder that signing the contract was giving face to the Yi family, while refusal would be seen as disrespectful. Ziqie felt that there was a hint of a threat in the steward's words. Since Li Shun and the others were eager to join the Yi family, it couldn't be a threat towards them, leaving only Ziqie. With a silent sigh, Ziqie wondered if the Yi family was resorting to such a coercive approach because of his refusal. Ziqie shook his head slightly, hoping that the prestigious Yi family wouldn't employ such low tactics. While Ziqie was lost in thought, the media personnel had approached, taking photographs and recording videos of them. Meanwhile, the steward had paper and pens brought over. Please sign the contracts. After today's signing ceremony, there will be a formal induction ceremony. After the steward finished speaking, Li Shun and the others earnestly signed their names and prepared to seal the contracts with their thumbprints. Out of the 6 people, 5 were busy signing. Ziqie, who remained seated without moving, stood out conspicuously. Li Shun and the others were happily signing away, while Ziqie sat motionless, seemingly indifferent, attracting attention. Some prominent figures in the Beijing traditional Chinese medicine community raised their eyebrows slightly. Even they felt that Ziqie and the others should be grateful to the Yi family for the opportunity. But Ziqian's current attitude raised questions. The steward, with a hint of gloom in his eyes, was about to approach Ziqie. However, a glance from Yi Wenchen stopped him in his tracks. He couldn't bring himself to believe that Ziqie would, in front of so many influential figures in the Beijing traditional Chinese medicine community and the well-known media, show disregard for the Yi family. Yi Wenchen was willing to give Ziqie time to reconsider, as he firmly believed that Ziqie would eventually sign the contract and seal it with a thumbprint honestly. However, Yi Wenchen soon realized his mistake. While Li Shun and the others had signed and stamped their contracts, Ziqie remained seated, not even opening the pen cap. His stance was clear. Yi Wenchen, who had been smiling faintly, showed a slight change in expression. Despite priding himself on his ability to read people accurately and judge situations correctly, he kept making errors in his judgments regarding Ziqie. He hadn't expected that Ziqie would show no respect to the Yi family in such a setting. Yi Wenchen turned his head slowly and glanced at Yi Xiaozhe. In certain situations, Yi Wenchen wasn't suitable for speaking too much. Yi Xiaozhe nodded and stood up, addressing the entire room. I, Qin, represent the Yi family and welcome all the candidates to participate in this signing ceremony. Of course, today's event is just a signing ceremony. Following this, the Yi family will conduct a review to determine if the candidates can join us. Therefore, please sign as soon as possible. Yi Xiaozhe's calm and gentle tone was intended to reassure Ziqie that signing the contract didn't automatically mean joining the family, thus alleviating Ziqian's concerns. But Ziqie couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips into a cold smile upon hearing this. He wasn't illiterate, he could read the text on the contract and understand the clauses. So, this is not a contract at all. This is clearly a deed of sale for oneself. As long as Ziqie signs, it is equivalent to handing himself over to the Yi family. As for Yi Xiaozhe's mention of the final approval, it is indeed marked on the agreement, but is it important? Not important, because as long as the agreement is signed, it is equivalent to unconditionally agreeing to join the Yi family. The meaning of the final approval is that the players have unilaterally agreed, but the final decision is up to the Yi family. In other words, as soon as this agreement is signed, the players instantly lose all rights and choices, leaving only the qualification to be chosen. Given this premise, how could Zichia possibly sign? Not to mention he was not prepared to join the Yi family in the first place, even if he wanted to join. Faced with the overbearing terms resembling a slave contract, he would refuse on the spot. So, he absolutely cannot sign this document. Please do so quickly. After the signing ceremony, we have more important matters to discuss, Yi Xiaozhe said, then sat back down. As a leader among the younger generation of the Yi family, being able to speak up like this gave Zichia and the others a lot of face. As for other matters, others will handle them. However, even after Yi Xiaozhe finished speaking, Zichia remained motionless as if he hadn't heard or understood Yi Xiaozhe's words and reminders in his speech. Hehe. Finally, a cold smile appeared in Yi Wenchen's eyes. He knew Zichia was not a fool, so he must understand the deeper meaning in Yi Xiaozhe's words. Since he understood, pretending not to understand and remaining motionless was a clear sign of resistance against the Yi family. In that case, then, Yi Wenchen slowly turned to the elderly steward. The steward immediately understood and stepped forward, looking at Zichia. Mr. Z, please sign quickly. Now. We are all waiting for you. With this sentence, all attention was focused on Zichia. Yi Xiaozhe's words earlier were just hints, but now the steward's words were more explicit. It pushed Zichia to a dilemma. Can he still refuse in front of everyone? The steward and Yi Wenchen were betting that even if Zichia was stubborn, he would not make a decision to refuse in such a situation. They were very confident. The imposing figure of the Yi family did give them a lot of confidence. Unfortunately, they lost the bet again. I will not sign this agreement. Zichia slowly raised his head, calmly meeting the steward's gaze. His tone was calm yet firm. The whole room fell silent in an instant. Everyone's movements and expressions froze suddenly. Whether it was Li Shun and other players, Yi Wenchen and his entourage, or the Yi family servants present, they could not believe their ears. He refused. Zichia actually refused to sign. No. At this moment, it was no longer important who refused. What was important was that someone rejected the great opportunity to join the Yi family. They could not be mistaken, right? First of all, this was a great opportunity. At least in the eyes of 99.9% of people, this was a great chance to achieve success. Secondly, the Yi family invited them in a public setting. If someone were to refuse, wouldn't it be a slap in the face to the Yi family? Zichia dared to do this. The steward couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Even for other matters, no one would openly refuse the Yi family. Therefore, Zichian's response caught him off guard. But he quickly adjusted and regained his composure, showing a smile on his face again. Mr. Z, is there something in the agreement you don't understand or can't see? If that's the case, I can explain it to you again. The steward's words gave Zichia an opportunity to save face, and also help the Yi family save face. After pondering for 2 seconds, Zichia responded, I indeed did not understand some parts, so if possible, I would like to talk with Mr. Yi in private again. This sentence was a way to give face to the Yi family. Sure. No problem. We value the opinions and demands of every player. If Zichia has a different understanding of the agreement, we can discuss it. Before the steward could speak, Yi Wenchen smoothly took over and demonstrated his magnanimity. Thank you for understanding, Mr. Yi. Zichia nodded gently and remained silent. Actually, Zichian's approach is correct, as our Yi family has always upheld a democratic, fair, and open style of doing things. Other players should also learn from Zichia, carefully read the agreement, and if there are any problems, our Yi family is willing to listen to everyone's opinions. Including all your doubts, I believe our Yi family will give you a satisfactory answer. Yi Wenchen's words prompted everyone present to nod and applaud. With just a few words, the potential confrontation was successfully defused, showcasing Yi Wenchen's strong control ability. However, some things were for show, and some words were for the public. The truth was only clearer to the parties involved. Mr. Yi, what about this Zichia? The former president of the Beijing Traditional Chinese Medicine Association looked puzzled. Rest assured, I will handle it. Yi Wenchen smiled and made a guarantee. This is a promising seedling. The elder nodded slightly, his compliment on the surface, but a reminder in essence. I understand. Yi Wenchen nodded again. Well, Are there any other players with questions? If there are any questions, feel free to come and talk to Mr. Yi privately. After clarifying everything, it's not too late to sign. The steward turned to Li Shun and others, following Yi Wenchun's Li. In fact, they did not care whether Li Shun and the others joined the Yi family. Essentially, Li Shun and the others were just accompanying Zitia, as the main goal for the Yi family was still Zitia, originally intending to force Zitia to join under such circumstances, but now that he had refused, whether Li Shun and the others joined the Yi family was no longer that important. We have no objections. Li Shun and the others shook their heads one after the other, indicating they had no thoughts of their own. Joining the Yi family's team of physicians was the lifelong pursuit of every traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Longguo. Now that they had this opportunity, it was not only an honor but also something that would make them the envy of many. How could they have any objections? Well then, let's continue the meeting. The steward nodded with a smile, instructing someone to collect all the agreements. Half an hour later, the meeting ended. Li Shun and the others, and to handle further procedures. Zitia, on the other hand, followed the staff to meet with Yi Wenchun. Mr. Z, let's go to the top floor. The staff led Zitia into the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. Okay, Zitia nodded lightly. Where they were going was not important. What was important was that after today's meeting, the Yi family would definitely have known Ziqian's attitude. And through this incident, Zitia also gained a deeper understanding of the Yi family. This only intensified Ziqian's desire to lead the Yi family as soon as possible. So, Zitia prepared to bid farewell as soon as he saw Yi Wenchun later. As for the Purple Heart Dragon Lily, Zitia was also not prepared to take it. He would never sell himself to the Yi family for that medicinal herb. Guided by the staff, Zitia arrived at the top floor of the building and then went up to the rooftop. Mr. Z, please go ahead. I won't come over, said the staff as they brought Zitia to the entrance of the rooftop and then stopped and walked away. Zitia hesitated, pushed open the door, and walked onto the rooftop. At this moment, there was only one figure standing on the edge of the railing on the spacious rooftop. But that figure was not Yi Wenchun. It was actually Yi Xiaozhe, Yi Wenchun's son. In this vast rooftop, there was only Yi Xiaozhe. Zitia furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing this, but then his expression relaxed, revealing a deep understanding in his eyes. People in positions like Yi Wenchun, even if they were displeased with someone, would not confront them directly. They would make their displeasure known in their own ways and communicate their current attitude. Just like now, Yi Wenchun did not appear in person but instead sent his son Yi Xiaozhe to meet Zitia, which conveyed a lot. At least, it indicated that he was no longer as polite to Zitia as before. Zitia shook his head slightly. The first time he encountered Yi Wenchun, he felt that Yi Wenchun did not seem as dignified as he appeared on the surface. Instead, he gave Zitia a sense of hypocrisy. And now, Yi Wenchun was gradually revealing his true self, confirming Ziqian's previous speculations step by step. You're here? Yi Xiaozhe greeted Zitia, without turning around. Zitia did not respond and slowly walked over to Yi Xiaozhe. During this process, Zitia paid attention to the surroundings of the rooftop and eventually confirmed that there was only Yi Xiaozhe on the rooftop besides himself. Yi Xiaozhe, a distinguished figure, usually had bodyguards protecting him when he went out. But facing Zitia, he was alone as if he were not concerned at all that Zitia might harm him. My father has some urgent matters to attend to, so he can't come over for now, Yi Xiaozhe explained once Zitia stood still. It's okay, talking to you is the same, Zitia responded lightly. Some things didn't need to be elaborated on too much. It was enough for both parties to understand each other. Even before Mr. Z came to the capital, his name had already spread throughout the city, Yi Xiaozhe remarked. Now that we've met, Mr. Z is indeed very different from those common people. Yi Xiaozhe turned his head with a faint smile as he looked at Zitia. Yi Xiaozhe, despite his young age, exuded a sense of maturity, making people feel very comfortable around him. However, Zitia always felt repulsed by such individuals. There's not much difference. Zitia shook his head slightly. We all live in the mundane world and are essentially commoners. No. Yi Xiaozhe rebutted. People are not distinguished by high or low status, but there are indeed distinct differences in levels, sophistication, intelligence, and emotional intelligence. Just like Mr. Z is a piece of gold. Even if buried among the commoners in Tian High City for 2 years, there will still be a day when he shines, Yi Xiao's flattery left Ziqia at a loss for words. Initially, Ziqia thought that by publicly rejecting the Yi family, they would be humiliated and Yi Xiaoze would threaten him. At least, if it were Lin Yang, he would have brought a group of people and issued menacing threats. However, Yi Xiao's approach puzzled Ziqia. Although it makes sense, I hope Mr. Z understands, Yi Xiaoze continued. Gold does shine indeed, but in this city, there is gold everywhere. Yi Xiaoze gestured towards the distance with his right arm. Ziqia did not retort to Yi Xiao's words. After all, it was a fact. As the first capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the city was truly a gathering place for towns. Coupled with being under the emperor's rule, outstanding individuals from other cities would eventually choose to come here for development. It's not an exaggeration to say that even a local resident in the capital had surpassed numerous individuals nationwide. So, Yi Xiao's words were not an overstatement. Mr. Z, take a look. Yi Xiaoze pointed ahead and asked how Ziqia viewed the layout of the Yi family estate. They were currently on the 8th-tier platform of the Yi family estate, where they could overlook from the entrance to the 7th floor. The building they were in had a height of over 30 meters, providing a panoramic view of the 8 tiers below them. This commanding view undoubtedly evoked a sense of grandeur, magnificent, swallowing mountains and rivers. Ziqian's 8-word evaluation pleased Yi Xiaoze. Mr. Z, is too kind. Yi Xiaoze initially shook his head modestly, then continued. However, we have to admit that this society is much larger than we imagine. The entire societal structure is like a pyramid, with some at the top and others at the bottom. Only those at the top can access more resources, truly controlling everything effortlessly. Yi Xiao's words made Ziqia raise an eyebrow slightly, and he did not rush to respond. While my Yi family always upholds fairness and justice, Yi Xiaoze stated, true fairness does not exist in this society. On the contrary, this society is developing according to the layout of a pyramid. Yi Xiaoze turned slowly, looking towards the 9th-tier platform behind him. If we were to divide the population and resources into 100 parts each, he explained, then at the top of the pyramid, there's only 1% of the people who enjoy 99% of the society's resources. The remaining 99% have to compete for that 1% of resources together. Do you, Mr. Z, want to mingle with the bottom-tier crowd and fight for those meager resources? After talking for a while, Yi Xiaoze finally reached the main point. In essence, he had laid down so much groundwork to gradually change Ziqian's mindset, ultimately aiming to convince Ziqia to join the Yi family. The combination of irrefutable practical truths and his conscious brainwashing made it challenging for an average person to withstand. This also made Ziqia realize that Yi Xiaoze, the young master of the Yi family, was not the typical second-generation wealthy individual. His level and sophistication were something those from Lin Yan would never be able to match in their lifetime. Mr. Z, before Ziqia could speak, Yi Xiaoze interjected, from what I know, Mr. Z, since he arrived in Tian High City 2 years ago, life has not been too smooth for him. Even no one has discovered Mr. Xiao's abilities, or rather, they simply do not have enough resources and capabilities to develop Mr. Xiao's talents. It wasn't until we made contact with the Lu family that he got some opportunities. Yi Xiao's words seemed to defend Ziqia on the surface. In reality, he was telling Ziqia that the Yi family knew a lot about his past. They understood Ziqian's personal experiences, friends and family around him very clearly. When someone tells you they understand everything about you, it might not be out of concern, but rather a form of threat. However, after hearing Yi Xiao's words, Ziqia just shook his head slightly. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Yi, and for knowing so much about me. But everyone has their own choices and ways of life. I personally believe that living at the top of the pyramid or at the bottom is not a measure of high or low. The top has its own glamour, and the bottom has its unique scenery. Just like some doctors move between the upper echelons of society, treating the nobility, while others roam the countryside, bringing health and gospel to the common people. They do not distinguish between high and low status, it's just personal choices. Ziqia shook his head slightly after saying these words, leaving Yi Xiaoze in silence, without agreement or rebuttal. After nearly half a minute, Yi Xiaoze spoke again. You are right. People always strive for higher places. Mr. Z, you are outstanding. Even my Yi family thinks highly of you. But there's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, a single tree cannot make a forest. No matter how strong an individual's abilities are, without strong resources to support them, it is difficult to make significant achievements. Yi Xiaozhe paused slightly here, then continued, of course, Mr. Z may not care about fame or status, but often, having fame and status allows you to do more things. Just like how Mr. Z just compared the rural doctor to a medical master. They are indeed both saving lives, but the medical masters are supported by strong resources, allowing them to research more treatment options and contribute to all mankind. They are all saving lives, but the rural doctor alone cannot cure more patients. However, a simple medical concept proposed by a medical master could bring hope and healing opportunities to thousands or even millions of people. Can these be the same? Yi Xiaozhe turned his head slowly, saying this very seriously. This time, it was Ziqiat who fell into silence. He knew Yi Xiaozhe was speaking the truth, and many of the things he had done before coming to the capital were moving in that direction. Have you paddled a raft? Yi Xiaozhe performed a paddling motion as he spoke. No matter how skilled you are at paddling, no matter how much skill you have, eventually will sink. What I mean is, no matter how excellent a person's abilities are, without a strong background to support them, even if they shine brightly on the surface, it will ultimately be short-lived, inevitably sinking to the bottom. This society is not lacking in geniuses, not lacking in brilliant geniuses, but it is even more full of geniuses who once shone brightly and then sank to the bottom. And Mr. Z, you should not be one who sinks to the bottom. Yi Xiaozhe did not explicitly ask Ziqiat to join the Yi family, but his words circled around the idea of Ziqiat joining their family. When Ziqiat reached this point, he had completely lost interest in continuing the conversation with Yi Xiaozhe. It's not that Yi Xiaozhe's words were unreasonable, nor was it that he couldn't argue with Yi Xiaozhe. It's just that people's perspectives are ultimately different. When two people with different perspectives talk, the end result can only be a lack of mutual understanding. When words don't align, perspectives differ, all that's left is mutual respect. So Ziqiat felt it was unnecessary to continue the conversation with Yi Xiaozhe. Ending this conversation early would be good for both parties. I know you have a deep relationship with the Liu family, but Liu family, in terms of scale, not to mention in the capital, even in the provincial level figures in Tian High City, they are not much. I also know you know Zhang Dingnan in Tian High City, but Zhang Dingnan is at most at the hall level. In this capital, a single move could defeat a large group of hall-level figures. I think you should understand what I mean. Yi Xiaozhe spoke steadily and confidently, though his gaze was level with Ziqiat. There was a sense of superiority in his eyes. I understand. Ziqiat nodded faintly. So, Mr. Z, what do you mean? Yi Xiaozhe followed up. I just want to ask, what does Mr. Z want to ask? I will tell you everything I know. Ziqiat turned to Yi Xiaozhe, looking into his eyes expectantly. I want to know the departure time of the latest flight from the capital to Tian High City. After Ziqiat asked this question, Yi Xiaozhe's expression instantly froze, and the anticipation in his eyes gradually dissipated. The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere on the rooftop became incredibly quiet. The muscles on Yi Xiaozhe's face twitched visibly. He considered himself well-versed in conversation skills and adept at reading people. His education, upbringing, knowledge, and emotional intelligence made him confident that after this conversation with Ziqiat, Ziqiat would realize the reality and willingly join the Yi family. However, Ziqiat's simple question about the flight time back to Tian High City shattered Yi Xiaozhe's confidence. It felt like you thought you were knowledgeable and eloquent, giving a lecture for a long time on various topics, only for the other person to ask you about the number of hairs on a person's body, a question unrelated to your expertise, leaving you unable to answer. It was frustrating and infuriating. Yi Xiaozhe felt frustrated and angry at that moment. However, his upbringing prevented him from expressing his anger, leaving it bottled up inside, making him even more frustrated. His face turned red, and his body trembled slightly. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there is a flight. Yi Xiaozhe took a deep breath and said these words. Thank you. Then I will leave this afternoon. After I return to Tian High City, I will think carefully about what Mr. Yi said. Then, I will contact Mr. Yi when the time comes. Ziqiat finished speaking and turned towards the exit. Wait. Yi Xiaozhe turned and called out to Ziqiat. Is there anything else, Mr. Yi? Ziqiat asked calmly. Mr. Z, I still think you were excellent. In fact, those who stand out at the TIE Cup Medical Conference are truly worthy of the title excellent. And to be able to make it to the top 3 at this age in the medical conference is truly a 1 in a million top genius. But Mr. Z, Have you ever thought that even if others call you a genius, you have only just touched the threshold of the Yi family? Yi Xiaozhe tried to soften his tone, but you could still hear the anger buried within him. One must say, Yi Xiaozhe's words were truly irrefutable. The social gap between people was vividly portrayed by Yi Xiaozhe's statement. The truth is, Yi Xiaozhe's words are indeed accurate. Leaving aside Zitia, people like Zhou Yan and Li Shun are also top geniuses in their respective cities. But even if they are top geniuses, how does that compare to the key figures in the younger generation of Chinese medicine? When they enter the top 3 and become recognized as top geniuses in the eyes of others, they have only just obtained the qualification to meet the members of the Yi family. Ultimately, some people spend their entire lives striving to reach Rome, while others are born in Rome. Faced with such a difference in status, even Zitia has nothing to say. After all, Yi Xiaozhe is the son of a prominent family in the capital, while Zitia is just a commoner who doesn't even know his biological parents' whereabouts. Zitia let out a sigh and turned to look at Yi Xiaozhe. So, Yi Xiao's intention is that no matter how hard we try, we will always be just medical practitioners. And the Yi family is no longer just a traditional Chinese medicine family, but leaning towards the path of capitalism, right? Zitia looked at Yi Xiaozhe and calmly asked this question. You don't need to worry about that. I just want to tell you that only at the Yi family can you have better prospects for development. Even if you don't care about your future, at least the abundant medical resources at the Yi family can allow you to freely study medicine. And apart from the Yi family, no one else can provide you with such rich medical resources and a learning environment. The words Yi Xiaozhe spoke before were just indirect implications, but this statement was straightforward. Thank you for the Yi family's concern. However, Zitia does not like being constrained and just wants to be a free spirit. So, I'm sorry. Zitia left these words behind, without waiting for Yi Xiaozhe to say anything, and turned to leave the rooftop. Yi Xiaozhe watched Zitian's figure disappear and finally a hint of coldness appear in his slightly narrowed eyes. You don't like being constrained and just want to be a loner, is that it? Do you know that there is a saying in this world, the innocent are guilty by association? You may want to be a loner, but after you demonstrate enough excellence, you are destined not to be able to remain a loner. Yi Xiaozhe whispered to himself and then also left the rooftop. On the other side, after parting ways with Yi Xiaozhe, Zitia returned to his residence. The Yi family estate was large and luxurious, and Zitia even wanted to take a look around. But right now, he didn't want anything, and the only thought in his mind was to leave the Yi family as soon as possible. After these few days of contact with the Yi family, as well as the private conversations with Yi Wenchen and Yi Xiaozhe, Zitia felt a sense of being out of control. The families he had dealt with in Tian High City before, the Liang and Lynn families, were fundamentally different from the Yi family. For example, Yi Xiaozhe, if he were to lose his temper in front of Zitia, make threats, or even have someone act against Zitia, Zitia would not take him seriously. Such people are best dealt with. However, Yi Xiaozhe, despite being young, showed great maturity and deep scheming, and could control his emotions, not revealing his true feelings. Such a person was the most dangerous and difficult to deal with, so Zitia understood that he could not equate the Yi family with the Lin family. The method Zitia used against the Lin family would be child's play in front of the Yi family, and using them against the Yi family would be hitting a rock with an egg. In this situation, Zitia only had two choices. 1. Join the Yi family and become part of their faction. 2. Try to keep his distance. Apart from these two choices, Zitia had no other options. Because he was definitely no match for the Yi family, at least he currently did not stand a chance against them. Zitia took out his phone and checked the flights. Yi Xiaozhe wasn't lying. The next flight back to Tian High City was indeed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Zitia looked at the time, then proceeded to book the ticket. However, just as Zitia was about to put down his phone and pack his things, he sat back down slowly. Seconds later, he picked up his phone and called Old Man Chen. After exchanging pleasantries, Zitia brought up the main issue. Grandpa, this time, I'm really having a difficult decision. Zitia sighed softly, admitting that the opponents and enemies he faced in Tian High City didn't have a high level of perspective, so he could easily handle them. Coming to the hidden dragons and crouching tigers of the capital and facing the Yi family, Zitia truly felt a situation he couldn't control. The high-ranking figures like Yi Wenchen and Yi Xiaozhe had indeed brought great pressure to Zitia. So, feeling helpless, he could only seek advice from Old Man Chen. Although he could also call Old Man Lu or Old Man Wong, he didn't plan to contact them about this matter. It wasn't a matter of mistrust, but Zichia firmly believed that Old Man Chen would never have ill intentions towards him. Do you not know whether you should join the Yi family? Old Man Chen asked with a smile. By his tone, it seemed as if he had anticipated Zichia facing this dilemma. Yes. Zichia nodded lightly. Do you want to join them? Old Man Chen inquired further. I don't want to, but considering the current situation. Zichia hesitated, shaking his head with a sigh. Then why don't you want to? Old Man Chen didn't provide any answers, but continued to ask questions one after another. I used to feel that the Yi family was not as pure as it seemed to outsiders, nor are they genuinely altruistic for the development and future of traditional Chinese medicine in Lone Wo. Now that I have truly come to the Yi family, this feeling has become even stronger, and personally, I have always had some resistance towards the Yi family. Although, I don't know the reason. Zichia shook his head with a sigh. In fact, despite the current situation, joining the Yi family would be the most suitable and wise choice. It would benefit everyone involved. Yet, he always felt that the Yi family, as the leading family in the Chinese medicine community, was not as upright as they appeared on the surface. On top of the Yi family, it's as though there is a layer of gauze covering it, preventing outsiders from seeing the true situation inside the Yi family. Even individuals like Yi Wenchen and Yi Xiaozhe seem to always wear a mask. In the eyes of others, the Yi family is seen as the top traditional medical family in the Dragon Kingdom, dedicated to promoting traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom and saving lives. Over the years, they have made significant contributions to traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom and have healed countless patients for free. However, Zichia feels that all of this is just an illusion. Whether it's the Yi family or individuals like Yi Wenchen, they all seem to be living with a mask on. Zichia even can't help but wonder if the Yi family has some kind of conspiracy, and all their actions are just to cover up their true intentions. Grandfather, I hope my feelings are wrong, so I'm conflicted. What should I do? Zichia scratched his head in frustration and asked this question again. Do you remember what grandfather told you? When faced with a decision you can make, follow your heart, have faith in your intuition, and follow your inner self. These words from Grandfather Yi made Zichia suddenly enlightened, clearing up his previously muddled mind. Yes, no matter when or where, following your inner self is never wrong, even if it turns out to be a mistake. As long as the decision was made following your heart, there will be no regrets and no reason for regret. Just like this time facing the Yi family, everyone thinks that Zichia joining the Yi family is a great thing for all parties involved. But if Zichia himself believes that joining the Yi family is not a good decision, he can refuse. No explanations needed. Just because he doesn't want to in his heart, that's enough. As for the various subsequent consequences, they are not within his immediate consideration. With this thought in mind, Zichia felt relieved. Grandfather, I understand. Zichia nodded lightly, making up his mind. But will the Yi family let you leave easily? Old Master Chen seemed to understand Zichia's dilemma and asked with a smile. I want to leave, and no one can stop me. Zichia smiled faintly, knowing that the Yi family indeed did not want him to leave. But if they wanted to use force to stop him, Zichia was also ready to show them his skills. Ha ha, I believe in Tian's strength. But, when you're out, try not to escalate things to a point of no return. If they block you from leaving, give me a call, and I'll support you. These words from Old Master Chen made Zichia feel like a child. Zichia took it as a joke and nodded with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Zichia packed his things, opened the door, and called for the staff on duty nearby. I need to go to the airport to catch a flight right now. Please escort me out. Zichia knew that without Yi family personnel guiding him, it would be challenging to leave the Yi family estate. Mr. Z, I need to consult with the head of the household about this matter. Please wait a moment. The staff was very polite to Zichia and picked up the phone to make a call. Zichia raised an eyebrow and had to patiently wait. Mr. Z, please wait a moment. The head of the household said he would come over right away. After the staff finished the call, they explained respectfully to Zichia. Feeling a bit helpless, Zichia had no choice but to turn back to his room. At that moment, Yi Wenchen, Yi Xiaozhe, and an elderly man were walking towards the building where Zichia resided. With three of them in the front, followed by two middle-aged men in their 40s. These two men were dressed in attire resembling ancient escort clothing, with a sturdy stature indicating a martial background. Yi Wenchen and Yi Xiaozhe, or slightly behind the elderly man at the front, displaying a genuine sense of respect towards him. In the Yi family, there were very few individuals whom Yi Wenchen treated with such respect, and this elderly man was definitely one of them. This elderly man was Yi Qingsang, the patriarch of the Yi family and the father of Yi Wenchen. As the old patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Qingsang was like a stabilizing force for the clan, being instrumental in many of the family's achievements. Even Yi Wenchen's success in the business world over the years was largely due to Yi Qingsang's contributions. Why? Because Yi Qingsang not only knew many people, but also had influential friends in high positions. These friends were not just acquaintances, but held a close relationship with Yi Qingsang. Due to these reasons, the Yi family had been rapidly expanding over the years, leading to its current status. Not an exaggeration to say, in the circle of the capital, Yi Qingsang's name was that of a thunderous presence, not to be taken lightly by anyone. Even top-tier individuals in the upper circles would specially visit Yi Qingsang on certain occasions, highlighting his esteemed status in the capital's social hierarchy. As they walked, Yi Wenchen and Yi Xiaozhe relayed their conversation with Ziqia to Yi Qingsang. "You are too impatient." Yi Qingsang waved his hand slightly, indifferent to the conversation between Yi Wenchen, Yi Xiaozhe, and Ziqia. He only cared about the outcome, and the current outcome showed that after several days of conversation, Yi Wenchen and Yi Xiaozhe had not achieved their goal. Since they had not achieved their goal, the specifics of their conversation with Ziqia no longer held importance. "Grandfather, our actions were indeed a bit rash, but I feel that, given your status, it's beneath you to personally go and meet him." Yi Xiaozhe spoke gently, feeling that Yi Qingsang going to meet Ziqia in person was overly extravagant. "If you could have handled the situation properly, there would have been no need for me to go." Yi Qingsang reprimanded with a furrowed brow, causing Yi Xiaozhe to obediently close his mouth. "Once we're there, don't speak unnecessarily. He is different from others." Yi Qingsang waved his hand, acknowledging that if Ziqia were just a champion of a medical competition, it would not warrant his personal visit. However, Ziqia was no ordinary champion, his extraordinary medical skills surpassing that of 10 champions combined. Therefore, Yi Qingsang wanted to do everything possible to have Ziqia join the Yi family. As Yi Wenchen and Yi Xiaozhe had now faced successive setbacks, Yi Qingsang had no choice but to personally meet with Ziqia. "All right," Yi Xiaozhe nodded quietly, saying no more. Soon, the group arrived at Ziqia's residence and knocked on the door before entering. "Ziqia, this is my father." Several people entered, and Yi Wenchen made a simple introduction. "Master Yi." Ziqia greeted respectfully. He knew he should be polite to this elderly man, especially since he had heard that Master Yi had made significant contributions on the battlefield during the turmoil in past years. Ziqia genuinely respected Master Yi from the bottom of his heart. "No need to be polite, please have a seat." Yi Qingsang nodded and gestured for Ziqia and the others to sit down. The two men he brought with him remained at the door without entering. Upon seeing Ziqia, Yi Qingsang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He carefully scrutinized Ziqia from head to toe. This wasn't the first time he had seen Ziqia. He had seen his appearance during the broadcast of the medical convention. However, seeing Ziqia in person was completely different from seeing him on screen. Yi Qingsang had initially felt indifferent towards Ziqia, but sitting face to face with him now, he felt a sense of familiarity, especially in Ziqia's eyes, as if he had seen them somewhere before. "Are you from Tian High City?" Yi Qingsang asked as he broke the silence. "Yes." Ziqia nodded affirmatively. His past was his biggest secret, one he hadn't even shared with Lu Jinyao, let alone Master Yi. "I see." Yi Qingsang nodded gently, thinking he might have overthought it. After all, with billions of people in the Dragon Country, it was normal for some to resemble each other. After exchanging some trivial pleasantries, Yi Qingsang finally got to the point. "I heard from Wenchen that our hospitality towards you in the past few days was lacking, so I brought them with me to apologize to you." Yi Qingsang's words caught Ziqia off guard, and he quickly waved his hands in refusal. "Master Yi, you are too kind. The hospitality from the Yi family has been excellent, and I am grateful for it," Ziqia replied, waving his hand. However, in his mind, he quickly pondered the true meaning behind Yi Qingsang's words. "No, It must be that they didn't perform well enough. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a hurry to leave. Yi Qingkang shook his head. This wasn't for Ziqian's benefit. He genuinely believed it. He thought there was no reason for Ziqia to refuse to join the Yi family since there was no animosity between them. If Ziqia did refuse, it was probably because there was an issue on their side. Indeed, Master Yi, it's just that there are still many unresolved matters back in Tian High City. I must return as soon as possible. Ziqia smiled and shook his head, then proceeded to explain. Really? Master Yi asked seriously. Yes. Ziqia nodded. That's good. Yi Qingkang nodded slightly. If they did anything to upset you, please let me know, and I will reprimand them. The Yi family is involved in many matters, and sometimes we are not considerate enough. Please bear with us. Ziqia smiled then nodded in response to his words. Ziqia, I hope you can work with our team of physicians from the Yi family to tackle various challenges in the medical field. Yi Qingkang explained his intentions. Before Ziqia could speak, Yi Qingkang continued, as a physician, treating and saving people is a duty, but I won't use this as a moral constraint on you. I just hope that the medical resources of the Yi family can help you where needed. Yi Qingkang's words left no room for argument. He wasn't just saying empty words. He genuinely wanted the medical resources of the Yi family to assist Ziqia. Ziqia fell silent. Before coming to the capital, old Chen had warned him about Yi Qingkang's strong personality. Yet, seeing him now, Yi Qingkang wasn't as domineering as Ziqia had anticipated. For someone like Ziqia, who responded better to softness than harshness, dealing with a stern Yi Qingkang would have been easier, as he wouldn't waste words. However, the sincerity in Yi Qingkang's approach left Ziqia unsure how to decide. I've heard that you don't like being restricted. On this matter, I can also make you some promises. Seeing Ziqian's silence, Yi Qingkang began to lay out his conditions and chips while the iron was hot. As long as you are willing to join the Yi family's team of physicians, I can draft a separate agreement for you to join. All of the Yi family's medical resources, including rare medicinal herbs, will be at your disposal. As long as it is available at the Yi family, you can use it as you please. I can assure you that no one will bind you, and you won't have to follow any rules. In the Yi family, you can come and go as you please. Yi Qingkang spoke these words to Ziqia with utmost seriousness. His offer was simple. By joining the Yi family, Ziqia could enjoy numerous medical resources beyond what other physicians could access. He would have the power to utilize these resources without restrictions, unlike the other members of the Yi family. This unprecedented offer from Yi Qingkang made Yi Wenchen and Yi Xiaozhe furrow their brows and move their mouths, wanting to speak. However, they remembered Yi Qingkang's instructions to remain silent for the time being. Ziqia, what do you think? If you have any conditions or thoughts, feel free to express them. As long as I find it appropriate, I will agree. In the Yi family, my word is law. Yi Qingkang was bold, allowing Ziqia to freely propose conditions. Undoubtedly, the conditions Yi Qingkang presented would tempt anyone, even Ziqia, whose heart was initially firm. No waver. With the opportunity to join the Yi family, set any terms he wanted, and enjoy a vast array of medical resources, including rare herbs, what reason did Ziqia have to refuse? Ziqia furrowed his brows in contemplation, and everyone felt that joining the Yi family would be a very wise choice. Despite Ziqian's lack of concrete reasons for not wanting to join, he simply felt that the Yi family might not be as straightforward as they appeared on the surface. Nevertheless, would his unfounded doubts be enough to pass up such a great opportunity? Ziqia reflected that the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't control the wavering in his heart. In fact, Ziqia had always been a person with strong opinions, but on this matter, he found it difficult to make a decision, feeling torn. This time, Yi Qingkang didn't urge him further but gave Ziqia enough time to contemplate. After Yi Wenchen and Yi Xiaozhe exchanged a glance, they both saw admiration in each other's eyes. They had to admit that experience counts for a lot. Yi Qingkang's persuasiveness was indeed more powerful than theirs. Although the conditions Yi Qingkang offered Ziqia made them a bit reluctant, they realized that as long as Ziqia could join the Yi family, those conditions weren't a big deal after all. Master Yi, thank you for your generosity. Ziqia is not ungrateful and can feel the sincerity of the Yi family. Therefore, I will seriously consider this matter and give you an answer as soon as possible. After a few seconds, Ziqia slowly raised his head and said this sentence with utmost seriousness. He still didn't agree on the spot to join, but Ziqian's attitude this time had indeed undergone a dramatic shift. His previous considerations with Yi Wenchen and Yi Xiaozhe were actually a kind of polite refusal, but this time, Ziqia was truly prepared to give it a serious thought, and that meant he already had the intention to join the Yi family. Both Yi Qingkang and Yi Wenchen were as shrewd as old foxes, so they immediately noticed the change in Ziqian's attitude. Fine. During your consideration, if you had any questions or other thoughts, feel free to contact me. Remember, in the Yi family, I have the final say, so you can discuss any conditions with me. Furthermore, you don't need to feel pressured. I want you to join the Yi family because it's my wish, but neither I nor the Yi family have the right or authority to force you to make a decision. As Yi Qingkang spoke, he slowly stood up. Since he had said this much, Ziqia felt it wasn't appropriate to say more at this moment. So, you rest up first. I have some Wui Mountain Dahan Pao tea leaves. You can come over to taste them tonight. After Yi Qingkang finished speaking with a smile, he was about to leave. Master Yi, I just booked my flight for this afternoon. Ziqia furrowed his brow slightly and mentioned this. You're leaving in a hurry? Is it because of something uncomfortable about the Yi family's hospitality? Yi Qingkang was momentarily stunned when he heard this, as if just learning about it. No. It's just that there are urgent matters in Tianhai City that need my personal attention. After Ziqia explained, Yi Qingkang didn't interrupt but simply smiled and watched Ziqia. After a few moments, Ziqia shifted uncomfortably and averted his gaze. Ha. It's your right to decide when to leave. I have no right to stop you. But I heard from Wenchen that you are looking for a herb called Purple Heart Dragon Herb, and I am currently having someone search for it. So, would you mind waiting for an afternoon longer to see if we can find it for you? Yi Qingkang smiled and then asked for Ziqian's opinion again. Ziqia hesitated. He found it difficult to be outright dismissive, especially since Yi Qingkang had been expressing goodwill and sincerity from the moment they met. For Ziqia, who preferred persuasion over coercion, the more genuine Yi Qingkang appeared, the harder it was for him to refuse. Ziqia, if you feel pressured by the way the Yi family operates, you don't have to worry. I will say it again. The invitation to join the Yi family is our wish, but none of us have the right to force you to choose. Also, I, Yi Qingkang, assure you that whether you are willing to join the Yi family or not, whether you leave today or tomorrow, I will do my best to find the Purple Heart Dragon Herb and deliver it to you at the earliest opportunity. Yi Qingkang made a sincere promise to Ziqia. As they say, with kindness comes reciprocation. Yi Qingkang's words left Ziqia somewhat at a loss. If he had used the herb as leverage to threaten Ziqia, saying he wouldn't give it if he left, Ziqia would have left without hesitation. But the way Yi Qingkang spoke now left Ziqia able to make a decisive choice. Everyone has their flaws, and perhaps this was Ziqian's weakness. For Ziqia, who had endured 2 years of ridicule in the Chen family, any goodwill shown by others, especially from someone like Yi Qingkang, would evoke warmth in his heart, particularly for Yi Qingkang, a veteran who had made significant contributions to the Dragon Nation on the battlefield. Ziqia held him in high regard, so when Yi Qingkang spoke, Ziqian's initial reaction was to trust him without doubt. Master Yi, I will come over tonight, then I'll stay one more night before leaving. After Ziqia said this, smiles appeared on the faces of Yi Qingkang and the others. Mr. Z, don't say things like causing trouble. If you like, you can stay here as long as you want. Even this building can serve as your exclusive residence without any issues. Yi Xiaozhe finished with a smile, and both Yi Wenchen and Yi Qingkang nodded in agreement. Ziqia had intended to say some polite words, but they didn't come out. After all, until he truly decided whether or not to join the Yi family, it was too early to say anything. Well, we won't disturb you any longer. Tonight, someone will come to invite you. With a smile, Yi Qingkang said this and left with Yi Wenchen and the others. Ziqia watched their figures disappear down the corridor, then closed the door heavily and returned to his room, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Yi Qingkang and the others had already left the building where Ziqia resided. Judging by Yi Qingkang's expression at the moment, he was very satisfied with the conversation. According to his assessment, Ziqia was completely swayed, and he was sure to get a positive response from him tonight. Grandpa is truly remarkable. I talked to him a lot before, but he not only didn't listen but also made sarcastic remarks. Yi Xiaozhe expressed his admiration sincerely. Father, The way you spoke to Zitia today was quite different from your usual style. Yu Wenchen spoke softly. Normally, Yi Qingkang was very assertive and had the final say in the Yi family. Nobody dared to challenge him. After all, having a military background and the status of the elder house master of the Yi family made his character even more resolute and dominant. However, today, when facing Zitia, Yi Qingkang seemed like a different person. Dealing with people is like treating an illness. Treating an illness requires targeted treatment, and the art of managing people naturally varies from person to person. After Yi Qingkang finished his explanation, Yi Wenchen and Yi Xiaozhe pondered for a few seconds, then nodded in agreement. Inside the room, Zitia stood by the window, watching Yi Qingkang and the others walk away. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but he was sure his emotions were in a state of extreme turmoil. And just when Zitia was feeling conflicted, his phone suddenly rang. Zitia heard the ringing of the phone, but he didn't answer. Instead, he continued to gaze out of the window lost in thought. In these past few days, Zitia actually received many phone calls. Lu Jingyao, Zhou Yuking, and others were all very concerned about Zitian's situation here. However, Zitia himself hadn't made any decisions, so he didn't want to say too much to them. And now, Zitia urgently needed someone to guide him in the right direction. After calling Master Chen, Zitia had made a decision to follow his inner thoughts. But after a conversation with Yi Qingkang, Zitia felt uncertain. Zitia took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. He really wanted to understand why he had a resistance towards the Yi family. At the same time, he wanted to figure out what the Yi family was up to and whether there were any hidden secrets beneath their respectable facade. If he could clarify these things, perhaps Zitia wouldn't be as conflicted as he was now. However, Zitia simply didn't have the opportunity to find out. As he pondered, the phone rang again. This time, Zitia picked up and saw that it was Chen Hemming calling. Zitia looked at Chen Hemming's name, feeling a slight tremor in his heart, then answered the call. Regardless of what you have, I'll talk about my matters first. Zitia didn't give Chen Hemming a chance to speak. So go ahead. Chen Hemming responded. How much do you really know about the Yi family? And why did you refuse to attend the medical competition? I want to know all the reasons. If your concealment leads me to make a wrong choice, I will make you regret it. Zitian's voice carried a deep threat. Zitia was feeling a headache at this moment. He urgently needed to know more to help him make a decision. Chen Hemming remained silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Don't worry. The reason I called is to tell you about this matter. Go ahead. Zitia nodded and then walked into the bedroom. 7 p.m. Yi Qingkang's residence. Zitia arrived on time and sat across from Yi Qingkang. In the magnificent and prosperous Yi family estate, Yi Qingkang's courtyard, planted with a bamboo forest, was serene and comfortable. Inside the courtyard, only Zitia and Yi Qingkang sat facing each other. No one else, including Yi Wenchen, had the qualification to accompany them. Yi Qingkang brewed tea calmly. The priceless mother tree Da Hong Pao, as it soaked in hot water, released a fragrant aroma that spread around. During this process, Zitia remained silent. Yi Qingkang occasionally glanced at Zitia while brewing the tea. The more he looked, the more furrowed his brows became. He felt that the Zitia tonight was completely different from the one he met in the afternoon. If he had to describe it, the Zitia from the afternoon seemed indecisive and conflicted, but the Zitia tonight appeared to have understood many things and seemed calm, no longer tangled in his gaze or demeanor like in the afternoon. This change in Zitian's state surprised Yi Qingkang. He had thought that after their conversation in the afternoon, Zitia would give him a satisfactory answer in the evening. But seeing Zitian's current state, Yi Qingkang felt a bit unsettled. Had something happened between the afternoon and now that Yi Qingkang wasn't aware of? But since Zitia hadn't left the room, could he have found out something through a phone call? Just as this thought crossed Yi Qingkang's mind, he shook his head with a smile. It was impossible. They had already thoroughly investigated Zitia. To put it mildly, those whom Zitia knew didn't even have the qualification to interact with the Yi family, let alone uncover secrets for Zitia. With this realization, Yi Qingkang relaxed a little. Zitia, have some tea. Yi Qingkang placed a cup of tea in front of Zitia. Thank you. Zitia expressed his gratitude politely and tasted the tea. As the tea entered his mouth, the fragrance burst open, filling his mouth and nostrils. Great tea, Zitia genuinely praised. Of course it is. This Da Hong Pao mother tree, with an annual output of less than 3 pounds, is something money can't buy. In ancient times, this would be used as a tribute to the palace, Yi Qingkang said. Zichia smiled without responding. He knew that Yi Qingkang must have something else to say. Indeed, after taking a sip of tea, Yi Qingkang cleared his throat. There are many kinds of tea in this world, but though they are all teas, their value and fate ultimately differ. People are the same. Even if they are all healers, their value and fate ultimately differ. Don't you think? Yi Qingkang asked seriously. Hearing Yi Qingkang's question, Zichia smiled lightly. Master Yi makes a valid point. Their values do differ, but the actual value is bestowed by the external world. As for fate, I think it's the same because they all can't escape the fate of being consumed, Zichia said, and gazed at Yi Qingkang quietly. At this, Yi Qingkang's movements paused, then raised his head to meet Zichian's gaze. In that moment, Yi Qingkang felt a trace of panic he couldn't control. Having lived most of his life, he saw such profound eyes in a young person in their 20s for the first time. Under Zichian's gaze, Yi Qingkang felt as if his thoughts were completely exposed. Ha ha. Not exactly. Yi Qingkang suddenly laughed. As with some rare top-grade teas, they won't be consumed but rather kept well protected. Tea leaves are meant for drinking. If they are stored and protected, wouldn't they lose their inherent value? Zichia smiled and replied. Then, what do you think their fate should be? Yi Qingkang asked without a trace. I'm not sure. Zichia shook his head with a smile. Yi Qingkang stared at Zichia for a couple of seconds, then chuckled and did not continue the topic, because he realized that if they continued on this subject, it might gradually go beyond his control. With his strong-willed personality, Yi Qingkang preferred to be in control and didn't like things slipping out of his hands. So, since Zichia paused the topic, he shrugged it off with a smile. Zichia, do you know, our Yi family is involved in a significant matter, a matter that can change the destiny of mankind. Yi Qingkang put down the teapot and looked at Zichia with utmost seriousness. Zichian's mind stirred upon hearing this. He raised his head to face Yi Qingkang's eyes. What is it? Zichia asked proactively. Perhaps. The major thing Yi Qingkang mentioned was the one Zichia most wanted to clarify. However, Yi Qingkang did not answer, but just smiled meaningfully. I did not deliberately hide it from you. It's just that some things can only be accessed with a specific identity. Yi Qingkang's meaning was simple. Zichia wanted to know about this matter, but the condition was joining the Yi family. The specific identity he mentioned naturally referred to being a Yi family physician. Upon hearing this, Zichia shook his head and smiled. It seems that I won't have the chance to know about the major thing the Yi family is doing. With this statement, Yi Qingkang's brow slightly furrowed. He had clearly told Zichia that he could know everything once he joined the Yi family. But now Zichia expressed that he wouldn't have the chance to know, which was equivalent to rejecting the Yi family's invitation. Zichia, I think you shouldn't rush to make a decision. If an afternoon is not enough time, I can give you more time to consider. But you must understand, opportunities sometimes only come once, and once missed, they won't come again. Yi Qingkang looked at Zichia with a serious tone and expression. Yi Lao Yi, I have thought it through. Zichia was very clear in his response this time. In the past, when facing Yi Wenchen or Yi Xiaozhe, Zichian's attitude was tactful in refusal, but this time, he clearly stated his rejection of the Yi family's invitation. Yi Qingkang stared at Zichia for a few seconds before slowly retracting his gaze. Then, as if he hadn't heard Zichian's words, he continued, if the Yi family's endeavor succeeds, it will change the fate of all humanity without a doubt. At that time, everyone involved will be recorded in history and remembered for eternity. You should understand, at my age, there is no need to deceive you. Zichia remained unmoved by Yi Qingkang's words. He knew that with Yi Qingkang's status and the power of the Yi family, they were not likely to lie or deceive him. Therefore, what Yi Qingkang spoke of was likely true. However, Zichia remained disinterested because he keenly sensed an unnatural fervor in Yi Qingkang's tone when discussing the matter, a fervor that someone his age shouldn't possess. This, along with his somewhat clouded eyes, revealed great ambition and even a hint of madness. Based on Yi Qingkang's mental state, Zichia felt that this so-called major event might not necessarily be a good thing. Zichia, listen to me. Once you join the Yi family, all of the medical resources and rare medicinal ingredients not only from the Yi family, but from all the medical resources and herbs in the entire Dragon Kingdom will be available to you. Believe me, whatever you need, whatever is available within the Dragon Kingdom, the Yi family will ensure it is at your disposal. Money, fame, fortune, assets, even personal matters and marriages. The Yi family can handle it all for you. Yi Qingkang leaned forward slowly, speaking rapidly and laying out numerous benefits. I heard your marriage in Tian High City isn't going smoothly. No problem. Those insignificant children from small families in Tian High City are not worthy of you. Just nod, and I can arrange for you to meet the daughters of prominent families in the capital for marriage. I can even introduce you to my granddaughter, and if you both like each other, I can facilitate your relationship. At this moment, Yi Qingkang didn't seem like a composed and mature elder, but rather like a young and crazed individual willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals. Money, fame, beautiful women, the three things this man found irresistible. Yi Qingkang promised them without reservation. Yi Qingkang failed to notice the intense desire and ambition in his own eyes at that moment, along with his somewhat alarming state of mind. At that moment, he gave off an air that suggested as long as Zitia agreed to join the Yi family, he could make him do anything. He seemed like a scientist gone mad in his pursuit of scientific research, where nothing else mattered compared to what he was doing. At that moment, Zitia even saw shadows of Chen Raku in Yi Qingkang, completely driven by inner obsessions. However, Zitia knew what drove Chen Raku, but he remained clueless about the urgency of Yi Qingkang's actions. Yi Lao Yi, please calm down. Zitia looked at Yi Qingkang and gently offered a word of caution. Oops! Yi Qingkang blanked for a moment, then abruptly woke up, realizing that he had been overly emotional before. Apologies for showing this side to you. Yi Qingkang adjusted his emotions, sitting back on the chair. Yi Lao Yi, although I do not know what you intend to do, I wish you success soon. As for me, I have no intention of developing in the capital, Zitia said seriously as he reiterated his decision. May I ask the reason? Perhaps you have some misunderstanding or bias against the Yi family. There was a brief silence from Yi Qingkang, as he still did not want to give up on Zitia. No. Zitia shook his head slightly. You have no bias against the Yi family. And even after I offered you so many benefits, you still refused to join the Yi family. Is that right? Yi Qingkang said these words with a hint of frustration. He couldn't understand why Zitia remained unmoved even after promising wealth, fame, power, and women. I'm sorry, Zitia simply said. Perhaps the Yi family is too impatient. How about this? Since you want to go back to Tian High City, go home and think it over. If you change your mind, the Yi family will welcome your return at any time, Yi Qingkang said sincerely. And Zitia immediately nodded seriously. If he ever wanted to seek a renowned medical family, the Yi family would be his first choice. Yi Lao Yi, I will take my leave. Thank you for the great tea. Zitia rose slowly, bid farewell, and then left. After Zitia departed, Yi Wenchen hurried to Yi Qingkang. Father, should I let Ache and the others? Nonsense. Yi Qingkang frowned and scolded before adding, it's not the right time yet. With that statement, Yi Qingkang turned and walked back into the house. A night passed quietly. The next day, Zitia booked a morning flight and prepared to head to the airport. Yi Qingkang, accompanied by Yi Wenchen and Yi Xiaozhe, escorted Zitia to the gate. Outside the main gate, 3 cars parked. The distance from the Yi family estate to the airport is quite long, and it is impossible to catch a taxi from this side. So it is necessary for someone from the Yi family to send Zitia to the airport. Since Li Shun and others chose to join the Yi family, there are still many things they need to do next, so today only Zitia is leaving. Even though it is only Zitia, the Yi family has arranged 3 cars. In addition to the car Zitia is riding in, the other 2 cars are filled with bodyguards. It has to be said that the treatment Zitia receives from the Yi family is of high standard. These details indeed reflect how highly the Yi family regards Zitia. Mr. Yi, there's no need to send me off. Zitia turned to bid farewell, getting ready to get into the car. Zitia, I still hope you can stay a few more days. Yi Qingkang paused, then continued. My granddaughter is returning from abroad these days. She loves to have fun and is more familiar with the tourist attractions in the capital city. She can take you around. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Yi. But this time, there are urgent matters to attend to. When you come next time, make sure to stay a few more days. Zitia politely declined and nodded to Yi Wenchen and the others before stepping into the car. All right, let's keep in touch. I also hope you can consider the matter I mentioned. Besides, if there is news about the Zixen dragon flock, I will have Wenchen contact you first. Yi Qingkang nodded gently and said to Ziqie, "Thank you." Ziqie nodded lightly and then withdrew his gaze. "Mr. Z, take care." Yi Xiaozhe took a step forward and waved farewell to Ziqie. Although his conversation with Ziqie yesterday was a bit unpleasant, there was no sign of dissatisfaction on his face at the moment. Such a person is either truly magnanimous and forgetful, or he is very good at hiding personal emotions. Ziqie didn't think Yi Xiaozhe was a magnanimous person. However, it didn't matter because after leaving the Yi family this time, Ziqie didn't want to have any dealings with the Yi family anymore. So what kind of person Yi Xiaozhe was didn't concern him. The vehicle started and headed towards the airport in the capital city. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Yi Qingkang and the others slowly put away their smiles. "Grandpa, are we just letting him go like that?" Yi Xiaozhe turned to Yi Qingkang, furrowing his brows. "What else can we do?" Yi Qingkang asked back with a smile. "I just feel that no one has dared to refuse the Yi family like he did. Not only did he refuse us, he refused us in front of so many people. If we just let him go like this, won't the Yi family lose face for nothing?" Despite being very scheming, Yi Xiaozhe still had the temperament and temper of a young man, and he also cared a lot about appearances. He couldn't help but feel ashamed of the fact that Ziqie had publicly rejected the Yi family. "How is it losing face?" Yi Qingkang shook his head. "The status and position of the Yi family in Longwo are recognized as powerful. They don't need to care about appearances." "All right." Yi Xiaozhe nodded slightly, then asked after a moment of contemplation, "But you mentioned before that Ziqie must join our Yi family, and we made a lot of effort for that, but now it can only be said that the result is very unsatisfactory for them." "It's okay. This matter can't be rushed." Yi Qingkang waved his hand and walked back into the estate. Looking at each other, Yi Xiaozhe and Yi Wenchen followed after. "I'll give him a few more days to consider." Before Yi Wenchen and Yi Xiaozhe could speak, Yi Qingkang brought up the matter proactively. "If he still refuses after a few more days, what then?" Yi Wenchen asked softly. "What do you think?" Yi Qingkang smiled at Yi Wenchen and then walked away. Yi Wenchen didn't follow but remained in place. "Dad, if Mr. Z still refuses to join the Yi family in the end," Yi Xiaozhe withdrew his gaze and asked Yi Wenchen, "then what do you think is the ultimate purpose of our holding the TAE Cup medical competition?" Yi Wenchen smiled and shook his head. The Yi family spared no effort, spending countless manpower and resources to hold this medical competition, the purpose of which is to select highly skilled Chinese medical practitioners. The purpose of selecting them is to have them join the Yi family's medical team. However, if they go to such great lengths to select someone and have found a suitable candidate, but that person is unwilling to join them, wouldn't it mean that all the effort of the Yi family has been in vain? My Yi family has spent countless manpower and resources to select talents. If we can't get them, do you think others can? Yi Wenchen asked, and a smile appeared on Yi Xiaozhe's face immediately. Yes, the people selected were chosen by them, and the ultimate goal of selecting people is to have Ziqie and others join the Yi family. And if these people refuse to join, the Yi family won't easily give up. In a nutshell, Ziqie should not have participated in the medical competition in the first place. Since he participated, he cannot avoid the Yi family. And the reason the Yi family is being polite to him now is that they believe there is still room for things to turn around. But if Ziqie insists on avoiding the Yi family, they won't hesitate to use some unconventional means. At this moment, the car Ziqie was riding in was speeding along. This car was in the middle, with one car in front and one in the back responsible for protection. To be honest, Ziqie didn't expect to leave the Yi family so smoothly. He thought that after refusing Yi Qingkang last night, the Yi family would cause some trouble. Now it seems that he was overly suspicious, and the Yi family's influence was indeed greater than Ziqie had imagined. However, Ziqie did not completely relax. He couldn't relax until he boarded the plane back to Tianhai City. After all, the car in front and the car behind were still filled with Yi family bodyguards, in addition to the middle-aged man who had brought them over that day. If the Yi family wanted to do something to him, these people were completely sufficient. Mr. Z. At this moment, the middle-aged man sitting in the passenger seat turned and called out to Ziqie. Yes. Ziqie responded lightly. Mr. Yi asked me to give this to you. The middle-aged man said, taking out a wooden box. Ziqie took it with some confusion and opened it to find 3 medicinal herbs. 2 of them were double flower plate snow lotus, and the other one was 7-leaf evergreen vine. This, Zichia was slightly puzzled. What does this mean? Zichia looked up at the middle-aged man and asked, Mr. Yi said that although he doesn't know what you need these two kinds of medicinal materials for, since you need them, he naturally won't be stingy. So he gave all the remaining medicinal materials in the pharmacy to you, but doing so is somewhat improper, so he couldn't give them to you in person. Mr. Yi hopes that these insignificant items can help you. As Zichia listened to the middle-aged man's explanation, he felt a wave of complex emotions. For someone with his soft-hearted personality, if others were to use tactics against him, he would definitely retaliate firmly. However, if others treated him sincerely and helped him from their heart, he would be deeply moved and would try his best not to let the other party suffer. Yu Wenshin's gesture truly touched Zichia. Zichia closed the wooden box with a complicated expression on his face. Yi's family treated him so sincerely, even after he refused their help. At this moment, Zichia couldn't help but wonder if he was being ungrateful. Should he join Yi's medical team and listen to Yi Qingkang's grand plan as suggested? But then, he suddenly remembered his conversation with Chen Hemming yesterday afternoon, which instantly calmed him down. Zichia let out a sigh and leaned back in his seat to relax. His mind was constantly filled with his experiences at Yi's house over the past few days and the words Chen Hemming said yesterday afternoon. These two thoughts intertwined and tangled in his mind, once again leaving Zichia in a dilemma. Thank Mr. Yi for me. After I finish my business in Tianhai City, I will definitely come back to Beijing to visit. Zichia looked at the middle-aged man and said seriously, Okay. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. Zichia set the wooden box aside. Actually, what he needed most now was the purple heart dragon flower. With Zichia's current medical skills, he was confident that he wouldn't make any mistakes when refining the medicine. Therefore, he didn't need two of each medicinal material. One of each was enough. Right now, Zichia was missing a piece of sufficiently aged purple heart dragon flower. Although Yi's family promised to help him find it, Zichia didn't want to rely solely on them. The purple heart dragon flower wasn't that rare, so if Zichia asked the Lu and Wong families for help, he might also be able to find it. Once he gathered 3 sufficiently aged medicinal materials, Zichia would surely be able to fully recover. With a plan for the future in mind, Zichia felt much more relaxed. He glanced out the window at the scenery. He remembered that a few days ago, when he first arrived in Beijing, the outside view felt familiar, as if he had been to these places before. However, now, when he looked at the passing scenery out of the car window, that feeling was no longer there. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Zichia shook his head slightly, about to shift his gaze away, but then he noticed a black Audi A6. The car was speeding past them, but after overtaking Zichia's car, it blinked its brake lights twice. Zichia glanced at the Beijing license plate and slowly withdrew his gaze. It was common to see cars with Beijing plates in Beijing, unlike cars with out-of-town plates that would attract more attention. The 3 cars raced onwards and soon approached Beijing International Airport. Mr. Z, we're almost there now. The middle-aged man turned to remind him softly. Okay. Zichia nodded and picked up his belongings. At that moment, Zichia casually glanced outside again and spotted the black Audi. Zichia furrowed his brows slightly. It seemed like the same car from earlier. Black Audis were common, but it seemed odd that this car had been following Zichia and his group. Zichia looked at the middle-aged man and noticed that he wasn't paying attention to the car. After some contemplation, Zichia decided not to say anything. The black Audi accelerated and zoomed ahead, after driving alongside Zichia's car for a while. Maybe it's just someone rushing to catch a flight, Zichia thought, dismissing the matter. 5 minutes later, Zichia and his companions arrived at the airport. They headed straight for the airport's VIP lounge, thanks to the middle-aged man's arrangements. Originally, Zichia had purchased a regular seat, but he was now first in line for the VIP lounge. When the plane arrived at the airport, Zichia could board first from the VIP channel. Thank you for your assistance. You can go back now. Please convey my thanks to Mr. Yi and Mr. Yi's father. Zichia sat in the VIP lounge and spoke to the middle-aged man. Mr. Z, we are not in a hurry to return. Mr. Yi's task for us is to ensure your safe boarding onto the plane, so we will wait for you to board before we leave. The middle-aged man smiled, then didn't rush to depart. That works too. Zichia nodded slightly, not saying anything more. However, he suddenly felt as if they were sent by the Yi family to monitor him. Could it be that he couldn't deceive the Yi family and he wasn't actually planning to return to Tianhai City. Zijia shook his head helplessly. He truly wanted to go back to Tianhai City, as he had no relatives or friends here to visit. Half an hour later, the plane landed at the airport. Zijia was guided to board the plane through the VIP channel. The middle-aged man accompanied by two bodyguards attentively helped Zijia carry his belongings closely behind. Zijia couldn't help but feel as though the Yi family had sent them to monitor him, to see if he would truly return to Tianhai City or meet someone else. It felt like the network they had set up around Zijia prevented him from contacting anyone outside without their permission. However, under the guise of ensuring Zijia's safety, he found it difficult to refuse their help. "Sir, passengers can board the plane on their own." During boarding, the staff stopped them. Zijia felt that if the staff hadn't intervened, they would have escorted him to his seat. "Goodbye." Zijia waved to them and then boarded the plane. The middle-aged trio remained below and didn't leave, indicating they planned to depart after the plane took off. Mr. Z, a flight attendant, checking boarding passes, looked up upon seeing Zijia's name. "Yes. It's me." Zijia nodded gently. "Please wait. Someone wants to see you." The flight attendant motioned to a colleague. Zijia, feeling confused, followed the flight attendant to the first-class cabin. In the room, only one middle-aged man in a white shirt sat quietly. As Zijia approached the middle-aged man, he felt a slight daze as he found the man's face somewhat familiar. This familiarity was different from recognizing the landscape earlier. It was a certainty that Zijia had seen this person before. Zijia pondered for a moment before slowly walking over and sitting opposite the middle-aged man. "Here." The middle-aged man's gaze was still fixed on the window. "Do you know me?" Zijia was a bit curious. Although he felt that the middle-aged man looked familiar, he couldn't remember where he had seen him. So, if the two of them knew each other, the only possibility was that Zijia had met him before losing his memory. The middle-aged man did not answer, but instead glanced at his watch. "The plane will take off in 5 minutes. I can delay them for 5 more minutes, so we have 10 minutes to talk." After listening to the middle-aged man's words, Zijia furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that the middle-aged man was not on the same flight as him, and that the only reason for boarding the plane was to see him? At that moment, Zijia suddenly understood many things. The person sent by the Yi family to put him on the plane was probably to prevent him from meeting someone. Could it be to prevent him from meeting this middle-aged man in front of him? Then, what was the identity of this middle-aged man? "Are you a local in Tianhai City?" Before Zijia could figure out what was going on, the middle-aged man asked this question. This question had also been asked by Yi Qingkang when they first met yesterday. "Why should I answer your question?" Zijia glanced at the man. He didn't even know the man's name now, so how could he honestly answer the question? "If I wanted to harm you, you wouldn't be able to leave this capital city." The middle-aged man made no explanation, just said this faintly. Zijia stared at the middle-aged man for a few seconds. A person who could forcibly change the takeoff time of a plane was definitely not an ordinary person. For someone like this, if he wanted to keep someone in the capital city, it would indeed not be difficult. The meaning of the middle-aged man's words was actually that he had no ill intent towards Zijia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met with Zijia in this way. After looking at the middle-aged man's well-defined features for a few seconds and noticing two small holes near the left chest pocket of his white shirt, perhaps left by a pin, Zijia nodded slightly. "Go ahead and ask. Are you a local in Tianhai City?" The middle-aged man asked this question again. "Yes." Zijia nodded without hesitation. Although he felt that the middle-aged man had no ill intent, he was willing to answer his questions. But before knowing the man's identity, Zijia would not reveal his true situation. "However, all the information about you in Tianhai City is only from the past 2 years, the middle-aged man continued. "You married into the Chen family 2 years ago, and before that, your past couldn't be traced." The middle-aged man didn't hide the fact that he had investigated Zijia, and Zijia didn't react much to being investigated by him either. Since Zijia had gained fame at the medical conference and later became the national champion, his name was well known. In such a situation, countless people would be secretly investigating him, so it was normal. "You seem to have appeared out of thin air in Tianhai City." The middle-aged man's eyes were fixed on Zijia. "I lived in the countryside before and then went to the city for studies. With a friend's introduction, I found a job in Tianhai City." Zijia casually lied, and his eyes and expression were flawless, showing no signs of falsehood. "In which countryside?" The middle-aged man followed up. Shaojia Town. Ziqie answered without hesitation. And this was not a lie. Shaojia Town did exist, not far from the old home of old Master Chen. And every time Ziqie went to the Chen family village, he would pass by Shaojia Town. Shaojia Town. So your Z also comes from there. The middle-aged man nodded as if in thought, with a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. What about your parents? The middle-aged man asked again. Dead. Hearing these two words, the middle-aged man didn't seem surprised at all, as if he had already expected that answer. I heard that you are very skilled in horse training, once taming a pop-raid-spirited horse. As the middle-aged man said this, many images flashed in Ziqian's mind. He suddenly remembered seeing a black Audi with a Beijing license plate parked at the entrance of a horse racing club, and also the black Audi that had appeared several times on the way to the airport. At that moment, many pieces of the puzzle formed connections. Ziqie realized that the previous encounters were linked to the same car. In other words, without Ziqian's knowledge, this middle-aged man had been to Tianhai City before and was paying close attention to him. Ziqie felt a bit nervous being watched secretly like this, which made him doubt the man's motives and be even more cautious. There are people in our town who race horses, and I learned to ride when I was young. Shaoshan, now alert, would not tell the middle-aged man the truth. The middle-aged man nodded lightly at the response, then looked out the window, lost in thought for a long time. A reminder of the plane about to take off sounded, and the middle-aged man turned back to Ziqie. I am not here to harm you. On the contrary, I might even be able to help you, so I hope you will tell me the truth. The middle-aged man looked at Ziqie with sincerity, his eyes and tone. Ziqie met the middle-aged man's gaze for a few seconds and then said casually, everything I said just now was the truth. Good. The middle-aged man nodded gently. Then he leaned back in his seat slowly. I've asked my questions. Now you can ask me some questions. Who are you? Ziqie immediately asked. Someone from the palace. The middle-aged man didn't hide it. And this was exactly the answer Ziqie had guessed just now. After all, in this capital city, having power was more important than having money. Without sufficient power, the person wouldn't have been able to delay the plane's takeoff by a few minutes. What is your purpose in looking for me? Ziqie asked again. The questions I asked just now are my purpose, the middle-aged man replied. Hearing this, Ziqie was slightly stunned. Had he been too cautious? No. Being cautious was necessary, but not knowing the man's identity and intentions. After all, being careful would always be safe. Should I join the Yi family? Ziqie paused for a moment, then suddenly asked this question. The middle-aged man was somewhat surprised by the question. He didn't expect Ziqie to ask it. We've just met, and you know nothing about me. In fact, you shouldn't even ask me such an important question, but since you've asked, personally, I think you shouldn't, the middle-aged man replied, shaking his head. Ziqie didn't dwell on the previous question and instead seized the time to continue his questioning. What is your relationship with the Yi family? Ziqie asked. Hehe. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. It was obvious that he didn't want to answer that question. One last question. How strong is the Yi family? This question was crucial for Ziqie. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. This has always been Ziqian's practice. Although his relationship with the Yi family is currently quite good, he still has to consider what might happen if he were to completely reject the Yi family in the end. Whether they would show a different side and change their attitude towards him. Therefore, he needs to have a deeper understanding of the Yi family in advance, so he can be prepared. Most of Ziqian's friends around him are from Tianhai City, and they only know that the Yi family is powerful, but they do not know to what extent. However, this middle-aged man, being a person from the capital city and connected to the palace, naturally has a very detailed understanding of the Yi family. Are you thinking about going to war with the Yi family? When the middle-aged man asked this question, there was a slight smile on his lips. Not really, Ziqie replied nonchalantly. The Yi family has been good to me. I just want to assess the strength of the Yi family and then make a decision on what to do next. The middle-aged man shook his head and did not press further. You haven't told me yet. Everyone says the Yi family is very powerful, so how strong are they really? Seeing that time was running out, Ziqie urged again. With your expertise in medicine, you should have entered a national-level research institute and been protected securely, the middle-aged man responded. But now, the Yi family has chosen you first. The middle-aged man did not elaborate on how strong the Yi family actually is, but used this statement as an answer. In fact, with just this statement, it was enough. Zichia took a deep breath. He had never underestimated the Yi family, but upon hearing this statement, he realized that he had underestimated the power of the Yi family. With his exceptional medical skills, he should have been treated like a national treasure, protected by the higher-ups. However, after the Yi family intervened, they were able to change the decisions of the upper echelons and prioritize Zichia joining them. What does this mean? Being able to demand people from the higher-ups, what does this imply? It means that the Yi family is not just a simple family of medical expertise. Their power has reached a level where they can influence the highest-level decisions. At this moment, Zichia even felt a sense of powerlessness. Confronting such a colossal entity, like the 5 great mountains, it would make anyone hesitate to oppose them. If the higher-ups do need me to join, I will seriously consider it, Zichia tentatively said, after a moment of silence. However, the middle-aged man shook his head upon hearing this. That is not within my jurisdiction. Furthermore, even if it were, I cannot control the decisions of the Yi family. With this statement, Zichia smiled and shook his head, indicating disbelief. I believe the Yi family is indeed formidable, but I truly cannot believe that they are so powerful that even the higher-ups cannot control them. Zichia absolutely did not believe that anyone could challenge the entire Dragon Kingdom. With great power and influence, and public support, they hold the fate of the entire national traditional Chinese medicine field. They represent the authority of traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom and control hundreds of top-notch Chinese medicine practitioners. Their annual research achievements in the medical field can save numerous patients, and as such, they are revered as deities by many of these patients. Not only that, in the traditional Chinese medicine industry, they have driven the economy of not only the capital city but countless cities nationwide, supporting countless people. Who could intervene with them? Who could move them, as long as they have not committed an unforgivable mistake? This question posed by the middle-aged man left Zichia speechless. Perhaps only now did he truly understand what Yi Shaozhen meant by saying a lone tree cannot withstand the storm. And if someone were to attach themselves under the imposing figure of the Yi family, it certainly would be a tremendous opportunity. Since the Yi family is so strong and has indeed made significant contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, as such an upright family, why did you say earlier that I should not join them? After a few moments of silence, Zichia suddenly recalled the middle-aged man's previous advice. Because the truth of some things may not necessarily be what they appear to be on the surface. Because some people, having worn a mask for a long time, may make everyone believe that it is their true face. As the middle-aged man spoke, he slowly stood up. It was time he left. Zichia frowned in thought, understanding the implications of the middle-aged man's words. It meant that everyone perceived the Yi family as the pinnacle of the traditional Chinese medicine world, an authority in the field, and everyone considered them a noble and upright family. However, no one could guarantee that the Yi family truly was as they seemed, or if they had masked themselves. After all, there is a saying, appearances can be deceiving. This was exactly what Zichia had suspected before. He always felt that there was a veil covering the Yi family, obscuring their true face from view. As the middle-aged man's figure disappeared completely, Zichia slowly regained his focus and looked at the cart in his hand. He then gathered his belongings, preparing to return to his seat. Mr. Z, you can rest here. At that moment, a fair and beautiful stewardess walked in, smiling as she addressed Zichia. She then crouched down to inform Zichia some in-flight instructions. Mr. Z, I am your dedicated assistant for this flight. If you need any help, feel free to call me anytime. After the stewardess finished speaking, she stood up and left the VIP cabin, closing the sliding door behind her as standing outside quietly. Zichia leaned back in his seat, his mind racing with many thoughts after the conversation with the middle-aged man. The once perplexed mind of Zichia had become much clearer after their dialogue. Zichia gently exhaled. Although the middle-aged man's words did not provide Zichia with a clear answer, they helped him search for answers and make the final decision. Zichia rubbed the business cards in his pocket and glanced at the box of medicinal ingredients beside him. This trip to the capital has been quite fruitful, Zichia muttered to himself, then shook his head with a wry smile. Although he didn't know how things would unfold in the future, at least things seemed fine for now. As for what lay ahead, he would deal with it when the time came. Thus, the plane roared to life, accelerating down the runway and taking flight into the sky. As Zichia watched the landscape below recede into the distance, he slowly closed his eyes, beginning to relax. 2 hours later, Tianhai City, Airport. Approaching Tianhai City, Zichia felt a sense of peace as he looked at the familiar scene. Despite not remembering where he was before his memory loss, Zichia recalled living in Tianhai City for over 2 years. His mind was filled with memories of his time in Tianhai City, making it feel like home. Therefore, being in Tianhai City was where Zichia felt most at ease. Stepping out of the airport gate, Zichia took a deep breath, feeling completely relaxed. His time at the Yi families in the capital was not on his own turf, and having refused the Yi family's invitation, he had been constantly worried about whether they would use devious means against him, leaving him mentally tense. Now, back in Tianhai City, breathing the city air, he finally felt completely at ease. Mr. Z. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Zichia's thoughts. Turning around, Zichia saw Linia waving to him in the pickup area. Linia was accompanied by Zhou Yuking, Lynn, and Wang Tonghai, all smiling at him. It was clear they had come to welcome Zichia back home. Huh, how did you know I was back? Zichia walked up to Linia and the others, somewhat surprised. Hehe, trying to hide it from us. Huh, we've been in contact with the Yi family every day over here. Linia chuckled, grabbing Zichia's arm and shaking it. In reality, their frequent contact with the Yi family was out of concern for Zichia's well-being in the capital. Zichia, Mr. Z, Zhou Yuking, Lynn, and Wang Tonghai all greeted him as they approached. They were among the first people Zichia met in Tianhai City and had formed close relationships with him. They were also considered his top aides in various business ventures during this time. Therefore, they naturally had become close companions in daily life. Mr. Z, the Vienna Hotel has prepared a meal to welcome you back and help you refresh. Wang Tonghai stepped forward, smiling at Zichia. All right, let's go. Zichia nodded lightly, realizing he did have some matters to discuss with them. So, they all got into the car and headed towards the Vienna Hotel. The Vienna Hotel used to be a property of the Liu family, under Liu Jianlin's uncle Liu Gang's management. However, Liu Gang lost the hotel to Zichia in a bet with Linia. Thus, it became Zichia's property. But in reality, Zichia had not made any changes to the personnel or operations of the hotel, sticking to the original management style as hotel operations were not his area of expertise. In the largest private room of the Vienna Hotel, Zichia and his companions sat down. Mr. Z, how was your time at the Yi family? I've known the Yi family for a long time, but I haven't had the opportunity to visit them, Lynn mentioned, as Wang Tonghai nodded in agreement. Even Linia and Zhou Yuking had a look of anticipation in their eyes. Seeing their expressions, Zichia felt a bit helpless. Often, the seemingly unattainable and enviable figures to outsiders are not always that way once experienced firsthand. It was fine. Zichia waved his hand, avoiding further elaboration. In truth, he hadn't had much experience at the Yi family, not even visiting their estate during his time there. He had spent most of his days finding reasons to politely decline their invitations. By the way, Mr. Z, many people outside are saying that the Yi family plans to recruit all the top 10 candidates into their medical team. Is that true? Linia asked curiously. Not all 10. Some have left, Zichia explained. What? They left? Refused? How is that possible? Linia and the others were bewildered. Joining the Yi family's medical team was considered a dream come true for almost all traditional Chinese medicine scholars, making it hard for them to grasp why anyone would turn down such an opportunity. I drove some of them out. About 6, Zichia's words stunned them momentarily. Even Zhou Yuking, upon hearing this, looked shocked. Although she was not well-versed in the traditional Chinese medicine community, she knew the Yi family in the capital held a prestigious position in the nation's medical circles. It was almost unfathomable why Zichia would refuse such a grand opportunity. Mr. Z, are you saying that you declined the invitation from the Yi family? Linia couldn't believe her ears, took a deep breath, and asked. Yes. Zichia nodded lightly. The others fell into silence once again. The atmosphere in the compartment became extremely awkward. They couldn't understand. They really couldn't understand why Zichia would make such a decision. Even outsiders knew that it was a great opportunity for a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to join the Yi family, It was an honor for that practitioner, so why wouldn't Ziqian know? Putting aside everything else, just the abundantly rich medical resources at the Yi family, wouldn't Ziqia be tempted? Mr. Z, I don't understand. Others dared not ask, but Lu Jinyao dared. Strictly speaking, they were all Ziqian's subordinates, but Lu Jinyao considered herself to be good friends with Ziqia. As a friend, she felt compelled to speak up when she saw Ziqia making a wrong choice. The Yi family's medical team is not suitable for me, Ziqia explained casually. Lu Jinyao furrowed her brows. Mr. Z, I know you don't care about fame and fortune, but the medical resources held by the Yi family would definitely be of great help to you. Why would you refuse? Ziqia remained silent. Of course he knew that the medical resources at the Yi family, including rare medicinal herbs, could provide him with a lot of assistance, even help him make more breakthroughs in medical experiments. But Ziqia understood a fundamental truth. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If you receive something from others, you have to give or lose something in return. Ziqia was not afraid to give. He also understood the rule of mutual exchange and mutual benefit. However, the problem was, he was not sure what kind of commitment the Yi family would require from him after joining. What if Ziqia joined the Yi family only to find out that their goals conflicted with his own thoughts? That would be too late. So, Ziqia could not join the Yi family, at least not until he figured out exactly what the Yi family was up to. And currently, Ziqia had not completely understood the true situation at the Yi family. Without a clear understanding of the situation, he naturally couldn't discuss things with Lu Jinyao and the others. Let's not discuss this matter for now. Let's eat. Ziqia waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on the issue. Mr. Z, we can't just let it go. This concerns your future and your achievements in the medical field in the future. No matter for what reason you made this decision, I still hope that you can seriously consider it. Lu Jinyao firmly believed that she was looking out for Ziqia, so she had to persist. I have considered it. Let's not bring up this matter for now, understand? Ziqia furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze slowly moving to Lu Jinyao. In fact, when he left the Yi family, even before boarding the plane, Ziqia was still hesitating. Especially when he saw Yi Wenchen quietly giving him to medicinal herbs, he was even more shaken. However, after speaking with that mysterious middle-aged man, he no longer had any doubts. In short, he was now very certain that the Yi family was up to something big, but whether it was good or bad was still unclear. Until he thoroughly understood these matters, Ziqia would never join the Yi family. So, no matter how others tried to persuade him, he would not change his decision, and he didn't even want to hear those words of persuasion. Jinyao. Just as Lu Jinyao wanted to say something, she was stopped by Lu Jianlin's rebuke. Lu Jianlin had more life experience than Lu Jinyao, so he understood the situation. Continuing to persuade Ziqia would only make him annoy. In fact, after interacting with Ziqia for so long, they all understood Ziqian's character very well. Since Ziqia had already made a decision, the only thing they could do was to support him. Mr. Z is farsighted and handles things with discretion. I believe that no matter what decision Mr. Z makes, he must have his reasons. After Lu Jianlin said this, Wan Tanhai and Zhou Yuqing also nodded in agreement. In the recent period of time, Ziqia had made many decisions, and the final results proved that each of Ziqian's decisions had its logic and was the most appropriate and correct decision. It was their support and following of Ziqia that led them to the prominent position they held in Tianhai City now. For these reasons, they should indeed trust Ziqia unconditionally. Okay, I understand. Lu Jinyao nodded without saying more. Mr. Z, did something happen in Beijing on your end? Lu Jianlin poured tea for Ziqia, cautiously asking. Through this indirect approach, he wanted to find out the reason why Ziqia declined the Yi family's offer. Nothing. Everything is fine. It was clear that Ziqia didn't want to discuss this topic, so everyone wisely kept quiet. Did you get what you needed? Zhou Yuqing asked softly. She was always like this. Everyone else cared about how high Ziqia could soar, about his future achievements, but Zhou Yuqing only cared about whether Ziqia got what he wanted, and if he was truly happy. I got 2 types. Still missing a 30-year-old purple heart dragon flower. You guys have to help me with this. I'll send you the pictures later. Ziqia took out his phone and sent the photo of the purple heart dragon flower to the group. No problem. I'll have someone specifically look into this. With our current capabilities, this should not be difficult. I'll also have my grandfather help when I go back. Lu Jianlin and the others all nodded, saying that in the past, maybe it wouldn't have been easy for them to do something like this. But since the Lin family fell from power, the Lu family had become the new leading figure in Tianhai, with a broad network of contacts and abundant resources. Even things that were difficult before could now be done easily. So finding a medicinal herb like this was certainly not a challenge. They chatted and ate as time passed. After a while, Lu Jianlin pushed his chair towards Ziqie. Mr. Z, about our previous plan. When the Wong family came to express their willingness to surrender to Ziqie, he had made arrangements for them, preparing to have them cooperate deeply with the Lu family. Originally, their plan was to make a big show out of it, which was also a good way of publicity. But Ziqie had told them to prepare temporarily and wait until he returned from Beijing to discuss everything. Now that Ziqie had returned, Lu Jianlin and Wang Tonghai were eager to make big moves. After all, once this matter was settled, both the Wong family and the Lu family would benefit greatly. This is a benefit. It's not just about money, but also about reputation and prestige, as well as strong social influence. So, it's understandable that they are anxious. We can proceed with the plan, but we still need to be discreet about it. When Ziqie said this, both Lu Jianlin and Wang Tonghai were puzzled. It was one thing for Ziqie to want to keep things low-key before, but why the need for discretion now? The key point is that this matter is not something that can be kept low-key. It's like a celebrity wanting to hold a concert. They would want massive publicity, so how can they keep it low-key? Even though they all unconditionally trust Ziqie, when it comes to this matter, they are still very puzzled. Do as I said. Ziqie didn't want to explain too much to Lu Jianlin and the others, because even he himself hasn't fully understood the current situation. It's impossible for him to explain it clearly to Lu Jianlin and the others. In short, the current situation is unclear, and the attitude of the Yi family is equally unclear. Therefore, Ziqian's decision to maintain a low profile and not take any action before was the wisest choice. Lu Jianlin and Wang Tonghai exchanged a glance at each other when they heard this and reluctantly nodded. After all, their relationship with Ziqie is not that of partners, but more like subordinates. With Ziqie giving orders now, even if they had doubts in their hearts, they could only carry out the tasks. Mr. Z, is your decision related to the Yi family? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Tonghai looked at Ziqie and asked. Somewhat. Ziqie nodded without hiding anything. I see. Wang Tonghai nodded and didn't ask further. They noticed that Ziqie seemed off since returning from the capital. Facing this situation, they didn't dare to inquire too much. You must carry out the tasks, Ziqie repeated, but do it discreetly. Do you understand what I mean? We understand. Both Lu Jianlin and Wang Tonghai nodded repeatedly. They knew that Ziqie meant that the plan previously set can proceed as normal, but they must keep it as discreet as possible, not letting outsiders know. However, when Ziqie needs it, they would be ready to execute it, which is the effect Ziqie needs. Both of them have been in the business circle for many years, and although their astuteness and vision may not be comparable to Yi Wenchen, they are not lacking in intelligence. Towards the end of the meal, Lu Jianlin's phone suddenly rang. Sorry. Lu Jianlin apologized to Ziqie with a smile as he picked up the phone to hang up. However, when he saw the caller ID on the screen, he stopped, then looked at Ziqie before answering the call. Yi family's call? Ziqie furrowed his brows and asked. Yes. Lu Jianlin nodded, waiting for Ziqie to speak. After seeing Ziqie nod, Lu Jianlin slid to answer the call. Mr. Yi. This is Lu Jianlin. Lu Jianlin answered the phone with a smile. Inside the room, everyone immediately stopped and remained quiet. Ziqie has arrived in Tianhai City, right? Yi Wenchen's tone was amicable. He has arrived. We had a meal together, and I've just sent him back. Lu Jianlin glanced at Ziqie and replied softly. Good. Thank you all for your hard work. Yi Wenchen spoke as if Ziqie were a guest in Tianhai City. However, Lu Jianlin naturally didn't argue with him. He just nodded and smiled. There's something I need your help with. Yi Wenchen paused and said. Don't give me too much credit, Mr. Yi. If you have any instructions, feel free to ask. As long as I can help, I will not refuse. Lu Jianlin said as he looked at Ziqie. It's not a big deal. Just that my father at home is very fond of Ziqie and wants to invite him to join the Yi family's medical team to contribute to the traditional Chinese medicine industry of Longguo. However, Ziqie mentioned that he still has many things to deal with in Tianhai City. so he's not considering these options at the moment. My suggestion is to help Zichia shoulder some responsibilities so that trivial matters don't waste his time. Another point is, if possible, I hope you can persuade Mr. Z to come to the Yi family as soon as possible. Our entire Yi family welcomes him at any time. Yi Wenchen said it was not a big deal, but his lengthy words indicated how much they value this matter. No problem, Mr. Yi. I will help persuade him. Lu Jianlin nodded again. All right, I'll be waiting for good news. Yi Wenchen responded before ending the call. Lu Jianlin set his phone on the table, and silence fell over the room. Previously, when Zitia declined the Yi family's invitation, Wang Tanhai still had some doubts about this matter. He felt that Zitia was not a fool and could not possibly give up such a good opportunity. Even Wang Tanhai wondered if the Yi family didn't actually invite Zitia, but Zitia, for the sake of face, claimed to have refused the invitation. Now, Wang Tanhai's thoughts have changed. Earlier, Lu Jianlin had the speaker on when Yi Wenchen called, so everyone in the room heard clearly what was said. Zitia really rejected the Yi family's offer, and instead of getting upset, the Yi family found Lu Jianlin to help persuade Zitia. This clearly indicated that Zitia holds a significant position in the Yi family's eyes. Mr. Z, I'm still puzzled about something, Lu Jinya spoke before hesitating. There are many things you may not understand, but I'm not obligated to explain them to you. Zichia interrupted Lu Jinya before she could finish her sentence. While he did regard Lu Jinya as a friend, in this matter where he had already made a decision, even a friend shouldn't interfere. Therefore, there was a hint of coldness in Ziqian's tone as he spoke these words. Yes, Lu Jinya lowered her head and didn't dare to say more. Lu Jianlin and the others remained silent as well, knowing that Zitia didn't like others meddling in his affairs. If Zitia truly didn't want to join the Yi family's medical team, they shouldn't say much more either. Mr. Z, should I say to him on the phone that you declined? Lu Jianlin asked softly. Just stall for now. Stall for as long as you can. Don't make any firm commitments. Zitia shook his head slightly as he instructed Lu Jianlin. The mysterious middle-aged man's words on the plane reminded Zitia of many things. Therefore, his current thinking is that even if he doesn't join the Yi family, he shouldn't offend them either. At least until Zitia fully recovers his memory, he doesn't want to add any conflicts with the Yi family. So, it's better to be tactful, as much as possible. I understand. Lu Jianlin nodded. You guys handle the rest. The most important thing is to help me find the purple heart dragon flower as soon as possible. After Zitia finished giving instructions, the others nodded again. Then Zitia checked the time and prepared to leave. There's no need to see me off. Just give me a car. Zitia casually took a set of car keys, left everyone behind, and drove off alone. I always feel like Mr. Z has changed a lot since he went to the capital for a few days. Lu Jinya watched Ziqian's car as it drove away, pursing her lips slowly. Ziqian's reprimand earlier had, indeed, made her feel uncomfortable. Jinya sister, let's live a peaceful life here in Tianhai City. Though we don't know what Zitia has experienced in the capital and what pressures he is facing. So, don't blame him. When Zhou Yuqing spoke, Lu Jinya's face instantly flushed. Even Lu Jianlin and Wang Tanhai, after being stunned for 2 seconds, felt a bit guilty. Yes, they only saw Ziqian's change in behavior and felt uncomfortable with his current state. However, they overlooked the fact that Ziqian might be under unimaginable pressure, leading to this situation. The three of them blushed, with Zhou Yuqing being the youngest among them, but this time, they felt even more ashamed compared to Zhou Yuqing. Yuqing is right. Let's let Mr. Z rest well for a while. Here, following Mr. Zhao's arrangements, we will do everything that needs to be done well. After Lu Jianlin finished speaking, they all nodded and got into their cars and left. Not many people knew about Ziqian's return to Tianhai City. Many people in Tianhai City thought that Ziqia was still a guest at the Yi family's estate. When the Yi family came to pick up the top 10 contestants to go to the capital, many people knew about it. Based on the situation of the previous medical skills competition, it was certain that the top 10 contestants from across the country would definitely be absorbed into the Yi family's medical team. And this was an important matter for both the top 10 contestants and the Yi family. The 10 contestants had the opportunity to change their destinies, and the Yi family would absorb a fresh batch of talent, strengthening their elite team. So many people were waiting for the announcement from the Yi family. They believed that before the Yi family made an announcement, Ziqia and the others would not come back. Thus, Zijia returned to the lakeside villa without many people noticing. Although Zijia had been away for a few days, the villa remained spotless, indicating that Lu Jinyao had sent someone to clean it. Even Black Wine had someone attending to him, with fresh grass left in his feeding bowl. Seeing Zijia return, Black Wine trotted over and affectionately nudged Zijia with his head. Zijia played with Black Wine for a while before entering the living room. It's still nice to be in one's own home. Zijia put down the things in his hand, reclined comfortably on the sofa, and stretched lazily. He hadn't felt much before, but after being away for a few days, he understood the meaning of the phrase, "One's own home is best." The Yi family estate, with its vast size and luxurious features, including the interior decor, outshone the lakeside villa by miles. But the sense of belonging that the lakeside villa gave Zijia was incomparable to the Yi family estate. Zijia lay for a while before opening the box containing medicinal herbs. The 2 herbs he had chosen himself, along with those given to him by Yi Wenchen in private, totaled 5 herbs. These were top-quality precious medicinal herbs that couldn't be measured in terms of monetary value. The only regret was not being able to obtain the purple heart dragon flower, as Zijia would have been able to refine the medicine by now. I hope they can help me find the purple heart dragon flower soon. Otherwise, everything we do now is too passive. Zijia took a deep breath and slowly closed the box. When he was just an in-law at the Chen family before, living a peaceful life, regaining his memories wasn't that important. But now, as he continued to grow and his fame rose, with more people around him, he felt immense pressure. Like this trip to the capital, he had no idea where his resistance to the Yi family came from, nor did he know who the middle-aged man who spoke to him on the plane was. Zijia felt that once he could regain his memories, all this would have an answer. Until then, he was somewhat lost, and many things were done blindly. Thinking of the middle-aged man, Zijia took out a business card from his pocket. 5 medicinal herbs and a business card were all the gains Zijia had from his trip to the capital. He could guess that the identity of the middle-aged man was definitely a big shot in the upper circles. Moreover, the upper circles in the capital were almost at the peak of power in the Dragon Kingdom, so the person's identity was undoubtedly very powerful. However, Zijia was equally clueless about this person. He didn't know the man's identity, his purpose in finding him, and what the man meant by saying he wasn't the one he was looking for. In this situation, Zijia couldn't be friends with the man, nor would he casually ask for help. Zijia scrutinized the business card for a long time, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Although he didn't know this middle-aged man and couldn't recall past memories, there was someone by his side who knew Zijian's past. Qin Hemming. Perhaps Qin Hemming knows who this person is. Zijia muttered to himself and then picked up his phone to call Qin Hemming. Just then, Black Wine outside suddenly made a nose with his nose, followed by a girl's laughter. "You annoying thing, you got snot on me." Zijia walked to the door and saw Zhou Yuqing gently petting Black Wine's head. "How did you come here?" Zijia was surprised. "I felt you were a bit unhappy, so I came." Zhou Yuqing smiled warmly, then raised her right hand, shaking the bag she held. "Hey bro, want a drink? I have ice-cold beer." Seeing Zhou Yuqing mimic a man's voice on purpose, Zijia couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zijian's character had its pros and cons. His mindset was much more mature than his peers, and his insight and perspective were very mature as well. This situation meant that he couldn't socialize with friends like other young people, drinking and chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Therefore, many things Zijia encountered, he had to silently digest on his own. But Zhou Yuqing's presence filled this gap. It could be said that the quiet and thoughtful girl Zhou Yuqing might understand Zijian's inner self better than Lu Jinyao. "So, want a drink?" Zijia responded with a smile. "Okay." Zhou Yuqing smiled then walked forward. Soon, the two of them arrived at the second-floor observation deck and sat down on either side of a small tea table. Despite all the chatter, Zijia still prepared a pot of hot tea for Zhou Yuqing. "I want to drink this one. I don't know what it tastes like yet." However, Zhou Yuqing held onto her beer tightly, as if holding a treasure. "All right." Zijia could only smile wryly and gave up on insisting further. Zhou Yuqing's current state, today, is quite different from her usual quiet and elegant demeanor. However, Zijia understood that Zhou Yuqing simply wanted to make herself a little happier in this way. Otherwise, a quiet and reserved person together with someone in a bad mood might create such an awkward atmosphere that it is cringeworthy. "Cheers." Zhou Yuking seemed genuinely excited as if it was her first time drinking beer, clinking glasses with Zitiat and taking a sip with enthusiasm. However, as the beer touched her lips, Zhou Yuking's smile suddenly disappeared, and her brow furrowed as she couldn't stop sticking out her tongue. Ha ha. Is it really that bad? Zitiat burst into laughter. He noticed that when he was with Zhou Yuking, he unconsciously let down all his guard, feeling light-hearted and happy. Spicy, bitter, and astringent, Zhou Yuking evaluated with 3 words after tasting a bit. Have you heard of a saying? When I was a child and saw adults drinking, I didn't understand why they would drink something so bitter. Zitiat lifted the beer slowly, his tone filled with emotion. It's true. When you grow up, you realize that compared to life, this beer is actually quite sweet. That's right, adults indeed don't live carefreely like children. That the world of adults isn't just about bitterness, right? Zhou Yuking softly said, I once heard a saying that there is never a lack of beauty in this world, only a lack of eyes that can appreciate it. Indeed. Zitiat nodded with a smile. The two conversed while occasionally toasting and talking about the Thousand Island Lake in the distance. After the initial discomfort, Zhou Yuking gradually adapted to the bitterness of the beer and took small sips from time to time, soon blushing from it. Zitiat felt open-hearted and relaxed when with Zhou Yuking, without any barriers, and this kind of atmosphere indeed felt easy and comfortable. Zitiat also shared some of his recent experiences at the Yi family with Zhou Yuking. It was just a simple recounting without mixing in personal judgments or thoughts. After speaking, Zitiat paused for a few seconds, then turned to look at Zhou Yuking. Do you think I'm really naive? Or maybe too arrogant? Zitiat asked this question seriously. No, perhaps others might think so. But I don't. Zhou Yuking firmly gave her answer. Why? Zitiat asked with a smile, expecting Zhou Yuking to say he was right as usual. However, this time, Zhou Yuking pondered seriously for a few seconds. Just because most people think something is right doesn't mean it truly is. Even if everyone thinks you should join the Yi family, ultimately, it's up to you. If deep down, you want to join them and doing so would make you happy, then go ahead. But, if you feel resistance inside, then others' opinions shouldn't affect your judgment. Because each of us needs to learn to love ourselves first before loving others, right? Zhou Yuking looked at Zitiat, speaking earnestly. Zitiat was at a loss for words for a moment. Actually, what I mean is, you don't have to live up to others' expectations or act based on others' views. You don't owe anyone, and you're not obliged to sacrifice your own happiness to meet others' expectations. I hope you follow your heart to make decisions and find happiness in them. If it becomes a burden, then it's not the right thing. Zhou Yuking's words brought relief to Zitian's heart and warmth flooded through him. In this world, as a person achieves some level of success and receives joy and praise from others, they will also face more expectations and pressures. These expectations and pressures eventually become a heavy burden, pressing down on one's shoulders like a massive stone. In such situations, most people will care about how high and far a person can fly, but few will concern themselves with how tired they are from flying. In Zitian's case, everyone thought that joining the Yi family would be a joyous occasion. Even the people around him believed that Zitiat joining the Yi family would bring a brighter future, benefiting them in turn. Yet, it was only Zhou Yuking who cared about how much pressure Zitiat was under. She cared about whether the decision to join the Yi family would bring him happiness or more significant pressure. Zitiat, I hope you are truly happy, and not pretending to be happy to please others. Zhou Yuking blushed slightly as she spoke. Whether it was the effect of alcohol or her heartfelt words causing her shyness, Zitiat was left in a daze for a long time upon hearing her words. His heart, long neglected, seemed to crack slightly. Among the girls his age in this city, Chen Raku, Linia, and Zhou Yuking, Chen Raku was his ex-wife, and their past was no longer mentioned. As for Zhou Yuking and Linia, whom he treated like sisters until now, Zitiat suddenly realized that the girl who had the least contact with him, Zhou Yuking, was slowly making her way into his heart. At least at this moment, when Zitiat felt lost, Zhou Yuking's presence, her comforting words, truly made him feel a sense of attachment towards her. Zitiat gazed at Zhou Yuking for over 10 seconds, then forced himself to look away and towards the distant lake. Zhou Yuking didn't notice the faint panic in Zitian's eyes. Let's talk about the Yi family again. Zitiat redirected the conversation after a few seconds. The Yi family. Zhou Yuking hesitated before continuing, putting aside what I said earlier. From my personal perspective, The Yi family is not as selfless as others perceive. You feel that way too. Zichia slowly turned to look at Zhou Yuqing, feeling the need to reevaluate this young girl. While everyone else misunderstood Ziqian's actions, Zhou Yuqing's thoughts resonated with his, giving him a sense of finding a kindred spirit. Yes, I feel that way. Zhou Yuqing paused, holding the beer tightly and then relaxing her grip, before asking, Ziqian, do you know about a cage for the world? Ziqian's movement halted upon hearing this, then turned abruptly to look at Zhou Yuqing, his eyes shining brightly. Lair ruled a world. What a way to rule the world! Ziqia stared at Zhou Yuqing for a few seconds, then slapped his thigh and stood up. At that moment, an unprecedented clarity filled Ziqian's mind. He felt a sudden enlightenment and understood many things in an instant. He truly did not expect that the problem that had been troubling him for days would be completely revealed by a single sentence from Zhou Yuqing. It was truly like waking a sleeping person with just one phrase. Ziqia realized that his previous mental trap could only be attributed to being lost as an insider. Well, tell me, what does Lair rule the world mean? Zhou Yuqing pretended not to know and insisted on hearing Ziqia explain. So-called Lair rule the world was a practice in ancient times where the ruling authorities selected talents through the imperial examination system. They recruited those truly talented individuals into the system, granting them land and positions, allowing them to receive salaries from the government, Ziqia explained, while looking at the distant Thousand Island Lake from the observation deck. Zhou Yuqing listened with a smile, her eyes fixed on Ziqia as if he were the only one in her sight. Her gaze was akin to a girl watching her crush on the basketball court scoring a beautiful three-pointer. The Yi family is similar. Through the medical skills competition, they screen traditional Chinese medicine scholars from around the world, recruiting all the geniuses into the Yi family, providing them with salaries and dedicating their efforts to the family. Ziqia continued, sighing deeply. Many people believe that the Yi family held the medical skills competition to promote Chinese medicine culture and select talents for the nation. However, in reality, the Yi family had crafted a dream for all Chinese medicine practitioners in the country. Through relentless means, they created a dream enticing all practitioners to join the Yi family's medical team as the ultimate goal. In truth, their intention was to solidify their own position by ruling the Chinese medicine community through the practice of Lair rule the world. Ziqian's eyes gazed into the distance, having fully understood everything. He had previously harbored resistance towards the Yi family, feeling that Yi Wenchen and others seemed hypocritical, but he couldn't pinpoint the reason. However, after his conversation with Zhou Yuqing, he finally saw through the essence of everything and realized the Yi family's true motives. The Yi family has woven a dream for everyone. Ziqia shook his head slightly and sat back down. I'm just speaking casually. Perhaps our speculations are not necessarily correct, he added. No. You are right. Look, the medical skills competition has been held for many editions. Champions and top 10 participants emerge each time, and all of them are absorbed into the Yi family. But have you ever seen or heard about them after they entered the Yi family? Ziqia questioned, leaving Zhou Yuqing speechless. She had just prompted Ziqia with insights, but now he was reciprocating. Indeed, most of the outstanding individuals who shined at the competition seemed to disappear after joining the Yi family. Even those who didn't join rarely practiced medicine again. Once they entered the Yi family, they seemed to lose all their brilliance instantly. Do you know why? Those who join the Yi family not only give up on practicing medicine, but also lose the freedom to do so. Once they become part of the Yi family, they are a group under the family's centralized management, every action and word under their control, Ziqia explained, his eyes narrowing as he recalled the agreement he saw at the Yi family. He realized that it was essentially a contract that limited their lifelong freedom. By signing that agreement, everything was subject to the Yi family's control, even treating friends and family required approval. Ziqia had initially thought their rules were for convenient management, but now he saw the Yi family's malicious intent. As Ziqia processed everything, he felt anger and sorrow. He was angry that the Yi family deceived everyone, pretended to enhance the country's traditional Chinese medicine while only securing their status. It saddened him that the Yi family, with cruel intentions, aimed for monopoly in the Chinese medicine community, was revered as an authority, representing justice and righteousness in the eyes of many. How could this not be a cause for sadness? With such family-led intentions, when would Chinese medicine in the country prosper? Would the countless patients in need truly receive adequate medical care? Realizing that the Yi family and the Tianhai Lin family were essentially doing the same thing, Zitia understood the depth of the Yi family's schemes. The Yi family had a longer-term vision, deeper shrewdness, and a better ability to conceal their intentions. While the Lin family aimed for sole dominance in their city, the Yi family targeted control over the entire Chinese medicine community in the country, wanting eternal prosperity and influence in the field. Before, that Yi family old man told me they were working on something significant, something that would change humanity's fate. At that time, I couldn't guess what they were planning, but now, this must be what he referred to, Zitia said with a profound cold smile. In every field, diversity should be encouraged, as it provides opportunities for all and fosters improvement through competition. Despite the country introducing various antitrust laws over the years to combat monopolies, the Yi family's grand appearance had made them the benchmark in the Chinese medicine community. Many had been subtly influenced to consider them the leaders of the field, overlooking their monopolistic tendencies. Yi family's ambitions are indeed very big. Zhou Yuqing nodded gently and then asked, "But if they continue like this, will it lead to any negative consequences?" In fact, Zhou Yuqing was a bit perplexed as to why Zitia was so angry. After all, although the Yi family wanted to dominate the field, they hadn't done anything wrong. Over the years, in the traditional Chinese medicine circle, the Yi family's image and reputation had been quite good. Zitia furrowed his brows slightly at Zhou Yuqing's words, but then he relaxed a few seconds later. Although Zhou Yuqing was very clever and truly talented, she had been protected to by the Zhou family and had spent several years home due to illness, rarely interacting with the outside world. So she was very naive, not understanding the harsh reality of the world, unaware of the deep dangers in many things, which was quite normal. Of course, negative consequences will arise. Zitia continued. For instance, if the TCM community in Longguo could flourish with various experts contributing their knowledge to benefit TCM in Longguo, allowing TCM to thrive everywhere, that would undoubtedly be much better than a single dominant force, at least for the common people. However, currently, those TCM masters selected through medical skill conferences, who should be out helping people across the country, are all brought under the Yi family's umbrella and strictly controlled. In this situation, with all the TCM greats going to the Yi family, what will ordinary people do if they need medical help or advice? They will have no choice but to go to the Yi family's door. But the Yi family behind high walls and big mansions isn't very approachable, is it? Zitia shook his head and sighed. The Yi family's actions were making life difficult for the common people, because high-profile individuals could just make a phone call and countless TCM experts would come forth to help with treatment. But what about ordinary folks? They wouldn't have that kind of clout. They might have to kneel outside the Yi family's gate until death, and the family might not even bother to help a single person. I understand. For example, if you were in Tianhai City, you could safeguard the medical community there, providing a sense of security for everyone because they knew you could treat them at any time. But if you join the Yi family, you'll lose your freedom, and Tianhai City's medical community will lose your protection. Perhaps not understanding the world's treacherous nature, but after Zitian's explanation, Zhou Yuqing grasped the reasoning behind it. Yes, in this world, there are all kinds of diseases we cannot control, and the only thing a healer can do is fight against them. A truly virtuous healer is like a wall standing between the sick and death. But now, all these walls have been completely dismantled and rebuilt by the Yi family. Zitia shook his head again, lamenting the gravity of the situation. And this is just the current state of affairs. No one knows if the Yi family has more intentions behind their actions. Zitia thought that the Yi family must have follow-up actions, perhaps already in motion but unnoticed. Even if not considering the future, the current situation was indeed serious. We should find a way to stop them and prevent such situations from occurring. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Yuqing voiced her thoughts. It's not that easy. Zitia shook his head lightly. In the TCM circle in Longguo, the Yi family was acknowledged as a benchmark, the most prestigious family in the field. Their long-standing good reputation and image in the minds of many people made any easy changes impossible. Even though Zitia was the national champion of the medical skill conference, if he were to confront the Yi family, the likely outcome would be that more people would choose to believe in them. Zitia might become a laughingstock, and some might even accuse him of intentionally spreading rumors to tarnish the Yi family's reputation. Furthermore, the mysterious middle-aged person he had met had spoken of the Yi family's influence. With Ziqian's medical skills, he should have been a national treasure in the medical community, yet the upper echelons had taken him away for protection. That the Yi family had the ability to change the decision from above, even forcefully taking Ziqia away. Just this alone showcased how formidable the Yi family's position in Longwu was. They not only had a stronghold in the TCM community, but also held great power across the entire country. So, what do you plan to do? After a brief silence, Zhou Yuqing looked at Ziqia and inquired. Right now, I can only think about self-preservation. Ziqia contemplated for a while and then shook his head. While his response caused Zhou Yuqing to furrow her brow slightly, she didn't express her thoughts. However, after glancing at Zhou Yuqing, Ziqia seemed to understand her unspoken sentiments. Do you think I should confront the Yi family? Hearing Ziqian's question, Zhou Yuqing stayed silent for a couple of seconds before responding. I stand by what I've said. Whatever you choose to do, I will support you. And if you decide to go up against the Yi family, I will have my grandfather's support as well. You might have heard a saying. Ziqia paused and continued. Those who help the world can also help themselves, but when it comes to one's limits, one should focus on oneself. It's not that I underestimate myself, but in the current situation, the power at my disposal is ultimately no match for the Yi family. Before that changes, I won't make any meaningless sacrifices. The only thing I can do is protect myself. Ziqia turned his head slowly towards the distant Chandao Lake. Although he disapproved of the Yi family's actions, he felt powerless in the current situation. He wasn't grand enough to sacrifice everything to alter the status quo. At least for now, I haven't grown strong enough to help everyone yet. Ziqia had never lacked confidence, nor did he fear the strength of his enemies. But one must always face reality. What is reality? The reality is, no matter how confident Ziqia is, no matter whether Ziqia fears the strength of his enemies or not, the fact that the Yi family is extremely powerful is an undeniable truth. The Yi family's businesses span nationwide. They are a benchmark in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, an authority in the world of Dragon Empire medicine, and hold significant influence in the upper circles. Such a prestigious and powerful family dynasty, not just anyone can go toe-to-toe with them. After all, Ziqia had only made a name for himself in the small Tianhai city, and these achievements, in the eyes of the Yi family, were nothing. In addition, Ziqia held the title of national champion in the medical skills competition, but even this title was given to him by the Yi family. In this situation, what could Ziqia use to challenge the Yi family? Confidence is good, bravery is commendable, but if confidence and courage go too far, it becomes reckless behavior. Ziqia fell into silence. He gazed at the distant Qianshan lake, and Zhou Yuqing stayed quietly by his side in silence. So, you're not afraid of the Yi family, nor are you neglecting the patients and ordinary folks for self-protection. You are simply not willing to make meaningless sacrifices until your own strength is sufficient. Zhou Yuqing's words caused a slight frown to appear on Ziqian's forehead. He found that this young girl, Zhou Yuqing, always effortlessly understood his innermost thoughts. Sometimes, Zhou Yuqing even guessed thoughts that Ziqia had not fully formed yet. This feeling made Ziqia quite helpless. While he didn't mind having someone who understood him, being constantly read through by others did make him somewhat uncomfortable. After a brief pause, Ziqia nodded his head slightly in response to Zhou Yuqing's solemn attitude. The two chatted for a while longer, and when Ziqia saw Zhou Yuqing's cheeks flush red as if she had imbibed too much, he urged her to return home early. However, Zhou Yuqing was reluctant to leave and insisted on conversing further with Ziqia. Miss, we should go back now. Just now, Chief Zhou called me and said there's something that requires your attention at home. Li Bo prompted from below the villa. Reluctantly, Zhou Yuqing stood up. Zhou Yuqing had been brought up in a strict household, and it was only after she met Ziqia that she displayed a hint of rebellion and engaged in activities that her family would not have approved of. However, she still didn't dare go too far. Ziqia, should we inform Sister Jinya and the others about the Yi family matter? Just before leaving, Zhou Yuqing asked. Not for now. Ziqia waved his hand. While he had a good relationship with Lu Jinya and the others, the upright image of the Yi family had been firmly established in their minds for decades. If Ziqia were to speak ill of the Yi family at this moment, no one would believe him. The most crucial point was that even if someone believed him, they wouldn't be able to challenge the Yi family, so there was no need to bring it up. But if you don't say anything, they might not understand you, and some may even think you're ungrateful, Zhou Yuqing reminded Ziqia gently after a moment of contemplation. When she learned the truth behind the situation, she understood how much pressure Ziqia was under. To those unaware of the truth, Ziqia might appear ungrateful, and Zhou Yuqing didn't want Ziqia to suffer such unjust accusations. It's okay, Ziqia shook his head with a smile. Having lived in the Chen family for 2 years, he had endured much distrust and misunderstanding. He had to admit that those experiences had indeed toughened his character and strengthened his resilience. Within these 2 years, he had matured significantly, and his mindset had become much steadier. Therefore, encountering situations like this now didn't affect Ziqian's mood. All right, then I'll take my leave now. Waving her hand lightly, Zhou Yuqing bid farewell to Ziqia and left. Watching Zhou Yuqing's car disappear into the distance, Ziqia sat alone on the observation deck, pondering matters in his mind. A furrow gradually formed on his brow in the shape of the character. Prior to his conversation with Zhou Yuqing, he had some internal conflicts concerning whether to join the Yi family. After the discussion, however, he had decisively affirmed his stance. He would never aid the Yi family in their wrongdoing. But having made this decision, Ziqia had to consider other factors. Previously, he had thought that after rejecting the Yi family, they might resort to certain measures against him. However, Ziqia pondered that a reputable family like the Yi family wouldn't stoop to despicable tactics. Thus, he wasn't too concerned. Yet now, he had to worry. Based on the Yi family's behaviors, it was evident that beneath their facade of propriety, a darker truth known only to themselves. And given his rejection of them, the Yi family would definitely not let the matter rest. Therefore, the current situation was that while Ziqia had previously only considered the possibility of the Yi family targeting him, he was now certain they would. Consequently, Ziqia had to contemplate how to handle the crisis after the Yi family made their move. After much contemplation, Ziqia pulled out a business card with a phone number printed on it from his pocket. He knew only that the middle-aged person identified by the car was a prominent figure in the upper circles of Beijing and had conducted an investigation on him. Apart from this, Ziqia was oblivious to any further details about this individual, as he thought, if he were to clash with the Yi family, this middle-aged person would be his crucial ally. With this in mind, Ziqia felt an urgent need to clarify the identity of this middle-aged person, whether they had met before, and what role they played. Ziqia dialed the number on the card hesitantly, realizing that this middle-aged person would be the key to his survival in the face of the looming threat presented by the Yi family. You speak. Chen Hemming nodded quickly. I met someone in the capital. Ziqia explained in detail to Chen Hemming about his encounter with the middle-aged man. Since Ziqia didn't know the man's name and had little information to offer Chen Hemming, he decided to share their conversation in full. Ziqia had a high level of trusting Chen Hemming. Among all the people around Ziqia, most of whom he had known for 2 years, Chen Hemming was the only one he had interacted with in the past. Although Ziqia wasn't sure how much Chen Hemming knew about him, he was certain that if Chen Hemming was his enemy, he would have already acted against him. Even if he didn't act, Chen Hemming could still inform Ziqian's past enemies, causing him trouble. However, Chen Hemming had never done such a thing and had helped Ziqia many times, so Ziqia naturally had a high level of trust in him. After listening to Ziqian's description, Chen Hemming furrowed his brows deeply. His first reaction was that the middle-aged man could not have been someone Ziqia knew before. Chen Hemming's master had repeatedly told him that Ziqia had given them orders to kill before he had recovered his memories, so no one could approach him voluntarily. The fact that the middle-aged man had actively sought out Ziqia and engaged in a lengthy conversation implied that he was definitely not someone Ziqia knew. No, that's not right. Chen Hemming shook his head suddenly. Initially, Ziqia had only given this order to his disciples. However, among all the people Ziqia knew, not only his disciples, others might not be aware of Ziqian's thoughts. After realizing this, Chen Hemming could conclude that even if Ziqia had known the middle-aged man before, he definitely was not Ziqian's disciple. Perhaps he had a different relationship with Ziqia. As a disciple of Ziqian's disciple, Chen Hemming might only have interacted with Ziqian's disciples, and he was completely unaware of Ziqian's past and other people. Mr. Z, I also do not know this person, Chen Hemming honestly replied, but this answer did not satisfy Ziqia. Are you asking for me to scold you? Ziqian's tone was icy. He had high expectations for Chen Hemming, knowing that Chen Hemming had more knowledge about his past self having interacted with him. If even Chen Hemming didn't know, then there was no one else Ziqia could ask. Therefore, he needed to get the answers he wanted from Chen Hemming. Mr. Z, I swear on my conscience, I really do not know. Firstly, I don't know much about your past, and secondly, I have only met you once or twice through my master. I know nothing about your circle of friends. Chen Hemming shrugged with a bitter smile, stating the truth in his response. His only way of understanding Ziqia was through his master, and even his master did not know much about Ziqia. I won't listen to your excuses, nor do I care about your reasons, but you must investigate this matter for me now and give me an answer. I want to know who he is and what his relationship was with me in the past. Ziqia paused briefly and then added after 2 seconds, this matter is crucial to me. If you can't handle it, many things ahead will be quite tricky for me. Okay, I understand. I will inquire about it first. Once there is any information, I will inform you promptly. Chen Hemming acknowledged seriously, nodding in agreement. Having interacted with Ziqia for some time, he had some understanding of Ziqian's character. While Ziqia knew that Chen Hemming had some knowledge, he didn't push him to reveal anything Chen Hemming didn't want to share. However, once Ziqia showed this attitude, it signified that the matter was indeed urgent, and Chen Hemming dared not delay. As soon as possible, Ziqia nodded and prepared to hang up the phone. You contacted the Yi family? Chen Hemming quickly asked before the call was disconnected. I decline, but I think they might not let it go easily. Ziqia didn't want to share more with Chen Hemming and ended the call with that statement. They won't let it go easily. Chen Hemming muttered. Could it be that they dare to make a move against the master? If that's the case, then I can only report this matter. Chen Hemming narrowed his eyes slightly. In the eyes of many people, the Yi family held a high position of power, and anyone who provoked the Yi family was akin to stirring up a hornet's nest. He admitted that with his current resources, he wouldn't be able to help Ziqia if he truly clashed with the Yi family. However, while he couldn't help, he still had people backing him up. Chen Hemming narrowed his eyes slightly, then opened a drawer and took out the old-style keyboard phone. Meanwhile, at the Lu family mansion, within the residence of Lu Laoyi, Lu Jian Lin and Lu Jinya were naturally present, and in addition to them, Wan Tanhai and the elder of the Wong family had also arrived. The purpose of their meeting was naturally about the matter between Ziqia and the Yi family. Although they could understand that Ziqia was facing a lot of pressure inadvertently, they still couldn't comprehend Ziqian's actions. Let's hear from both of you. What should we do? Lu Laoyi looked at the group. The members of the gathering looked at each other. They had previously envisioned a bright future. They thought that now, in the city of Tianhai, they had made it their own, unreachable by anyone else. And once Ziqia joined the Yi family, it meant they would have the qualification to establish contact with the Yi family, and the Yi family would become their support and backing. By that time, they would solidify their position as the leaders of Tianhai City, with the Yi family as their powerhouse. Subsequently, they would have no concerns whatsoever. Not only would their status be very stable, but even a casual business collaboration with the Yi family within the field of traditional Chinese medicine would bring endless benefits to the Lu family and the Wong family. This was just what they could gain. From every perspective, this matter was beneficial, ensuring a win-win cooperation. However, they never expected Ziqia to reject the Yi family. One refusal shattered all their previous optimistic plans. It was truly unacceptable. Both elders, what are your thoughts? Wan Tanhai softly asked Lu Laoyi and the old master of the Wong family. Right, Grandpa, and also Grandpa Wong. Can you figure out why Mr. Z would refuse? Lu Jinya also nodded and looked at the two men. After all, these two old grandpas have lived for most of their lives, with extensive life experience and a rich understanding of people, making their perspectives more comprehensive than young people. However, both Lu Grandpa and Wong Grandpa glanced at each other, then shook their heads with a bitter smile. No clue, the two men said simultaneously. They were indeed rich in life experience and had sharp judgment when it came to people. But Ziqia was an exception. From the beginning to now, from when Ziqia first got acquainted with the Lu family, the various events that occurred during this process, Ziqian's many strategic methods made both of these old folks amazed and even feel inferior. They clearly recognized that despite Ziqian's young age of just over 20, beneath that youthful exterior was a heart as capable as theirs. This wasn't just praise for Ziqia, a fact. Zichia defeated the Liang family, destroyed the Sanmu group, and dismantled the Lynn family, a series of connected schemes that even these two old folks couldn't achieve. And when Zichia began to arrange certain things, they initially couldn't understand because they didn't anticipate Zichian's true intentions. Therefore, when it came to this matter between Zichia and the Yi family, they were equally unable to fathom Zichian's thoughts. So what do we do? At that moment, everyone was at a loss. Grandpa Wong and Grandpa Lu were the eldest in their respective families. If even they couldn't find a solution, then no one else would be able to. That the current situation demanded a solution, despite their inability to find one. The current situation is, Lu Jianlin picked up his phone and looked at it before continuing. If Mr. Z doesn't join the Yi family, all of our previous plans will be impossible to implement. And not only that, Yu Wenchen from the Yi family has contacted me, asking me to persuade Mr. Z to join the Yi family, and is currently waiting for my response. So, we must come up with a proper solution to this matter. Lu Jianlin's words left everyone in silence. The logic was clear to all of them, and they understood the situation. That the critical point was that these were not decisions they could make. As the party involved, if Zichia refused to join, then their concerns would be in vain. My suggestion is that all our previous plans were wishful thinking. More importantly, we need to remember those who were instrumental in our success. Therefore, we must determine who enabled us to secure our current position in the Tianhai market and continue our future plans successfully. Lu Jinyao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up with these words. Everyone nodded in understanding. They grasped Lu Jinyao's point, that their current success and assets were all made possible with Zichian's help. I agree with that. Everything we have now is thanks to Mr. Z. So, if Mr. Xiao's refusal to join the Yi family hinders our plans, then we have no ground to stand on and cannot harbor resentment. Grandpa Wong nodded in agreement, echoing Lu Jinyao's perspective. Lu Jianlin and the two old grandpas also nodded silently. They were all rational individuals and not ungrateful, so they understood Lu Jinyao's reasoning and supported it. So, we don't need to dwell on these issues. Since Mr. Z has made his decision, there must be a reason behind it. Now, we only need to focus on the last question. When Lu Jinyao brought up this point, everyone's demeanor turned serious. The final question naturally revolved around the attitude of the Yi family. It seemed that the Yi family was determined to recruit Zitia into their medical team. Otherwise, with Yu Wenchen's status, he wouldn't have lowered himself to ask Lu Jianlin to help persuade Zitia. Yes. How should I respond to them? Lu Jianlin was deeply troubled, aware of what the Yi family was expecting. But if he couldn't provide the answer they sought, it could easily sour relations with the Yi family. In the whole Tianhai market, few families dared to offend the Yi family, and Lu Jianlin certainly didn't have the courage. The atmosphere grew even more solemn. In the Tianhai market, their families excelled in terms of wealth, connections, as well as the intelligence and strategies of their members, enabling them to become the top players. But this excellence was limited to the Tianhai market. When facing the big shots in the capital, the two sides were on completely different levels. It was like playing a game. Lu Jianlin and his group were like diamond-tier players, while the Yi family had already attained the status of grandmother, making them incomparable. Therefore, despite their elite status in the Tianhai market, they felt immense pressure when dealing with the Yi family. For instance, even a simple remark or action from the Yi family could leave them feeling helpless. Delay. After a brief silence, Grandpa Wong was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Delay? Everyone was puzzled. Yes. Just delay. We know what the Yi family wants from us, but since we can't provide the answer they seek, it's better to delay than to disappoint them. So, just delay. With Grandpa Wang's statement, Lu Jianlin couldn't help but smile and shake his head. How long can we delay for? 1 or 2 days. I think you don't need to worry about that. Grandpa Wong shook his head. Although Zitia is young, he is not reckless. He handles things with a plan, and he wouldn't make decisions blindly. And if he has made this decision, it means he has a plan in mind, including foreseeing the current and future situations. When has Zitia ever left you to bear the pressure on your own upfront? Even if he did temporarily, it would be just that. His decisions have often proven to be correct in the end. As Grandpa Wong spoke, everyone pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. They had to admit that Grandpa Wong was right, and the situations he described were the reality. That's right, so we don't need to worry too much. We must trust that Zitia has his judgment and plan. Lu Jianlin nodded, feeling a sense of relief from his previous gloom. Let's take it step by step. Since Zitia doesn't want to reveal too much for now, we don't have to insist on probing. The only thing we can do is to trust him. Grandpa Lu took over the conversation, stating his stance. Agreed. Everyone nodded in agreement. When it came to trusting Zitia, there wasn't much to say. After all, they had known Zitia for a long time, and had been through a lot with him. The level of trust was naturally there. The main concern is on Jianlin's side. Since the Yi family has found you, they will definitely be expecting results, but, as mentioned earlier, delay as much as possible and see how Zitia arranges things later on. After Mr. Lu finished speaking, Jianlin nodded lightly. This was all they could do at the moment. The meeting came to an end with no substantial results from their discussions. However, they did have a sense of direction in their hearts. Before the meeting, they were all very confused and lost. But now, they agreed that they didn't need to worry about too many things for the time being and would wait for instructions from Zitia. In short, they all understood Zitian's abilities and intelligence, so they were simply waiting for him to make the next move. At this moment, at the lakeside villa, Zitia, who was lost in thought, also received a call from Yuanchen. Zitian's initial reaction was not to answer, but he understood that he couldn't avoid the Yi family's sigh. So, after hesitating for nearly 10 seconds, Zitia finally answered the call. Zitia, have you rested well? I calculated the time earlier and knew you had just arrived at Tianhai, so I didn't want to disturb your rest. The phone call connected, and Yuanchen's hearty laughter rang out. Mr. Yi, you are too polite. Zitia chuckled and shook his head. Even though Zitia was aware of some of the Yi family's schemes, he maintained his previous attitude. Zitia acknowledged that at the moment, he was indeed no match for the Yi family, so he wouldn't actively confront them. When the power gap is too wide, not picking a fight is not a lack of courage but a display of prudence. As the saying goes, as long as there are green hills, there's no need to worrying about firewood. When one's strength is not strong enough, quietly strengthening oneself is the wisest choice. Ha ha, we don't need to be so polite as we were before. Yuanchen followed Zitian's lead and continued. Zitia simply smiled at the attempt to establish a closer relationship, and did not respond. Zitia knew that Yuanchen's call was probably to get him involved with the Yi family's affairs. So, Zitia was thinking of a suitable excuse in his mind, something that would allow him to reject Yuanchen without making him angry. By the way, Zitia, I have something to tell you. Yuanchen changed the topic and his tone became serious. Zitian's lips twitched into a cold smile. He knew Yuanchen's call was more than just asking if he had rested well. Go ahead. Zitia nodded slightly. There is a Sanmu group in Tianhai City. They recently encountered a major incident. Do you have any connection to this matter? Yuanchen's words surprised Zitia. He had initially expected that Yuanchen's call was about involving him with the Yi family, so he didn't anticipate the topic of the Sanmu group. I do have some personal grievances with Sanmuichiro, and we did clash. But regarding the collapse of the Sanmu group, I have no knowledge. Zitia shook his head slightly. Half of his words were true. Many people knew about Zitian's conflict with Sanmuichiro, including his subsequent infiltration of Sanmuichiro's villa. This was not a secret and could be easily confirmed by the Yi family. However, when it came to the Sanmu group's situation, although there were speculations linking Zitia to it, they couldn't be completely certain. Even if the Yi family investigated further, it would only be suspicions and not definite conclusions. Therefore, Zitia couldn't tell them the truth. After all of Sanmu Group's assets were now in Zitian's hands, and he didn't want others to know about it. Especially after suspecting the Yi family's ill intentions, Zitia was now even more guarded against them, making it even more impossible to tell the truth. Well, it seems the information I heard was a bit off. Yuanchen nodded lightly. Mr. Yi, you should know the strength of the Sanmu group. Even the former Lu family, including the Lin family, couldn't compete with them. After Zitia finished, Yuanchen nodded slightly. Yes, the Sanmu group is backed by a powerful Japanese conglomerate and is indeed not easy to deal with. Why did you bring up this matter, Mr. Yi? Zitia asked with confusion. Does that mean the Japanese conglomerate wants to deal with me? Zitia inquired cooperatively. I've only heard rumors, and it's not certain right now, but since it's related to you, I thought I should give you a heads up. You know, Our Yi family's information channels are relatively vast. After listening to Yi Wenshan's explanation, Ziqia didn't rush to respond. He didn't think Yi Wenshan was trying to deceive him about this matter because he already knew about the powerful Japanese conglomerate backing the Sanmu Group. Given the vindictive nature of the Japanese and the heavy losses the Sanmu Group had suffered in this incident, it was only natural for them not to let it go and seek revenge. Therefore, he didn't doubt what Yi Wenshan said about this matter, but he was skeptical of Yi Wenshan's motives. Mr. Yi, thank you for the warning, but if they want to deal with me, I really can't do anything about it. Ziqia said this and waited for Yi Wenshan to continue. To be honest, the strength of this Japanese consortium is indeed very strong, but you don't need to worry too much. These Japanese people won't make much waves in our country. I'll keep an eye out on my end for any news. If there's anything, I'll remind you promptly. After Yi Wenshan finished speaking, Xiaoshan immediately expressed his gratitude. All right, there's nothing else for now. You should rest soon. During your stay at the Yi family these days, we haven't been very hospitable. After you return, you should rest more. Yi Wenshan didn't say much more to Xiaoshan and quickly hung up the phone. Xiaoshan, holding his phone, furrowed his brows once again. If Yi Wenshan hadn't mentioned it, he would have completely forgotten about the Sankey Group. But now with this reminder, the Japanese consortium behind the Sankey Group was indeed a ticking time bomb and a major security threat. However, the Japanese consortium is ultimately not a force in our country, and it won't be easy for them to take action against Xiaoshan in our country. In the current situation, Xiaoshan doesn't need to focus too much on this matter. He should focus on the Yi family instead. Since the Japanese consortium is in another country, it won't be easy for them to target Xiaoshan. But the Yi family, as a local force in our country with money and power at their disposal, if they want to deal with Xiaoshan, it won't be difficult at all. Therefore, Xiaoshan should now consider the Yi family, not the Japanese consortium. Today, although Yi Wenshan didn't mention inviting Xiaoshan to join the Yi family, in actuality, bringing up the Japanese consortium was more effective than directly inviting Xiaoshan. Why? Because everyone knows that the Japanese consortium is very difficult to deal with. If they decide to target Xiaoshan, even if Xiaoshan can defend himself, it will be very troublesome. So, Yi Wenshan's intention today is not just a reminder, but to make Xiaoshan realize his situation and make a decision quickly. In essence, Yi Wenshan is telling Xiaoshan that someone wants to harm him, and that person is very powerful, and Xiaoshan won't be able to resist. That if you join the Yi family, we will help you deal with the troubles you encounter. Truly the Yi family. In terms of intelligence, you guys are indeed extraordinary. Xiaoshan sneered and shook his head, feeling even more repulsed by the Yi family. If this were in the past, when faced with a powerful enemy and feeling helpless, Xiaoshan might have actually sought refuge with the Yi family. But now that he understands the Yi family's schemes and realizes that their ideas and actions are completely contrary to his own, Xiaoshan has no intention of joining the Yi family. Xiaoshan let out a sigh. The current situation makes Xiaoshan feel like he's in the dark, with danger lurking at every corner. Just as he had managed to find some light on his own, it was suddenly taken away, leaving him unable to see anything clearly. After much contemplation, Xiaoshan walked heavily into his room. A quiet night. The next day, Xiaoshan woke up early. He had tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep, with various chaotic thoughts flooding his mind. Early in the morning, after reading some medical books, he grabbed his car keys and left. In the current situation, the Lu family, Wong family, and many forces in Tian High City who follow Xiaoshan are all waiting for Xiaoshan's decision and instructions. Because of many past events, they trust Xiaoshan and believe that he will come up with the most perfect solution for them. But what they don't know is the immense pressure Xiaoshan is facing right now. Ultimately, Xiaoshan does not want to align with the Yi family, to become a part of their corrupt system. Xiaoshan deeply understands that following the Yi family's ways will not promote traditional Chinese medicine in our country, but rather lead to its decline. Even the fate of traditional Chinese medicine in our country will be at the mercy of the Yi family's ideas. And if they use this issue as leverage to do even more unsavory things, no one will be able to stop them. So, this issue is fundamentally unsolvable. They are waiting for Xiaoshan's instructions, but who can Xiaoshan truly rely on? For Xiaoshan, the only person he can absolutely trust and who can provide him with help is Grandpa Chen. So, Xiaoshan is heading to Chen's village at this moment. He wants to discuss the current situation with Grandpa Chen and also inquire about the situation when he first arrived in Tian High City 2 years ago. Chen's village. When Xiaoshan arrived at Grandpa Chen's residence, he found several cars parked outside. Upon entering the courtyard, he observed a lively atmosphere with Chen Liren, Chen Liu, and several other Chen family members present. They were chatting and laughing, but their expressions stiffened when they saw Xiaoshan approaching. Xiaoshan frowned slightly, realizing that perhaps today was not the best time for his visit, and he turned to leave. "Xiaoshan, how dare you show your face here?" Chen Liren's wife stood up and shouted at Xiaoshan. "Shut up!" Before Xiaoshan could say a word, Chen Liren abruptly stood up and pushed his wife aside. "Ah, Xiaoshan, are you here to see Grandpa?" Chen Liren walked towards Xiaoshan, and the others also stood up. Their expressions were uneasy, even worried, as if fearing that Xiaoshan was there to cause trouble for them. After all, the current situation was vastly different from before. A year ago, Xiaoshan had no connections in Tian High City and had to rely on the Chen family for everything, being seen as a lowly son-in-law. But now, Xiaoshan possessed countless assets, had influential families in Tian High City under his command, and was at the top of the city's power structure. Based on Xiaoshan's performance at the medical conference, joining the Yi family seemed inevitable. With the Yi family backing him, Xiaoshan could easily dominate not only Tian High City, but also half of the country. Therefore, the Chen family members didn't dare to act rashly in front of Xiaoshan. "Is Grandpa in?" Xiaoshan furrowed his brows. "Yes, he's inside resting." Chen Liren quickly nodded, and the others were led to know that Xiaoshan was there to see Grandpa Chen. They were genuinely scared of Xiaoshan causing trouble for them. With Xiaoshan's current power, all he needed to do was say a word, and the Chen family members would disappear from Tian High City. "I'll go talk to Grandpa." Xiaoshan walked towards the house, and Chen Liren and the others quickly made way for him. "Uncle." As Zitia entered the house, Chen Hanyu hesitated to speak. "Let's go, I'll take you to visit a few relatives." Chen Liren gestured to stop, and didn't say much. With everyone in tow, they left the courtyard and casually closed the gate. No one objected to this. It could only be said that they might have truly come to terms with reality. At this moment, Zitia had already seen Grandpa Chen and begun conversing with him. "Grandpa, what day is it today?" Zitia was confused. He didn't understand why Chen Liren and the others had come so orderly. These past few days, they've been visiting often. Yesterday, Liren and the others stayed here. Zitia could tell that Grandpa Chen was genuinely smiling when talking about this. In fact, at Grandpa Chen's age, having children and grandchildren around was indeed the greatest joy. "Chia, I can feel that after leaving the Chen group, they have understood a lot and adjusted their mentality. Before, they were solely focused on personal gain, blinded by wealth and fame. In their eyes, money and profit were paramount, and family, friends, and emotions were insignificant. But now, they have indeed changed a lot, so I have to thank you." Grandpa Chen's gratitude was sincere. Even yesterday, Grandpa Chen had considered that if he had known things would turn out like this, he should have let Liren and the others leave the Chen group earlier. It would have been better for everyone. "It has nothing to do with me, it just means that they still have a conscience." Zitia shook his head slightly. He was not interested in changing anyone, including Liren and the others. No, having many things and having nothing at all are two completely different states. Sometimes accepting one's fate and circumstances leads to a more liberated life. Grandpa Chen chuckled and shook his head. He could clearly sense the changes in Liren and the others these days. "As long as you're happy." Zitia didn't want to dwell on Liren and the others too much. Even if they had truly turned over a new leaf, Zitia wasn't willing to engage with them. After all, he would forever remember the things they did and said to him. Exercising restraint was already a favor to Grandpa Chen. "Let's not talk about this." Grandpa Chen waved his hand and continued. "How was your trip to the capital?" Hearing this, Zitia glanced at the teacup in his hand and shook his head, saying, "I didn't bring back any tea leaves for you." Upon hearing this, Grandpa Chen burst into laughter. Before Zitia went to the capital, he had visited Grandpa Chen and mentioned that the Yi family must have plenty of good tea leaves. If given the chance, he would bring some back for Grandpa Chen. In truth, if Zitia had a good rapport with the Yi family, tea leaves and such would have been minor matters. By saying this now, it indicated that his interaction with the Yi family wasn't pleasant. "You decline?" Grandpa Chen guessed first. After all, If Zijia had been willing to join the Yi family, there wouldn't be any unpleasantness between them. Yes, I decline. Zijia nodded lightly. Surprisingly, upon hearing this, Grandpa Chen didn't say much, and his expression remained unchanged. It was as if he had foreseen this outcome. This demeanor of Grandpa Chen always made Zijia feel that Grandpa Chen, like Qin Hemming, seemed to know many hidden truths. However, despite this feeling, Zijia did not dare to treat Grandpa Chen the way he dealt with Qin Hemming. He could threaten and chide Qin Hemming, but he would never be so with Grandpa Chen, whom he considered a venerable elder in his heart. Regardless of wealth and status, in front of Grandpa Chen, Zijia would always remain a junior, maintaining a humble attitude. Grandpa, don't you want to ask why I declined? Zijia waited a few seconds and then broke the silence by speaking out. No need to ask. Didn't we discuss this over the phone? As long as you follow your heart in making decisions, you can't go wrong. Grandpa Chen smiled, indicating he had no intention of interfering in this matter. Grandpa, let me tell you about the Yi family's situation. After a brief pause, Zijia combined his previous speculations with the actual situation of the Yi family and laid it out thoroughly. Oppression under the guise of rule. After hearing Zijia out, Grandpa Chen whispered these words. Yes, I think the Yi family is doing exactly that. Zijia nodded lightly, then asked, do you think my thoughts are correct, Grandpa? From what you've said, it does seem that way with the Yi family. In theory, the talented physicians they recruit, backed by their abundant medical resources, should excel in their medical skills and gain higher recognition in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. However, as you mentioned, the exceptional physicians entering the Yi family have all disappeared without a trace. Few have ever heard of them again, which indeed seems suspicious. Grandpa Chen nodded slightly, affirming Zijian's conjecture based on the actual events. So, I don't understand why the Yi family's actions are so obvious. Hasn't anyone noticed? Even if they can deceive the public, can they also cover the eyes of the intelligent? Zijia sighed. He genuinely couldn't comprehend it. Perhaps not. Even if some people have noticed, what can they do about it? You've seen through the Yi family's scheme and don't want to associate with them. Not everyone is like you. Some may see it but align with the Yi family out of self-interest and foolishly conspire. Grandpa Chen's words were enlightening. In short, your unwavering commitment to justice prevents you from doing so. However, not everyone can distinguish right from wrong or uphold justice in this world. Grandpa Chen simplified it, saying that although the Yi family's deeds were well hidden, it wasn't just Zijia who noticed. While some realized it, as long as it didn't impact their interests and even brought benefits, they wouldn't intervene, let alone resist. I understand that they never thought that their actions would inflict the greatest blow on traditional Chinese medicine in the kingdom. Upon hearing Zijian's words, Grandpa Chen shook his head again and chuckled. Most people only care about the present moment. How many are genuinely concerned about the country and its people for the future? It has nothing to do with intelligence, it's about personal benefit. Just like in the East Edo Kingdom, they are not lacking in intelligence, but they still commit unforgivable acts like discharging nuclear wastewater, posing a survival crisis for themselves and the world. They know the consequences, prioritize immediate gains over long-term considerations. The same goes for the Yi family in this matter. When Grandpa Chen reached this point, he fell silent for a few seconds, then continued, of course, nothing is absolute. Perhaps there are individuals who, like you, wish to stop such events, but how many people truly possess the power to bring down the Yi family? Facing Master Chen's words, and the last question, Zijia really had nothing to say. Not to mention others, even Zijia himself had to admit that he didn't have the strength to contend with the Yi family. Even though Zijia currently held the position as the overlord of Tian High City, he still couldn't compete with the massive force that the Yi family possessed. If Zijia couldn't do it, how could others? And if that was the case, the Yi family's current power and status could be easily explained. If all our speculations are correct, then your situation may not be too good in the future. Master Chen turned his head slowly to look at Zijia, a hint of worrying flashing in his eyes. Since he had met Zijia 2 days ago, he couldn't claim to understand Zijia completely, but he could confirm that Zijia was definitely not the type to seek fame and fortune, nor did he harbor any ambitions of becoming superior to others. He knew very well that Zijia simply wanted a peaceful, stable, and harmonious life, free from trivialities. Yet, One thing after another kept preventing Zichia from settling down. Perhaps it was true that destiny would push you forward, whether you were willing or not. Everyone had their own destiny, and Zichia was no exception. The tallest trees are the ones the wind will break. Being outstanding like you will surely attract jealousy. Without the protection of a strong family, there will always be people targeting you. The only one in Long Kingdom who can provide you with protection is the Yi family, but you don't want to dirty your hands with them, so in the current situation, you not only lost protection, but also potentially gained a powerful enemy. Master Chen shook his head and sighed. If all our speculations turn out to be true, then since the Yi family wants to dominate, they will never allow a top physician like you to exist outside of their influence in the traditional Chinese medicine circle. Thus, their plan to have complete control of the TCM circle will be jeopardized if you remain. After listening to Master Chen's analysis, Zichia nodded. I understand. However, hasn't Chen Hemming also not joined? Have you seen Chen Hemming go to the capital to practice medicine? At most, he travels to neighboring cities, spending the majority of his time in our small Tianhai city, right? With these words from Master Chen, Zichia fell into silence. This was indeed the truth. It served as a wake-up call for Zichia, making him realize that Chen Hemming probably knew a lot about the Yi family. It seemed that he needed to personally visit Chen Hemming before making any decisions. Perhaps the Yi family will try to suppress you in the TCM circle, so you may not be able to practice medicine anymore. But if that's the case, we can always withdraw from the TCM circle. However, I'm concerned that they might eliminate any future trouble. Master Chen sighed deeply. He knew that Zichia didn't care about fame or wealth, so if the Yi family targeted Zichia in those areas, he had no reason to worry. But with Zichian's exceptional medical skills, given enough time, he could potentially create a new school of medicine within the TCM world, possibly establishing a new medical family. The Yi family would never allow such a thing to happen, hence they might resort to extreme measures against Zichia. If they try to force me to submit using such methods, they are delusional. Cold determination appeared in Zichian's eyes. Even if there was a risk of the Yi family taking extreme actions against him, he would never compromise his principles and align with the Yi family. Everyone had their limits, and this was Zichian's limit. Besides his personal principles, as a physician, he also had his ethical boundaries. Then you must prepare in advance. As for how to prepare, you know better than this old man. After a moment of silence, Master Chen nodded. Even though everyone thought it was the correct and popular choice for Zichia to join the Yi family, Master Chen didn't want to impose his thoughts on Zichia. I understand. Zichia frowned and nodded. Since he had decided not to compromise with the Yi family, he needed to prepare for their possible actions against him. Fortunately, before going to the capital, he had made many arrangements, so if any issues arose, he wouldn't be left stranded. Grandfather, did you already realize the true purpose of the Yi family? After sipping his tea, Zichia looked at Master Chen and asked, "Haha, I'm not that capable. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have guessed that the matter concerning the Yi family would be so complicated." Hearing Master Chen's response, Zichia felt somewhat helpless. Ultimately, it was because he had high hopes for Master Chen, whom he deemed to be the most insightful and astute among all the people he had encountered. Even though the other elderly gentlemen like Master Lu, Master Wong, and even Zhou Wenyuan were of similar age to Master Chen, in Zichian's mind, their combined wisdom didn't compare to half of Master Chen's. In Zichian's heart, Master Chen had become a beacon of guidance. Thus, when Master Chen couldn't provide the answers Zichia sought, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. "Grandfather, let's set that matter aside for now. Actually, I have some questions I want to ask you." Zichia picked up his teacup but then set it back down. "Please go ahead." Master Chen nodded gently. 2 years ago, in what condition did I arrive in Tianhai City? And how did we meet? Also, when you first saw me, was I alone?" Zichia asked Master Chen earnestly. He had never inquired about these matters before because he just needed to know that Master Chen would not harm him, hence these details weren't crucial. But now, with his current predicament and the recent conversation with the middle-aged man, Zichia had become particularly curious about his past. At that time, Chen Raku was waiting in line to pay. Suddenly, she saw a group of people in a panic, rushing Zichia into the emergency room. When the doctor urged the patient's family to pay, they discovered that not only did Zichia not have any family members present, he didn't even have any friends. Furthermore, Zichia had nothing on him besides the clothes on his back. His phone, identification, and other belongings were all missing. In the words of old Chen, Zichia seemed to have appeared out of thin air in Tianhai City, with no one recognizing him or coming to visit him. Zichia was in critical condition at that moment, but the hospital operated on a principle of no payment, no treatment. When Chen Raku and old Chen learned of this, they immediately paid for Zichia's treatment, and was he safe. Zichia clenched his fists slightly, knowing that this kind of situation was not uncommon. Hospitals should be places for healing and saving lives, but many hospitals indeed practice the policy of not treating patients without payment. Even when the patient's families knelt down and begged, these hospitals would coldly watch, letting the patient slowly deteriorate. Zichia felt sorrowful about this situation, but he also knew he had no authority to condemn or blame anyone. This was why when discussing future plans with Wang Tanhai and Lynn, he set rules that seemed unreasonable to the latter two. Zichia believed he couldn't change others, but he could change himself and the industries under him. It's quite funny, Zichia began. After that incident, Raku cut off all cooperation with that hospital. She didn't want to associate with a hospital that turned a blind eye to those in need. However, the consequence of doing so was that it further worse than the already bankrupt Chen's company, old Chen added. Zichia nodded in understanding. He knew Chen Raku's character well. She had an almost obsessive determination to develop the Chen group, which was her biggest flaw. But aside from that, her character was not bad, something Zichia knew well. So, someone made an emergency call, which led to them taking me away, right? Zichia looked at old Chen and asked softly. Yes, that's right. Old Chen nodded. Zichia furrowed his brow slightly, feeling that old Chen might not be telling him the whole truth. He wasn't sure if it was just his perception, but the feeling was strong in his heart. So what happened after that? Zichia paused and asked. Was I successfully treated? Yes, you received treatment later, old Chen confirmed, but you were in a coma for several days, and I happened to be at the hospital, so I took care of you for a few days since Raku was busy. After listening to old Chen's recounting, Zichia nodded lightly. He was aware of the events that followed and didn't need old Chen to elaborate further, but he was uncertain about the conversations he might have had with old Chen during his first waking moments, or if any of Zichia's friends had visited during that time. He trusted old Chen not to deceive him or harm him, but he couldn't shake the feeling that old Chen hadn't disclosed everything. Grandpa, when I was with the Chen family before, I didn't interact with many people and didn't experience much. Under these circumstances, whether my memory comes back or not won't impact much, and I won't dwell on it, Zichia explained. That the current situation demands clarity because I can't even tell enemies from friends. So, if you know anything about my past, please tell me to help me recover my memory quickly. Old Chen shook his head lightly. I understand your intention, but I only know so much. Zichia touched his cup, realizing the tea had gone cold. Old Chen subconsciously pretended to drink tea, blowing on it after each sip. Zichia observed old Chen for a moment and let out a soft sigh, choosing not to press further. He couldn't treat old Chen the way he would treat others who were untruthful or unwilling to share. Zichia held great respect for old Chen, and that came above all else. Old Master Chen walked outside with firm steps. Zichia, feeling puzzled, followed in old Master Chen's footsteps. Silly child, how could I give you any direction? In fact, there are many things that you see farther than I do and handle better. If I casually give you directions, I would just be imposing my thoughts on you. And this idea would form a cage, trapping your thoughts in that cage and bringing you restrictions. But in my heart, I do not want to impose any restrictions on you. As old Master Chen spoke, he led Zichia to a small vegetable garden next to the courtyard. The small vegetable garden was not large, but it was planted with several seasonal vegetables. Last time Zichia was here, these vegetables had just grown small fruits. In just a few days, they had grown significantly. After all, these seasonal vegetables were growing in the right climate and environment, so it was natural for them to grow quickly. When you came last time, these zucchinis were just as big as your fingers. Old Master Chen spoke as he inspected the zucchinis. Perhaps you would say you are not afraid of being influenced by my thoughts, but sometimes you may not even realize it yourself. And by the time you do realize it, it may be too late. Old Master Chen's words puzzled Zichia even more. Look at this. When you left last time, I tied a string around this one. Old Master Chen gently picked up a small gourd. While the other zucchinis were growing nicely, the one in the middle with the string tied around it was growing smaller at both ends. Even after untying the string, it maintained that shape. I gave them the same amount of water, fertilizer, and sunlight angle, but just because I placed a restriction on it, it hasn't grown as well as the other zucchinis. Old Master Chen looked meaningfully at Zichia as he spoke. Zichia remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Grandfather, I think what you're saying is not right. The growth of any entity cannot escape interference from others, but interference can be good or bad. Bad interference can lead to deformities, while good interference can help it grow better. Chen respectfully nodded at Ziqian's words. That is true as well, but who can be certain that their interference is always the right way? Zichia was left speechless. I have been a shopkeeper for a long time, and do not fully understand everything outside, including many of the things you mentioned and the matters at the Yi family. I only know a bit from you. In such cases where my understanding is not comprehensive, giving you advice based on my judgment would likely be wrong. Old Master Chen's words left Zichia unable to refute. So, don't trust me too much, and don't trust others too much either. Following your own heart will never lead you astray. Old Master Chen reached out and patted Ziqian's shoulder gently. Zichia stood still, lost in thought for a long time. In the end, he nodded. He had figured out many things, but he still saw Old Master Chen as a guiding light. Although Old Master Chen had not given him substantial advice on any particular matter, the way Old Master Chen taught him about growth had indeed been very beneficial. Grandfather, I understand. After pondering for a while, Ziqian nodded firmly. Understanding is good. Old Master Chen smiled and said, sometimes, I don't want you to be too righteous. Ziqian raised an eyebrow at his words but kept silent. We all know that being moral and just, and holding good intentions are important qualities. But few are aware that in this world, there are actually two systems of education. Old Master Chen sat down at a small table in the courtyard as he spoke. One is for the lower class, known as external knowledge, which teaches morals, fairness, and justice, producing sheep. Then there is one for the upper class, called internal knowledge, which teaches mindset and strategies, producing shepherds. Ziqian naturally understood Old Master Chen's viewpoint. The education and values instilled in the children of the wealthy and powerful differed greatly from those of ordinary people. The goal for most ordinary families is to excel in studies, find a good job after graduation, and become part of the social elite to secure a good income. But for wealthy capitalists, their children are raised to manage those so-called elites. In essence, most people strive their whole lives to work for others, while a tiny minority are born to have others work for them. From the moment of birth, their destinies diverge, leading to vastly different educational paths and goals. Ziqian did not understand why Old Master Chen suddenly brought up this topic in their conversation. Tianer, think about this. Old Master Chen turned his head with a smile as he asked Ziqian a question. At that moment, Ziqian suddenly realized something. Yes. Ziqian chuckled self-deprecatingly. It had been said since ancient times that good would triumph over evil. But was that really the case? When one side upheld justice and refused to resort to despicable means, while the other side was ruthless and would do anything to win, how could righteousness prevail? Even in a situation where both sides had equal strength, if one side played by the rules while the other had no qualms about using weapons, how could the side upholding justice win? Perhaps the saying that good triumphs over evil was simply a tool used by shepherds to control their flock. I'm not asking you to become a bad person, Old Master Chen said. I just want to say that while it's good to be kind and just, everything should be done in moderation. Once you go too far, you'll be at the mercy of others. Old Master Chen shook his head gently, knowing that while Ziqian ever proclaimed himself as just, he always held on to his sense of justice deep within. With such a gentle and compassionate nature, Ziqian was bound to suffer greatly when faced with groups that boasted about justice but were actually hypocritical. Grandfather, I understand. After taking a deep breath, Ziqian nodded again. The conversation today had indeed changed many of Ziqian's thoughts and made him realize some of his own issues. After this talk, Ziqian's mindset would definitely undergo more growth and development. One day passed. At 5 o'clock in the evening, in the office of the chairman of the Lu Corporation, Lu Jianlin finished his work for the day and was preparing to leave when his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Lu Jianlin's brows furrowed. Yi Wenchen, the name Yi always made Lu Jianlin anxious, and the name Yi Wenchen was even more frightening to him. Lu Jianlin held his phone like a hot potato. Initially, he had thought he could delay things for now, waiting for Ziqia to arrange the next steps, but now, before Lu Jianlin could wait for Ziqian's instructions, Yi Wenchen had called. This could only mean that the Yi family was deeply concerned about inviting Ziqia to join the matter and were determined to succeed. I really am speechless. Can't you be the first to go meet Ziqia? Lu Jianlin muttered to himself, but he had no choice but to pick up the phone reluctantly. Hello, Mr. Yi. Lu Jianlin greeted with a smile as soon as the call connected. Unfortunately, when it came to the Yi family, whether it was him, Lu Jianlin, or even Lu's father, one had to maintain a respectful and courteous attitude. Many people considered it an honor just to have a conversation with the Yi family. Mr. Lu, how are things progressing? Yi Wenchen got straight to the point, not wasting any words. After all, if it weren't for Ziqia, Lu Jianlin wouldn't have had the qualification to make repeated proactive calls. Mr. Yi, it's proving to be difficult, Lu Jianlin replied with a diplomatic tone, intending to delay things as much as possible. However, upon hearing Lu Jianlin's response, Yi Wenchen let out a meaningful chuckle. So, it hasn't worked out then? Yi Wenchen asked casually. Mr. Yi, this situation is quite challenging because, after all, Ziqia, Lu Jianlin started, trying to provide an explanation, but Yi Wenchen cut him off. I'm not interested in hearing your reasons and excuses. I only want results. Just like when organizing the medical conference, I only want results. As for the difficulties you encounter, you need to overcome them yourselves. If you can't, then I'll find someone else, Yi Wenchen said with a hint of impatience. Lu Jianlin's scalp began to tingle, and even his heartbeat increased. People who interacted with wealthy individuals like Yi Wenchen often found them polite and sophisticated. However, Lu Jianlin understood that their demeanor changed drastically, and their interests were touched, or if something displeased them. Yi Wenchen's clear threat towards him now was evidence of that. If I'm not clear enough, Yi Wenchen didn't wait for Lu Jianlin to respond and continued. What I mean is, the Yi family needs obedient and capable individuals, internally as well. We follow the law of the jungle, and if you can't meet the expectations, you will have to vacate your position. Yi Wenchen's demeanor was significantly different from their last conversation. Previously he had been friendly seeking Lu Jianlin's help, but now, since Lu Jianlin didn't give the desired answer, Yi Wenchen didn't bother to mask his true intentions. Mr. Yi. Lu Jianlin tried to explain, but was interrupted by Yi Wenchen's words. The Lu family is now the undisputed leader in Tianhai City, but I want you to understand that position was granted by my Yi family, not by others or Ziqia. Even his title as the national champion is from my Yi family, Yi Wenchen said emphatically. Lu Jianlin was sweating profusely by now. I can uplift you, and at the same time, I can bring you down, Yi Wenchen threatened, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Mr. Yi, please calm down. Lu Jianlin gritted his teeth. I'm not angry. Why calm down? I'm just stating the facts. If you doubt me, I can show you, Yi Wenchen said. Lu Jianlin nodded profusely, drenched in sweat. If the Yi family decided to take action against someone, nobody could resist. Therefore, he dared not distrust them. Better you believe it. I'll give you more time. Tomorrow morning, I hope to hear good news from you. If not, you can try. Yi Wenchen trailed off, then hung up without waiting for Lu Jianlin to reply. Damn it! Lu Jianlin was furious, slamming his phone hard on the table, shattering the screen instantly. Who does the Yi family think they are, bullying people level just because of their power? Lu Jianlin was seething with anger, wishing to confront Yi Wenchen and slap him, but he knew it was impossible. With the Yi family's backing, not even John Dingnan, a prominent figure in Tianhai City, would dare to challenge Yi Wenchen. After fuming for a while, Lu Jianlin forced himself to calm down. Anger would not solve anything. Yi Wenchen had given him an ultimatum, and if they couldn't satisfy the Yi family, things would get tough for the Lu family. However, whether to join the Yi family was entirely up to Ziqia. Lu Jianlin couldn't interfere with that decision. Unable to make decisions for Ziqia, Lu Jianlin had to inform him of the current situation. With that in mind, Lu Jianlin took out a spare phone and dialed Ziqian's number. At the lakeside villa, Ziqia had just returned not long ago. He had spent a considerable amount of time at the Chen family's residence, even having lunch there and sharing tea with Chen Lao. After leaving Chen's residence, Zitia hadn't returned immediately, but went to handle some matters in Zhao's town. He had encountered a mysterious middle-aged man on the plane who had inquired about Ziqian's background, to which Zitia had lied. Despite thinking the man wasn't a threat based on available information, Zitia remained cautious until he confirmed the man's identity. Hence, he had made arrangements in Zhao's town. Though it might be futile, it was better than doing nothing. His delay had caused him to return to the lakeside villa near dusk. Zitia had barely sat down in the living room, pouring a glass of water he hadn't touched yet, when Lu Jianlin called urgently. "Mr. Z, I have something urgent to tell you." Lu Jianlin's voice was filled with urgency. At this point, he just wanted to inform Zitia and hear his response. "What's the matter?" Zitia nodded lightly. "Just now, Yuanchen called me again." Upon hearing this from Lu Jianlin, Ziqian's heart sank, and he hurriedly asked, "What did he say?" "He said." Lu Jianlin sighed lightly, then proceeded to tell Zitia everything about his conversation with Yuanchen, not leaving out a single detail. After listening to it all, a deep cold smile appeared in Ziqian's eyes. This is employing diplomacy before resorting to force. Previously, Yuanchen warmly invited Zitia and even politely asked Lu Jianlin for help. But now, seeing that their goal was not being achieved, they finally couldn't sit still and lifted their hypocritical masks. Perhaps threatening Lu Jianlin was just the beginning. If Zitia still didn't agree, then their next step would be to threaten Zitia directly, right? So, Yuanchen's call to Lu Jianlin today was not just a threat to the Lu family, it was mainly a wake-up call for Zitia. "Mr. Z, I didn't expect the Yi family to be so domineering and overbearing. Isn't the decision for athletes to join the Yi family voluntary? What right do they have to force athletes to join?" Lu Jianlin used to have a favorable impression of the Yi family and had hoped to follow in their footsteps to develop traditional Chinese medicine in Longguo and also profit greatly. However, the phone call from Yuanchen today significantly tarnished Lu Jianlin's impression of the Yi family. Nevertheless, Lu Jianlin also understood that the Yi family's power was formidable and they didn't care what others thought of them. Hehe. Zitia shook his head with a light smile. Yuanchen, and the entire Yi family, were just a bunch of hypocrites. He also said that whether it's the position of the Lu family's giant or your champion title, they were all given by the Yi family and can be taken away at any time. I truly didn't expect a prestigious family like the Yi family to say such things. Lu Jianlin felt truly disappointed. He had previously considered the Yi family as a benchmark and had tried to lead the Lu family in the direction of the Yi family. However, after receiving Yuanchen's threatening call today, his thoughts underwent significant changes. "Don't worry too much." Zitia shook his head slightly. "So, Mr. Z, what should we do?" Yuanchen is certainly not just making idle threats. His next step. Lu Jianlin said this with concern. "I will contact him shortly. Next time he calls you, let him come and see me instead." Zitia shook his head slightly, wanting to try talking with Yuanchen to clarify some things. "All right, understood." After a 2-second silence, Lu Jianlin finally nodded. In the end, it was Zitia who was directly involved in this matter, so the decision-making process rested entirely on Ziqian's thoughts. Even though Lu Jianlin had a good relationship with Zitia, he knew he couldn't interfere too much. After hanging up the phone, Zitia held a teacup with one hand and quickly pondered some ideas. Originally, he had wanted to drag out this matter as much as possible and ideally have the Yi family give up on their own. However, Yuanchen's threatening phone call to Lu Jianlin today made Zitia realize that they couldn't delay any longer. The Yi family also definitely wouldn't get up. This also indicated that many of Ziqian's previous speculations were correct. The Yi family wouldn't allow a medical genius like Zitia to establish themselves independently. And now, since the Yi family was no longer pretending, it was time to bring many things to light. After contemplating for a long time, Zitia picked up his phone and proactively called Yuanchen. "Zitia, what's up?" The phone connected, and Yuanchen's voice, filled with a smile, resonated. He had just threatened Lu Jianlin, and at this point, Zitia hadn't completely torn off the mask yet. But Yuanchen was feeling quite pleased at the moment. He knew that his threat to Lu Jianlin would surely have an effect. Just as he had finished threatening Lu Jianlin, Zitia took the initiative to call him. "Mr. Yi, Lu Jianlin just called me." Zitia didn't beat around the bush. In situations where everyone knew the truth, there was no need to hide or cover up. "Ha ha. Is that so? I also contacted Lu Jianlin just now, hoping he could help persuade you, Yu Wenchen said, but to be honest, I'm a bit dissatisfied with their ability to handle things, so I hope you'll understand. At this point, Yu Wenchen still wore the last layer of his hypocritical mask in front of Ziqian. Mr. Yi, this is actually something between me and the Yi family, and it doesn't have much to do with them. And whatever I decide to do, they won't be able to persuade me, Ziqian replied, touching his nose. Yu Wenchen didn't interrupt, but his eyes revealed a meaningful cold smile. He could sense that Ziqian meant that this was a private matter between him and the Yi family, and he didn't want it to affect others, especially the Lu family. However, Yu Wenchen, of course, wouldn't let Ziqian have his way. The more Ziqian cared about something, the more he would target that area. Only in this way could he force Ziqian to make a decision. Yu Wenchen now understood that trying to convince Ziqian to join the Yi family through goodwill and compromise was impossible. Since that was the case, he had to resort to some means. Ziqian, once I handle my affairs, I will seriously consider joining the Yi family. Before that, I hope Mr. Yi can give me some time. Ziqian's response was quite straightforward. It essentially meant, do not disturb me or anyone around me until I make a decision. But obviously, Yu Wenchen was very dissatisfied with Ziqian's answer. Ziqian, we are all adults, so there's no need to beat around the bush. How about this? Let's be frank with each other, and I hope you can be honest with me. Yu Wenchen paused before saying, I think that perhaps the reason you are reluctant to join the Yi family is due to some misunderstandings about the Yi family. I believe that when there are misunderstandings between parties, it's best to communicate and resolve them promptly. That's the wisest choice. So, let's talk openly today. How about it? Yu Wenchen's words were sincere, as if he truly wanted to have an honest conversation with Ziqian. Sure. I'll go first. Ziqian nodded lightly. Please speak. I'm listening attentively, Yu Wenchen promptly replied. From what I know, at every medical skills competition, the Yi family recruits outstanding athletes to join them. But according to my understanding, once those athletes join the Yi family, they disappear completely. Where do they go after joining the Yi family? Ziqian squinted slightly as he asked this question. Haha. Ziqian, does this matter have any great significance to you joining the Yi family? Yu Wenchen didn't answer Ziqian's question, posed a rhetorical question instead. It matters. Ziqian replied simply with 3 words. Yu Wenchen fell silent, and Ziqian remained silent as well, waiting. Several seconds later, Yu Wenchen sighed. If it's because of this matter that made you repeatedly refuse the Yi family, then it's really a big misunderstanding. My grandfather should have told you, our Yi family is working on a major event, something that could potentially change the fate of all humanity. And this is also the Yi family's biggest secret. Within the Yi family, only a few people know about it, and others shouldn't even think about knowing half a word. But since you've asked, I'll tell you. All the selected candidates we've recruited are in a closed place, researching that major event together, including you. If you join, you will also become one of them. Hearing this, Ziqian's eyebrows furrowed slightly, not expecting that his casual question would lead to such a discovery. He had originally thought that the so-called major event mentioned by Grandpa Yi was just about collecting all the medical geniuses to use for their own goal of dominance. Now it seemed that Ziqian's previous thoughts were too simplistic. Bringing these medical geniuses into the Yi family was just the first step. And the so-called major event mentioned by Grandpa Yi was what these medical practitioners would research after joining the Yi family. At this moment, Ziqian felt the situation becoming more and more bewildering. He couldn't imagine how enormous secrets the Yi family was hiding beneath its noble facade. Is there anything else you want to know? This matter has been dragging on for several days. Today, let's speak frankly. Yu Wenchen urged when Ziqian remained silent. What are they researching? Ziqian asked softly. Hehe. Yu Wenchen chuckled at his words. I want to be candid with you, but there are indeed things that cannot be said. I hope you can understand this. Before joining the Yi family's medical team, you cannot know about this matter. Yu Wenchen's refusal was firm. Since this matter was the Yi family's biggest secret, it was out of the question to casually let outsiders know. He had already given Ziqian a lot of information, which was already quite generous. Of course, if you are willing to join, then as far as you are concerned, there will be no secrets in the Yi family for you. You can know everything about the Yi family. Even things that other medical practitioners have no right to know, you will also be able to know. Yu Wenchen's intention was straightforward. After Zichia joined the Yi family, although he was also a member of the medical team, his status would be completely different from others. Zichia might even enter the core ranks of the Yi family. I understand. Zichia didn't ask further, knowing that Yi Wenchen had said enough. Is there anything else you are unsure about or misunderstand about the Yi family? Yi Wenchen asked with a smile. Not right now. Zichia shook his head. In fact, after asking this question, he was even more puzzled. But these doubts were not something he could share with Yi Wenchen. Since you have no more questions, let me reiterate the conditions the Yi family is offering you. Yi Wenchen cleared his throat and continued. First of all, rest assured that what the Yi family's medical team is researching is definitely an endeavor to promote the progress of all humanity. Every member of the Yi family, including every member of the medical team, takes great pride and honor in this matter. Yi Wenchen spoke earnestly, but to Zichia, it felt somewhat like brainwashing by some pyramid scheme organization. Moreover, according to regulations, members joining the Yi family's medical team must be under the control and arrangement of the Yi family. Though we know you dislike being restrained, so I can promise you that after joining, you can come and go freely without being bound by any rules or restrictions on your actions. You don't have to adhere to those rules either. Yi Wenchen chuckled and continued. You are a smart person, so you should know that in this world, the rules are made by the strong for the weak to follow, and you naturally belong to the ranks of the strong. I sincerely hope that you can become outstanding in the Yi family's medical team, and even enter the core circle of my Yi family, so we can work together to revive the glorious reputation of traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Wenchen spoke earnestly and with great anticipation when mentioning this matter. Zichia didn't rush to speak but waited quietly for Yi Wenchen's next words. Of course, besides these, we can offer you more. This includes all the medical resources of the Yi family, rare medicinal herbs in the medicine warehouse, as well as the existing achievements and research results in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. All these can be provided to you freely. Even my Yi family has some ancient medical traditions and long-lost secret techniques in traditional Chinese medicine. If you need them, they can also be made available for you to view. Yi Wenchen laid out his chips one by one, and all these things he mentioned were indeed sincere offerings. It was likely that anyone would be deeply moved by these offers. If you don't trust me, I can write down all these promises on paper. Apart from these, if you had any other requirements, feel free to speak up. I believe with the capabilities of the Yi family, most of your demands won't be too difficult to fulfill. After listing the chips he was offering, Yi Wenchen proactively asked Zichia again. Every word he said showed a great deal of sincerity. Of course, one more thing. The Yi family has some standing in the capital city, the traditional Chinese medicine circle of the Dragon Kingdom, and even throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Many people are willing to give my Yi family face, so if you can become a member of the Yi family, then the Yi family can provide you with some protection. Whether it's domestic enemies or foreign towers, before they think of laying a hand on you, they have to consider the strength of the Yi family. After pondering for a few seconds, Yi Wenchen added this statement. Zichia understood his meaning. Last time he called Zichia, he mentioned that the Eastern Wealth Consortium might be targeting Zichia. Now, by saying this, it meant that as long as Zichia joined the Yi family would take care of the matter with the Eastern Wealth Consortium on Zichia's behalf. But if Zichia still refused to join, then the outcome was uncertain concerning the Eastern Wealth Consortium and other enemies. So now Zichia had two choices before him. Either join the Yi family, receive the Yi family's protection, and no one would dare to harm him, or refuse the Yi family, leading to potentially being targeted by those enemies and the Eastern Wealth Consortium, with the Yi family becoming an additional adversary for Zichia. How should this be chosen? I'm afraid even a fool would know how to choose. Zichia, I really don't understand what you're hesitating about, Yi Wenchen said with a slight frown as Zichia remained silent. As the leading medical family in the Dragon Kingdom, the Yi family had never extended such sincere invitations multiple times to anyone before. Zichia was the first person to make Yi family lower their status and invite actively. However, Zichia's attitude was dissatisfactory to Yi Wenchen. I'm not hesitating. It's just that everyone has their own thoughts and the path they want to take. If Mr. Yi insists on an answer, then I can only say that my aspirations do not lie here. With a slight shake of his head, Zichia had already given his answer. Yi Wenchen narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists, and his breath grew heavier. He had already lowered his status and offered Zichia so many chips. yet Ziqia still rejected him. Even Yuanchen, who usually concealed his emotions and temper well, couldn't hold back the anger in his heart at this moment. But Yuanchen tried to adjust his breathing and forcibly suppress the surging anger in his heart. You don't have to rush to make a decision. Think carefully about the conditions I offered you today. You can even consult your friends to see if your family's conditions are sincere. Then, I hope you can give me an answer by tomorrow morning. All right? Yuanchen put on a smile, giving Ziqia a way out and some buffer for the situation. Okay, Ziqia nodded in agreement. All right, I'll wait for your good news. If you have any doubts or new conditions that come up during your consideration, feel free to contact me. Yuanchen smiled and then hung up the phone. His smile on the surface concealed his true feelings and thoughts, known only to himself. Ziqia felt a great pressure after putting down his phone. The conversation with Yuanchen today was seemingly offering various conditions on the surface, but there was an underlying threat in his words. What did this mean? It meant that Ziqian's initial idea of peacefully resolving matters with the Yi family was no longer possible. Ziqian's first thought was not to interfere in the Yi family's affairs, and the Yi family should not disrupt his life. But now, the Yi family made it clear that they wanted Ziqia to join them, and if he didn't, they would not let it go easily. What to do in this situation? Ziqia had originally made a decision about this matter, but now he had to reconsider it seriously. Plus, ding ding. Just then, a car horn sounded outside. Chen Hemming stepped out of the car after the door opened. Ziqia had called Chen Hemming during his return to the villa to arrange a meeting. The reason was because Ziqia had discovered some things while talking with old man Chen, so now he wanted to personally confirm it with Chen Hemming. However, he didn't expect Chen Hemming to arrive so quickly. Mr. Z. The two greeted each other, with Chen Hemming showing respect. They had known each other for a while, ever since they first met at the Lu family that day. Since then, Chen Hemming had addressed Ziqia as master, and now he always referred to Ziqia as Mr. Z. Please sit. Ziqia invited Chen Hemming in and gestured for him to sit down. Mr. Z, could you tell me why you asked to see me? I'm feeling a bit uncertain inside. Chen Hemming scratched his head. Known as the renowned medical saint, he could remain calm in front of countless big figures. However, in front of Ziqia, he seemed restrained, like a child in front of an adult. Ziqia did not speak but calmly poured a glass of water and handed it to Chen Hemming. When people lie, they subconsciously make small movements to cover up their nervousness. Ziqia was creating conditions for Chen Hemming to make those small movements. You lied to me before. You know more about the Yi family than I expected. Ziqia sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, getting straight to the point. What aspect would Mr. Z like me to discuss? In response to Ziqian's words, Chen Hemming showed no signs of nervousness, as if he had anticipated Ziqian's approach. It was normal. Ziqia had not been in contact with the Yi family before, so he naturally lacked an understanding of them. But after engaging with the Yi family for several days now, he had gained a deeper understanding of them. You want me to speak, right? Ziqian's tone became a bit impatient. Chen Hemming knew a lot of things, yet deliberately concealed them from Ziqia, which made Ziqia very unhappy. Mr. Z, I don't know what you want to ask, so. Before Chen Hemming could finish speaking, Ziqia interrupted him. You've known all along that the Yi family isn't as selfless as they appear. You know that the Yi family wears a mask, and you didn't want to work with them. That's why you've never participated in the medical skills competition. And when you practice medicine, you only operate in the Tian High City and surrounding areas, never venturing too far and never entering the medical circle of the capital. Is that correct? Ziqia didn't bother guessing and presented these points directly. You're half right. Chen Hemming nodded lightly. What parts are right? Ziqia immediately followed up with a question. The Yi family indeed isn't as upright as they seem, and I genuinely don't wish to work with them. Upon hearing this, Ziqia felt an instant surge of anger. I told you that you knew. Since you knew all these things, why didn't you tell me before and let me guess and wonder? Are you playing me? Ziqia, recalling his conflicted feelings from the last few days, couldn't help but feel the urge to explode. I wouldn't dare. I just didn't want my thoughts to influence your judgment on this matter. Chen Hemming's words left Ziqia feeling a bit speechless, as they coincided with the sentiments expressed by old man Chen, bearing the same meaning. You could have kept silent, but since you knew these things, when I asked you whether I should join the Yi family or not, you should have advised me against it. Upon hearing this, Chen Hemming shook his head. I didn't know how you would choose. Perhaps your thoughts align with those of the Yi family. Given your exceptional medical skills, joining the Yi family will undoubtedly elevate your position significantly, just as some people can see something is off but still choose to cooperate with the Yi family. Hearing this, Zichia fell into silence. It was indeed a factual situation. The same event could be viewed differently by different people. Before knowing Ziqian's perspective, Chen Heming had given advice rashly, which was indeed inappropriate. All right, I'll let it go for now. Ziqia frowned. But you said I was only half right. What does that mean? The reason I don't participate in the medical skills competition is connected to my master. As Chen Heming uttered these words, Ziqia immediately became interested. Is it related to your master? Yes. Ziqia was not unfamiliar with Chen Heming's master. According to Chen Heming's initial explanation, his master was Ziqian's disciple. However, Ziqia couldn't recall anything about this disciple whose name he didn't even know. My master told me before that he had a grudge against the Yi family. Although he didn't ask me not to associate with the Yi family, as the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. My master's enemy is naturally my enemy. So, I never dealt with the Yi family, and I also set a rule for my disciples that they are not allowed to participate in the medical congress organized by the Yi family. After listening to Chen Heming, Ziqian nodded lightly. He had not thought that Chen Heming kept his distance from the Yi family for this reason. No wonder Chen Heming had publicly stated that he would not participate in the medical congress, and his disciples would not participate either. So, what is the grudge between your master and the Yi family? Ziqia was quite curious about this matter. I'm not sure. My master only mentioned once that he had a grudge against the Yi family. But he didn't elaborate on the specific grudge, only commanded me not to get involved. Therefore, over the years, I have not had any conflicts with the Yi family, but I also do not engage with them. After hearing Chen Heming's words, Ziqia nodded again. In fact, Ziqia had a somewhat biased personality. If he had known in advance that his disciple had a major grudge against the Yi family, even if he wanted to join the Yi family, he would have chosen to refuse without hesitation. After all, if he were to become friends with his disciple's enemy, where would that leave his disciple? So Chen Heming's earlier silence was actually well-intentioned. He did not want this matter to affect Ziqian's decisions or future. Everyone understands that in the current environment of the Lunguo traditional Chinese medicine circle, joining the Yi family is the wisest and most promising choice. Are you foolish? Although I still can't remember who your master is, since you have become my disciple, we are of the same kind. And it also means that my approval of him translates to me considering his friends as my friends and his enemies as my enemies. With this declaration from Ziqia, Chen Heming clenched his teeth slightly, and his eyes suddenly became very red. I understand. It was me who didn't think it through before. After a long silence, Chen Heming took a deep breath, thinking that if his master knew that Ziqia said all this, he would surely be deeply moved. What conditions did the Yi family offer you? Chen Heming asked curiously. Ziqia, now with some free time, recounted to Chen Heming the content of his recent conversation with Yi Wenshan. These conditions are indeed very enticing. Chen Heming couldn't help but marvel after listening. Even if Ziqia was not interested in fame and fortune, the abundant medicinal resources of the Yi family would drive countless traditional Chinese medical scholars crazy. Indeed, Ziqia nodded lightly. Even he had to admit that the conditions offered by Yi Wenshan were truly generous, especially for Ziqia, who urgently needed rare medicinal materials for medical research. The Yi family's medicinal resource storage was invaluable. Then why did you refuse? Anyway, he said he could sign an agreement with us, so there's no need to deceive us. As for us, we can just get what we want from there, and then withdraw. Chen Heming's idea was plausible. He thought Ziqia could temporarily agree to the Yi family, avoiding being targeted by them, and making use of the Yi family's medical resources for himself. When the time was right, Ziqia could later withdraw from the Yi family. However, when Chen Heming said this, Ziqia shook his head. Every member of the Yi family, from the eldest Yi Qingkang to the similar-aged Yi Shaozhe, was a clever manipulator. What Chen Heming could think of, the Yi family could also think of and would surely take preventive measures beforehand. So, that path was definitely not feasible. Once you enter the Yi family, you won't be able to leave. Even if they draw up an agreement, what good would it do? Agreements and rules are made by the strong, and the ultimate interpretation belongs to them. If in the future, the Yi family does not recognize those agreements, Then what can we do? Ziqian's question left Chen Hemming speechless, unable to find a suitable answer. In this world, rules are always made by the powerful, and the weak can only follow them. But when you think about it, would those who make the rules create rules that are disadvantageous to themselves? To resist entry into the Yi family was absolutely necessary. It might be easy to enter, but once inside, it would be difficult to escape. I understand. Chen Hemming nodded lightly, then asked quietly, but what about the threats he made to you? With the Yi family's power, they surely have the ability to act on their threats. Ziqia smiled lightly and shook his head upon hearing this. He was not afraid of threats, and deep inside, he was least afraid of them. For him, and for anyone who doesn't yield to coercion easily, threats are the least effective. If the other party speaks reasonably and accommodatingly, Ziqia might consider it, but if Yuanchen uses tough threats, it will only discuss Ziqia further. As for the consequences, that could be dealt with later. Focusing too much on the past and future is not a characteristic of a mature person. Ziqia had been in a dilemma a few days ago and didn't like that version of himself. Now, having made a decision and learning more from Chen Hemming, Ziqia was completely determined not to join the Yi family. Of course, as an adult, he had to think about all the possible consequences before making any decisions. Tomorrow, I will firmly refuse Yuanchen, Ziqia declared. Then, how do you plan to proceed after that? Chen Hemming asked softly. Ziqia did not immediately respond but pondered for a few minutes before gradually stating, what if I said I wanted to go to war with the Yi family? Hearing this, Chen Hemming was momentarily stunned, then stood up from the sofa. Grandson Chen Hemming, I am willing to accompany my master to battle. Simply put, Chen Hemming clearly expressed his attitude in one sentence. Let's not talk about how strong the Yi family is. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Ziqia looked at Chen Hemming and asked lightly. Don't just target the Yi family. If you want to poke a hole in the sky, all your descendants can do is stand by your side and praise you. Even if you can't reach the sky, your descendants will bow on the ground so you can step on my back to poke the sky. Chen Hemming and Ziqia locked eyes, and Chen Hemming earnestly said word by word. His attitude was that regardless of whether Ziqian's actions were right or wrong, he would unconditionally support Ziqia. Of course, Chen Hemming also knew that Ziqian's intelligence was not simple, and Ziqia could judge what could be done and what could not be done on his own. Please sit down, Ziqia nodded gently. He was extremely satisfied with Chen Hemming's attitude. As for his statement about going to war with the Yi family, it was not a rash decision he made. Instead, he could tell from Yuanchen's words today that if Ziqia couldn't give him a satisfactory answer tomorrow, they would definitely take action against Ziqia. Faced with oppression from the powerful, some choose to compromise and make peace, while others choose to be tough. Even if they can win, they will make the other side bleed a little. Ziqia naturally belonged to the second type of person. Therefore, it was not that he wanted to go to war with the Yi family, but if the Yi family acted against him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Tomorrow, Ziqia would clarify these points with Yuanchen. It seems you finally admit that I am your ancestor. Ziqia suddenly thought of this, looking at Chen Hemming with a half-smile. Chen Hemming was instantly speechless. When he first met Ziqia in the Lu family, he couldn't help but recognize Ziqia. However, after speaking to his master on the phone, he forcefully changed his tune, telling Ziqia that he had mistaken him for someone else. But just now, when the conversation got there, he couldn't help but address Ziqia as his ancestor. Don't worry, it's not important. I need your help now. Find the purple heart dragon flower for me. I've already sent you the picture. This medicinal herb is very important to me, and the sooner we find it, the better, Ziqia said. And Chen Hemming quickly nodded in agreement. In his mind, he was thinking about how he could involve his master in this matter. Although his master had said they couldn't acknowledge Ziqia for now, helping to find a medicinal herb shouldn't be an issue. Also, what do you think will happen if we break ties with the Yi family? Do you think we have a chance of winning? Ziqia raised his teacup and softly asked this question. I dare not make a judgment. The way I followed my master and listened to your teachings, you once said a sentence. Chen Hemming sat up straight with great seriousness. All fear stems from a lack of self-confidence in one's own strength. As long as you are strong enough, no one will trample you underfoot. Did I say that? It really makes sense. Ziqia nodded gently. Whether in healing or other matters, this sentence was very applicable. If one's medical skills were strong enough, no difficult case could stump them. And if one's own strength was great, They wouldn't easily be defeated. Just as when Zichia was at odds with the Lin family and Son Moku Ichiro, all their methods were shattered by his strength. It does make sense. Chen Hemming nodded seriously. My master and I have always followed your teachings. When can your master come to see me? Zichia immediately followed up with this question. If I can reach him, I will definitely relay your message. Chen Hemming promptly replied as if he had prepared the answer in advance. All right. Zichia didn't dwell on this matter and asked, did you find the person I asked you to investigate? Not yet. The only thing that's certain is that he is indeed someone from the palace. That the information on such individuals is strictly confidential, making the investigation challenging. Chen Hemming also found this matter quite troublesome. Although he often interacted with the upper circles, treating the bodies of high-ranking figures and building up a network of contacts, he was primarily practicing medicine in Tian High City and its surroundings. As for the capital city, where the Yi family resided, it was like a forbidden zone for Chen Hemming and other itinerant doctors. So Chen Hemming had few friends in the capital city and nobody to help him gather information. At most, he could discreetly inquire through his political connections in Tian High City. However, for individuals with extremely sensitive identities, even if someone had information, they wouldn't dare to disclose it casually. Therefore, investigating this matter was indeed very challenging. Regardless of the difficulty, we must find out. I'm giving you two tasks now. One is to find out about this person, and the other is to help me locate the purple heart dragon flower. Zichia concluded, and Chen Hemming once again nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Hemming took his leave. Watching Chen Hemming's vehicle fade into the distance, Zichia's mind was filled with numerous thoughts. However, the present Zichia was no longer as indecisive as before. He had made up his mind to reject the Yi family's invitation and was prepared to confront them openly. Now, he needed to make preparations in advance. Zichia stepped onto the observation deck, gazing out at the distant Chendao Lake lost in thought. Today, he had met with Master Chen and Chen Hemming separately. His conversation with Master Chen made him understand that kindness and justice must have limits. When a person is overly kind-hearted and faces those who are ruthless and unscrupulous, it is always the kind-hearted one who ends up getting hurt. Therefore, everything must be done in moderation, including kindness. His meeting with Chen Hemming made him realize that only when his own strength was strong enough would he not be trampled on by others. In just one day, Zichia had experienced significant mental growth, shaping his thoughts and overall mindset. Kindness with moderation was relatively easy to achieve, simply by being a bit tougher. Now, Zichia needed to consider acquiring enough strength so he wouldn't be defeated. This strength wasn't limited to medical skills. After all, facing the Yi family, the foremost medical family in the Dragon Kingdom, challenging them with medical skills alone would be suicidal. Thus, he had to approach it from a different angle. Strength, Zichia murmured, placing his hand in front of him, clenching and releasing it. The word strength was not unfamiliar to him. He had once used his strength to defeat 100 skilled guards around Son Moku Ichiro and emerge unscathed. Strength was another aspect of enhancing one's own power. After pondering for a while, Zichia turned and headed to the gym. The power of Chen. In the gym, Zichia uses exercise to feel the changes in his internal strength. He once felt a somewhat elusive power, the manifestation of which he couldn't quite explain. If one had to put it into words, it was a kind of power that was very different from the muscle strengths of the body. For example, when Zichia was doing dumbbell bench presses at the moment, he used the muscular strength all over his body to lift the dumbbells. At that time when Zichia was working out, he felt a kind of power different from muscle strength. Later, Zichia discussed this matter with Zhou Yuking's bodyguard, Lao Li. As a true martial artist, Lao Li had a much deeper understanding of this, more than Zichia. It was from Lao Li that Zichia learned about the distinction of power. The power that comes from the body's muscular system is known as external strength in martial arts. The elusive power Zichia felt, on the other hand, is called internal Che power, or simply internal strength. Many people are familiar with Fo Kigon, which is actually a manifestation of internal strength. For example, those demonstrations of breaking a big stone with one's chest could never be achieved solely through muscle strength and skeletal support. But with the addition of internal Kigon power, it could be easily done. There's a saying in the warrior circle, practice external muscles and bones, practice inner strength with one breath, which conveys this meaning. What Zichia felt before was also this kind of power. I never thought that Qigong was a real thing, Zichia muttered. At first, he didn't believe in such things because it was far beyond people's understanding of the world. In the eyes of many, the stories in martial arts novels existed only in fantasy and were not real. Zichia used to hold the same thoughts. He even once thought that the power he felt before was just his imagination. However, when he used the Qigong method to treat a patient with owls at the medical champion competition and achieved perfect results, Zichia had to believe. Including the time he single-handedly raided the estate of Sanmoku Ichiro and defeated many martial artists, Zichia fully accepted this fact. Internal strength, Qigong, these extremely mysterious and seemingly unreal things for ordinary people, or indeed real. Zichia, through his own experience, proved the authenticity of this. Now, what Zichia wanted to do was to strengthen this power. As he thought just now, there are many ways to make oneself strong, not limited to medical skills. Like when the Lynn family and Sanmoku group sent people to target Zichia, if his own strength wasn't strong enough, he might have met a tragic end long ago. And if he really faced such a situation, Zichia thought it would be unlikely to drive away the enemy with medical skills. With these mixed thoughts in his mind, Zichia then immersed himself wholeheartedly into the study of internal strength. In a comfortable environment, it's easy to feel lethargic and be unable to resist laziness, and Zichia wasn't an exception. However, when faced with a crisis, one would consciously avoid laziness and work even harder to solve the crisis. Just like everything Zichia was doing now, it was all to prepare for the upcoming crisis or potential crises. In short, being prepared to avoid disaster. Around 8 in the evening, Tianhai City, Zhou family estate, residence of Zhou Wenyuan. Inside the house were Zhou Wenyuan, Zhou Yuqing, and Zhou Yuqing's father, Zhou Jinpeng. At this moment, Zhou Yuqing pouted in dissatisfaction, while Zhou Wenyuan and Zhou Jinpeng remained silent with furrowed brows. The atmosphere in the room was tense and awkward. Yuqing, it's late. Go back and rest. After a while, Zhou Jinpeng was the first to break the silence. I won't, Zhou Yuqing insisted. This, Zhou Jinpeng was quite troubled. Zhou Yuqing had always been obedient and sensible since childhood. Despite being pampered and cherished by the family, Zhou Yuqing had never developed the arrogance of a wealthy young lady, so she rarely needed discipline from Zhou Jinpeng and the others. After Zhou Yuqing fell ill, everyone in the Zhou family only felt heartache for her and had never been able to scold her. And Zhou Yuqing had always been obedient, understanding, and cooperative, never rebellious. Now, Zhou Yuqing suddenly showed signs of rebellion, leaving Zhou Jinpeng unsure of how to handle it. If you don't agree with me, I won't leave. Zhou Yuqing turned her head away, showing an attitude of not giving up until she achieved her goal. Don't be stubborn, Zhou Wenyuan frowned. This matter is very serious. Among the entire Zhou family, Zhou Wenyuan loved Zhou Yuqing the most, even more than her own parents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent decades collecting treasures and giving them to Zichia, just to get a healthy Zhou Yuqing back. But, despite his love, there were still things that couldn't be done. Like today, when Zhou Yuqing came to them, asking the Zhou family to support Zichia. Originally, there was no problem with this matter. Their relationship with Zichia was indeed good. But Zhou Yuqing unexpectedly mentioned that Zichia might confront the Yi family in the capital. In such a situation, how could the Zhou family stand by Zichia? Grandpa, I'm not being stubborn. There are things you don't understand. Zichia is right. Zhou Yuqing shook her head. She wouldn't casually tell others about her conversation with Zichia. She just felt that if Zichia was really going to fall out with the Yi family, then the Zhou family should do something. I don't need to understand. I don't agree that Zichia is right. He is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and the Yi family is the #1 medical family in Dragon Country. With Zichian's medical skills and the Yi family's medical heritage combined, they will undoubtedly achieve many breakthroughs in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. At that time, Zichia will not only gain fame and fortune, but will also truly benefit the common people of Dragon Country. This great event, why would Zichia refuse? Zhou Wenyuan snorted. He had a good impression of Zichia before. He even publicly stated multiple times that he wanted to match Zhou Yuqing and Zichia together. Because of this, he had many arguments with the patriarch of the Lu family. His previous actions indicated that he had a high regard for Zichia, but now, regarding the matter involving the Yi family, Zhou Wenyuan couldn't understand Zichian's mindset. Yuqing, your grandfather is right. Zichia has handled all other matters well, but in this case, he is lacking in consideration. Zhou Jinpeng also nodded lightly, supporting Zhou Wenyuan's argument. How do you know that he didn't carefully consider it? Zhou Yuqing paused for a moment, then continued. How can you be sure that Xiaoshen joining the Yi family is the right choice? Isn't it? Otherwise, ask the Lu family, ask the Wong family, even ask Zhang Dingnan, ask them whether Xiaoshen should join the Yi family. Zhou Wenyuan was a bit angry, his voice raised higher as he spoke. I don't want to ask, because I know, just because most people think something is right, doesn't mean it is. Zhou Yuqing shook her head, still sticking to her own thoughts, and Zhou Wenyuan was amused by Zhou Yuqing's words. So what do you mean? Just because most people think something is right, doesn't mean it is. Are you saying that the thoughts and judgments of most people are not as good as that of an individual? I think you've been bewitched by Xiaoshen. That's why you think everything he does is right. As Zhou Wenyuan spoke, he became angrier, unable to resist reaching out his hand and slamming it onto the table. Zhou Jinpeng on the side wanted to intervene and mediate, but naturally, he didn't dare to go against Zhou Wenyuan and could only look towards Zhou Yuqing again. Yuqing, actually, I have also communicated with Lu Jian Lin and Wang Tonghai about this matter. They also do not approve of Xiaoshen's decision to refuse to join the Yi family, holding a negative attitude towards it. Not only them, but all of Xiaoshen's friends, even those unrelated to Xiaoshen, hold a negative attitude. When Zhou Jinpeng's words reached this point, they were suddenly interrupted by Zhou Yuqing waving her hand. So what? As true friends, if someone denies him, then I will affirm him twice as much, rather than just going along with others to deny him. Zhou Yuqing's tone was very firm, without a hint of hesitation. But what if he is wrong? Zhou Jinpeng furrowed his brows. If he is wrong, I will acknowledge it. Besides, I don't think he is wrong. Zhou Yuqing, who was usually very obedient, once she became firm, left Zhou Jinpeng at a loss. Fine, if you think he is right, then go support him. This is your personal matter. It has nothing to do with the Zhou family. Zhou Wenyuan also became impatient and replied with a somewhat impatient tone. I can't help him with anything, so I hope the Zhou family can. Not possible. Zhou Wenyuan immediately refused. Absolutely not possible. I think his choice is wrong, and I absolutely cannot support his wrong decision. Besides, what do you think the Yi family is doing? Forget about our old Zhou family. Even if all the families in Tianhai City were tied together, they wouldn't dare to show their teeth in front of the Yi family. What you are doing is not helping him, it's indulging him. And indulging is harming him, even making the Zhou family accompany him to his death. Zhou Wenyuan became angrier as he spoke, his palm making a loud noise as he slammed it on the table. His attitude was clear. Xiaoshen's decision to refuse to join the Yi family was wrong, and he could not support Xiaoshen's wrong decision. Even if Xiaoshen was right, if he really crossed swords with the Yi family, Zhou Wenyuan would not let the Zhou family accompany Xiaoshen to his death. Zhou Wenyuan's attitude was very resolute, and although Zhou Jinpeng did not speak, his silence also indicated his attitude. At that moment, Zhou Yuqing suddenly understood why Xiaoshen warned her not to tell others about the Yi family's affairs, and the judgments made by Xiaoshen's side about the Yi family. At that time, Zhou Yuqing didn't understand. She thought since Xiaoshen saw through the true face of the Yi family, he should let the public know, to prevent misunderstandings about Xiaoshen, even think that Xiaoshen was pretending to be noble. But now, after seeing Zhou Wenyuan and Zhou Jinpeng's attitudes, Zhou Yuqing understood something. Some things, even if said, no one would believe, so it's better not to say anything. And even if they believed, in front of the powerful and influential Yi family, no one would stand by Xiaoshen's side to support him. Faced with the formidable Yi family, not only within the Dragon Country, but probably few people would dare to confront them head-on. Even though Zhou Wenyuan had a good relationship with Xiaoshen before, even though Zhou Jinpeng had initially wanted to kneel down to thank Xiaoshen as his lifesaver, faced with the Yi family, they chose to retreat. I understand. Zhou Yuqing stood up slowly. It's good that you understand. Regarding this matter, I have only one stance. Xiaoshen should join the Yi family. If he doesn't join, then he should bear the consequences of this choice himself. The Zhou family cannot help him. Zhou Wenyuan once again made his stance clear. It's okay. The Zhou family won't support him, but I will. After Zhou Yuqing finished speaking, she turned and walked away. Stop right there. Jinpeng, during this time, she is not allowed to go anywhere. Until the matter between Xiaoshen and the Yi family is resolved, you are not allowed to see him again. Zhou Wenyuan was furious, shouting loudly at Zhou Jinpeng and Zhou Yuking. Yes, Zhou Jinpeng lowered his head and agreed. If you don't let me see him, then I will go on a hunger strike. Zhou Yuking turned around, biting her red lips tightly. Even if you starve to death, I will not let you go out. Zhou Wenyuan pointed at Zhou Yuking. He had never been so angry in front of Zhou Yuking, but he couldn't let this matter go unchecked. Zhou Yuking, these young people, didn't know the power of the Yi family. How could Zhou Wenyuan not know? If Xiaoshen really crossed swords with the Yi family, not only Xiaoshen himself, but all his close friends would be implicated. So, he would rather have Zhou Yuking hate him now, rather than allow the Yi family to clean up both Xiaoshen and their Zhou family together. Grandpa, you will regret it. You will regret your decision today. Though Zhou Yuking spoke harshly, her voice was full of grievance. I regret nothing. I'm doing this to prevent you from regretting in the future. Take her away and lock her up. She's not allowed to go anywhere without my permission. Zhou Wenyuan waved his hand irritably, and Zhou Jinpeng had to forcibly pull Zhou Yuking away. What do I regret? Not to mention whether Xiaoshen has the courage to cross swords with the Yi family. Even if he has the guts, he will definitely be suppressed beyond recovery. At that time, it will be Xiaoshen who regrets. Zhou Wenyuan snorted coldly and turned into the bedroom. A night with no words. The next day, the sun rose as usual. And today, it was the deadline for Xiaoshen to consider the Yi family's offer. What decision Xiaoshen would make, the Yi family didn't know, and neither did Lu Jianlin and the others. Though what they did know was that Xiaoshen's decision would have a significant impact on many people, and even the future changes in Tianhai City. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Xiaoshen received a call from Lu Jinya. Mr. Z, we are all at Jinshuoshenqing. We are waiting for you. Okay. Ziqie responded with a yes and then hung up the phone. After that, he picked up the car keys and headed straight to the Jingshuquancheng company. This meeting was his idea. He felt that since people like Lu Jianlin were following him, they should also be present when he made this major decision. So, today was not only a response to the Yi family, but also an explanation to Lu Jianlin and others. Jingshuquancheng company building, top floor conference room. In the meeting room, Lu Jianlin, Lu Jinyao, Wan Tonghai, the current president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association in Tianhai City, Liu Wenzhang, as well as Li Wanchen, and the current president of the Wan Business Association in Tianhai City, Zhang Wei, Lu Jianlin and Wang Tonghai, respectively representing the Lu family of Tianhai and the Wang family, as the current heads of their families, naturally were spokespeople for their respective families. Liu Wenzhang, as the current president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association in Tianhai City, had the power of life and death over the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association in Tianhai City. As for Li Wanchen, he was originally just the chairman of a small company, but in the recent events involving Zitia, Li Wanchen had shown his loyalty through practical actions, so he had been accepted by Zitia, representing those small companies. And the current president of the Want Business Association, Zhang Wei, was secretly supported by Zitia after the previous president, Wang Jiangxing, left. Since Zitia dared to support him, he naturally had means to control him, so he was also worthy of Zitian's trust. Any one of these people, in Tianhai City, was a prominent figure, and now, they all considered themselves under Zitian's command. It can be imagined how terrifying this gathering of people was, such a powerful force. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Zitia stood at the top of the pyramid in Tianhai City. I'm sorry for being late. A well-dressed man stepped in at that moment. Brother Zhang, please have a seat. Brother Zhang, do you also know Mr. Z? Some people were not unfamiliar with the newcomer. Zhang Kai, the boss behind Caesar Palace, was now the emperor of the underground world in Tianhai City, and naturally they knew him. Some of the people present, however, did not know that Zhang Kai was under Zitia. At this moment, looking at the big shots sitting around, everyone had different thoughts in their minds. They only knew Zitia was formidable before, but did not know the extent of his power. Now, seeing so many prominent figures in Tianhai City were actually under him, it was truly terrifying. Zitia seemed to have completely grasped the business district, the underground world. If a big shot from the political arena came, one could even say that Zitia was the emperor of Tianhai City. However, Everyone present was intelligent, so they understood that Ziqian must have relationships in the political arena, just that it was not appropriate to reveal them in this setting. They were amazed and admired, while Lu Jinyao felt deeply moved. She remembered the time when she asked Ziqian to treat her father's illness. Ziqian was in a low point in his life, divorced by Chen Raku and kicked out of the Chen family. Ziqian had nothing at that time. But who could have thought that the person who had nothing, even considered a failure by the Chen family, had achieved such great success in such a short time? He had gained wealth, fame, and made all the bigwigs in Tian High City bow to him. And those from the Chen family who used to look down on Ziqian now didn't even have the qualifications to shine his shoes. This contrast between then and now made Lu Jinyao couldn't help but sigh. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank, never bully the young and poor. What are you thinking? Lu Jianlin asked softly. I was thinking. Lu Jinyao was about to speak, but suddenly remembered that scene when she brought Ziqian to the lakeside ville after he treated her father. Back then, Ziqian took that ville and rose in social status. At that time, even though Ziqian was at his lowest, to Lu Jinyao, he seemed like a shining star rising steadily. And now, it seemed that Lu Jinyao's feeling was not wrong. Some people were born with a silver spoon, but couldn't hide their bad habits. Some were born in poverty, but exuded a noble air and seemed to have a natural powerful aura. Ziqian belonged to the latter type. Jinyao, did Yuking not come? At that moment, Wang Tanhai turned to Lu Jinyao and asked. During this period, Zhou Yuking had appeared multiple times, representing the Zhou family's stance. But now that everyone was present, the Zhou family was still absent, which puzzled Wang Tanhai. She didn't respond to messages, and her phone is off. Lu Jinyao shook her head gently. I also contacted Zhou Jinpeng. He said the Zhou family is busy with a project at this time. As Lu Jianlin said this, all these intelligent people present instantly understood what was going on. Being busy with a project meant trying to avoid this matter, right? The people present, being able to sit there, had heard some news about Ziqian in the past few days and knew some of Ziqian's thoughts. So, the Zhou family's fear of the Yi family and their avoidance of the situation was understandable. It's all right, let's not worry about them for now. Lu Jianlin waved his hand. He knew that the Zhou family was different from them. The people present had some cooperation with Ziqian in various ways. While strictly speaking, the Zhou family initially was just Ziqian's patient, and later, due to Zhou Yuking, the Zhou family had gotten closer to Ziqian, but there was no substantial cooperation. So, their choice to be cautious at this time was quite normal. Lu Jinyao sighed inwardly. Ziqian's ability to develop such a huge force in such a short time was indeed not simple, and it was enough to prove how powerful he was. But what choices these people would make facing the Yi family this time, it was not easy to say for now. Once Cao Cao arrives, Cao Cao will be here. Just as Lu Jinyao was thinking about Ziqian, Ziqian walked into the conference room, and behind him, Chen Hemming followed step by step. Mr. Z. Seeing Ziqian walk in, everyone present, regardless of age or status, stood up to greet him. After greeting him, everyone politely greeted Chen Hemming as well. Some people knew that Ziqian and Chen Hemming had a deep relationship, while others were learning this for the first time, which made them feel astonished. The reputation of King Mo, ethical saint Chen Hemming was extremely prominent in Tian High City and several surrounding cities. Before Ziqian became the overall champion of the medical competition, Chen Hemming was recognized as the #1 divine physician in Tian High City. But now, looking at Chen Hemming's attitude, it seemed as if he was Ziqian's subordinate, which was truly surprising. Everyone couldn't help but wonder how many secrets and hidden cards Ziqian still had that they didn't know about. The more mysterious Ziqian appeared, the more awe-inspiring he seemed to be. Everyone please take a seat. Zi Tianjing walked to the first seat and sat down. After he took his seat, everyone else also sat down one after another. Chen Hemming did not sit down but stood behind Zi Tianjing with his hands folded, like Zi Tianjing's bodyguard. This sparked murmurs in the hearts of the people once again. It seemed that their feelings just now were not wrong. Chen Hemming was indeed in a subordinate position to Zi Tianjing. However, in their minds, the renowned Kingma Dr. Saint Chen Hemming was now standing like a bodyguard, which gave them a strange feeling that they didn't dare to ask too many questions, only feeling more reverence towards Zi Tianjing in their hearts. People are like this. The less they understand about the other party's background, the more they can't help but feel respect. And now, Tianjing gave them that kind of feeling. Everyone here has some connection to me, more or less. Tianjing spoke lightly, and everyone immediately sat up straight to listen attentively. Among all the people I know, you all are considered the closest to me and the ones I can trust. Upon hearing Tianjing's words, everyone felt very relieved. With Tianjing's current status and position in Tianhai City, being trusted by him was definitely something to be proud of. Mr. Z, it is our honor to be trusted by you. Yes, since Mr. Z trusts us, we will definitely not let Mr. Z down. So, please go ahead with what you have to say. Within our capabilities, we will unconditionally support you. Everyone expressed their attitude one after another. In fact, they had already understood some circumstances beforehand, and sitting here, they had mentally prepared themselves. That's why they dared to show their support even before Tianjing revealed the content of the meeting. Then, I will speak first. Tianjing nodded lightly, and everyone straightened up in their seats. The Yi family in the capital has invited me to join their medical team. This matter, I believe everyone is aware of it, Tianjing said, and everyone nodded in agreement. It wasn't just them who knew about it. Probably half of the Long Kingdom's people were aware of it. After all, Tianjing's miraculous medical skills were well known, and not just to the Yi family. Even the upper echelons of the Long Kingdom would believe without hesitation if they wanted to recruit Tianjing. Mr. Z, this is a good thing. Liu Wenzheng was the first to speak, and several others also nodded in agreement. As a member of the Chinese Medicine Association, Liu Wenzheng was well aware of the current situation in the Long Kingdom's Chinese medical circle and understood the Yi family's position in the field. Therefore, to him, joining the Yi family was an absolute honor for every Chinese medical scholar. It is indeed a good thing. But many of my beliefs do not align with the Yi family, and I don't fully approve of some of the things the Yi family does. Therefore, I will reject the Yi family's invitation. After this statement, everyone fell silent, especially Liu Jingyao, Liu Jianlin, and Wan Tonghai, who had more interactions with Tianjing and knew more. Hearing Tianjing's final decision made them feel somewhat helpless. As for others, they were even more confused. Even if Tianjing had 1,000 reasons to refuse, he also had to understand that it was the Yi family. In the Chinese medical circle, they were recognized as the top family of medical experts. Moreover, with the financial and influential power of the Yi family, their position in the entire Long Kingdom was undeniably prominent. Harsh as it may sound, even a pig would see their value skyrocket instantly by joining the Yi family, ascending to great success overnight. Faced with such a golden opportunity, why would Tianjing refuse, and what reasons did he have for rejecting? Despite having 1,000 reasons to refuse, just the prestige associated with the Yi family was enough to overturn all of them. So, people didn't understand. They truly didn't understand. Initially, they were pondering what Tianjing wanted to talk to them about regarding the Yi family, but they never expected it to be this sort of thing. It was truly absurd. At this moment, Tianjing observed the reactions and changes in expressions of everyone. He was not surprised by the reactions of the people. In the current environment of the Long Kingdom's Chinese medical circle, the Yi family was recognized as a noble and orthodox family, the pinnacle of medical practitioners in the eyes of all Chinese medical scholars. Everyone felt honored to join the Yi family, and even those who were not Chinese medical practitioners knew how great the Yi family's influence was. Everyone believed that joining the Yi family was an honor, and everyone thought that joining the Yi family was the best and most correct decision. If someone were to refuse the Yi family's invitation at this time, they would surely be deemed foolish. Therefore, Tianjing understood how these people felt. But regardless of how others perceived it, Tianjing's decision could not be changed. There were many things in this world that the public could see, but it was only what others wanted them to see. Very few could see through the phenomenon to understand the essence, to see the truth. Tianjing wouldn't reveal too much about these things, including the Yi family's matter, since even if he did, probably no one would believe him. After all, these people had believed in the Yi family for decades, and the Yi family's image had deeply rooted in their hearts. How could a few words from Tianjing change their minds? Mr. Z, I really can't understand. Liu Wenzheng spoke again. Given his position in the Chinese Medicine Association, the Yi family's status was higher in his eyes. You don't need to understand this matter, Tianjing said. After all, this is my own matter, and the decision rests with me." This statement made Liu Wenzheng fall silent instantly and silenced all the other people present. Yes, regardless of their comprehension or agreement, they had no power to change Zi Tianjing's decision. After all, it was Zi Tianjing who received the Yi family's invitation, and as the concerned party, he had the ultimate decision-making authority. "Mr. Zi, that's not what I meant. I only suggest this based on your future prospects, achievements in the field of Chinese medicine, and considering your success." Liu Wenzheng's words were cut off by Zi Tianjing waving his hand. "I do not accept your suggestion." With this simple statement, the atmosphere in the room became tense and awkward. Zi Tianjing was well aware that this meeting was not going to proceed smoothly. It was either he would be overwhelmed by the others or he would have to assert his dominance over the people present. Therefore, it was necessary for him to show firm attitude. "I hope you all understand," Zi Tianjing continued. "How I handle my affairs does not require explanations to any of us. Mr. Zhao's way of doing things does not need explanations to any of us." Chen Hemming took over and quickly made everyone realize their position in the room. This sentence, though not pleasant to hear, had to be acknowledged as the truth. After all, their relationship with Zichia was not one of cooperation, but rather a hierarchical one. If both sides were business partners, Zichia would need to explain and report anything that could affect their interests. However, in this superior-subordinate relationship, does Ziqian's leadership mean that subordinates have to agree to whatever decisions he makes? Therefore, Chen Hemming's statement helped everyone realize the reality and clarify their positions. After understanding their positions, everyone became more honest. Of course, everyone can see how I, Ziqian, operate. I allow for different opinions or doubts, but only allow, I will not accept. So, if anyone is not satisfied, they can leave first. After Zichia finished speaking, he scanned the faces of the people in the room one by one. He waited for nearly half a minute, but no one left the room, nor did anyone show any intention of leaving. "Well, thank you all for your support." Zichia nodded slightly, satisfied with the result. However, the meeting was far from over at this point. Not leaving now does not mean they won't leave later. Just as Zichia was about to speak, his phone suddenly rang, showing a call from Yuenshen. It seemed that Yuenshen couldn't wait for Ziqian's call and took the initiative to dial in. Zichia just glanced at the phone and hung up without answering. He hadn't finished what he wanted to say, so he naturally wouldn't respond to Yuenshen now. Zichia hung up the phone, placed it next to him, and continued speaking to the others. "Yi's family, I will not join. This matter is already settled. And after rejecting Yi's family, it is very likely that there will be some repercussions from them. It is even possible that everyone close to me will also be targeted. Before that, you still have a chance to choose." Hearing this, the people present were no longer as firm as before. The implication of Ziqian's words was that he might turn against Yi's family, right? In the entire Long Kingdom, how many people would dare to do such a thing, even if someone had the courage, who had the ability? So, the previously firm individuals now had some doubts in their minds. But after a few seconds of hesitation, they still did not leave. After all, what Zichia mentioned was only a possibility, and one should focus on the present rather than what might happen. And what was the current situation? The current situation was that Zichia was undoubtedly the dominant figure in Tian High City, with influence in the business district, the underground world, and even in the upper circles. It was not an exaggeration to say that Zichia now had a significant influence in Tian High City, almost controlling half of it. They were all making a living in Tian High City, so they naturally had to consider the pros and cons of this situation. Giving up Ziqian's support for something that might happen in the future was not very wise. "Mr. Z, we are willing to follow you." John Wei, the president of Want Chamber of Commerce, was the first to speak up. "Follow Mr. Z." Others also expressed their support. "Good." Ziqian nodded with a smile. But he knew that these people were only expressing their support verbally at the moment. If he wanted to truly bind them to himself, what he was doing now was not enough. But since he had convened this meeting, he had naturally made sufficient preparations beforehand. In any case, he was determined to unite these people with himself today. It was not that he wanted to drag everyone along with him to their demise, but he also understood that one chopstick can be easily broken, but 10 chopsticks are not easily broken. At this moment, Zichia couldn't help but feel emotional. He used to think that walking alone without any ties was the most comfortable way of living. But now, it seemed that the saying strength in numbers was indeed true, and he had to find a way to gather more power to work for him. At this moment, his phone vibrated again. Yu Wenchen was calling again. Zichia picked up the phone. The preliminary content of the meeting was already discussed, and it was time for him to give a clear answer to Yu Wenchen now. This matter had been delayed for several days, and now, there had to be a resolution. Mr. Yi. Zichia answered the call. As soon as he addressed Yi with those words, everyone in the room immediately held their breaths, not even daring to breathe loudly. All eyes were on Zichia. Yi's family was a terrifying existence for them, and even if they were just bystanders, they didn't dare to be disrespectful. Most importantly, they wanted to know what kind of response Zichia would give to Yu Wenchen. Zichia, were you busy just now? Yu Wenchen asked with a smile from the other end of the phone. I was in a meeting, Zichia replied truthfully. Ha ha. I see. Meetings are important, but I still wanted to take up some of your time. Without waiting for Zichia's response, Yu Wenchen continued. Have you considered things on your end? I have, Zichia said calmly. Mr. Yi. I'm sorry. With those two words, Yu Wenchen fell silent. The people in the meeting room also sighed quietly. Zichia had not been joking with them earlier. He was indeed rejecting the invitation from Yi's family. A few people glanced at each other and then shook their heads, choosing to remain silent. After all, Zichia's decision was beyond their control. Yu Wenchen stayed silent for almost 10 seconds, then chuckled. Are you sure you haven't thought it through? I can give you more time if needed. His ability to say this represented a significant concession. From the beginning until now, not only Yu Wenchen but the entire Yi family had compromised many times for Zichia. This level of compromise had never been seen before. Mr. Yi, I have indeed thought it through. I just want to live peacefully in Tian High City and don't have grand ambitions. So, please understand. Zichia's tone was polite as he spoke to Yu Wenchen. If possible, he didn't want to completely fall out with Yi's family. Didn't you hear what I said yesterday? Are you sure you don't want those excellent conditions? Yu Wenchen's tone was devoid of any laughter now. Zichia, you will regret this. Zichia replied without hesitation. I will never regret it. Hey. Yu Wenchen let out a cold laugh. From the time Zichia entered Yi's family until today, Yu Wenchen had personally invited Zichia at least 5 times, showing more sincerity than even during the 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Yet, Zichia had repeatedly turned down their invitations, especially which Yu Wenchen offered yesterday. One who had a bit of brains wouldn't reject such conditions. However, Zichia decisively refused and showed no hesitation. Zichia's patience had reached its limit. What if I say you must join Yi's family? Yu Wenchen said this, with a hint of chill in his tone. I apologize, I can't comply. Zichia's response was simple and straightforward. Zichia, are you sure you want to go against my Yi family? Or have you already prepared to confront my Yi family head-on? Yu Wenchen's tone grew even colder, and his anger, gradually becoming uncontrollable. Mr. Yi, you misunderstood, Zichia said, as he switched on the speakerphone on his phone and placed it on the table. Since the conversation had reached this point, he felt it necessary to show everyone present the attitude of the Yi family. Of course, Zichia also understood that Yu Wenchen's attitude might frighten everyone. However, this was something that had to be experienced. If they were to follow Zichia, they would not only face threats from the Yi family, but the Yi family might actually take action against them. So, it was better to prepare them mentally in advance. Am I mistaken? Do you know that for yourself? In my eyes, there are only 2 types of people. One is a friend, and apart from a friend, everyone else is an enemy. Whether you become a friend or an enemy with the Yi family, some people don't have a choice. But you do. Yu Wenchen's threatening words rang loud and clear through the speakerphone, making everyone present feel a chill. By presenting them with these choices, he was giving them the option to either join the Yi family and be friends with them or reject it, in which case, the Yi family would consider them enemies. Mr. Yi, you're overreacting. We are both practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine in Longguo, both working to promote the development of traditional Chinese medicine in Longguo. And there are no conflicting interests between us, so why would we be enemies? Zichia leaned back lazily in his chair, speaking calmly. Sometimes, even though he knew some words were meaningless, he still had to say them, because not saying them would not express his attitude and position. nor would it allow him to gain the upper hand in public opinion. At this moment, Zitia had already started recording the phone call, as did Chen Hemming behind him, recording both the visual and audio scenes. Why don't you speak, Mr. Yi? Do we, as traditional Chinese medicine practitioners outside, have any conflicts with what the Yi family is doing?